Let me know if you can hear me, brother.
Yes, sir. I can hear you. Peace,
Okay,
peace.
great, great. Peace, peace, man. How'd your Sunday?
It's going well, man. Going well. Been entertaining,
All right.
invigorating.
All right. Yeah, so how long you knew JJ?
Man, it's hard to even remember. Now, I was around when the Lions Den came through, but I knew him before then.
Okay.
I want to say, hmm, somewhere about 8 years, 8 to 10 years or something, somewhere in that range.
Okay, yeah, that's a lengthy number. All right. And you've been participating in their den discussions?
Yeah, I mean, off and on, I rock with the Den. You feel me?
Okay.
But
Now, I
I
mean
don't
like
know what
that
you.
setting period, like you be into that setting where, y'all
I have
exchange
been.
ideas. Okay.
Yeah, I have been more than once, to say the least.
Have you ever been on Sonetta?
Nah, nah,
Okay.
dude be hating on me, man. That's
Wait,
a
no, no,
whole
wait,
nother story.
wait. What you mean? He gives everybody a chance. What you mean he hating on you?
Oh yeah, he straight up hating on me, man. Only reason why
How?
I'll just say this, right? He has expressed insecurities with my name in his mouth.
Okay. I
That
say
were
it's a little
unfounded.
deeper. All right.
Yeah, yeah. He
So
insecure,
how'd you link up with him if you haven't been on his platform? How'd you have a conversation with him?
because we be in a lot of the same circles. See, he don't remember me like that. I remember when he was, Frankie on the Google Meets,
Oh,
Google
that
chats
far
10
back?
years ago.
Damn.
Most
Damn.
definitely, right? But I don't.
Mhm.
So he um he
Okay.
knows that I've been on his lady channel a lot, and
Oh, the
she used to
pie.
have me as a moderator. And she
Okay.
know he know that we cool. We was literally born a day apart from each other, right?
All
So we
right.
think a lot
Okay.
alike.
Yeah.
And he took that as me being one of the people who be, digitally pillow talking, hating, not knowing I might be one of the only people that never flirted with her in her inbox. It'd be all about
Right.
the information. So then when ones come out to me, yeah, see, dudes like Greg Fellas, pillow talking, and I ain't never do it, it's like, man, go
Yeah.
Google
Yeah.
Freudian slip real quick and learn something about yourself.
All right. Well, he might see this and be like, you know what? That's a cool guy. I was wrong.
Either which way, it's all love. You feel me? All
Yeah.
this fan love and war.
All right. Yeah. I was hoping that guy, Pan, what's that guy name?
Yeah, the atheist, what's his name?
Mm, yeah.
Yeah, paying something though. Right. I know the conversation started with y'all too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
The reason why I was hoping he come, because you see how JJ just expressed a brother be kicking it online, know all this information. But
right.
okay, that's how that dude Pan was going to be today. Okay. Okay. He was going to be one of those guys that know it all on the internet. But when it's time to articulate
Oh
and,
no.
and get pushed, yeah, he would, that's why they don't show up. They really don't never click the link. They don't call in. They stay invisible.
Pan, I hope you're hearing this.
Okay. Matter of
This is
fact,
an invitation for you to put your elocution where your thumbs are.
yeah, hold on. Let me put this in. Yeah, because he's definitely not going to
And put
pull
your
up.
money where your mouth is. Put your ability to vocalize and articulate where your thumbs are.
Yeah, so he definitely ain't doing that. Okay, so just to end it off on Umar, what I was saying was
Okay.
this. Okay, because I do a little study in Black history, right? I know what was successful, I know what wasn't, and I got a little experience in business myself. So I know big projects um don't like people don't ever do a big project. It start even Tesla, just name a great business, they all started small. So and that's the skepticism that we have, humans have, period, but us in America, blacks in America, we have that when somebody have a big project, like you got the Tulsa, Oklahoma Fund. I mean, whatever that shit Jay Morrison was doing,
Right.
and then you got Umar with this university. Remember, his first idea was a university. Okay,
Yeah.
and then even I could even throw Garvey in there with the Back to Africa. With the it's okay to do like 10 here, 10 there, but I think his movement was massive. He was trying to get like as much people possible So when you do a task like that without small proofs of concepts, without small wins, it's almost fantasy.
I
Like
get
people need to
that.
see it. Yeah, people need to see a glimpse of proof, right? So if I'm
Yeah,
telling you,
you saying you got to make first downs instead of just trying to go for Hail Mary touchdown.
yeah, that 90, yeah, you play well. If you play video games, football, you know you're not throwing a 90-yard, 99-yard touchdown, or even a 80-yard touchdown. You know you got to chop your opponent up, you dig, and get them slipping, get them desperate to stop you, and then that's when that big play
Gain some
happens.
ground. Move the
Yeah,
trenches.
yeah. So that's the problem. So just to leave off with Umar, so I did some research, right? So in Philly, they already got
Mhm.
successful charter schools in Philly that's doing great, opposed from what Umar said they couldn't do, because he had a huge early in his career, he had a huge problem with charter schools, and he was lying about what they can do and what they can't do. So you have a bunch of charter schools right in Philly, his backyard, that is great, successful. A lot of kids' graduation rate is off the hook. Like these kids are phenomenal. Okay, this sister, I think her name was Joyner. She did some speeches on her school, some like 10, 12, 13 years ago. You know, during the time at the height of Umar. So there's no way. I think her school's called the Science Mathematics Academy, something like that. There's no way he didn't hear about it.
Mhm.
Okay, it was a big successful school, and Philly. She was a black principal, and everything Umar wanted to do, she just did. Right. So to not join up with people like that, or at least understand like the blueprint, just to freestyle on your own and start a university is bananas, right? Because you don't even know how to manage 12 kids. Like, dude, you're a clinical school psychologist, my boy. Like you're handling one student at a time. So now we got 12, right? And we got 15 or 100. And these are all different levels. These are all, second graders, third graders, whatever. They're all different levels. That's hard to just put together. And again, watch this. Most of his finances come from fundings, right? Like donations and right.
I would suppose so.
Yeah, because he has no other way to generate income. Like he's been asking for donations for like the last 14 some years. So all of his money has been coming, even every project he needs done, every task he needs done with his school, he's been asking for donations. Okay, so
I
now here's
mean,
the problem. Go ahead.
$12 to ask for donations for
Nah,
decades too. That don't
no,
mean that he
no,
broke
no, but
though.
no, that's not my problem. That's not my issue. Well, for one, brother, in business, you never put your own money in your business, because that
Facts.
that that means your business is a failure. It has to generate its own money, right? The product and
Yeah.
service is supposed to keep it afloat. If you put your money in your own business, it's garbage, right? It's just a
But you
pump and
have
dump.
seed money, startup, right? Now,
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
take startups out of the picture because you do have startups
of
who get
course. And
seed money or do
yeah,
cash, and
well,
it's a lot of cash contributions when people formulate LLCs as well, right?
yeah. But again, that's not ideal. The reason why we do that is because we don't get loans. So if you look at the stats, black people fund their own business out of their personal, uh, finances more than anybody in this country, right? So we
For
are
sure.
red line, right? So that's why we do it. But we would rather not do it that way. We would rather get a loan like everybody else
Okay.
and gamble with somebody else's money. So anyway,
OPM. What's up?
the reason why I brought that up, as I was saying, bro, if you're relying on donations to fund your projects,
Hmm.
how are you going to pay for staff? Are they going to volunteer for a couple years before? Because schools, like the business, it's going to take time to get money, and it's going to take a long process before you could pay people.
Wasn't he creating a private school though?
Okay, but still, how are you going to get money to pay your staff?
How do private schools get money to pay their staff?
Well, he's operating independently, right? So however they seek their money, and he's so
Tuition,
secretive. Okay, all right, now watch this. So that he's at ground zero, right? So the school is
right?
okay. So right now he's asking for resumes, right? Okay, let's say if I'm a qualified teacher, right? Whatever I do, English
Hmm.
teacher, I send my
Right.
resume. What is my salary? Because now I'm over here, I'm probably retired for 2 years. I was probably making, who knows, 50, 60, 80 grand, wherever I was at. I'm a retired teacher. This idea sparked me. I'm interested. Here's my
Right.
resume. How much you paying me?
Hopefully it'll be something that's comparable.
I mean, so you believe he
It's
has
in the
something right
range of
now?
ballpark of what the average is. I don't know what the average is for high
No, what I'm
school
saying
English
is,
teachers.
yeah, me either. But what I'm saying is, the way he's set up right now, you believe he has something right now to pay that person?
I know that I don't know for more reasons than one. Now, I'm not against him, and I'm not in this fan club either. So
Yeah,
even
me
though I'm
either.
playing devil's advocate, I'm not, I ain't got no pom poms nowhere near me at the same time, right?
Yeah,
So with that disclaimer being said, um, I don't know what he has in the what they used to call the cubby hole, right?
right.
In the shoebox or anything else. If he would be smart, whatever else he has, there would be degrees of anonymity involved. So you can't just look it up, all right? Especially if you're a notable public figure that does controversial things, it would behoove you to have as much anonymity as possible. So for that reason, I don't know what he has. Now, in response to something else you said, I don't know what his business plan is either.
Nobody does.
And
He don't even know what it
and
is.
one thing we can't, well, of course, because people might take it and run with it, right? You want
Nah,
to
nah,
get in
that,
the
bruh,
grind.
bruh, stop.
You
That's
familiar with business? You know how people
yeah,
run with
yeah.
intellectual property.
No, 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 no. Hey, brother, what he's doing is nothing new, right? Starting in school, the Mormons, the Nation of Islam, bro. There's so many people have done that. There's nothing new, bro. It's nothing secretive. He's gonna do that. And again, he's the only one without a proof of concept. So nobody's definitely running with his idea to
Okay,
take
I
over.
got a question for you. I have
Yeah.
a legit question for you, right?
Mhm.
Um, how how good on a scale from 1 to 10, how good do you think that you can eyeball estimate the bureaucratic red tape that goes along with trying to do something like that?
Well,
Because
I'm not an expert.
I heard you mention a few people he turned down and this or that, but we don't know what
Yeah.
other fine print, devil in the detail type of factors that come into play with people's support and patronage.
Yeah. So don't you okay. So let's take it this way. Like, let's say there's an operation, an illegal operation in your neighborhood, right? Now, you
Right,
don't know for a fact it's illegal, right? But all you can
right,
look at is the traffic and certain signs that looks like it's illegal, but you could be 100% wrong when you call the cops. Okay, so with
right,
Umar, he's doing that with me. So it's little things that he's doing. Again, I'm a guy I work with contractors. I know what it takes. I know what you need, right? Or where's this material list? Okay, so and contractors, bro, they already have the HVAC. Bro, they have all that for you. You don't got to do shit. Once you hire a contract, you get out the way, right? You sign off to your materials list, and you give upfront whatever they need. You get out the way. You dig? What
right.
the hell are you
Walk
looking for
through,
HVAC for?
scope of work, bid,
Right, right.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, and some, that's the professional way to bid, but that's not how it's done everywhere though. Like some people don't even do the bid thing. All right.
what?
So yeah, but that is the expert professional way, but that's not how it's always
Okay.
done either. Now, he's out there shoveling, right?
Right,
He's shoveling. He's out there raking. So he's working, right? So this guy is supposed to be in the background and he's doing the shoveling and the raking, the things that you would think the contractor will have set up. He's doing the plumbing. You would think the contractor will hire a plumber. I work with a contractor; they will hire a plumber, or they will already have connections with a plumber. So the contractor already has connections to all these things you would need. That's why you hire this person because you could get out the way and they could do what they got to do. Like you're the overseer, you're signing off, you're nodding your head. That's all you're doing. And if
right.
they need more money, because this happens a lot too. When you sign off with the on a material list, sometimes the estimated cost it can change. That's also in the contract. The contractor lets you know, hey, I foreseen it as I need 10 grand up front for these materials. It turns out
Right.
the hole is deeper than what it was. So we're gonna need an extra 5 grand. Like that's normal in that business. Okay.
Hmm.
So for this guy to sit there and say, for one, when you do contract work, bro, you don't be racial. Like you look for the
Right.
most qualified people there. Right? You don't play
Wait,
with
hold
that.
on.
Yeah.
Wait. Pause. I gotta pause you out real quick
Yeah.
on that one because that is true in public, but we also know that it doesn't always translate like that practically, right?
You got to explain on that. You got to elaborate.
People have the right to hire who they want to hire.
Oh yeah. I'm saying that's not wise. Like you should want to get the job done. If it's Mexicans, if it's Asians, like if they got the 5 stars and the black RBG brother got the 2 stars, you might want to go with the 5 stars, especially when you're dealing with somebody's money. You're dealing with crowdfunding and other folks are investing. So they want the school just built. So now
other more organized ethnic groups do that as well. They're just more successful with it. Like in Chinatown, right? In Chicago, Chinatown. They are so cold with it, right? They make the city of Chicago hire Chinese people in streets and sanitation. So even if there's potholes to fix in the streets, it'll be some of them that are represented and compensated.
Yeah.
And they're not the only ones that do that. We're just late to the party in reference to ethnocentric interests. So
I'm from Jersey, and I don't know where you're from, but Jersey, New York is very diverse, right? There's everybody's there. So it's harder to make it racial, like racial it's harder to racialize contracts because it'll be clearly seen because everybody's there. Indian business, there's so much competition, it's so diverse. So everybody has a shot at these bids and these contracts. It's really hard to make them racial.
I'm from Chicago.
Okay.
It's also very diverse and been mobbed out for a long time as well.
Yeah.
So I agree with you though, right? I'm not one of those guys that's going to play the we can't do no better role. Right. My self-determination is too high for that. And I'd be damned if I relegate my future to relics of the past.
Right. All right. So now, okay, so he's shoveling, he's raking, okay, and he does a lot of exterior work, right? But what I never seen him do was internal work, and that now for me, right, that's very red flaggish. Okay, you want to prove because when you do external work, that's not even confirmation you even own the school. Because anybody could just rake somebody. How many videos we watch where people cut somebody grass for free? That's because that's what they do every month at this big long landscaping company. So external work that doesn't show me anything. When he's inside, he can. Who knows how he got inside, right? But when I see him kicking down walls and stuff like that, if you're trying to convince me you own this school or you got some type of business, in this school, now that's more believable. When you're knocking down walls or you're physically painting, at least I believe, okay, yeah, he's tied to the school one way or another. But the external stuff outside, man.
There's a lack of evidence in marketing and promotion, right? That's what you're saying.
He's doing a poor job convincing the public that
proof of authenticity. Right? Okay. So the lack of proof of authenticity. So I'm a spade player, right?
Yeah, me too.
I'm always weary about laying all my cards out.
Right.
Because I could be trying to do a strategy that won't work if people know what I already had.
Oh boy.
On one end. On the other end, I would be more critical of him if he was doing house hunter type of footage. Right? Because then I'd be like, oh, you're trying to, showcase too much theatricality. So on one end, it may be the lack of theatricality and exposure. On the other end, too much theatricality and exposure could make it seem as though it's an ulterior motive outside of what the institution is supposed to be built for. So sometimes it's kind of hard to thread that needle, even though it can be legit criticism on either end. None of those things mean that he's not at least trying to do what he claims to be doing.
Okay, now that's the part I have. No, because that's the part I have a problem with. Trying and don't get it done. All right, you could be trying to cut my hair, but if you're screwing it up, no, you don't get credit for trying to cut my hair if you're not qualified to even cut my hair. So the trying part that commits me. It's a 14-year project. I had already showed my chat. Okay. People turning schools larger than what he got into 300 luxury apartment units, all type of fancy stuff they do within 5 years. way bigger projects, way more gutting, way more modern innovation. He's not knocking down walls. It's the school. He's keeping everything intact, right? He's going to paint. He's going to add more heating, cooling, things like that. But he's not going to completely do a renovation job like I've seen other schools get gutted completely, skeleton, and transformed to luxury apartments. And anybody can YouTube. Stop. Anybody can YouTube this. It took them 5-6 years. All right.
Apples and
So
oranges alert, bro.
no, it's not apples and oranges.
A person would get way more backing to do what you just said.
Yes.
Financially, administratively, and other ways. You get way more backing doing a for-profit endeavor that's going to yield a whole lot of passive income versus a private school with ethnocentric and separatist ideologies involved.
Sir,
like
right.
you're not going to get the same backing, the same patronage, the same anything.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Yeah, right. but give a good comparison of something that's closer.
There is no good comparison because nobody
to what's
does
going
like
on.
The only comparison we can use is Jay Morris and who's calling me? Oh, I guess they got something going on in this shit. You heard that? Yeah. All my iPads are. All right. Yeah, so like there's no good comparison because it just failed projects that when people try to do it that way, which I call extremist way, like because we can talk about the necessity of such a school, such an idea, which I think is extreme to begin with. Like you know, like the idea itself.
So is your sentiment for that crossing over into your criticism of his approach?
I'm gonna say the idea of a school itself is extreme and was always unnecessary. That's not the complaint in the Black community, that we need a whole entire school. Our complaint is outdated resources. Our complaint is teachers unqualified, things like that. And you got the discipline thing, the school to prison pipeline. Like our complaint, or the lateness, the truancy. So there are different things we argue about, but getting a whole brand new school was not one of them. So to introduce that idea as a solution was like forced on us. That was not a demand from my community at all.
Wait. You said, okay, to introduce that as a solution. Do you think that he was creating one school as being a solution to our national problem?
What is it? Okay, let me ask you this. What is the national problem?
It's like you're turning the first down into a touchdown now.
No, I don't think there's. What is the national problem? Because we might disagree on just that.
The things you just said, school to prison pipeline, that's the one that was notable to me. And the like three other things that you said. All of those things are national issues for our people. Correct?
Yeah, but they all start at home though. That has nothing to do with the school.
Yes, they do, which is why grassroots and on the ground endeavors must be made. They're like seeds that, if cultivated right, could yield a greater harvest later on down the line. But again, if you're going to talk, so beware of the composition division fallacy, which is when we take a part of something and turn it into the whole. If we're going to do that, either we're going to be on the parts, or we're going to be on the whole. Are we going to transition from the part to the whole, or the whole to the part? But in any way, it'll be contextually succinct. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I just it's just so much to cover on that it's just like I said, the idea itself, a Black school for Black boys, like that idea has been an extremist idea that has been a nothing burger throughout. Well,
what about Catholic, white Catholic schools for Catholic boys? Has that also been a nothing burger over the last century?
It's been very successful. That's why we even go there. So what they don't do. So listen what the nothing burger is. All right, listen what the nothing burger is.
Okay.
So it's not that when we say schools, right? And the subjects, let me ask you this. What is the number one subject we believe that we need to like be involved in, that's being taught to our youth?
Some probably would say science, math and science. At this point, right now in 2025,
Yeah.
I would say reading.
Okay, so all right, I'm trying to. So how is wait math? How is oh okay? Explain when you say someone say math and science. Why would they say math and science? That's the first I heard that.
Um, well, because like STEM, for instance, the ability to create more innovators, more engineers, more people who are technically sound in their contributions to society instead of just entertainment or a few other go-to things.
All right, so what do you think Umar problem was? What do you think his problem was that he felt like not his problem, but what do you think the problem he pointed out to that we needed a school for? Like so like if you could just
Um,
think of some things like number one, number two, number three, or number one.
yeah, for one, too much state and federal oversight in reference to curriculum
Okay.
and policy. I'll give an example, even though it's in Chicago and it's probably not that extreme over there in those East Coast blue states. We're probably not too
Mm.
far behind. We have a thing called parental bullying in Illinois, where if a parent says, look, son, I can't tell you how to feel or how to express yourself. But as long as you're in my house, at least as long as till you're 18, I don't want you dressing out in female attire. In Chicago and other places in Illinois, right now as we speak, that could get you fined, your children taken, or even going to jail. You could possibly go to jail for, they call that parental bullying.
Okay.
That's just an example
Mm-hmm.
of
Mm-hmm.
the type of things that make Umar and a whole lot of others want to have an educational institution outside of the influence of other agencies.
Yeah. See, I don't believe that's like again. I don't think I think a lot of things we tie to school, like even prisoners, school to prison pipeline. I think a lot of things we say it's a school problem is not a school problem. It's actually a home problem. So what people call the school to prison pipeline, I call it the home to prison pipeline. Okay, it's a lot of things that start. It's a lot of things that's deeply rooted that started in the home that led to these guys.
I mean, do you believe that it takes a village?
I believe it takes a sane village. I don't think it not an insane extremist, uh,
I mean,
extreme radical
no,
village.
no
No.
matter how. So look, even like in the hood, right?
Hmm.
Like inner city hood of Chicago, the village birthed more killers and more drug dealers, right? So it still took a village to raise a child. It depends on the contributions and the input of the people in the village, what type of children they raise. But regardless of the positive or negative ramifications, that has nothing to do with the cause and effect. The causal influence of the village and the affecting results of the child.
All right. So what about Umar diagnosis that a lot of these problems are as the ADD? Okay, he said out his mouth, ADHD is really not a real thing. That's a no daddy at home. So that was his diagnosis on that. How you feel about that?
Um, like most things, I feel as though it's truth to it. I do
Wait.
believe that due to the influence of big pharma,
Oh shit.
that a lot of children are over medicated. I also think that the Western symptom based way of looking at things is also flawed.
Oh shit.
And there are appeals to authority involved, right?
Oh
So I
shit.
don't know. You may dogmatize um, the institutional authorities.
Um.
I don't,
Well.
right?
Okay.
So
Wait.
let
Wait.
me say this little
Yeah.
piece. Now I'm gonna
Yeah.
land this plane, right?
Yeah. Please.
Um, the notion that if you have this issue, then there's this chemical imbalance. So I'm going to take this synthetically extracted chemical
Oh, shit.
and it's going to counterbalance that imbalance.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
it's going to counterbalance that imbalance.
Mm-hmm.
You have a whole nother side of medicine that looks at the source of issues in order to rebalance.
What medicine is that?
What medicine is that? Eastern medicine.
Oh shit. All right. So look, hold on. Before we do that shady stuff, um, do you realize that Umar, or do you know that he's the only school clinical psychologist in the world that said ADD, ADHD is a result of no daddy at home? No, right?
No,
Okay.
no,
Right, right,
no,
right. So hold on,
no,
hold on.
I
So
don't. No.
all right, okay, cool.
Wait,
Let me
no,
answer that.
because you loaded that up.
Nah,
Let me,
he's the only clinical school psychologist to come up with that diagnosis. And so we need
now,
to know, how did he come up to that? Okay, so brother, he either
exactly.
just
So
made
let's
it.
get to the
Okay,
bullet points
yes, yes.
because there are a lot of people who criticize the ADHD
Wait,
and the
stop,
way
stop,
that
stop.
that kids are
Wait.
over
Oh yeah, yeah.
medicated.
I got it. I got it. Just hold on one second. Let me get some words
Not
in.
just him.
No, yeah, but brother, the difference is that they believe it's real, and they say, let's use
Wow.
art. Okay, they say they believe it's real. Okay, they acknowledge ADHD is a real thing. They just disagree with the overuse of medication, but they believe it's real, and none of them say it's 'cause your daddy ain't home. Okay, so now we need
Okay.
to see. Right, hold on, wait. Let me say this last thing. So for you to be the only man on earth to make a bold claim like that, you need to have some research behind you. You need something.
Okay,
You
let's
need
do an
something behind
exercise,
you.
bro.
No,
Me and
no.
you.
Wait. No,
Share your screen.
wait, hold
Do
up.
me a favor. Share
Yeah,
your screen and let's go over something like show the bullet points of
of
the
what?
main symptoms of ADHD.
Hold on.
And then let's see if it has any correlation
No.
to the
Okay.
lack
Oh,
of a father in the
all right.
family unit that you say is the
Chat.
most influential
Hey,
part
hey,
of the
hey, Chad. Here's
development
the
of a
thing about
child.
correlation. See, I'm a research guy. Correlation does not equate causation. So you can have a lot of correlations, and that's not the cause. That's not necessarily the causation. So correlation does
True.
not work. Yeah, but that's not how it works in research and science. You need exact causation. So we would
But you
like
have
to
to get there.
wait.
You
Hold
have
on.
to
Wait.
get there. It's a process,
But
is
the
it not?
burden of, I got it. But the burden of proof is on the doctor. If a doctor says something, and he's absolute like Umar was, we need to see the research.
Okay, so let's get to these symptoms.
Now,
Let's get to these
I don't want
symptoms
to
so
get
we
to
can
no
stop
symptoms.
speculating.
No, I don't want to connect his dots. He's the doctor. He's the doctor. He
I
made the
do.
claim. Yeah,
Let
well,
me connect a few of them
because you're not a
so it
doctor
won't
though. You're not
seem
a
so flabbergasted.
nah. Anyway, let's move on from Umar because he has to show
Bring them
that.
symptoms of an ADHD, and I'm gonna show you
Nah,
the
nah.
impact, the increased
All right.
plausibility.
Well, let's come back to that.
Plausibility. That now that's something that's intellectual and scientific.
Nah.
To
Yeah,
measure, to speculatively
nah,
measure degrees of plausibility. You have to do
nah,
that in order to even get to a logical route to
nah,
causation.
nah.
And you know
Okay,
this.
brother. Plausibility,
So we doing
probability.
degrees of plausibility. You're making it completely
Well,
implausible.
no.
No degrees of logical plausibility.
Anything's plausible. But look, let's move on to because Umar isn't done. It's possible that this school can be built, in the next year or so. So his chapter not closed. He still got room to, his chapter not closed. He still got
Would you
room
help
to.
him?
No, because I believe it's useless and I believe it's
Is that
unnecessary.
only because of the separatist nature of it?
I believe it's totally unnecessary, and I believe he's a quack. He's a wacko, to be honest.
Okay. Do you consider it to be totally unnecessary in other communities, other
Yes,
ethnicities who's
yes.
been doing well? Why have they been so helpful in
Well,
like
oh,
Ukrainian village, in Greek town, in Chinatown,
yeah, but
Catholic Irish communities?
yeah,
They do
they
the
don't
same
have,
thing.
yeah, but it's not extreme. For one, Umar said this. Look how extreme he is. He said the women that would go there, they have to have their natural hair. Right? Nobody doing that. And then he said, okay, regardless of your religious background and whatever, you have to learn this African spirituality. Like, yeah,
All education institutions have standards and policies like that. Did you also criticize the institutions that say that you can't wear your natural hair at all?
Hey, brother, I listen. All I know is when it comes
I'm
to
asking,
us,
did
I'm
you?
answering. I'm answering. All I know when it comes to us, like it's more easier for white folks to say, hey, this is a Catholic school and you got to learn Catholicism, or this is a Mormon school, you got to learn this, or this is a Jewish school, you got to learn this, because that is pretty much their history. Like they've been Catholic, they've been Jewish, they've been Mormons, pretty much. Or that's very common. We are divided in so many faiths, spirituality systems that that's like school suicide to say, hey, you have to learn this right here. When we're Islamic, we're this, we're atheists, we so many things, bro. Like you just cut the pie in half or to quarters. People ain't coming just based on that. And then you say, hey, the women. Now we know our sisters, they damn near all of them got some type of wig on. And you sit there and say, hey, you guys can't come like that. Right? How many coming? Like so many women are insecure their whole life. They wore something attached to their hair. So now you're gonna have them be just drop it and have this security like that. That's not even realistic. Like they're
Oh,
they're they're
can
gonna
I
feel a
speak on
certain
that
way. Sure,
example? Can I
sure,
speak on that example specifically?
sure.
Um, would you agree that regardless of who we point the finger or blame to, that there's a large degree of the lack of self-esteem and the lack of self-love within our community?
Yeah.
Would you also agree that there's a lot of Eurocentric programming, including with beauty standards,
Yeah.
that added to the inferiority superiority complex?
Yeah.
But you don't agree that a way to counterbalance that imbalance is to head towards the other extreme in an attempt to balance things out.
No. What I would say is this is what I said earlier. I said, well, not today, but early before. I said
Oh,
you can encourage other ways. Like you could have Maya Angelou on the wall. You could have all these, like you could have let girls wear their own little natural hair. I mean, have their whatever they want, any coloring, what they want. Not too wild, but their hair done the way they would normally do it, right? But have all these images of the 60s and 70s of beautiful women with their froze out, and then have a class, teaching on that. And because those women all felt beautiful when they had the Afro thing going on, ain't none of them felt like they were lacking something. Like they all felt, and they were all married too, so the men thought they were beautiful too with their Afros. So like, there's other like subtle, indirect ways you can like introduce it without the extreme way, because you know, you just, I just think that's wild to tell somebody can't come because they're gonna wear some extensions or wig. I don't know, man. I think that's a
but
bit
you're
extreme.
okay with other groups of people that are more organized, with more resources, being more effective at doing what you just said,
Yeah, well, yeah, because
because they've been doing this, but for some reason you it's a problem when we do it.
well, not we, because like one person is doing it, and
Our ethnocentric demographic does it, i.e.,
no,
Umar.
right,
Well,
right,
I
but
mean, he's in my same ethnicity. Is he also in yours?
what's his ethnicity? Is he Cuban?
So-called African American, erroneously, commonly, colloquially called African American.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
Right. So we all in the same demographic.
I thought he was Cuban.
He grew up in Philly, right?
Yeah,
Or in or around Philly. I know he knows the UNIA headquarters very well.
yeah, yeah. I'm not sure. I think he will be classified as African American, Black African
I
American.
think so too. So that's what I'm saying. The things that you're saying sounds more like an approach issue with some ideals that you all disagree with. He may be more of a separatist, and you may be more of an integrationalist. But what you're saying in reference to building an institution to have a cultural influence on a specific group of people, you don't feel like that with any other ethnicity, a national group who is doing it and has been doing it. On the contrary, the most powerful people that we know on this planet engage in race first ways of applying their power more than anyone else. The Anglo-Saxons, Ashkenazi Jews, Russians, Chinese. for the most powerful people on this planet. And they all stick up for their own before others. They all have institutions that are specialized for their own. And nobody has a problem with it. Only when
Yeah.
we do it.
No, I think you're kind of misrepresenting me. So let me just clear it up. Check,
Yes, sir.
check. I believe we're race first too, obviously. Okay, but all of us ain't got the answer, Sway. Some of us are radical as hell and it ain't gonna never work. 14 years in, nothing. Okay. And some of us get it done. Okay. In a practical, timely manner. Okay. So what I'm saying is everything you're saying, I'm for. But you got to have the right person, the right qualified people, not person. You need qualified people there to get that done. A lot of
I,
us, a lot of, go ahead.
I couldn't help but agree with you on that.
Yeah. So
I like the,
a lot of
huh?
us, like, yeah, I just want to say this for fact. A lot of us, going back to the early, 1900s, we had Daddy Grace. Like we had these figures that say, I can solve your problem. Okay. All
Not
these
Daddy
pseudos,
Grace.
the Noble Drew Ali's, like all the Elijah
Hold
Muhammad's,
on,
all
hold
these,
on. Don't do
yeah.
the Drew. We could go on segue real quick. You go try to do the Drew.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know much about him, so let me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know his
But
history like
I
that.
get what you're saying in reference to the common way that
Yeah,
most people think
like
of him.
I alone have the answer, and God has sent me because I think Drew is along those lines, like the prophet,
But he
whatever.
never said he alone had the answers though.
Okay, cool. All right, so
I promise you. He
all right,
told
so
us
I'm gonna
to take.
exclude him.
I'm gonna give you 3 quotes real quick.
Yeah,
Take what I gave you and save yourself. 1, right? 2, get a good European education so I can use you.
yeah.
3, the new Moors will come in seeing and knowing that to sit you old Moors down and carry out my law. 1 more for extra. Greater things shall ye do. It was always supposed to be a template that we built more on so
Yeah,
that the
I might
people
be
will know that there's more
unfairly.
wisdom to be learned from the descendants of Africa,
Yeah, I might be
quote unquote.
unfairly looking at him from the people today.
Well, yeah. And that's a whole nother issue that I can
Yeah,
definitely understand because most of them
yeah,
is running around here kooky as hell.
yeah. So I'm probably misrepresenting him from what I see today. All right, so I take that back.
Good said. I mean, good. I can't even say rebuttal though because it wasn't combative, but good response though, man.
Yeah.
Touche on that one.
All right. So, but anyway, you see what I'm saying though? It's a lot of these me guys arising saying, I have the answers. I alone, I got it. I got the solution for all of your problems. So, and that kind of like is a good segue to Marcus Garvey because I believe he was one of those that came along that line of reasoning. Yeah, I got the answers.
Okay, let's get
Watch me,
ready.
yeah, watch me do this and sit back. I got
Yeah. So do me a favor.
you. Yeah,
You ain't got to put it up on the screen,
I'll do it.
but
I can do it.
Google the 11 aims and objects of the UNIA
All right, hold on. I'll do that. Let's look. Let's get into it. Hold on.
because it's something
Uh,
about what you said about going back to Africa and a few other things, right? They don't
yeah,
say
hold on.
nothing about him saying that everybody wasn't going to go, that was a recolonization effort. And then the people end up misconstruing and taking the ships that he purchased, and think that we was just supposed to be all gonna get on the ship and go back to Africa. Hey, when they ain't got nothing to do with whatsoever,
All
right?
right. So what
It
am I
had
googling?
everything to do with import export between the African mainland, the Afro Caribbean islands, and us on the mainland, and getting
So
into the manufacturing and distribution instead of
what am I
just
googling?
retail.
What am I googling?
Okay. But if you look at those, first off, the universal confraternity is the
Wait,
first of the 11 aims and objects.
are you able to hear me?
Yeah, what you
Okay.
say?
I said, what am I googling again?
The 11 aims and objects of the UNIA.
Oh yeah, I think I'm familiar with some of this stuff. This is where Elijah Muhammad got his wants and beliefs from. 11 aims and objects
He was a
of what?
UNIA member at one point as well. So yeah, you got a point with that.
You said 11 and even the uniform, the military style uniform. So you said
Facts.
11 aims and objects of what?
The UNIA, UNIA
Yeah.
hyphen ACL, Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League.
If you can see my screen, let me see if this is it right here.
Okay, there you go. Yep, yep.
All right. Okay. So let's. Damn, what's your good?
If it don't show them 11, see now, go to images. Let's see.
The Declaration of Rights. That's where they got it from.
Declaration of the Rights of the Negro People, but the 11 aims and objects. It's so interesting that they wouldn't have a picture of that on there because those it's like the 10 Commandments for the Bible.
Yeah.
The 11 aims and objects is everything that what Garvey built stands on. And it has everything to do with doing what we can where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
Not running somewhere else thinking that's going to save our problems, but becoming more powerful all over. And our influence being able to be more impactful to Africa and abroad.
And you think it was practical?
Yeah, let's get to them. Like, soon as we get to them, yeah, I'm going to show you. Because it had local, regional, national, and
right
international implications.
It says here it's okay. So it says the Universal Negro Improvement Association, UNIA, founded by Marcus Garvey, aims to unite people of African descent, promote racial pride, achieve industrial, political, social, and religious emancipation with a focus on self-reliance and building a civilization of their own. So it said this is a more detailed breakdown of UNIA. So this is all 11 right here: unity and emancipation.
No, it's not. The first one is a universal confraternity among the race. Yeah, keep going, scroll past AI real quick. Because you might have a link where it's showing the
okay.
Here we go. Look, even right there. There they go. Yeah.
Right.
Even though I hate that. It's the older version when it comes to
oh yeah, we want that Old
terminology.
Testament. We don't want that New Testament.
You're so funny.
All right.
To establish, I think you went. Hold on, go back up. Yeah, I saw to establish a universal code. No, stop.
Okay, I see it right there.
See,
let me make it bigger.
The declared objects of the association are. There we go.
Okay.
There's 11 of them, right?
Okay. So
to establish a universal confraternity among the race.
Among the race, yeah.
Some people might not be able to see it because that's me. Okay. I just had to move you out the way of my screen. But anyway, to establish a universal confraternity among the race. Again, you don't have to, everybody ain't got to go back to Africa to do that. On the contrary, if the goal was for everybody to go back to Africa, then it'd just be a continental confraternity instead of a universal. All right, to promote the spirit of pride and love, to reclaim the fallen, to administer to and assist the needy, to assist and civilize the backward tribes of Africa. We can talk about that. To assist in the development of independent Negro nations and communities.
They were definitely backward. Okay.
But anyway, you already know. Especially in them times, right?
Oh,
they were still colonialized.
Oh yeah.
In many ways.
I know the shit they were doing over there. They uncivilized stuff, primitive.
So these things, right? Even to establish universities, colleges, academies, and schools for the racial education and culture of the people. That's something that Umar is trying to do himself, regardless of how you criticize his approach.
Himself and Garvey trying to do this himself. Yes, that's the thing.
Nah, hold on now. You segue in a negative connotation very smoothly with this doing himself part. Now, you tell me where in the 11 aims of objects could any one person, including him, do it himself?
Well, that was his model.
You tell me.
He
Yeah,
was
this
a
model. Where's the
authoritarian.
me in this model?
No, but he was the authoritarian.
Was he? So,
Yes.
are you familiar? You saw earlier the Declaration of the Rights of the Negro People. I
Yes.
don't know if you're familiar with the Constitution and bylaws, right? But do you know that all of those things were voted on, including the flag
What under
and what
Garvey?
those colors mean? They were voted upon. There were things that were proposed by Garvey on the floor, the first convention. There were things proposed by other leaders on the floor. There were things that Garvey proposed that got shut down. There were things that Garvey proposed that the people voted on. So it wasn't totalitarian, but a person would have to actually engage in the Universal Negro Improvement Association to find that out.
So Garvey's not the father of Pan Africanism, right?
You say what?
He's not the father of Pan Africanism, right?
Um, I would. Okay, so yes or no, right?
Okay.
Yes, in reference to the Pan African Conference that occurred in Africa, right? With people coming from all over. And from that point forward,
What
Pan
year was that?
Africanism being
What
a misnomer, huh?
what year was that?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember. But
Okay.
Google
Yeah,
first
catch
annual
that.
Pan African Conference.
All right. Would this be during Garvey time or before or afterwards?
Garvey had passed away by that time,
Okay.
but W.B. Du Bois and Garvey's second wife was still living, and both played
Okay.
intricate roles in it going down, right? So these 11 aims and objects that you see right now are the reasons behind the Garvey Must Go campaign.
Oh
The
yeah.
Talented
So
Tenth and all them felt
all
like
right.
this stuff will
So
have
let's get into
massa
that.
coming down on us harder. I personally think that it takes the field and the house combined to take over the plantation
Wait.
instead of trying to figure out a more blue collar or more white collar way of doing things. We need both.
So let's get into the Garvey Must Go campaign. I know a little bit about that. So what's your issue with that? Okay, go ahead.
My issue with that is what you have on the screen is what they were against.
Nah, they weren't against that.
How you figure when this is what they were doing and
Hey, what do you
promoting?
want? Okay, here.
This is what they
You
were
see?
against. This is what
Nah.
WEB, this is what Mr. What's his name? Johnson, they made Jet and Ebony magazine. They felt like what Garvey was pushing would lead to more antagonism from the powers that be that could disrupt their illusion of inclusion and the gains that they had the grounds that they had gained in a more affluent lifestyle. They felt like all that, what them people were doing in Harlem and everywhere else, could possibly disrupt their station, right? And they felt like it was backwards. The funny part about it, Pan Africanism shows that even W.B. Du Bois himself had to modify and adjust his strategy and incorporate Garveyism under the umbrella of Pan Africanism. That's why he went to Garvey's wife so that she could give other notable figures the green light, like, yeah, rock with him. He doing it for all of us. Because later on in his life, he realized we couldn't go along to get along. Me personally, I feel as though it's going to take an amalgamation of both structures, both angles, to triangulate what we're looking for. Not just one or the other. We got to figure out how to use both. It's played out to be steady doing a polarized, dualized, one way or another type of thing, instead of trying to find a balance of utilizing both sides of the fence.
All right, brother. Who do you believe started the Garvey Must Go campaign?
Who do I believe started it?
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, I can't give you the name of the one who said it first, or none of that. I know that the guy who made Ebony and Jet magazine was in it. W.B. Du Bois was in it,
Yeah.
and a few other notable people as well.
Yeah.
Most of
Yeah.
the talented 10th were in it. Most of the notable, more affluent, white collar, aristocratic Negroes of the time.
Okay. Hold on. Let me. So So are you now? I'm gonna jump back a little bit, and I'm gonna jump back. So I'm gonna pause that right there, jump back, because I was speaking about the father of Pan Africanism. How do you see Martin Robinson Delaney role in Pan Africanism? Like, do you believe he could be the father?
He um he was he may have been one of the first to express it in
Hmm.
reference to the universal confraternity among the race. He may have been the first to express it in coercive terms. In reference to that, I think he's notably considered to be the father
Okay.
from a
So
historical standpoint.
yeah.
Um, I don't know when you can really put a date on that because you always had some of us that felt that way, that was
So
self-determined.
yeah, I'm focused. Yeah, I'm sure. But a lot of them felt that way because they didn't have citizenship in this country, and they were. So Martin Delaney Robinson, brother, by the way, he was a free black. So
Yeah,
you had a whole bunch of free blacks that was not being enslaved, and it was nothing really for them to do, and they were being discriminated against, and they were being marginalized, and a lot of things like that was happening to them,
right.
and they were being blocked out of labor. So they was trying to come with something like the free black society, something amongst themselves to protect themselves from white, you could say, white racism.
True.
Okay. So you have Paul Cuff, right? Paul
Right.
Cuff was a successful entrepreneur who actually built ships. He had a fleet of ships, and he actually went to I think Sierra Leone, Liberia, somewhere over there, and he took
Yeah.
38 free blacks with him. So what I'm saying
Yeah.
is,
He was an inspiration for God.
right. So what I'm saying is a lot of the early uh, Pan Africanists, their motivations were entirely different from the later Pan Africanists like Garvey. So and that's why when the opportunity of citizenship was afforded to them, they came back to America, took that, and they died Pan
Okay,
Americanism.
so pause on that claim you just
Yeah,
made.
yeah,
For the sake of burden of proof.
yep,
The reasons that you said there's a difference in reason,
yeah.
right?
Hmm.
Or are you saying it's a difference in the approach for the same goal?
Nah, I'm saying
Because
reason,
if you're
but
saying that it's a difference in reason, then
yeah,
I would have to ask you to elaborate on that.
okay, cool. So they just wanted citizenship because they knew without American citizenship that they were not American and they could easily be deported or treated in a certain way. This is what the Dred Scott
Right,
case was about. This is what the Dred Scott case was about.
right.
His rights were not respected by white people because he had no citizenship. So
Right.
a lot of free blacks, they wanted citizenship. So the ACS, you familiar with the ACS?
Yeah.
Okay, the American Colonization Society wanted the free
Yeah.
blacks out of the country, and they established a
Repatriation
colony.
movement.
Right, right. So now they established a colony in Liberia, and the ACS were white supremacists. They had no good
Yes.
reason. Okay, everything's nefarious. So they established a colony. They owned land in Liberia, and they were trying to resettle these free blacks, not the enslaved blacks, the free blacks in Liberia to get them out of the country for nefarious reasons. One of them is that they didn't want these free blacks to inspire other enslaved blacks to seek freedom. That's one. And second,
True.
they didn't want these free blacks to compete with good whites with labor, right? Jobs,
True.
right? So they was trying to get them into Liberia for that reason, but they was painting Liberia out to be this glorified picture, you know.
Yeah, but
Kind,
bear in
yeah,
mind, you got to bear in mind too, though, that these nefarious reasons that you're saying that tie into a selfish way of looking at self-preservation are also rooted in truth, though. They all said that both of us free on this land ain't never gonna work out. And one's gonna end up fighting and competing and effing each other up. So we need to be separate. Now, how they meant to do that, of course, at our expense and that they're profit, yes, that's true. I ain't getting none out of that, but let's also bear in mind that there's a truth that we can still see reflected to this day. I don't agree with the method and approach, but let's also bear witness to the truth that is rooted in.
Okay. So you had early Pan-Africanists like Alexander Crummell, you had early Pan-Africanists like Richard Allen, and you had
Right?
what was another one? Okay, but most of them
Pillars.
dropped. But most of them dropped those Pan-African ideologies once they got American citizenship. Matter of fact, some went to Liberia. Richard Allen already abandoned it. He never went. He abandoned it, but he felt like ACS was painting this beautiful picture beyond belief. But once citizenship was on the table, they all fought in the Civil War and they got the citizenship, and they didn't go to no damn Africa. Now watch
But
this.
that's not being Pan-African ain't just relegated to going back to Africa.
Now, of course.
Okay, so like for instance, you know there are Chinese people who feel that they have an affinity towards and connection to their Chinese homeland, even if they've never stepped foot in. Like there are many people in Chinatown. There are people in Chinatown that ran from regimes that don't like the regime. And there are people in the Chinatowns of America that do like the regime. All right. But they all still consider that to be their homeland and all of them to be Chinese people.
Oh, that's another
Correct?
thing. No, we should, yes. But when it comes to us, we did not feel like we were African. So at that time, a lot of these, so at that time, a lot of these free black men did not feel like they was African at all. They had no African culture, no African language, no ties to Africa. These are people 200 years later from chattel slavery. They had no direct connection. And the word African itself, again, it raised a red flag of deportation. Like you can be deported out of this country. Like they can
I couldn't agree with you more, bro.
Yeah, like into Liberia. Now listen, estimately about 12 to 15,000 free blacks, not enslaved blacks, were resettled in Liberia, pretty much against their will. They were left with no choice.
Yeah.
So this resettlement, this repatriation ideology was forced on them by white supremacists. A lot of them.
And then what did they do when they went over there? Right, they tried to colonize the indigenous people, right?
Yes,
treated them like they were savages.
Yes, but let me tell you why. Because Paul Cuff and Alexander Crummell, this is where W. Du Bois get his ideology from the Talented 10. They felt like the elite amongst the free blacks should go over there and do the things the correct way. The white man undermined them and sent everybody over there that was free. So they never had like the right class, the elitists. Like you got the Nigerians coming over here and they could lead by example for the Nigerians. That never happened with us. So they undermined the intellectuals of us, the businessmen, the savvy of us, like the Mark Delaney's, and they sent anybody over here, even like the criminals, the troublemakers on the plantation. They all went, the runaways, they went over there. And yes, they end up, and that's a mixture of beliefs, mixture of education. They weren't as educated as Delaney or Alexander, these guys. So so they went over there with their own ideologies, their own personal agenda. And don't forget, they don't even know why they're over there. They was given no choice. Hey, go back to slavery or take your ass to Africa. And you want to get out of slavery? So they were manumitted as well. Hey, you want to get out of slavery? Yeah, okay, Africa only, like Liberia only, and we own that colony. And so it was like a lose-lose. The guys had no.
But they all still had a desire to break away from a colonial identity and to reestablish an ancestral identity or ancestral-based identity of their own.
See, I don't know about that. And the reason I'm telling you that is that
regardless if the circumstances or the proximity locations may have changed, but that fire of self-determination shaking off a colonial identity and creating one that is reconnected to our ancestral roots is a flame that was never extinguished.
Nah, I don't believe that flame existed largely amongst these people. These folks felt like they fought for America, they died for America, for different things, and they wanted just to be American, and they wanted rights and citizenship, and they wanted to be left alone, but they wanted to be an American.
You make me want to go get some PDF writings of the people that you named.
Yeah.
That would say totally different.
No. I got it.
Do you really want to do that?
Yes, I do.
I know about the people you're talking about. I studied them. I admire them.
Me too. But you're going to realize why JJ rocked with me, okay? Because my research on a different level and whatever I talk about, I know it in advance. So, brother, I'm not freestyling. Okay, the people I name,
Okay, so the
I know
burden
all.
of
Yeah,
proof is on you. Could you
yeah. So
show some
now,
writings
okay,
of
sure.
these people saying these things that they
Okay,
abandoned an
all
identity
right.
of
Well,
reconnecting to their ancestral roots?
the writing I'll do later because I just I got to freestyle that. But the research, let's just say because the research offered the writing. They say, hey, but I didn't think I had to go that far. I thought research is just research. But okay, but people want the
Okay,
actual
so without
writing of these
trying to
people.
I ain't trying to say show and prove, right?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
literally saying take us to school,
Okay,
show us some of
so
this stuff.
okay, so Frederick Douglass is one of them. Frederick Douglass actually was rocking with Martin Delany for a little while when he came back and fought the Civil War. What happened?
Okay, kind of.
Okay, so Frederick Douglass and again Richard Allen, they seen the well, first of all, they went to Liberia, right? So
Yeah.
it's one thing to say, hey, it got to be better than this, right? So that's why a lot of them was like, okay, cool, we ain't got a choice, but it got to be better than this. So when they went to Liberia, when they went to Sierra Leone and
And
Nigeria, they
realize it
realized,
wasn't better than this.
right, because what I do, brother, I researched Nigeria's history. I know how they started with the British and the Shell BP. I know how terrible it was over there, and I know how the government undermined the people and left them with all type of oil in their water and killed off
Blonde
the
wigs on. See, that's
yeah
why Umar say take that stuff off, right?
yeah
Because the blonde wig stuff in Nigeria that you studied, for
yeah
instance.
and pretty much killed off the Ugandan people all for monetary gain. And we'll go
Yeah.
on that a little later. But
Right.
uh, so anyway. So a lot of these black people, they rejected the term. So let's go here. A lot of them rejected the term African. They favored Negro and colored as better self-identifying. African. Even the owner of the AME Church and his later people that ran it resented that name and didn't want it there anymore. That's a fact. So
Agreed.
the right. So the African thing, people were not flocking to like that. They were forced over there. It's not something that they
Yep.
were looking forward to. But
Yeah, the black African thing is colonial as well.
okay,
Analogous
so
to your name Toby.
yeah, so but the
Black
thing is,
African Toby.
yeah, but the thing they understood that even though it was forced, like Toby, the name was forced, they understood that this country wouldn't be here without that. So they understood their role, they understood their
Wouldn't be here
contribution
without what?
without that forced labor, and that that
Yeah.
Toby, yeah. So at the time, so they understood their role in this country was great. That's why a lot of them said, hey, we're not going nowhere. You
Right.
screw that. Okay, screw what you talk about. We're gonna stay here. All right. So now let me go back to the Go Marcus campaign. Garvey Must Go. Brother, the name is A. Philip Randolph.
Oh yeah, yeah. Hey,
Okay.
Philip Randolph,
Okay. Now,
the late great.
yeah. Now that's my guy. Okay. So now A. Philip Randolph was different than W. Du Bois. He was different than the other guys you named, the Talent 10. He did not agree with the NAACP. He didn't feel like black folks organized with white folks at all. So this is a different animal here. Okay. So now the reason why he started the Garvey Must Go campaign, because he seen what Garvey later admitted to. He seen the money was being fumbled. Okay. He seen that the advertisements were misleading, and he's seen just the outright scamming going on with Marcus Garvey.
Okay, them three things, bro.
Yeah,
You say money being fumbled,
yeah,
right?
yes, sir.
You then what was the second thing you just said?
Uh, the second thing, so money being fumbled, false advertisement, and then
False
outright
advertising, and
scamming.
then you
Yeah,
say outright scheme,
yeah,
right?
yes.
And you're going with the anti the people on the other side of it portrayal of such, right? Which is lopsided in and of itself.
Now
But
that's not what I'm
just
basing my
remember
research
this.
on.
Just
Okay,
remember
yeah,
this. And since you're well researched, I doubt
yeah.
that you would disagree with this.
Okay, go ahead.
Right? But just remember this. You had a young J. Edgar Hoover and a whole lot of other operatives.
Yeah, we could
The
talk
first
about that.
feds that were hired by the FBI were to
Well,
get off
well,
in the UNIA building
wait
somewhere.
a minute. J. Edgar Hoover involvement was A. Philip Randolph and W. Du Bois. Like they are the ones that say, hey, come look at this scam. That was nothing that he took on upon himself. He were led over there. Black folks, black leaders said, hey, get this guy up out of here. Look what he's doing to our people. He promising them these
Prior to that, he
fantasies
had
like
already been doing reports on them. Okay,
yeah,
go back. Did you read
but
the UNI, some of the UNIA papers?
hey brother, so
Marcus
now watch
Garvey
this.
and the UNIA papers?
Yeah, but they well, not all of it, but they were not even remotely probably near you. But I do know this that
What
they
about Race First
okay,
by Tony
okay,
Martin?
watch this. No,
Are
no,
you
no,
familiar with Race First by Tony Martin?
I'm not, but I'm familiar with this. I'm familiar with their early investigation on Marcus Garvey. Had nothing to do with his business scheme. It had everything to do with communism, things like that. They were trying to figure out who is he and what is his agenda. But once they realized and felt safe that he's not a communist, and he wasn't having those radical anti-American ideologies, they left him alone.
They knew he wasn't a communist in the first place. So again, we could talk about that and the African Black Brotherhood and other groups that were going on in Harlem and elsewhere, from Harlem to Oklahoma, if we want to go there, because I'm very familiar with what you're talking about. Okay. But you're doing some hopscotching.
No, I'm not.
In different
I'm getting straight
intervals of time.
No. I'm sticking with, because we talked about earlier Pan Africanism that you said you agree with. So I left it alone. Like there's no disagreement.
Right. You had A. Philip Randolph.
Yes, I'm
claiming that Garvey was scheming.
No, not right? Not claiming, brother.
Yeah, claiming. Okay, I'm gonna say claiming.
Okay, but is you and I talking, right? Wait, hold on. Is you and I talking, right?
Right.
You're gonna admit it. Watch this, brother.
What?
Was Marcus? Yeah, you're gonna admit it right now, like you never did before, brother.
Not at all.
Okay, well then you'll be lying. How about this right here?
Well, try me.
Okay,
try me.
Cool. How did Marcus Garvey get his fundings?
How did he get his funding?
Yes. How did he solicit money?
Several avenues, right? One, membership dues.
Wait, but there's no membership at this
donation.
Time, right? Okay, donations.
What?
Right. So
there was no membership. Say a year. Say a year that you're saying at this time.
All right. So the donation. What I mean, let me
say a year. No, you said there was no membership at this time. What year in Harlem
let me just be more
specific that there was no membership?
So let me autocorrect.
19 what?
Let me be more specific. Where did the large portion of his fundings come from?
Okay. I'm gonna go down the list, right? It's about 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah.
Right. Membership dues, business ventures.
Oh yeah, you're done.
You say what? I'm what?
You're done. How did he get the money for those?
It was grocery. The African Communities League was the business part.
I got you. How did he get money? Wait, hold on. How did he get money? Wait, how did he get the money?
Delis in Harlem.
Yeah, all that. Watch this. I'm gonna sum it up right here. How did he get the money?
Hold on. I'm gonna give you all the. Wait.
Yeah.
Let me give you, and then let me get to the one that you want to hear about. Okay, right, sure. Drum roll.
Yep.
Selling stock in the Black Star Line.
Okay, cool. So let's do that, and then I'm gonna tell you right now. I ain't gotta ask you. I'm gonna tell you all those businesses he bought was through the funding of stocks. Okay, the stock money is how he bought all those businesses. Now those investors didn't know about that. They thought they were investing into shit, not a damn grocery store. But listen, let's go to the stocks, brother. Was he licensed to sell stock?
No, he was not.
Okay, was that illegal at the time?
Depending on the state jurisdiction.
No, did he get fined?
Depending on the state jurisdiction. So first off,
I got you. I'm so wait. You said
no, because it's different between federal and state.
Wait. Well, I'm gonna give you, but I got it. I'm
gonna give you this.
Hold on, I got it. But I'm gonna give you history though. Was he fined $100 for selling unlicensed stocks? Yes or no?
Yes, he was.
Okay, so he was selling.
Well, I don't remember if it was exactly 100, but yes, he was fined for it. Yeah,
it was 100. Right, he was selling unlicensed stocks. Now, here's the other thing.
But your appeal to legality is crazy when you acting like it was just due process of the law.
Brother,
like
the dude has a background in printing in Jamaica. So he came over here and used that to print up some stocks that were not licensed.
Now you hopscotching. Wait, let's stick to the first thing you said before you pile in some more circumstantial stuff on.
That ain't circumstantial. You're going to agree, watch. If you got any integrity.
Super circumstantial. Yeah, no, it ain't circumstantial that he worked in printing half his life. Yeah, that is true. right? One of the reasons why he was such an orator and reader. He always been around media. Yes, he was in the printing presses in Jamaica and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But that having that ability and trying to connect that to there being nefarious activity, which take me back to you saying bumble in the bag, to conflate bumble in the bag with unscrupulous and deceptive intent is it's remarkably unreasonable.
Okay,
Because
so
you're not
he
taking into
advertise? Did
consideration
he
people who were
advertise?
put in play. Hold on. You ain't taking into
Hold on.
consideration the people who were put in play to
No,
manage the bag and
no, that was
to
his
do
problem.
business things. People who
That's his problem.
fumbled. It's people who fumbled the bag that were designated in the economic committees of the organization. There were people
Brother,
who were greedy with a lack of oversight. Yeah, there were a lot of
which is
failure from
true.
these
No,
brothers
no,
and sisters that was trying.
okay,
They
right. No,
weren't
but you,
business savvy. They weren't
right.
politically savvy.
Got
And
it.
after
And that's
deportation,
wait. Hold on.
Garvey said that he trusted too
Before that,
many people. If he could do it all over, he
before
wouldn't have
that,
trusted so many people.
all right, brother.
But
Before
those
that,
things don't constitute to him being unscrupulous and deceptive, though.
I got it.
So I'm drawing the line between
that's
the
my
two.
burden, right? But that's my burden, right? I made the claim. I got to prove it, right? Okay. So when he,
I mean, go ahead and appeal to legality.
okay, cool. Well, nah.
And won the court for it,
Now this
which
gonna
was
be like
crazy. See, I
wait,
actually,
hold on. Hey,
studied
brother,
the
you actually
trial.
put a period. Oh yeah, I did too. This is my realm, brother. Listen.
Mine
We'll
too,
see.
bro.
Okay, so we will see. All right. So the trial's something separate, right? So before there's a trial, there's accusation. Okay, so let's deal with that. So one brother, Marcus Garvey. Let's just start with let's establish truth. So when he had the ships, did the people he hired to manage or steer the ships, did they have any knowledge on how to work a damn ship prior?
Any knowledge of how to work a damn ship?
Yeah.
Yes, they did. As
Okay.
minor and minuscule as it was.
Go. Okay, brother. Wait, I'm gonna unshare my screen,
Minor
brother.
and minuscule.
Okay. Yeah,
But to
because
say they ain't know what to do on the damn ship whatsoever sound crazy.
Yeah, because it's it's
Yes,
documents, family.
he didn't have good people in play.
Okay. Look, brother, after we done exchanging a little bit, I'm gonna go to the screen and show you.
He didn't have good people in play.
Brother, he didn't have quality. What black man could sell a ship? The hell, he wouldn't sitting on ships. But
again, that's a lack of capability, not a lack of ethics and morals, though.
No, I didn't say that. I just want to establish a fact. You took it somewhere else and ran a touchdown with it. Okay, so I just want to establish a fact to the chat. The chat don't know this.
Call me Barry Sanders.
Right. The chat doesn't know that he hired. This is some of the problems that W. Du Bois had. Philip Randolph and other folks. It was a mess up to begin with. Kind of like how I feel about Umar School and Jay Morris and Tulsa, Oklahoma project. Like they felt like it was a blunder from the beginning. And now it's starting to play out, and these hardworking blacks are squandering their money and time and effort in the wrong projects. At that time, black leaders were fighting for civil rights. They were fighting for labor rights. They were doing other practical things that was necessary in this country. And he came with this new plan.
Man, the UNIA was doing all that too, though.
Okay. Now watch this.
Members of the UNIA were also in doing the labor fighting and everything else.
Okay.
People like Malcolm X's daddy, Earl Little, for instance.
Okay. Well, A. Philip Randolph was the guy who was leading that right there. Now,
and you know that there were people who were members of all these organizations, and many of these organizations, right?
Okay.
That was doing double and triple duty. There was a whole lot of people with the red, black, and green buttons on at A. Philip Randolph thing, at the communist things, at the labor worker party things.
Now, A. Philip Randolph was working with the Italians for the labor rights and the child labor rights. He was directly involved with that type of stuff by name. Right? I mean, we could just do research, and you're going to hear.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, any name stand out, it's going to be his name
everywhere, though.
That's speculation, but listen. Let's get to it. Did he advertise a ship that he did not own? Did he sell stocks for a ship he did not own? Yes or no?
That's a trick question, man.
Oh, it's a trick.
So it was 3 ships all together.
Right. And I could give you the name. I could give you,
you know, so but you know, I'm saying again, you hear how I'm answering your question.
Right. Disingenuous.
So you referring to the 3rd ship?
Brother, I'm just speaking.
Or the 2nd ship?
Brother, any ship.
No, because the way you load your questions, bro.
I load chat. Listen, I'm gonna ask it again.
Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
Hey, chat. I'm gonna ask the question again. Any ship. Did he ever advertise for any ship? Did he solicit stock sales for any ship that he did not yet own?
He solicited stock sales for the company.
Okay.
Within the business plan.
Okay.
And in talking before and after getting the 1st ship, there were plans and attempts to get more. That was a part of what was said.
Brother.
Because that's a part of what the company was doing. The Black Star Line was doing.
Did he solicit stock sales for a ship he did not own? Yes
for
or no?
the company.
All right. Okay.
So for the company.
All right.
With the promise of getting more ships and doing more things with them. Saying it as if he like, give me the money for this ship, which is why I asked you what you talking about, the 3rd ship or the 2nd ship?
This is why I researched it.
I can get specific with each ship.
Okay, yeah, but I'm gonna share my screen.
You know what I'm saying? That's what the feds use to try to pop them with.
It. No,
but in all actuality,
did Marcus Garvey
they bought one ship, bought another one. You even know about people putting molasses in the engines and shit.
Yeah, I know about some of that.
You know about the sabotage going on.
Yeah, but I'm not dealing with that. I'm dealing with what he's responsible for.
I know you only dealing with stuff that make him look bad.
No, not make him look bad. If you did it, you did it, and you look bad. If you did it,
but he didn't.
Okay, I got it. So I'm gonna share my screen.
He fumbled. Yes, he did fumble things. He wasn't nowhere good of a businessman as he was an orator.
I got it. Right. Let me share my screen.
But dang, okay, that wasn't a part of his portion.
I got you.
But that don't mean that he was unscrupulous in reference to. And in reference to them ships, he was selling stock for the whole company. That planned on making a bunch of more. Again, it was for import-export purposes, man.
I got you.
He wanted to be importing and exporting from the African coast, the Afro-Caribbean region, and the mainland of America. A triangular route.
All right.
So of course it was in the agenda to get more. Get more boats. And because they weren't successful for a multitude of reasons, doesn't mean that they were on some fraudulent stuff.
I got you. I hear you. Okay. Let's go with the research.
Like, did you ever really read the court documents, man? How thirsty they were.
Yeah. Hold on.
Did you ever look at the people who
we're going to get there? Oh, hey. Okay. Are you ever going to stop talking?
Company.
Like, we were just having a discussion.
And at one point sold shares in a ship he did not yet legally own. This
now you're not.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay, cool.
If I got carried away, I'm falling back now.
Imprisonment.
I don't know how to stop this shit.
What was the Black Star Line? Founded by...
You can talk myself and pressing the wrong button. Okay. Cool. I got it now. I'm trying to share my screen. I ain't gonna do all this back and forth with you ninjas. I'm going to the research. This is what he's not gonna do, chat.
I'm passionate about this, man.
Yeah, but you gotta be truthful as well.
You for people who don't know the story, you can Texas sharpshoot and pile your behind off with negative connotative elements, factoids, and fragments and stuff.
Just let me know when you're done.
But it's always more to the story than the things that you decide to pile on.
I know this.
And it's funny because I said earlier, what you're doing now, which I said earlier, you're going to appeal to legality.
Oh, no, brother, listen.
You're going to appeal to the legal system in the 1920s.
I got it. Let me just read
against Marcus Garvey and be like, what they trumped up on him and got him locked up on, he was really that crooked, scheming
poor
man.
Marcus Garvey. Yeah, sure. He was set up.
Like, that's why, I'm, no matter who in the world it was on either side.
Can I read the research?
It could have been W.B. Du Bois.
Yeah,
I wouldn't take that at face value in the 1920s against a so-called quote-unquote black leader.
I got it. I understand, bro. That we call that blackology, by the way, in these spaces. All right, so let me just read this.
What blackology?
Can I just read the information real fast?
That the feds had a bone to pick and had some bias against organized groups from our ethnicity?
Hey, chat, can I read the information? Because he said no, that the research says yes. Who's right? He's right or the research? Okay. So yes, Marcus Garvey, through his ambitious Starline enterprise, did offer shares, what we would call today stock, in a steamship company, and at one point sold shares in a ship he did not yet legally own. What are you talking about?
In a steamship company, like I said,
okay,
chat,
brother, it does.
People listening.
If you're selling stock,
hold on.
Wait. No, wait. You
I'm
can't.
on the right with what you put up.
Hey, brother, you can't talk over me. No, I'm still reading though. Hold on, I'm still reading. Right, companies offer stock. When you buy stock, you buy into a company.
Right. Bro. That's why your question was loaded.
Okay, sure. So here's the answer. Yes.
Sold shares in the ship he did not legally own, right?
Okay, relax. The answer is, look at my question. Did Marcus Garvey offer stocks for a ship he did not own? I asked that question. You said no. Research says yes. Marcus Garvey.
No, I said he offered stock in the company.
Brother, did he? Okay, was it illegal? Yes or no?
Man, he offered shares in the company. I said, a part of that goal was buying multiple ships.
Let me just read the answer.
Can you show the people what happened with that ship? Why he didn't end up owning it?
Hey, brother, can I just read the
want to talk about the BS that happened with that business deal?
These guys, these Pan Africanists, they don't want no truth. Brother, can I just read
this BS in the business deal, ladies and gentlemen?
Okay.
Y'all go search for yourself.
All right. Now you can share your screen and show what you got to do.
Business deal he talking about.
Or I could pull up what you want. Okay, got it. So yes, Marcus Garvey, through his ambitious Black Star Line enterprise, did offer shares, what we would call today stock, in a steamship company. And at one point, what did he do? He sold shares in a ship, not a company. He sold shares in a ship. He sold shares in a ship. You see the language, bro? Does it say in a ship or a company? Okay.
Now let's talk about this ship that he did not yet legally own.
I got it. But let's.
Why does it say yet legally owned? Why does it say that? Tell the people why I say not yet legally owned. Tell the people why I say that.
He is out of control. All right.
He had a handshake oral agreement.
Can we read
and
that?
some faulty paperwork that he signed, thinking that he legally owned it.
Okay. And this is what they do, chat.
Tell the whole story.
Hey, chat, they tap out, they crash out on purpose so we cannot just get the information out. That's what he's doing right now.
So it's a crash out to get more in depth with this shit that he did not yet legally own.
We don't even know what the research says because you won't let it be read.
So let me ask you this,
he asked the question back.
Did the people who own the ship engage in shady business practices with him trying to buy it? Yes or no?
Yes. You said I can answer a question real fast.
Yes, they did.
Yes,
did he? Yes. No, hold on. Did he sign paperwork under the guise being told that he would legally own it more than once, and they went up on the price on him?
Now you said the trial. Did Marcus Garvey
admit? Did he not sign paperwork thinking that it would make him own the boat, bro?
Hey, bro.
Yes or no?
I'm going to read.
Did he or did he not sign paperwork thinking that it would have him be the legal owner?
This is called a crash out.
Was he not deceived by the seller of the ship, bro?
He's purposely going to be rude.
Was he deceived by the seller of the ship?
This is a crash out, bro.
Was he deceived by the seller of the ship?
Can I read the information? It might just say that. It just might say that. Can I read it?
I'm asking you, historian. You know this story. That's why I'm asking you these things. You know what's going on right now.
Let me read this.
I wouldn't even be asking you these things if I ain't know the story, and you know this. That's why you're over there smiling and shit.
And you could come back and ask the question. Relax. Okay. So yes, Marcus Garvey, through his ambitious Black Star Line enterprise, did offer shares. We're going to also look up his stock chart as well. Did offer shares, what we would today call stock, in a steamship company, and at one point sold shares in a ship, not a company, sold shares in a ship he did not yet legally own. That's called scamming or defrauding his investors.
Okay, so pause right there. Pause right there.
There we go.
Did you pause right there? You making a claim.
I paused. No,
right?
I'm reading the research. The research made the claim. I'm
No, you
just
just
agreeing with it.
added to that. You just said some words.
Cause
Scam
that's
ain't in
called
what you was reading.
scamming. That's called
You put
defrauding
your
your
own
investors.
footnotes in there. If
No,
somebody was blind, they would have thought that was a part of what you was reading.
hey, brother,
And
this
it
became
wasn't.
a central issue. And this selling shares in a ship he did not legally own, this action became a central issue in the
Central
U.S.
issue.
government's case against him, ultimately leading to his arrest and imprisonment.
The
Now it
only
says
thing they had.
okay. Now look, it says let's break this down in
Everything else
detail.
fell
I got it.
apart.
I got it. Look what it says now. It's going to go deep. This is what you want. It says let's break this down in detail. What was the Black Star Line? Founded by Marcus Garvey in 1919 as part of his broader
Oh
vision
man.
for Black economic independence and global Pan Africanism. The Black Star Line, BSL, BS. It's funny, those two letters are there. BS was intended to be a Black owned and operated steamship company that will facilitate trade and transport between Africa, this is what you said, the Caribbean and the Americas, an economic wing of the U.S.
Yeah,
Industrial
because I'm a
Employment
UNIA
Association, UNIA.
member. I
Okay, then you,
studied this shit.
okay, well, I don't know, man. You ain't know who A. Philip Randolph was. I don't know. So it says Garvey promoted the idea of
You hear me
African
though?
repatriation and Black self-sufficiency, and BSL was to symbolize the ambition. Selling shares in the Black Star Line, shares were sold widely to members of the Black community, both in the U.S. and abroad. Garvey priced the shares at $5 each, so every day Black people could invest and have a stake in his vision. He encouraged the public to buy shares and an act of racial pride, not just profit. That sounds, yeah, we know what that is. Hey, let's buy back the block. We got that from who's talking
No,
points.
that
Okay.
ain't that. Knock it off.
the,
Hold on.
the,
See, he did it again, y'all. Wait, let me. Every
now
time you got
that
something
part
to
I was
say
being okay.
negative,
That part you could
I
chime
got
in. I
I
was
got
being
a
funny.
counterbalance for. I
Yeah, I
got
was
the
clearly being
antithesis.
funny right there. Go ahead, go ahead. I was being
I
funny,
know.
but go
Hey,
ahead.
let me be a little, go back up a little bit. Let me be
All
a
right,
little funny.
all right. Let me go back up.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm just messing with you. Do your thing, bro. Go ahead. No, I'm just messing with you. Do your
Okay,
thing,
yeah.
bro.
I was just being funny at
1919.
that point. All right, buy back the block. All right. Wait,
We'll
wait.
get you
Okay,
back later.
so look, the key controversy. This is the SS Phyllis Wheatley, originally the Orion. And here we go. This is the ship I'm talking about. In 1919, before fully acquiring the ship later, named the SS Phyllis Wheatley, Garvey's newspaper,
Mm-hmm.
Negro World, published promotional materials depicting the ship as if it was already in BS's
Yeah.
L's possession.
Keep
That
going.
is, wait, let me comment on that. That is called scamming. That is called defrauding.
Okay.
They were
Okay. Now let me say something,
promoting
bro.
something they did not have. Go ahead.
Okay. Now let me say something, bro. This, ladies and gentlemen, when I was asking him earlier, if it was some shady, unscrupulous ownership selling him the boat that he admitted to and said yes, this is the boat that we're talking about.
Nah,
Originally, the Orient. The owner of the Orient had him thinking that he bought it,
nah. Well,
signing
you got to show
papers
that
and everything.
information. Okay,
Papers
so
that actually didn't have him as the owner and end up biting him in the behind later.
are
He
you able to
also ain't
prove?
tell P he did it more than once, went up on the price. The
Are you
first
able to
time ones
prove that
thought
right
they
there,
owned
brother,
it.
with some research?
And then come to find out, no, he didn't. And go up on the price. See, he ain't saying nothing about that. He's appealing to legality. Like I said earlier,
Listen,
he's appealing to the
I may
integrity
prove.
of the legal system in the 1920s against a leader of our people.
I
That's what
may
he's
now
appealing
listen.
to.
Okay,
To the justice system being accurate and righteous. With the he ain't saying that it was 15, 20 other things they also tried to book him on. And
all right.
all that stuff
Let me
fell
respond to
through. This is
that.
the only thing that they got him with. And it was mainly because of the owner of the ship being shady and having him thinking he bought it more than once when the stuff he signed did not
Okay.
give him ownership.
Now you said that a few times. Okay. All right. Now, brother, let me just use this analogy. So when I watch Shark Tank, right? Um, when an entrepreneur is trying to get you to buy in, right, emotionally, the sharks would jokingly say, "Hey, Barbara, this is your type in an entrepreneur, because they know that she will buy into emotional stuff. And Mark Cuban, when it's tech, of course, if it's a black entrepreneur, they push him on Dame, and then Dame and John, and then Lori, of course, if they got like something that's infomercial, they try there. But Kevin O'Leary would say this. He would say, "I am a disciplined investor." That don't work here. My name is
I
Unbiased
bet
Ron.
Kevin is your favorite on Shark Tank too, is
It's actually Damon John. I like them all. I like Damon and Mark Cuban. But
okay.
let me say this, brother. I am unbiased, Ron. I'm formerly known as Unbiased Sports in this community. All right. I'm an unbiased researcher. I don't get emotional. I don't do the black power. Oh, they black. Oh, they doing them dirty. I don't do that. Okay. I'm respecting this community. Okay. I'm respecting this community because I do unbiased research. I don't play favorites. When JJ come over here and debate somebody who I rock with, I stay out of it. I don't give a damn how sloppy you get. I
you
stay out
playing
of it.
favorites in this conversation, though,
No,
brother.
sir. No,
Because you ain't let the people know that the seller of the ship had him sign paperwork more than once.
Look at that.
That had him thinking he owned the ship.
Okay.
So for you to leave that out,
brother, you're just saying that. Yeah, we didn't read that. You're just saying
agreed earlier. The
no,
people
you talked about
the two yes or no questions I asked you, you agreed to. Now you finna backtrack.
Yeah, because you loaded that up.
So he didn't. So you mean to tell me on record, live, you're saying that the seller of the Orion did not have Marcus Garvey signing papers thinking that they own the ship?
Let's see if we're going to read that. All right. So
no, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you again because you act like you ain't agreed to it earlier.
Okay.
So are you agreeing to it for a second time live?
I'm going to conclude once I'm done reading.
Okay? Do you agree? Do you still agree? Yes or no? And I'm going to be quiet again.
Brother, do you agree that he promoted a ship he did not already own?
Yes. Now answer mine so easy.
Wait. Now I got part B. Is that called scamming or defrauding in your mind?
Is that called scamming or defrauding in my mind?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, there you go.
Check. Because
I told you
he was signing stuff. Hold on. For everybody who don't know about the anatomy of a contract, if there is anything that's untruthful, that's a clause that makes it null and void. It's null and void if it's some untruthful or unscrupulous stuff involved. The seller was untruthful or unscrupulous and tricked people into thinking that they own something, paid money for and own something that they didn't. And him and the feds, J. Edgar Hoover himself, and all his cronies used this to lock that man up for 3 years.
5 years, but he got let out early. Okay. So
that is true. Ladies and gentlemen, that is true.
Let me ask you this. Legally, so I ask your opinion now legally, if you advertise something and you're getting money for it from the public because they believe in one thing, but it's a show you the left hand and hit you with the right hand. So if somebody promotes something and asks for money, even like a purchase, a pre-order, whatever, and you don't own it, is that scamming or defrauding?
If I answer this with a yes or no, can I then ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Okay, he's a scammer.
Now let me ask you something.
Yeah.
While he was doing that, was he under the erroneous notion that he owned it?
I don't believe that.
Let's move right along. Let's keep going. I'm just glad this stuff live.
Yeah, you got to
put it back up too.
Right, I'm here.
Don't lose this one.
Oh no, I won't. So you got to. That's your burden of proof. I'm still sharing my screen. Okay, so anyway, so the federal government alleged that Garvey and the BSL had used this U.S. mail system to fraudulently solicit investments in a ship they did not yet own. This was the basis of a mail fraud charge.
And that basis is based on the seller being shady and unscrupulous, like our well-researched brother agreed to earlier. Why don't you get into since you're such an unbiased researcher, get into the shady, unscrupulous deeds of the Europeans that own the boat in the first place? Like, speak on that since you're so unbiased.
Brother, I'm going to ask, what I'm going to do after I read this, I'm going to put that in the search. Exactly what you said it. Okay. Now, so he admitted that if you do that, if your company does that, it's fraud. His company did it. It's fraud. It's just that simple. All right. So this was the
appeal
basis.
to legality, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, shit, man.
A
You better
special
appeal
type
to
of fallacy
legality.
of logic.
If you're committing fraud, you better appeal to legality. Okay, so it says what happened legally. Garvey was indicted in 1922 and convicted in 1923 of mail fraud. The and look, I'm not going to like belay. I'm just going to read this. And
you
we'll
have a lot of experience with dry humor, don't you?
Okay, so
you witty with that stuff, man. Yeah. No sarcasm.
Look, I'm just going to read this and just move. You could rebut and then we just move on right to something else. All right. So anyway, because anybody could just, I put the link. I don't know how this works, but I put the link in the chat. You guys could research it. All right. Anyway,
and then Google appeal to legality. Put that in there after you get through. I'll be with myself.
I could do that right now. I ain't got to wait for that.
Oh, even better. Yeah. Appeal to legality definition.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, fallacy. There we go.
Okay, so it is the appeal to law fallacy, also known as argumentum ad legum, is a logical fallacy that argues something is morally right or wrong solely based on its legality or illegality, ignoring the possibility that law and morality don't always align. Okay, I don't know.
Plain and simple. Thank you, AI.
I don't know what that
got to do. Okay, now back to our regularly scheduled program.
Yeah, because that had nothing to do with this. We both know, the chat knows, that he was selling stocks to a ship that he did not own. Okay, so
man, that was a silent sniper. He don't even know he got shot, ladies and gentlemen.
And yeah, do you know he also represented himself in court?
Keep going. No, don't try to say it. Keep going.
Anyway,
I mean, can you blame him in the 1920s?
Yes. Okay, so the prosecution, that's
I respect it because guess what? Way before I became an upstanding citizen that I am, I tried to fight them myself as well. Only my dying grandmother saying, "Come home," was what made me bow down. And I'm glad I did because she passed away 2 months later. So I respect that. But see, you may not have had experiences like that. So you're looking at it from the outside, looking in with your nose up, somewhere kicking your feet and toes up.
That's a fallacy, some anecdotal stuff. He's throwing in some personal experiences.
Yeah, anecdotal ad hominem.
Okay.
Appeal to comedy.
Okay. So look. Let's go here. He wanted to relocate Black people where in Africa?
Wait, when you say Black people, so-called Black people, erroneously labeled Black people, right? Quote unquote.
Yeah. Okay, so let's use the term they use.
Are you saying all? Are you saying every one of us over here?
No.
He wanted to put in Africa, or was Liberia just a piece of something?
Yeah, so I just a piece of.
Did he ever say, "Hey, all us, we gonna get on the boat and go to Liberia. All us, let's get out of America"? Did he ever say anything remotely close to that?
So what was his plans for Liberia? I don't know.
Did he ever say? You've seen the philosophies and opinions. All the Amy Jack compiled. You've heard all the African fundamentalism. You know about these speeches, these lectures. Did you ever hear him say to his people, "We all gonna go back to Africa"?
I thought he said
yes or no?
I don't know, but I thought he said this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Marcus Garvey never said that.
Okay.
In none of his speeches. Liberty Hall. He never told everybody, "Hey, y'all, we all gonna go back to Africa."
So what did he say about Africa and those people? What did he actually say?
Said a whole lot of things.
So give us something. Give us something
Africa
you said
for the
about
Africans, those at home and those abroad.
There you go. So Africa for the Africans, right?
Those at home and those abroad.
I would take that as, because he looked at us as being African, right? So I would take that as, let's go to Africa, and he got these ships. So okay, so let's talk about the ships. So let's talk about the ships. Let's talk about.
Now go back to the aims and objects. All those aims and objects are propagated wherever UNI members are at. In America, Cuba, Mexico, wherever the UNIA, wherever the red, black, and green and the UNIA was at, ones was demonstrating those principles locally, regionally, nationally, and internationally.
All right, brother.
Economically, politically, and socially.
Got it.
See, y'all don't really know about the Universal Negro Improvement Association.
You're showing us. You're teaching us. And I have a question based upon what you're teaching. Okay.
What's the question?
What were the three steamships supposed to be used for?
Import, export.
Now, were
import,
they ever,
export, and transport.
Now, were they used for resettlement as well?
On the Liberia side, yeah, they'll take some through. But again, the majority was import, export. Guess what else? They was trying to get rubber. Look, not just dropping people off in Liberia, but getting rubber and bringing it back.
Hold on. Well,
let's talk about that.
We will in 1 second.
Okay.
So, did he arrange?
I know these things too, brother.
I got it. Okay. I get it. So we're going to establish truth. I like to see, when I have conversations, it's always built on honesty. It's never built on winning. It's always built on honesty. Okay, cool. So watch this.
That's why we're having such a great conversation.
Yes, but only one of us is mild-tempered. The other one is excited. All right.
So
all right. So look.
That appeal to moderation if you want to.
So we kind of call that
appeal to civility.
Okay. So here we are. So resettlement, that was part of the game in Liberia, right?
Okay.
So he was picking up from the ideologies of the ACS that had that Liberian.
He declared himself the provisional president of the United States of Africa.
Shit.
Did you know that?
That's a large, yes. You don't think that's a large title? And that's why they was clowning him. Like, yo,
no, but put it in context.
Oh shit.
Put it in context. You know who it remind me of?
Who? Dr. Umar?
Killmonger.
All right, hold on.
That's what it remind me of.
All right, hold on. Yeah, he was selling
for us to have our own Wakanda.
He was selling some Wakanda shit. That's what. Okay, but anyway.
And then have technology sent and level up sent wherever we at, so we can get it cracking wherever we at.
So brother,
the same thing Killmonger wanted is the same thing Garvey wanted, and I don't see no problem with that. At least not for us.
I do, because we didn't want that. That's something, like you said, that's something Garvey wanted, but we didn't want that over here. We were not fighting for that bullshit.
We didn't want what?
Americans.
Man,
we didn't want what Garvey wanted.
Put them aims and objects back up, sir.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
Because that's what Garveyites was fighting for. Them 11 aims and objects.
Brother, okay, let's
are you calling that bullshit? Put it back on the screen, please.
Wait, hold on. I was asking a question before you said that.
Okay, my bad.
Okay. I was saying the resettlement in Liberia, an idea he piggybacked or he kept back alive from the ACS. So, brother, so let me start here. Because I don't want to load it up.
Firestone type company, too, played a role in that.
So I don't want to load it up.
Not working.
So what was his reason for meeting with the Klan? Let's start there.
A few things, man.
Go ahead.
It's a lot of lynching going on.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Red Summer.
It was basically a common goal type of conversation. I'm paraphrasing. Mm-hmm. This is just my opinionated understanding and interpretation of these things.
I bet it is, because that was some crazy
shit. My understanding, my finite understanding, but well-educated understanding, it went something like this.
Okay.
We don't want you in our neighborhoods. We don't want to live around you. We don't want you living around us. We don't want you fucking our daughters. We don't want to fuck your daughters. We want our own shit away from y'all. You want your own shit away from us. You gonna want to get back if we hurt any of y'all, and we gonna get some get back. Y'all keep hurting more of us. That was why that conversation was going, because it had to do with the lynching.
Okay.
And other things that was going on.
Right.
And there was
so
also a quote of him saying there's way more trees in Africa.
All right, so I'm gonna show you
to hang y'all on.
Got it.
So it was a meeting of the minds, because separatists and nationalists, nationalists have a lot of things in common. Separatists, nationalists have a lot of things in common.
Okay.
They want to be left alone, want to be what they own.
Right,
so they can come to an agreement on y'all be over there, we be over here. Y'all don't mess with us, we don't mess with y'all. That was the type of conversation that was being had.
I got it. Now, here's a question for you, yes or no. Was that typical behavior for Black leaders in America to meet with the Klan for anything?
Not at all. It was not typical behavior.
Got it.
But this, ladies and gentlemen, this is what you call an appeal to popularity, also known as the bandwagon fallacy, where he's talking about what most people were doing, as if what most people were doing is ever the right thing, most intelligent thing, or most impactful thing to do.
Okay, so brother, why is he speaking to the Klan like they speak for white America?
You say what?
Why is he negotiating with the Klan? Like you said, we don't want to be around you. You don't want to be around us. Why is he negotiating with the Klan like they speak for white America?
Like who speak for white America?
The Klan.
What in the world type of question? See, your questioning be crazy, bro. But I'm gonna answer it.
I don't know how crazy that is. Hey, chat, was that
they
crazy?
Spoke for who they spoke for. You talking at a time when the Klan was at its height,
brother. I'm showing a chart of the 1920s.
Okay, so look. Oh yeah, ladies and gentlemen, these are all the people that were like members that were going to meetings, engaging in ceremonies, writing their name down in a book and participating. But the people in these areas as well that won't go to a meeting were also a part of the shadow network, or what people call the good old boy network. Not just these numbers. Does that mean that everybody who looked that way thought that way? No. But it was a vast majority more than what's being shown that didn't go to the meetings and didn't show their face, but inflicted their prejudice through actions of power in their own way.
So Greg, let me chime in. Where the Klan was most populous, we were not even there. Okay, so where the Klan was most populous in this country, we were not even there. Okay, so
the official Klan,
bro, I'm sharing my screen.
Like again, why are you conflating official KKK membership with bigoted, prejudiced influence?
I got it. Let me just get some words off real fast.
It's people who weren't signed members with Susong, with Shisong, that was
so they go
partial with
but you don't know that
activities
but you
against our people.
But you wouldn't know that, and you wouldn't know their relationship with the Klan. So anyway,
who wouldn't know that?
Okay, you.
Oh wow. So now he's doing a ad ignoration.
Bro, you can call it what you want to call it. I call it just.
This is crazy. So let me get this straight. Having a
conversation. So I was talking, and you gonna get it.
Let me get this straight. I can't get it
straight, though, right?
I need get this straight. Let me get this straight from you.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to comprehend you.
Sure.
Right?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Are you relegating the Klan's influence on European people in the 1920s based on these numbers?
Brother, I'm considering.
Are you? Yes or no, bro? Are you relegating their influence based on these numbers?
No. So now let me finish. Okay, is that okay? So the Klan influence in this country wasn't as great as Marcus Garvey thought, but we can believe that from an outsider coming in. An outsider coming in. Now let's listen, chat. Now he gave you his opinion. That's away from research. So I'm gonna give you my opinion. That's coupled with research. So Garvey understood about the early, because it's the reason why he chose Liberia out of the 54 countries in Africa. He chose Liberia. So for me, that is, he probably had some history with the ACS in our early interactions with Liberia, right? So he understood that it took white supremacists when his idea was first pitched. It took white supremacists to make this a reality, right? So the ACS were responsible for 12,000 to 15,000 Black Americans to go to resettle in Liberia. I believe Garvey knew about that. So Garvey looked at the Klan as the ACS.
I believe.
He looked at them. Okay. So he looked at the Klan like the ACS. But listen, brother, the ACS were white supremacists like the Klan. But again, the reason to go to Africa was to flee the country. That was not our stance in this country. What we felt this is our country.
Okay. That is very true.
Okay,
right?
hold on. Wait,
that was a different time frame.
Let me just get some
Mr.
words in,
Delaney
brother. It's okay.
Could not have dreamed of doing what the UNIA was doing in the 1920s.
Brother, the UNIA are
they had
the modern
a more
ACS.
Expansive scope of potential in the 1920s than they did in the 1800s.
Woosah. So Marcus
Just
Garvey,
think about it.
I got it. I'm thinking about it. So Marcus Garvey did the unthinkable. Marcus Garvey met with ops. At the time of the ACS, those same people you're talking about, Martin Robinson Delaney, he didn't rock with the ACS. He didn't trust them. He didn't want nothing to do with them. He knew they had
You ain't got to trust people to do business with them, to get an understanding with them.
No, but not only
sit
that,
at the table with them.
He chimed in, right?
Get your feelings out
Dude,
of it.
You got to get your feelings out of it. You keep chiming in. Where's your respect? Okay, so it's not that they didn't trust, only didn't trust them. They knew they were on some BS. They knew why they were doing it was for the wrong reason, and it was going to be a nothing burger. So Marcus Garvey, with this nothing burger, Marcus Garvey did not arrange anything solid with the president of Liberia to resettle in Liberia. Actually, the president said, "Don't come here." Okay,
and why is that?
Because, for one,
American white boy influence.
No, you asked
Firestone Company.
Bro, let me just answer. You asked me and answered the question. What fallacy?
Because you calling it a nothing burger, but you're not gonna tell the whole story of why.
Well, you won't let me tell a story. You keep cutting in.
You ain't trying to.
Yeah, listen,
go ahead,
I'm not even offended. Like, I know I'm that thorough. I'm used to people cutting in. You know, this is normal behavior. When I debated,
because you be fully loaded what you say.
Yeah, when I debated Captain Cesariak and all these guys, matter of fact, Captain, where's the footage? I debated him in the footage, even on his channel. Okay.
Yeah,
so,
but you don't tell the whole story, man. You lined up with the feds.
I got you.
And the people that was against us during the Jim Crow time.
Us. Garvey wasn't with us. Garvey was not with us.
How you figure?
Okay, because he had a pseudo.
It was millions of us with him. So how was he not with us?
Now, he just said this earlier. He said, just because everybody agree or don't agree, make it right. He just said that earlier. And then he comes back.
I didn't say nothing about right or wrong.
Yeah,
I'm contesting the notion that he was not with us.
Okay, brother, he was not with us.
I'm not saying because there was a lot of them with us. I mean, with him, that is right or wrong.
I got it.
But to say that he was not with us and there was millions of us with him, are you trying to say that Jamaicans aren't us?
In what capacity?
In what capacity?
Yeah.
I mean, an ethnocentric international capacity.
No.
How about that one?
No, they're not.
Yeah, I guess you on that foundational Negro stuff, which is still chasing master ideology and identity for ourselves anyway. But neither here nor there. Moving right along. What you were saying anyway.
So, brother, are you familiar with the West Indies Federation?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did it fail?
Why did the West Indies Federation fail?
Yeah.
Disorganization and financial mismanagement.
Brother, they had no money there, so stop lying. They had no money.
Financial mismanagement and disorganization.
No, money had nothing to do with why they fell. You just lied. They had
Man,
no
the
money.
amount. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, the
Yes,
amount
money
of
is
money
different.
that you have has nothing to do with financial
Okay,
mismanagement.
I'm saying the reason
That's how people like Amazon, for instance, and Apple
that,
weren't
brother,
getting
they
much
fell
money
because
the
they did not.
first 5 or 6
No,
years for their
no.
company,
So now I'm gonna talk over you. Keep
but
talking
they
over me.
built on a solid
Okay.
foundation
So
and kept
no.
rising.
Hey, brother, how long? First of all, how long did it last before it failed? How long?
Man, bro, you tell me, man. I don't remember the exact number.
Right. So, brother, don't speak on something you don't know about. That's number one.
Stop it, because I don't remember the exact number. I know about financial mismanagement and disorganization.
So, whose idea was it to even have the West Indies Federation? Whose idea?
Man, what in the world does this have to do with this KKK stuff that you got on the screen?
Because
you doing your own
you did
acrobatics
that.
away from your own stuff.
You said, are we the same as Jamaicans in these different ethno ideologies? I said no. So I was giving a case in point. I was saying that they don't even get along with themselves in this collective Pan Caribbean thing.
Who cares?
Okay. That matters, man. If you have a history,
it only matters as much as we allow it to. If we feel a kinship with each other, we can develop that regardless of those who don't feel the same way. People be too focused on people who don't feel the same way.
Okay, so since I
instead of
brought it up, let
focusing
me
on the
just close
few
it.
who do feel the same way, and
let me
just build with them.
I got it.
How can you question the bonds of affection between brothers and sisters of different national origins? Like, how can you do that? What, because you don't have those, so you don't feel that way, then everyone else should feel that the way that you do?
You are insecure, my boy.
Insecure?
Yes, you are.
I'm arrogantly confident.
You did 80. No, you're not. You insecure.
I may have too much self-esteem.
80, brother, that's a lie. I've been exposing that all day today. You're not confident in your research. You know nothing about the West Indies Federation. You don't even know who spawned that idea.
About the West Indies Federation.
Okay, who idea was it? It's a simple question. Who idea was it?
Right?
Brother,
this is, again, another ad ignoration.
Whose idea?
He wants to challenge me with open-ended questions.
No,
I'm
asking you whose idea.
some type of notion of knowing more.
He's trying
Instead
to buy
of getting
time.
back to his point, ladies and gentlemen,
buy time.
just because he has no point at this point.
He's trying to buy time.
He's fumbling and looking for something else
so he
to
kept
stand
talking,
on.
all right. So he kept talking about master, my boy. Learn, my son. The West Indies Federation idea was the British. It was the yes. You my son all day. You my son. Yeah. So now that was the British. So it took the British to get these West Indian people to come together under one umbrella, and it failed. It flopped because they couldn't get along. They had ego problems. Oh no. I'm going to keep going.
That's a human thing. The only thing
it's not a human thing. That's a West
large
Indian
groups
thing.
of different people is a common enemy.
So anyway,
the
reason why I could talk about this, because how do they have Pan Africanist ideas when they've dropped the ball on Pan Caribbean ideas? It lasted 4 years, my boy. 4 years.
So
they put really no sweat and time in it at all. 4 years.
Another apple and orange type of context.
No, it's not.
Though,
so chat. I'm pointing out how can you build something with a people who will flee from an idea in 4 years?
How can you build something with people that are free from an idea in 3 years?
Look what happened.
Let me ask you something, wait. Because again, you're running around with a bogus narrative again, adding your little sauce to it.
Let me cook for a little bit.
Everybody who was involved abandon the ideology in 4 years? Yes or no?
Now, let me
yes or no, please.
Okay. I don't want to mute you. Come on, bro. You're being rude now. You're being rude
everybody, because you just said like everybody just quit in 3 or 4 years, bro, and that's a lie.
Okay, brother. Let me.
Things can be broken down and disbanded, but that don't mean everybody quit.
But let me expound what happened, because the Trinidadian president had a famous quote for that what happened. So the Trinidadian president, I'm gonna misquote him. I got the research. I replayed it here. I'm gonna misquote him. But basically, he was saying, when one leaves, it's over. There is no federation. So his quote, I misquoted him. I'm paraphrasing, but it's close as hell. He was saying, for Jamaica to be that size and bring that much influence and whatever else they brought, he was saying, for them to leave, this is over. Okay, so that's how big and influential Jamaica was to this West Indies Federation. If they leave, it's over. So he's saying they left, I'm leaving because everything else it can't happen. It can't. They were the glue, basically.
Okay.
So okay, wait. So I answered your question. Now let me add this. So the reason why it failed, one of the major reasons why, is because they were supposed to have this West Indies national name above their personal national country names. Like, for example, West Indian over Jamaica, West Indian over Trinidadian, Bahamian, whoever else. It's documented that Jamaica's president, he could not do that. He was about Jamaica first and everything else below. Okay, so he never bought into this. Also, they failed to establish a federal government because they were never really in it for the reasons why they were supposed to be in it. And by the way, my boy, this was the British idea. So they didn't come up, they didn't have this pan-Caribbean idea amongst themselves. It took the British to say, hey, why don't you guys form this West Indies Federation and then get your independence that way? Because nobody had independence at this time. So he's saying, why don't y'all form some massive brick type thing and get your independence that way? But now you have this massive force where you could do something amongst yourselves.
Okay.
4 years. 4 years and it fled. But wait. So let me add more context. So 4 years and it fled. Then Jamaica established independence in 1962. And then guess what? A couple years later, they're everywhere else. There's more Jamaicans in America than it is Jamaica. So they never really ever had independence. Like, they never took advantage of the independence. Everybody else I could think of, when they established independence, they stayed in their homeland and tried to build it up. These guys fought for independence, and what they said, hey, we're going to leave this West Indies Federation. We're going to cripple it by leaving because we want independence, and then never became independent because they left. That's why a lot of Jamaicans don't look at Jamaica as an independent country now. They don't take it serious.
The rise and fall of the West Indies Federation is not in any way, shape, or form a barometer or renders every attempt to unify obsolete because it didn't work. And for everybody who heard everything that you said, it all boiled back down to disorganization and financial mismanagement. They had their bag together, correlate, even when they didn't have a big bag yet.
They had no bag.
Creating an economic infrastructure, socio-economic infrastructure that was sustainable.
You have to establish
with more organized efforts, right? Everything he's saying falls under the umbrella of them not doing it.
Brother, it was a nothing burger. So I'm not going to unite with people who cannot unite amongst themselves and give up within 4 years. Don't even try to stick it out.
So you're telling me that because of what they did back then, many decades ago,
what Marcus Garvey did, they have a track record.
What they did back then. No, let's keep talking about who you was just talking about the last 10, 15 minutes. So you mean to tell me what they did several decades ago is why in this day and age, even though all them dead, in this day and age, people of that same ethnicity and descent, there can be no camaraderie or confraternity between ones, right? That's what you're alluding to?
What I'm speaking on directly is this pan-Caribbean African idea.
No.
It's garbage.
Don't conflate the two then, because that's another apple and orange.
You have to start.
That's another apple and orange. Pan-Africanism is not predicated on what the rise and fall of the West Indies Federation.
Brother,
this is another composition division fallacy.
This is another guy.
All
right, dude, relax.
The West Indies demonstration.
Right. So he's making no choice.
Account for the whole.
I'm trying my best, chat, not to beat him. Let's have a civil conversation. But he claims he's so confident, which we know he's not. We know he's insecure.
You're making what happened in the Caribbean be a barometer for Pan-Africanism worldwide. Well, that is a composition division fallacy, brother.
Yeah, okay, the way I look at it, call it what you want to call it. The way I look at it, you have to first start at home. Before you can stretch your hand and save people across the seas and everywhere else, you got to, like I said earlier, the proof of concept, a working model. That's important to have established. So now had they built this, had they were successful with this pan-Caribbean West Indies Federation thing, that is a big statement. Now they could come to Black America, they could come to Africa and say, hey, what's going on? Like, yo, get with it. But if you try something amongst yourselves, you have so much in common and it flops. And then you come to America, Marcus Garvey, people who you don't even know like that. Now you're familiar with your own, but you come over here and try to get us on board with something, and a foreign idea. The idea for us, the collective idea was to stay in this country, have fight for civil rights, okay, be protected by government, fight against systemic racism. That was our fight over here. Labor, and a lot of us was against immigration, by the way, even West Indian immigration. A. Philip Randolph was a huge immigration restrictionist. Okay, so anyway, that was our talking points over here. That was Booker T. Washington. That was all of our leaders was over here talking that education, labor force, rights, equal rights, protection, systemic racism, those barriers got to go. That's it. The large argument was not fleeing. So that's why when Marcus Garvey came over here, he came over here during or a little after Red Summer, where there was like a large bunch of lynchings and people coming home from the war. I think World War I think it was, and they had to face this racism. So he came over here at the right time with this old, hey, well, let's leave America. And then the brother just said,
that's bullshit, man. He didn't come over here talking about let's leave America.
Okay, brother.
Stop saying that and get your studies up.
He met with the Klan to do what? You just agreed that he seen the Klan.
You said come over here. When did he come over here and when did he meet with the Klan?
Brother, he met with the Klan, I think around it might be around 1919.
No. Hell no. He met with the Klan in the later 1920s.
So
mid to later, you could say.
Yeah, all right. So a year later, okay, I'm just freestyle. All right.
When he came over here, he went to Booker T. Why? He went to Tuskegee first.
To do
he
what?
Was in correspondence with Booker T. for
Booker
a very long time.
Dead.
Was invited to come through.
Yeah.
But by the time he came, Booker T had passed away.
Yeah, but Booker T ain't had these.
So then he went to Harlem to go see W.B. Du Bois. Do you know anything about what I'm saying right now?
Yes. And A. Philip Randolph, because they were all in cahoots with at one point, right?
And tried to click up with them all.
Right, but when they heard these weird Pan Africanists sell stocks, get this large funding that we were not doing, we were making our own money. Nobody was sitting there like Daddy Grace talking about, hey, give me your money and I can make this dream come happen. So
that's a lie too. He never said that it was all about self-determination, self-sufficiency, promoting entrepreneurship and ownership.
Marcus Garvey, but he didn't do that.
Give me the money. Tell the people about the supermarket that was
that he bought with the that he bought with
the
brother. He bought the super. Watch this. He called me. Watch this.
That was a good investment with the money,
brother.
What are you talking about? Listen, he used the money to buy a supermarket, employed a bunch of people. That's good.
Chat. Relax. I got it. Let me respond. Chat. He's telling the investors they're investing in ships. He's buying supermarkets with the money instead. Now watch this. This is why when the ships got in trouble, the supermarkets went down with Fraser. It was all tied to this authoritarian. When things are separate,
that's a lie.
Yeah, with the way business is ran, my boy, when you fall, business still up. It fell with him because none of these guys had a good business model. And that's why he should link up with AJ Gaston out there in Alabama. AJ Gaston was out there teaching people, the Black Titanic. He was out at the same time, he was teaching people how to do business correctly. And this was some of the criticism W. Du Bois, A. Philip Randolph had with Garvey. He was doing dirty business practices like advertising, stocking and shit he didn't currently own.
Yes, I'm talking about, this the thing. This the only difference between us, it seems like. Yeah, you have way more trust in the integrity of the criminal justice system in Jim Crow times. Way more than I do. Which is why you're doing an appeal to legality. Like you read it and
you're doing an appeal to blackality.
In denial with your own preferred fallacy.
Sure. Okay, brother. You think you did good today?
Yeah, I know you think I didn't.
I'm asking you though. How you think you did today? You think you did good?
I think it was easy.
Really?
I think it was easy, to be
So look,
honest.
I put the link in the chat. You know, you have free access to the video. You can chop it up, screw it, rub it down. Oh no, I don't think you did good at all. I think you did a lot of lying. You were caught out there. You claimed to know about things you had no idea about, like the West Indian Federation. You didn't know much about the early Pan Africanists, and if you did, you was withholding information. You didn't know who A. Philip Randolph was embarrassing because Garvey, that was his main op.
Man, I didn't remember his name. I said other names. I don't remember off the top of my head. I ain't Googled nothing. This is all off the top of my head.
His name was bigger and still is bigger than W. Du Bois.
So what?
So to him to not know A. Philip Randolph, he was involved in so much shit.
Here you go,
and he got so much stuff done.
No, that's a lie.
For you not to know his name is a lie.
It's a difference between forgetting and not knowing.
All these Pan Africanists,
who don't know A. Philip Randolph?
Yo, listen, this is you don't, brother, you don't know this. I told my chapter in advance. I told him in advance. I said, listen, all of them are afraid to say A. Philip Randolph. I said they try to erase it from history because he exposed the charlatan, and he called Garvey a charlatan in his face at the time he was living. Okay, they wrote articles in the papers.
With the feds.
Well, yeah, that's what we do.
Riding with the feds.
I got it. If there's a trap house in the neighborhood, brother, people like me don't do the criminal shit. All right. Yes, we snitch. Yeah, this is snitch nation. We want you criminals out the goddamn hood. All right. You ain't gonna set up. Yes, you ain't gonna set up no trap house selling drugs to be big meat. We're gonna run your little criminal ass out the damn
grass.
Yeah, we're gonna run your criminal ass out of the neighborhood like we did Garvey. And the rest of y'all come over.
You a lie. You couldn't even tie his shoes, man.
Yeah, who shoes?
You would have been one of them to the side, too scared to stand up for us and try to do something different.
Okay, how about this truth? Did Marcus Garvey read his own obituary?
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
But he's a UNIA guy.
Yes, I am.
Did Marcus Garvey? Yo, you don't know his, okay, watch this. So you don't know how his chapter ended?
I don't know that either, bro.
What the?
Keep on, yeah. Now here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. He's trying to play this Q&A game.
He's not on my level,
which is really a Freudian slip. He wouldn't be trying to overcompensate and play the what do I know game. Hey, look, if you really think that he did his thing today, if you really thought that,
go ahead,
he wouldn't be trying to overcompensate, y'all.
I'm gonna be quiet because you're not on my level of all research. You didn't even know how his chapter ended, bro. God damn.
Hey, but remember, ladies and gentlemen, he admitted that the actual person that was selling the ship was unscrupulous. He admitted that. He was going. There have been several things that I've said that he's admitted to be true, that I'm saying off the top of my head, that he left out. And now he wants to double back and act like I was just ignorant throughout this conversation. It's a Freudian slip. We know what you're doing. We know you're trying to overcompensate because it didn't go how you intended. But hey, we can do a part 2. We can do some more to this because you need to do more research anyway,
brother. God.
Yeah, that was disingenuous of you.
Yeah,
to try to sweep under the rug the BS factors involved. That ones actually tricked the man into thinking that he owned it. And that being the only thing that stood up in court. Well, he did claim that he owned it, even though he signed these papers that dude gave him and signed as well that didn't give him ownership. He won't talk about that.
You go ahead.
So again, just appealing to legality.
No, go ahead, brother. Explain.
He used to stay off my freaking grass. What was his name on Friday? Stay off my freaking grass. He's standing up for those brothers and sisters. I love them too. That ain't cooning and buffooning at least. Because we all puzzle pieces. Again, it take the house and the field to take over the plantation. Instead of playing what's greater than, lesser than, inferiority, superiority complexes, we better off stronger and unified and organized in a way where we offset each other's weaknesses by all fitting into the lanes that we naturally good at and doing it for some collective purpose that's greater than how we feel in the moment. If we not doing that, we ain't doing nothing no way. What we need to be doing is taking the best from our brothers and sisters that came before us, learning from their trials and their failures, realizing what not to do and building on the good things to do and doing it our own way. That would be a better alternative than sitting up here running around trying to smear, throw dirt in fallacious ways, Texas sharpshooting his behind off. For what? Still ain't getting up to them 11 aims and objects, though. At all. Just circling wagons on some we're doing it better than you, and it's smarter than you, and this, and that. Ha, ha, ha. Ain't none of that stuff got us nowhere either. Matter of fact, in the 1960s, we had more wealth and more home ownership, dollar for dollar. It's crazy. In reference to dollar value, that is. The dollar has dropped significantly since then. But if we look at the value of the dollar then, and how many of them we had, and the value of the dollar now, it's like, what in the world we've been doing the last 60 years? And everybody plays a part in that lethargic BS that most of us have been able to do. And admittance is the first step, not only in AA and NA, but in life anonymous. We have to be able to see that in order to pull the antidote out of the venom. But we can't do that with superiority, inferiority complexes and goofy king of the hill games.
So you believe meeting with the Klan was a good idea? Just asking
Man, Texas, this man had five shots, and this is one of them. Meeting with the Klan. I said bad. What I said about meeting with the Klan.
Okay.
I can sit down with ops, man. I done sat down with ops before in many different situations.
Yeah, but what
came
out of it?
Shucking and driving or trying to capitulate.
No shucking and driving. Stuff. Okay, so did he write it? So the letter he wrote.
It's levels to power moves and influence where you go sit down with people you don't trust and don't like.
The letter he wrote to the Klan. Hold on. Stop. The letter he wrote to the Klan, was he praising their white supremacist practices?
Man, come on, man. You tell me, bro. You tell me.
Yes.
Okay, show it. Show him praising.
Okay, got it.
That's what you want to do anyway, right? Show him praising.
Yes, that's bad. If you're going to meet with your ops, don't praise them if they're wrong.
I'm saying, you praising J. Edgar Hoover now. Somebody they did a good job.
He did an excellent job. Yeah,
so what's the difference between praising whoever you're talking about and praising J. Edgar Hoover?
All right, okay. Because J. Edgar
What's
Hoover,
the difference?
I'm going to tell you. Garvey, he praised the Klan.
J. Edgar Hoover.
So he asked the question and talks right over me as I go to answer. This is what he been doing all day. But he's secure though, right? He's secure. He's bold in his information and research.
Man, go ahead, man.
He's not my level at all on this. Anyway, so he praised the Klan for being like, he basically said, yeah, like what you do with white supremacy has been good. Like he pretty much praised them. He didn't condemn their past actions with us blacks over here. He praised them. And then
praise them for what? For sticking together?
Prejudice. Yeah, and their prejudice against us. And their prejudice
for doing a whole lot of stuff that we should have been doing our damn selves, for ourselves. By ourselves.
There's no need for us.
Like I said, separatist nationalists have a lot in common.
He asked a question and chime right in.
Chinese nationalists, Japanese nationalists, Russian nationalists, they all gonna have some things in common.
One thing we're not gonna do is praise an organization whose sole purpose to come together was to not have this white extremist nationalist idea, but their sole purpose was to undermine and lock us out of wealth for 100 years, putting us in the condition we're in right now.
What did COINTELPRO do under J. Edgar Hoover? Did it not do the same thing?
No, what they did was they locked up Garvey's scamming ass that you agreed to and got his bum ass out the country, deported. But he went back to Jamaica. So he failed in Jamaica originally. He came to America and
He
failed.
failed.
He went back to Jamaica and failed,
Stop
and then
it.
went to London and failed.
Stop it. That's a lie.
So where was he successful at?
He still had the biggest. His organization was more organized and put in more work than any organization now.
No. A. Philip Randolph organization did way more. Were way more
than the UNIA.
Yes.
Man, you crazy, man. You crazy. You can't find an African anti-colonial revolution in the 50s, 60s, and 70s that didn't have children and grandchildren of Garveyites.
Hey, brother, I just compared Garvey. Listen to what I just did.
Man, Garveyism influenced the world, man.
Wait, hold on. Slow down. Before you disagree, because you might agree. Okay. So I just compare A. Philip Randolph's accomplishments, achievements, and influences to Marcus Garvey. And I say he was more decorated, he was more accomplished, he was way more influential than Marcus Garvey. And you're saying I'm wrong?
Yeah, most definitely.
Okay.
Because A. Philip Randolph, again, the whole Pan African movement that W.B. Du Bois and others ended up formulating in the latter years of W.B. Du Bois' life.
Right.
Was I'm saying this with all due respect, a regurgitated message of the same Garveyism that he was going against all them years.
So what
he realized that you can't just go along to get along.
So what
and to be a good boy integrationalist, educated integrationalist route wasn't going to be the end all be all either.
I got it. So
none of these angles are end all be alls. Though we got to hit all angles at the same time.
This boy,
did you at least agree with that?
Okay, no. Well, I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna counter you because I made a comparison. A. Philip Randolph was he's called the father of the civil rights movement. Right? He spearheaded that. He influenced Dr. King and everybody come afterwards. He actually spoke at Washington. So he is in the thing what he did with the train. So this and the labor rights, working with the Italians. Marcus Garvey can't tie his shoe. Marcus Garvey failed.
It's the other way around.
He failed.
Philip Randolph, first and foremost, let's go down this list of what you're talking about.
Okay? He died of failure.
Because in the first place, you want to talk about failures? All he's doing, ladies and gentlemen, is speaking on the burning house that Martin Luther King feared that he led us back into. A burning house. Because what he's talking about, again, them same civil rights things you're talking about.
You're not aware of
the same groups now
I see that
reap more benefits from DEI are the same groups then that reap more benefits from our protests and demonstrations.
You're not well
and get hit upside the head with bricks. White women, Latinos, gay people.
Right. So he's just going to talk, right?
Asians.
Now, that was added. Well, first of all, that was added in afterwards.
They got way more out of civil rights, affirmative action, DEI,
that wasn't a
all of that.
Okay, he just talks. Hey, brother, what were the two main talking points that the
That's
civil
why
rights...
I say Lyndon B. Johnson. So, I mean, you talking about his influence on the desegregation act?
Brother, listen, what were the two main points of the civil rights movement? The two arguments, two main points.
Two main points of the civil rights movement?
Yeah.
To me, civil rights movement was like a modern day, an old school BLM.
Okay.
Swagger jack.
That was okay, cool.
To take like the deacons of defense and nationalism.
Wait. Okay. Wait.
Wanted to build their stuff up.
Stop.
It came with this nonviolent.
Okay, brother. You said money. He's just talking.
Dude, I ain't just talking. This actually happened. Foreign money. Brother, they put money in the nonviolent.
Okay.
Go along to get along part to overshadow the ones fighting the fight in the trenches against Jim Crow.
Brother. You said deacons of defense. What name stands out?
What name stands out in the deacons of defense?
Right.
So we gonna play multiple choice.
No, brother, you're naming stuff
I can name three off the top of my head from the deacons of defense, but that wasn't even the purpose of me bringing them up.
And brother, just get.
I said what they represented.
No, what I'm saying is
boots on the ground, not the nonviolent.
They were, brother,
the ones that were more defensive and counter defensive.
Civil rights activists. That's my point. They were civil, which you're disrespecting. Man,
they weren't just battling for civil rights, bro.
They
was battling for not only equality, but also the ability to become more empowered, be able to defend themselves. It wasn't
brother.
just about being treated the same way as other people.
Yeah, here's
it
why.
Was about us.
It was
seeing
never about.
ourselves.
It was never about that. That's a straw man. So this guy with the
What?
fallacy.
That ain't no damn straw man. Is you crazy?
The guy with the
See,
fallacy.
You think it's all about other people.
And you never gave me the two main talking points.
Few of us that see it as being all about
you never
ourselves.
gave me the main two talking points. That was the civil rights march.
I ain't even drawn with it because you turning the civil rights into the whole movement, like them people
we
did.
made a comparison.
Like I say,
right,
you do a lot of stuff
you
like them
mentioned the
people
UNIA
did,
after
which
Garvey.
is alarming.
Okay, all right, brother. Listen.
But it was a larger movement for empowerment. That wasn't just about civil rights and eating at the same tables as the motherfuckers.
I'm proved that was not what that was about.
It wasn't just about other people treating us better.
Brother, I'm proving something.
It was about us treating us better and being able to defend ourselves against others not treating us better.
Hey, brother,
first and foremost.
Here you go. He just keep ranting. What I'm
saying,
had
to be with self-determination. This ain't no rant. This is what they were really doing. If you disagree, then you don't really know this stuff. Like you claim
I'm asking you for names. You don't know any names. You don't want to know the shit.
I know a bunch of names. I'm not gonna play that game with you though.
So give me one with the deacons.
I'm not gonna play that game with you. Pick a name.
You can Google.
Again, it's people who gonna watch this. And people who actually know the history that we talking about.
Google and you still won't know more than me. You can Google right now the names.
See,
and you still
ladies and
won't know
gentlemen, he's focused on trying to seem like he knows more.
You talk about
just
stuff you don't know.
I don't care about what you know more or know less of until you start
sounding
stupid.
Research then. I only believe in thorough research. I don't believe in half parts.
Man, okay, so if you disagree with anything that I said that wasn't my opinion, then you don't know this stuff as good as you say you do.
Well, we don't know because I can never talk. You keep cutting in.
Come on, man. This guy.
So what I'm saying, what you do, you got all these fallacies for me. That's your opinion. What I'm saying, what you do is you just say generic stuff, but you don't know about them.
Oh,
you
really?
Just say stuff. Yes, you said the deacons for defense.
Because I'm using generic.
I chimed in right away.
Verbiage does not mean that I don't know anything about it. The reason why I can use generic verbiage is because I know stuff about it.
Okay, so the deacons for defense.
I use generic verbiage talking about the same ship that you were talking about.
Hold on, slow down. The deacons for defense. What organization were they lined up with?
The public mainstream civil rights movement overshadowed the real boots on the ground movement that was going on. For instance, like people like the deacons of defense. That's how we got here. With this little game you trying to play.
Well, okay, what were they defending, by the way, brother? How about that?
Men, women, and children, man. Started over a gang rape incident.
Huh?
Men, women, and children. Mainly the women and children. Started over a gang rape incident.
How about this? What feats did they accomplish? Let's do more tangible.
Man, this guy right here, man.
Yeah, I'm really shocked. Man. I'm really shocked that you're a glazer of Marcus Garvey, but you don't know how he's
glazer nobody, man.
Yes,
knock it the fuck off. Everything I said was based off what he actually did.
Hey, brother, you don't even know how his chapter ended.
You a glazer of J. Edgar Hoover.
Yeah, I'm glad he deported Marcus Garvey ass. Nigga, I give him a chest bump.
My freaking grass. I wish I know the name of that guy on Friday.
Brother, I will give J. Edgar Hoover a chest bump for getting rid of that goddamn.
Yeah, you definitely will. You
Marcus
that type
Garvey,
of dude.
Yes.
You that type of dude. And that's your right to be that type of dude.
Yes, I am that type of dude. Upstanding and American. You dig? Proud to be American.
I'm American.
No,
I'm American.
I'm
true. I'm American to the fullest.
Nah, you something else.
I'm not sitting up here saluting J. Edgar Hoover, appealing to legality.
I salute great police work.
With the bougie, talented, tough house nigga standpoint of what was going on in the 1920s.
So now I just told this guy that W. Du Bois got that from the earlier Pan Africanists, Paul Cuff, Alexander Connell. And they believe in the elitist status should go to elitist groups should go to Liberia to set things in order. So yes, that's where he got it from. He was inspired by them.
That has nothing to do with what I just said, though, bro.
You just said a whole bunch of nothing burgers.
That has nothing to do with what I said, though, at all.
And why'd you lump me up with some foundational thing? Well, why you do that?
You keep on trying to hopscotch to some type of gotcha moment,
No,
but
no, no.
you're not having it.
I said, why did you lump me up with a foundational group?
What foundational group did I lump you up with?
You don't remember earlier you said you must be one of those foundational group buddy boys, whatever you call them.
FBA, Foundational Black Americans?
Yeah. Why'd you do
Because
that?
of your sentiment in reference to the Jamaicans and other Caribbean people, Afro-Caribbean people, is why I said that.
Okay, so connect the dots. How does that connect?
What do you mean how they connect? The standpoint, the vantage point of they not like us is the correlation that I saw immediately. If you don't understand the words coming out of my mouth, there's no way that I can make this more simplistic.
Okay, so can I respond to that?
I'm listening.
Okay. Professor Kevin Brown, you familiar with him? No, right? Okay, so back in early 2000, before there's an FBA, before there's an ADOS in Cobra, he was talking about how they are not like us. Deborah Dickerson, back when Obama was running for hold on. Because
you still have that in common with the FBA people, even if there are other people that predate the FBA and you still have that in common.
Yeah, but you're not telling me how. Okay, for one thing, brother, you got to tell me.
That's the correlation, brother.
Okay, so what is your okay? Let's say if you were somehow able to connect those dots. My next question is, what is they must be bad if you're doing that. Okay, so what did they say that was wrong? What did they say that was wrong?
No, I'm not saying nothing is wrong. That's your defense mechanisms kicking in. You highlighted me, categorized.
So was it a good thing?
Accordingly.
Okay,
I did not put a negative connotation. I just made a remark because it gave me more insight into your understanding and the way that you're looking at things.
I got
your vantage point.
I got, and now I got some insight on you. So let me ask this question now. I know some of those talking points. So do you think it's wrong for Black Americans to acknowledge their ethnogenesis? Yes or no?
Who are Black Americans and what are their ethnogenesis?
Okay, so Black Americans are people in America who can trace their lineage back to slavery. Okay, that's who's called as Black Americans. They're also called African Americans, and they were formerly
called. Why trace your lineage back to slavery?
That's where
your name Toby, boy. I ain't with that Toby crap, but I know we talking about the same people.
Well, let me ask you. Okay, right? Can you trace your lineage back to slavery in America?
Man, I trace my lineage back to the originators of mankind.
Okay.
Before, during, and after slavery.
All right. So what do you call yourself? How you identify yourself today?
I am a Moorish American.
Okay.
I am a Moorish American.
Now hold on. Now, which type of Moor? Like, do you believe in the whole sovereign citizen thing? The whole
no, I don't.
You're not driving, you're traveling type shit?
Not at all. I mean, I can. I have degrees of sovereignty. I'm a part of the Moorish Americans that are within the government and the Constitution. They're constitutionally qualified to be a First Amendment citizen. Not no 13th, 14th, 15th, none of that.
So do you believe you're not driving, you're traveling?
I believe I can drive and travel. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. When you're
That's
driving,
what I'm
you're
saying.
Traveling.
I'm not with. I have an ID, driver's license, and all that. I'm also clergy. Yeah, I also have sovereign levels and degrees. I have a private. I have a private American status and a public American status. You get what I'm saying? Within the government, not outside the government. None of that goofy stuff. I am an American citizen and a member, being an American national. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Public citizen, private national.
I only asked because I didn't want to do what you did to me. Group you in with a group of people.
That's why I had to give so many details because it's murky out there in reference to this subject matter.
Okay,
I get it.
So here we go. So do you align your ideology with Tariq Bey?
With who?
Tariq Bey.
Tariq Bey? Yeah. Shout out to their sheep. And shout out to everybody else who's holding the Emilio torch out here. For those who know, you know. But if you're trying to do another composition, division, fallacy, everything in reference to Noble Drew Ali and the Moorish Science Temple of America that I beheld,
what type of Moor you are.
I do agree with him on. And I ain't coming against no Moors that's actually sticking up with them principles. Now, does that mean that we agree on each and everything? No. So I don't know what it is that you're trying to highlight and pinpoint. But in no way, shape, or form is one's obligated to agree with everything. It's not a social club anyway.
Okay, now Jamaicans, are they also Moors?
They are Moorish. They are Asiatic.
What about people from, like, let's say Sierra Leone? Are they Moorish?
Sierra Leone depends on the people. So, and again, it depends on where you're going with it. So, first off, I'm going with the Drew. You get what I'm saying? So, Moorish Americans are the descendants of the inhabitants of the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa, where the majority of our stock comes from. If we look at that area and region, there's been miscegenation from Eastern, Central, and Western Africans along that coast before and after Carthaginian colonies up and down the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa as well. For instance, the Fula Hausa and others that came from over there miscegenated with ones on the northwestern and southwestern shores. That encompasses the same demographic that's been erroneously categorized as Negro ever since the Negro Act. You get what I'm saying?
I hear you, but I don't understand none of that stuff.
Okay. Well, maybe you will when you
Black Americans
look at it again. It might hit you the second time like a boomerang. Who knows?
I think foundational Black American is a little more simpler than all that bullshit.
Yeah, it is more simple. It's your name, Toby. It's still sticking with what they turned us into, and trying to use it and have some pride in it because we feel good about it, which only just show how much it's tattooed as a social construct in our psychological DNA to identify with ourselves and our ancestry with some your name Toby, chattel slavery, social construct, the Negro, Black, and colored.
You know,
that's some colonial bullshit.
They looked at Marcus Garvey,
some colonial bullshit.
Noble Drew Ali.
It came from them.
Yeah, and
then we started calling ourselves that because they were calling us that. And then some more of us were born hearing them and us call us that. So we started calling us that too. And since we feel good about it, even though it's just as much as a vestige of slavery as everything else, it's a vestige of slavery.
So we're not foundational Black Americans. We're just Moors.
Chattel slave, social construct, identity, thinking that we only came here by getting beaten, dragged here, all that stuff. It's still a vestige of slavery.
I don't think
and
that's
a part of a pseudo identity that was forced upon
the pseudo identity is that Moorish shit,
under duress.
Yeah, you know nothing
it's forced
about
upon us under duress.
You know nothing
and
about
it's only because we feel good. It's been so normalized. We identify with the titles that they gave us so much that we think that it's wrong to not do away with them, right? We think it's wrong to be like, no.
It is wrong.
It's wrong not to keep them.
Keep your Toby name. It's wrong to say
keep your Toby name.
Your name is Noble Drew Ali. That's wrong.
What?
Because he was like Muslim, Christian.
Off of your limited understanding.
He was a whole bunch of shit in one. Muslim, Christian, atheist.
What are you though? No, he wasn't all or nothing in one. He was in submission to the cause and the rootless root. That transcends the divisions that your meager left brain mind are used to.
But that was a nothing burger though. Like
use some right brain. How if it's still people to this day demonstrate?
What, a sprinkle doing what?
You don't know.
Yeah, you
from the outside looking in because you're not involved.
Bro,
for instance, I'm gonna give you one thing. In Chicago, myself, co-founder of the Entrepreneur Millionaires Roundtable, with all type of brothers and sisters of Moorish, Garveyite, atheists, Christian, entrepreneurs working together, doing business together in real life, not talking none of this goofy shit. That's just one example.
That's usually the goofy shit
I'm doing, let alone a whole bunch of other stuff going on in this city and other places that we're at. Getting it cracking in real life, not just trying to win gotcha points.
It smells
and get some clout some digital view clout.
Bro, it smells scammy.
These people out here really working and demonstrating this shit.
But it smells very scammy.
Others from the rafters eating hot dogs, talking shit.
Brother, it smells very scammy, bro.
Yeah, whatever, dude. How? Really? If we doing good work, you can't say that to entrepreneurs that's getting their own money. And then also putting their money together, working with each other. Ain't nothing scammy about that. You sound crazy.
Yeah, if y'all working with the UNIA, it's known that leader's known for a big scammer.
That's a lie.
I'll pass.
That's a lie. You don't even know what you're talking about. What UNIA current sitting UNIA president do you know of? Do you know of?
Brother, you gotta change that name. You gotta change that name, bro.
Name one. Name a sitting president right now.
Okay.
Where you at again? Where are you?
Okay. Jersey.
In Jersey?
Yeah.
Where in Jersey? By Newark?
Yeah, somewhere over there.
Around there?
Yeah, I'm not far.
It's a UNIA division of some people somewhere close to you putting in work, been putting in work.
All right, so
you don't have a clue.
Let me ask you
a question. You don't even know, but you got all this criticism.
Can I ask a question?
You an armchair theorist. Ask whatever you want.
Does the N still stand for Negro?
Yes, it does.
Okay, I'll pass.
Hey, man. Ones don't know. They didn't know that they weren't Negro.
You still think you're a Negro in 2025?
I know I ain't no Negro. F you talking about.
So how are you siding with an
organization? They didn't know that, though.
Negroes? But they know it now.
Know that.
So why you can't change the name now?
You talking about then or now?
Now. Why it's still called Negro?
I mean,
it's outdated.
I don't see why to change it anyway. You feel me? Unless everybody, this is the thing. If you're familiar with the Declaration of the Rights of the Negro People, you have a thing called freedom of religion for all members. There are two types of members in the UNI. Active and inactive, right? Everyone of quote unquote African descent is an inactive member.
What is that?
Free to come in, engage in everything.
What is African descent? What is that?
If they choose to, so anything that the UNIA put on is for people under that umbrella.
No, but how do you determine African descent?
Ethnic descent, right?
Yeah, but how do you determine
that umbrella of ethnic descent? I ain't trying to get tied up in the names, man.
How do you just? Well, I am. And
well, you talking about the same damn people.
Okay. Well, earlier when I said foundation, you said Toby, all type of shit. Now you're not trying to be talking.
Yeah, okay, Negro is too. Negro, black, and colored is too.
Negro,
that's some Toby shit.
Right. So don't you believe that?
But them still my people. Do you get what I'm saying? Even though I don't agree with that,
you are all
I'm not allowing that to not do business. Yeah. Do you know that Noble Ali gave tours to a YMCA Boys and Girls Club in Chicago for Christmas?
What?
Because it was still our people. Do you know the work that was done in Bronzeville with other Christians?
No, I don't know any large work from I don't know any large work
down King Drive, down 35th, 37th. You don't have a clue.
Big Meats hand out
this is what I'm saying. This is history in Chicago.
What does that mean?
You don't
Big Meats hand out turkeys too.
One's been working together and rocking with each other, and then you had other people who are rather focused on who can get more members and who got the right name and who doing this and that. And they ain't got us nowhere still.
I'm not. Well, that's because y'all.
You wouldn't be convinced from your ivory tower anyway.
Hey, bro, y'all
you ain't
in the
trying
way,
to
man.
be unconvinced. Again, you don't even know that it's UNIA people in New Jersey that's been doing work. They ain't just get there.
I ain't see
and you don't know,
black, and green.
So you can't judge.
All right, let me ask you this.
You can't judge, man.
Let me ask you this. Away from that, do you agree with the modern Black Panthers?
Agree. I mean, I was a part of a few Panther chapters. Shout out to the Black Panther Cubs. Big bro Fred Hampton Jr.
So you join all these pseudo fucking
I rock whatever they doing. I salute them. It's been some good and bad people from different. Again, we still all the same people engaged in the same thing.
Were you also with the New Wabians?
I mean, I ain't with nobody that get out on some freaky stuff, extra freaky stuff, especially with minors, R. Kelly included. I don't care if you like the songs, used to dance to the tunes, any of that. I have a zero tolerance when it comes to that.
I'm with you on that one. That's something.
If you got to have some people sneak in to get a whole ring up. You feel me? If it ain't to get a whole ring of them that's more powerful, then I believe in capital punishment in reference to whoever it is, right? With that being said, on top of that, I used to bang with the Wapians online, but when I saw them like in person during the years, the last like 16 years or so, they just had different terminology for the same sciences that I also studied. And we didn't have beef with
what science
who was
that?
saying the right name or who we clicking with more. We understood the same stuff and build it on how to build on it. And that's the difference between those who really truth-seeking and those who just trying to get gotcha moments.
So do you have a problem
they
with
not like us?
Do you have a problem with Black people and Black organizations that's advocates for reparations exclusively for Black people who were impacted by slavery in this country?
Shout out to Cobra, Big Brother Cam, and a whole lot of others. I don't have a problem with people wanting reparation. First off, I have a problem with the lack of preparation in reference to. I have a problem with people saying, just cut the check, we'll figure other stuff out later. I have a problem with people not engaging in the things like, again, why it's not about a price tag. It's nothing for small contingents of 3, 4, and 5 people to make multi-level LLCs, do some business, just practice getting legal money with each other, with some balanced books, even if it's a couple $100 a month after expenses.
Yeah, well, a lot of folks don't got the money
with each other.
A lot of folks don't. You know, Tone got the numbers, man. So a lot of folks ain't got the money to do all the stuff you're talking about. A lot of us.
No, that ain't true, right? Because we can do it with a little bit. It's the same principles. It's only it's two steps to gaining wealth, no matter how much you got.
Yeah, they are
to
wild
save
in that
more
chat,
and spend less. If you save more, spend less, keep getting it. It's gonna rise.
Yeah, I could tell
you
that,
can say,
you haven't researched.
You want to.
Yeah, I could tell you haven't researched like the wealth of this country.
I'm living it. What you talking about? I've researched, learned it, and I'm practically applying it.
Okay, brother. Listen.
And you not.
So
judge not.
Okay, brother. So in Cobra, so what do you agree about them? In Cobra,
I agree with what they're trying to do, even though we have differences of opinion of how to do it. Yeah, I agree with. I know that there is repairs due.
For who?
For those of us who suffer epigenetic traumatic stress.
All right, okay.
From being under duress and all types of oppressive conditions over the last centuries.
I'm not disagreeing just yet. Hold on. I'm not disagreeing. Okay, hold on.
Good. What I disagree with.
Oh my God. Still talking. Go ahead. What do you disagree with?
I mean, that's what you want to hear. Okay, well, you go ahead.
No, I don't. I don't care. I don't care what you disagree with. Just the fact that you
agree. Okay, go ahead.
The fact that you agree that, we are due reparative damages, like whether it be financial or the fact. That's all I wanted to hear. I thought you was gonna be one of those guys like, hell no, pull your bootstraps.
I'm both. I'm saying pull them up and give us credit where credit is due and give us what we do. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, listen,
I'm both. Because some people just want to do that and then pull the boots up.
No. Hey, listen, brother. When you know Black history like me, we are the only people in this country who pulled our own bootstraps up.
Until recently.
No, even now.
Until the last 10, 20 years.
Now, explain. Go ahead, explain.
In these 2000s, we are declining, bro.
Yeah, because we're locked out.
Less self-determination, less everything.
Nah, dude, stop it. All these, all the new Jim Crow, all these stop and frisk, all these tactics, all these tactics, the drug game,
I'm talking about us.
What are you talking? Yo, are you crazy?
Man, do you know how many 8th graders at 3rd and 4th grade math that look like us across the nation? You know how many of them under the poverty line? How many of them stuck on the internet and clout and jagging their lives away?
We
got a serious issue.
I got it. So now let's deal with some of it, because now you're at my alley, and I know you're not fucking with me. Okay, so brother, listen. the way to break the black family since slavery, wasn't it always to keep the father away from the home, whether murder him, whether force him to convict leasing, whatever you
Somehow,
had to do.
some way.
Right. It was always to get the father. Okay, so how do you blame a people that grew up without a father in their home? In some cases, people were raised by their grandmothers. So how do
How do
you
you blame?
Right, hold up. I'm not finished with the. How do you blame these people when they are part of an experiment? It is known that if you are born with one, and this, on average, if you're born in a household of one parent, you are 80% likely to do everything negative. You just said drop out, truancy,
Facts.
drugs. Okay, okay.
How do I blame them, right?
Right, because
Okay, this
this
is
is
how I
wait,
blame
hold
them.
up. This is the last thing because this is systemic. Systemic. This is systemic. That means that
Yes.
it's just plug and play. Okay, go ahead, go.
I
How you
don't
blame?
I don't blame them for what they do. I blame them for what we do. Right? Well, a wise man once said, I blame them for setting the traps. I blame us for constantly falling for them.
Wait a minute.
I
How do you
blame
fall
us
for a
on
trap when a guy?
chronic. Listen, what I'm going to say. I
Wait, how
blame
does
us
somebody
for
fall?
chronic repeating of mistakes,
Like
not
what? Give me
being
an example.
born with shitty hands, not being born in a ditch like who you said, Frederick Douglass. He said something about not judging a man by the heights he's climbed, but by the depths he's climbed up from, something like that, right? So yeah, there are people who were put in a
You lost
deeper
me.
hole and have to climb just to get to solid ground,
Right.
right? That's very true. My thing is doing what we can with what we got
That's what we all.
to
That's
the
all we
best of
can
our
do.
ability so we can pass that torch in a generational way even better
Brother,
and
you
be
sound like you
able
in
to
church right
take
now.
more institutional and systemic leverage by, I would call, a segregated core and an integrated outer layer, like a segregated yellow yolk and an integrated white yolk.
So basically, a school for black boys.
No, like Chinatown, like Greek town,
Okay.
like any other town, they
Like
have
Black
a
Wall Street,
segregated. They have a
like black.
segregated
Hold on,
network. They have
Black Wall Street,
segregated
right?
networks and communities.
Like Black Wall Street. I'm giving you an example, like
Yes,
Black Wall Street. Okay, so don't mention
yes, sir.
a damn Chinese man. Mention us.
Yes, sir.
Say like black. Okay, don't. Our example is not a Chinese man. We were doing it long before them in this country. All right, we
I
are the
get it,
example. How you? Okay,
but
so we are
I
the
like
example how to get
using
it
it
done. Yeah, but that's
because I like what
disingenuous.
they're
Like you
doing,
could
even though I
no
ain't doing it. You get what I'm
you can
saying?
you can use. We did it better. You can use us as the
I
example. We
mean,
got to get to a white
don't have
man.
low self esteem, bro. Like
Okay,
you
now I'm
can give
saying,
credit where credit is due without feeling
according
like you
to
bowing down or
look,
bowing your head
chat, the
or
best
glazing or
example,
anything else. If
the
people
best
did something
example
good, they
is
did it
us.
good.
But a lot of these black nationalist clowns, what they do is they use the white man for the example when we
Yeah,
are the
this ain't
best
idol
example.
worship. You can't. What it say? Give reverence but worship not.
Everything about these guys
Admire, yeah,
are,
but worship not.
dude. You just killed yourself, man.
How so?
The best example for what you saying we need to do is us. We accomplish
Okay.
more together as a collective than any Chinese man,
Whatever
any white
example you
man.
want to use, brother, I
But
don't
why would you
care.
not
You
use the
do. As
best?
long as we
Okay,
do it.
all right. So let me explain why. Let me explain why we got to use us. Because when you say a Jew, the Jews, we don't see ourselves like the Jews. We went through different experiences. And a matter of fact, a lot of these Chinese brothers, a lot of these Chinese folks you talking about over here, do you know about hyperselection, hyperselectivity?
They still a great example of sticking together, man.
No, hold on.
Yes,
Brother,
the Jews are a great example of sticking together.
hold on. Wait, this is an example. Hold on, just relax. Are you? It's just yes and no. Are you familiar with the term hyperselectivity?
No.
Then shut
Enlighten me,
up.
brother.
Then shut up.
See, I actually do. I just
Okay.
want to hear what you're going
No,
to say.
you don't. No, you
But
don't.
since you
Okay,
said
explain.
shut up, let's
Explain.
talk about it.
Explain. Okay,
You
right.
ready?
Yes.
No,
So
go and say what
okay.
it is.
So you said no, shut up. You don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
go ahead and say
So
what it
now,
is.
so chat. This is why
See
I'm
a test,
saying
flunk a test. Say what it is. But I promise you, without me Googling or nothing,
you have
if
to
you
be
don't say what
quiet.
it actually is,
Okay, you
I'm going to
have
bust
to.
your head with what it
Yeah,
actually is.
sure. I've been cooking you all day, bro. You don't know shit.
You
You're
better
not my
say what it
level.
actually is, or I'm going
You're
to
not my
expose
level.
you again.
Okay, so you gotta be quiet. Yeah, you haven't exposed me
I'm
one
listening,
time.
bro.
You're not my level at all when it
I'm
comes to
listening.
research. Okay, so hyperselectivity. This is what Tone talks about, jackass. All right, this is what I talk about, jackass. So it's about selecting the elitists of that, let's say, country. So when Chinese folks come over here, they're not, it's something called brain drain, brain gain, brain waste, which I talk about a lot. So that's
Man,
why
you doing
people,
good. You were doing good. Stay
hold on,
focused.
relax. You're not fuck with me at all on this topic. Okay, so what a
Man,
lot of,
whatever. You better keep it. You
okay,
better keep it valid, or I'm gonna show you
okay,
you ain't.
yeah,
But for
sure,
right now, you tell you
sure.
you being valid.
Yeah, sure. Of course. I do thorough research, bro. I'm not like yeah, I'm different.
I
I'm
just want
him,
to hear it.
actually.
If you right,
I'm
you
I'm
right. If you
I'm
not, I'm
Hemi
finna
Hendrix.
check.
So be quiet. So you can. So this is why people like Tethers or white supremacists, what they try to do is, especially the extreme conservatives, what they try to do is they try to compare Black Americans to an elitist immigrant group class in this country who have not been through, and they are highly educated and a lot of them wealthy coming into the country. So the brain game, brother, the brain game is that our government don't spend any money funding their education. We let their country spend the money to get these guys educated, and we use them as they come. It's plug and play. Okay, that's not our history. We're not plug and play. We actually had to earn it through extreme oppression, extreme racism, systemic racism. That's why I said we are
Okay.
the best example. Wait. Now these small
Now, can I
elitist.
respond to that?
Wait. I'm not. Wait. I mean, relax. These H1B1 visas guys, these elites, these small elitist group, they don't represent their country. Their country is dumb as fuck. China are highly illiterate and uneducated, right? And unemployed, underemployed. So these elites come over here that you're trying to use for example for us. They don't represent their populace.
Example for us.
Yeah, you did that. You said the
Okay,
Chinese people.
what example did I make? Having a what?
Don't make no
Ethnocentric,
example. No, but don't make no example
socioeconomic
because they are
foundation, right?
they are a highly selected group that is the
Okay.
elitist class of themselves. Kind of like what W. Du Bois trying to do with the Talent and Tenth, or what Paul Cuff was trying to do back in the early
Do you
1800s.
believe that we can do it too?
We already did it.
I ain't talking about did. I'm talking about do. Do you get present tense versus past? See, you stuck in the past. Present tense. Do you believe that we can do it? Like Chinatown, Greek town, and whatever
We can't do it today because of guys like yourself. You're in the way.
So we can't. You think we can't. I think we can.
No, I'm
So
telling you
I'm
why
going
we
to set
can't.
the seeds
As long as we believe
so
we're
that those
more,
younger than me
as
have
long
a
as we
better
believe this
chance
UNIA bullshit,
of carrying the torch. I'm optimistic. You pessimistic.
No, yeah, I'm pessimistic with reality. As long as we believe we're Moors and UNIA people,
we can plant the seeds.
It's a
That
bad
the
seed to
ones
plant.
younger than us
that thing gonna
can
fall on
build
stony
on.
grounds and it'll be scorched up by the sun.
Yeah, okay. So why you act like stony ground the only ground we can plant in though? Again,
Brother,
that's your pessimism.
Then the birds
That's
gonna come
your
eat it.
scope of us.
Then the birds gonna come eat it. If it's on fertile soil.
That's your scope of us.
The birds and lizards gonna eat it. Okay.
That's why I don't allow what the majority of us do and what the majority of what I see dictate what's possible and plausible for me. And since I want for you what I want for myself, I see us all as having the potential to exceed expectations. That's the only way to make it possible, let alone plausible. Because it all still boils back down to what we actually do.
You say that,
not just say.
You say that, but your rhetoric say something else. So as I was explaining, chat, he's gonna interrupt. Like I said, he's not. Most people can. It's not your fault. Most folks, when it comes to research and information in this country, you can't tie my shoes. So what I was saying,
you ain't even saying much.
Cause you keep cutting in.
Man, listen, my son. Say what you want to say, man.
Okay, listen, my
Please.
Son. Okay.
Yo, son.
Yes.
Man, you weak sauce, man. You just know a little bit more than most people.
Brother, you're my son.
But that's where it stops.
Okay, so now you can't ever compare us, the whole body of a populace, the whole people. We got the good, the bad, the ugly. You can never compare a populace to a small elitist group and use that small elitist group as our example for anything.
I never compared them to us. That's your erroneous
Why did
notion
you
that everybody
mention them?
listening should be able to see.
Why did you mention them?
What I used was a second example of what I call an integrated core. I mean, a segregated
you don't
core
even use
and an
that,
integrated
man.
outer layer. My
You
first
don't use that
example
because it's
was
super.
yellow
You don't
yolk
use that.
and white
You don't
yolk.
and
Then
use
I
that.
used
Okay, now you talking about yellow
Chinatown
yolk.
is my
Okay,
second
dude,
example. That
you
was not
can't.
comparing them to us.
Don't even
That
use them
was
as an
making an
example.
example of
No,
a socio-economic and
do
political
don't
infrastructure
even
that
do
we
that.
can also create.
No. Don't even do that because
That's
more
no,
unrealistic.
just admit
Yeah,
that all
no,
this diatribe you went on
no.
about it being a comparison
That's
was null and
dumb.
void,
No, it's
straw man
not.
fallacy,
That's why you keep
because I never
talking,
compared them to us anyway.
dude.
I
Don't.
compared them to having a segregated core and an integrated outer layer.
So, chat. The good thing about this is recorded, and I can actually play it back.
Yes, I'm glad it is.
Okay.
And when
So
you
I
rewind
said
to
this.
see it, just be honest.
I got it. So what I said was this. I don't got to. I got a good memory. So what I said was this. I said, bro, why are you using Chinese people as an example? We are the best example. You said, well, it's not about the color. So you were acknowledging that you
I
were
didn't
trying to
bring up
use.
color at all.
Do you recall me saying, why are you using Chinese people as an example for us to do something great? We are our best example. Do you recall me saying that?
I said, no matter what example
Oh my God.
you make,
and then I said, it
let's
matters.
do it. Because the example was based
that one is
on what I
superficial. It's
said right
superficial.
before that.
That's a
Having a
superficial
segregated
example.
core and an integrated outer layer, bro.
Okay, I got it. So now I'm going to say this, chat. If we're talking about putting a boxing gym in the community, right, to box, and then I come along and I mention Thomas Hearns, Sugar Ray Leonard, Floyd Mayweather, and Roy Jones Jr., and try to use that for a motivation we can do. That's what he just did. I just used the best boxers ever. And I compared it to a bunch of average people, and some of us are below average, some of us above average. You can't do that. It's superficial, unrealistic. You have to give a realistic example. And wait, I'm not done.
Now let me explain my example.
Okay, I'm not even done with my example. I'm not even done. So
yes, you is, man, because you're teaching off of it now.
Okay.
You bounced off of it and diving board into your segue.
Yeah, this don't look good, man.
So my example was like
us
living in a food desert, chat.
This looks bad.
Imagine being in the hood and it's a food desert.
Yeah, go ahead
and there's no huge supermarket. and then you and I say, man, hop in the car with me. Let's go to this other neighborhood where there's Whole Foods at. It's around the same size.
Integration that you was against earlier. Integration.
Hold on. Let me give an example of what I was doing, sir.
His example.
Let me give an example of what I was doing. I can't give the chat an example of what I was doing. You that scared? See, this is Freudian slip, scariness.
I'm just highlighting the goofiness.
Okay, so let me highlight. Let me give an example real quick.
Go ahead.
I heard yours.
No, you didn't. You cut me off.
I'm telling you, there's people out here that can recognize their scariness. But anyway.
Sure, I'm shivering.
So I say, come on. We go to another neighborhood, another group of people, see a beautiful structure, and where it's at in reference to travel. A lot of major streets right on the corner, 2 corridors, highly accessible, and be like, this is what I want to build in our hood where it's a food desert. The structure for ourselves. That's a difference. That's when the word I'm talking about a structure.
I mute that damn notification thing in the background. That thing is driving me crazy.
Yeah, man, I had to go into my settings and mute it.
Yeah, I try to do that.
Crazy until I was doing something else like that.
I'm trying to listen, but try to do that, and I'm kind of like not successful.
That's rough. But yeah, that's what I was comparing. Like, look at this structure, this socio-economic political infrastructure that we can also have and do. That has nothing to do with their ethnicity,
so what's holding us back
where we at, how we got here, none of that shit. Everything in reference to those things that you said, I agree with. But it had nothing to do. It was a straw man fallacy. It wasn't relatable to my context. My context used them as an example of having a segregated core and an integrated outer layer. of socio-political and economic implications.
Okay.
I hope you got a better understanding of what I was saying.
No.
And be humble enough to admit.
No, I didn't get a better understanding.
You know what the F you was talking about.
I was more interested in you using us as an example, because I said
cool. I said cool when you first said it. Okay, no matter what example, let's just do it. And you want to use that to see.
So
ladies and gentlemen, look at him trying to compare us to Chinese when they didn't have to go through what we went through, even if they did have to build a railroad. It wasn't like us.
All right,
like,
so
okay.
Now, what
okay.
Okay, what?
We the ones made Chinese food popping. It wouldn't be no orange chicken. None of that. Shrimp fried rice. None of that if it wasn't catering to us.
There'll be no egg.
It was a point in time when we was the only ones that was eating Chinese food. Again, it's history in Harlem and elsewhere, in DC, Chocolate City, and elsewhere.
That's why I say
Man, I think I'm just rambling out now. You must not know what I'm talking about.
I said, I agree. I said that's why we're the best example for ourselves. Now, what else? Oh, so what is stopping us? You said all we gotta do is that. What you believe is stopping us?
Us. Explain. I think only we are stopping us.
How? Like, you got to really go into detail.
I feel as though we are a collective autoimmune deficiency. Like, we're our own AIDS. We make our own immune system more susceptible to everything else.
Give some examples. Give like 3 examples.
Of being our own AIDS?
Yeah.
For instance, there being more poverty-stricken situations being added to instead of taken away from.
And why?
And more people willfully participating in things that lead to more death.
Willfully or
being
ignorant?
Locked up more. It was more people who were forced to back in the days, and there's more and more people who are not forced to.
No, listen. I'm saying right now.
Let me express.
But
go ahead.
I'm just having you highlight. No, I want you to go in. I'm just highlighting some things because sometimes you can speak like very like ambiguous. I'm trying to get it, pin it down. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you said, because you said willfully, and I was just making sure that's what you want to use. Is it willfully or more so ignorantly?
There's also a thing called willful ignorance. And no, the answer is no, because there are a lot of things that we do know and still do.
Like, wait, hold on. When you say
so that's another subject. You can't just relegate the bad deeds to not knowing.
So let me.
It's only a certain age.
Listen, my fault. Hold on.
That we can keep blaming our background on what we do.
My fault. Hold on, because sometimes
we're gonna be in our 30s, 40s, and 50s still talking about childhood.
No.
Or what we grew up with in our teens and 20s, in our 50s, with more decades of living.
Hold on. That was my fault. Because sometimes I can ask a question and then have the context in my mind and didn't share it. Sometimes I can do that.
Oh,
that was my fault. You're right. The 30. Look. That's my sermon. Like, I don't feel bad for 33 and up at all. So
okay, cool.
All right.
Something else we agree on.
Yeah.
It's a time limit to that shit.
Yeah, exactly. No. 33 and up, I'm good. And I ain't getting you no dollar, no penny, no change, nothing. I could have everything. You ain't getting 1 cent, bro. All right. So that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like the vulnerable, which is the youth. Like that's what I feel. Okay, like they're when I was saying when I said ignorant, it's like I said, it's my fault because I really didn't tell you who I was pointing to. I'm talking about the youth, like the let's say 25 and down.
Okay. Yeah, they inherited a crappy situation, which is honestly the reason why I give them, the most passes of all time. And probably they got the most passes of all time, to be honest with
you. Yeah, it did.
I didn't encounter hundreds of brothers in Chicago over the years that had it on them. It could have did something. You feel me? And all over the city in different intervals, different situations. And I came out smooth, either favorable responses There's some that be favorable, and then there's others that just look and show like we ain't cool, but they ain't saying shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I nod to them too. Next time I see them, they nod too. Like, yeah, buddy, cool. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it all boils back down to treating ourselves and others better, but everything is amplified hyperbole due to the poverty-stricken institutional ramifications. Something else that I know you agree with, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. See, I'm trying to get Rogerian with you.
You know,
Have a
I
Rogerian
agree. I
argument.
agree. No,
Let's
when it
make
comes to that,
Rogerian arguments cool.
so look, we're probably going to agree on like 90% okay, of talking
Probably.
points. At some point, I'm going to think you're too extreme. At some point, you're going to think I'm too relaxed or with them. Like your language, you with them. All right. So at
Yeah.
some point, that's going to be the split, and that split is everything. But at least we're able to point out the collective problem and the issues. Now, solving
That's
it,
much better.
we're gonna have a difference on solving it solutions. So some of my solutions, right, was not mine, but some that I agree to. A large part is self-identifying, right, with meaningful terms. You said FBA, you can say ADOS, you can say freedmen, American freedmen. So
Now, in
because
my opinion, being Moorish, being a Moor is an acceptable, more than acceptable free term than any of that other stuff that delude the vestiges of slavery.
so look at this. So that's the thing. That's why, like when I talk to like Moors, or not just talk to them, when I hear like Moors, or let's say the Nation of Islam specifically, or the Hebrew Israelites, I would think you guys will understand that the best because you guys been doing that 100 years, not 100 years, but yeah, about
What
100 years
the
earlier.
importance of resocialization efforts?
Right. So when
Oh yeah,
right, I would think you guys would understand. You again, you might disagree, but I would think you guys would understand the importance of reclassifying, self-identify, whatever terminology you want. Now, I get it.
yes,
I get it. You guys would be upset because you guys was pushing the Morris thing as that we didn't take it, and now we're saying this is better. So I get, we're like competing. It's like, okay, no, we're saying this is better. I get it. Okay. So now we are now the case of reparations.
mm-hmm.
So I'm asking you now, right, as a Mort, do you think that case can be made with the federal government, local governments as a Moorish person?
um, as a yes, as more states, right? As more states with their own jurisdiction that are part and parcel with their said government. Because reparations are given to nations and it has to be a national construct. Contrary to popular belief, a national construct is a body politic. It's a reason why corporations, fraternal organizations, religious entities, other non-corporation businesses, and governments all ran the same. Flags, charters, seals, president, treasurer, secretary, minutes, dues, / taxes. It's a reason for that, right? You could damn near use Robert Rules of Order for all of them across the board. We have to be organized and not just jurisdictional state babies in order to really get the bag, which go back to practicing with what we already had.
What's a jurisdictional state baby?
A few things. One, due to thought being the cause of it all, is relegating our multifaceted ethnocentric identity to just being all my life I had to fight chattel slaves. You already know why that has psychological ramifications out of this world. One of the reasons why, like them free ones you were talking about earlier, went through a lot of what they went through because of that large net, right?
Mm-hmm.
that definitely has an effect on us. So the resocialization piece is definitely necessary. But to get off of, for one, we have to claim. Well, I'm gonna be honest on my end. Before I even get to the private, I'm gonna get to the public first. On the public end, we got to see ourselves different, assemble amongst each other, and engage and take our place in the affairs of men.
Which is
Right, while
ADOS and
psychologically
FBA.
cleansing ourselves of things that's been holding us back. Or you could
That's what
say
ADOS and FBA doing.
subjective liabilities, psychological and sociological liabilities, right? On the public side, get our affairs in order. One issue that a lot of people think that the private side of things and the sovereignty piece is for anyone who has the knowledge and puts in the infrastructure. And it's not. Those with the knowledge and the infrastructure are meant for people who can put assets and money in it and already get money in a for-profit way. That's already got their shit together. Getting money in business, own them some property, having a state. It ain't for people to get it and then try to get those things.
And now look,
It's people who are already capable of doing those things and then creating different infrastructure for asset protection.
Yes,
Back to that jurisdiction part is by
so
things
what your
being
answer
put
is,
in
just
trust.
be mindful that just be mindful with your answer. Don't do a Farrakhan
Hey,
sermon.
I'm saying people being put in trust. I'm quite mindful on how I'm doing this right now. Trust our institutions that could take ones out of the jurisdiction of being quote unquote state baby.
So you're for reparations for states, not federal government, national
for
government.
our states. You know what I mean? Okay, states that we control, operate, organize within our government and civilization.
So when you say states, like you're literally talking about like the 50 states, right?
Body politics, yeah, states.
Okay. No, I just want to, because I wasn't sure if you, like, it could be like, because you could use state in different contexts. Okay. So now.
Yeah, and I'm leaving it kind of open so I don't just have my own way of doing it being like just the end all be all. So however a person looks at having their own body politic and jurisdiction in public and in private, with select few, a family of families, the ones you can trust and work with. However one see that going on, that's how we need to be.
Okay, so I'm going to say something. I'm going to ask you a question about if you know an individual. So I'm going to say Yvette, FBA, ADOS, we're really focused on federal over state. These goddamn bees. Okay, so you ask, even though we don't mind people, like yourself, because the way Yvette explained it, she said our, ADOS advocacy, and Tariq would say FBA, we go after federal, but like this country, the FBI, CIA, these are different branches of government. These are different police agencies, but they compare notes, right? So we go after federal. You do states, might do even local, city, towns, whatever. We just compare notes, see where everybody's at. Okay, so that's one thing. So, but we believe that state governments, the money is it fluctuates too much. A lot, the money is not as solid and, as federal fundings. Now, secondly, the question, are you familiar with Lord Abba?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Conscious community,
that's
classic.
my boy. That's my boy. So he would go under American freedom, right? Not ADOS FBA. Have you ever had a discussion with him on this topic?
Nah. I haven't had a discussion with him.
Would you like a discussion with him? So the follow-up question is, would you like a discussion with him on this topic?
Quite possibly, yeah. I say not just quite possibly, yeah.
Yeah, because I believe I can make that happen.
Yeah. I could see, I would love to do a few things, have a few conversations. I get passionate here now, but I'll tone it down.
Just
for the sake
on rep.
More food for thought, more fruitful food for thought for those listening.
So he gets passionate too. Okay, so just on the topic of reparations, and self-identifying. I kind of what you went into because I don't know if he still claimed the Moorish thing, but I know he did at first. That's how he started
Yeah,
off.
I don't know either.
Right. So I feel like that can be a fruitful conversation, and it'd be great because he doesn't claim. Cause I would say FBA ADOS. He says
Right.
American freedmen, right? So he disagrees with those two and
Right.
those two strategies and terminologies. Okay, so I think that would be an edifying
What Jay-Z
conversation.
say, allow me to reintroduce myself.
Yeah. Because I know you're talking a lot of like more stuff, and I know he's aware of that, and so is Harger Bay, but I'm not aware of that. So I don't know what you're saying is legit. If you're, adding to, I couldn't tell you.
I feel you.
But if I got somebody who is familiar with probably a lot of things you're speaking about, I think it'll make a better conversation for this, and also I can still engage because I'm not although I accept the term American freedman, I don't necessarily borrow their strategy or talking points. Okay,
right.
And I know he don't borrow mine. Yeah, so I think that'll be we got to connect and find a way to make that happen sometime soon. But anyway, you can finish.
I feel like we can synthesize instead of just having clash and thesis and antithesis. We can synthesize more.
Are you familiar with Brother Reggie?
Yeah, vaguely. I mean, somewhat.
Okay.
We've been in the same circles. I was like, hey, what's up, bro? Not like that.
Because he actually came over here 3 times, right? And the first 2 times I was very nice to him. Kind of like you. Like I was very nice, but I ain't gonna lie. I gave you more pushback. Than I gave Brother Reggie too. You talking about appealing to, I don't know what fallacy is that, but I was appealing to my acquaintance with him where I didn't give him a good pushback until the 3rd time.
Yeah. I'm gonna push on him though if I ever get a chance. I wish you could set that up.
I don't know because he
say stuff like I heard him in the past say he was like, so Malcolm X said we were black. Does that mean he's wrong? Is he wrong? Yeah, he wrong. What you mean? Him and everybody else. We all have things that we right and wrong about.
Right, yeah.
But
now that is appeal. Now, no.
The that's truth of a person and make it be like, well, they can't. My mama said I was black. And don't you know that they ain't know it all? So why can't they fall up under the things that they didn't know? And we learn and grow and be better.
So what fallacy is that?
Which one?
Well, Malcolm X said we were black. Was he wrong?
Oh, that's appealing to authority, actually.
Of course. Okay. Okay. So what you was doing today was mislabeling my position on purpose, trying to discredit me. It didn't work. But what he said was actually appeal to authority. Malcolm X said it, so it must be right.
Okay? Yeah, I threw about 5 straw mans at you on purpose, just as lines in the sand, to get you to be more specific and distinctive with where you're standing on things.
So anyway, both of us gonna do a tug of war on Brother Reggie.
Like, yeah, that sounds fun.
Trying to get him because I'm gonna say it. Dude's a liar. Right? I'm gonna just say it. Dude just be lying. And he tried to use his degree to protect him. I got a degree in engineering, so I must be right. Okay, he be flat out lying about the history he recalled and researched. And I want him back on here. Matter of fact, I just hit him up about 2 days ago on his channel. Right. I said, hey man, the people want to hear you again. So I want him back over here because I want to call him out, because he lied about the early Pan Africanists, and he lied about the term African American, right? And that's why he hung up, by the way. He hung up on that, how that came about. Because I said Jesse Jackson, but I was more so saying like he made it popular, which is true. But he wanted to get more technical and said, 1790. Okay, I mean, but again,
that's one of the only things I agree with Jesse Jackson, though, was the way that he beat up black in order to introduce and popularize African American. Everything he said about black was true.
What's some things he said? What's some things? Because I'm not really sold on black. I'm not really like 100%.
He beat the crap out black. He said everything about it. It's a negative word. Let's hold on to it.
Now, hold on.
It's a form of psychological shucking and jiving.
Wait, hold on. So let me address that, the negative word. That part is false. Okay, so
What?
ancient. Yeah, hold on. Look.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
right. So the way it was used as limiting, like lamenting, right? The way ancient and old, it was used as like lamenting. So you say I'm black, I'm sad, I'm lamenting. Black plague means, death. So that those talking points are true. But as far as identity, okay, that's not true. So when it was used as an identity, it was a way to replace Negro and color because color is a color, right? And Negro's a color. Negro's black basically in Spanish, negro, or that goes back to Latin and Greek, something I study. But it was still all colorized. So if we go from
Okay.
Negro color, color, and then black is color, right? But
Okay, let me
again,
ask you a
go ahead.
question. Let me ask you a question then, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the word you're talking about, right? Black, where bleach come from in English, it had a pale and shining connotation. Before it had to do with people of quote unquote African descent of a darker hue, it had to do with being pale and shining. Once that word became black,
So why is Tommy
it
Sotomayor
became a
mad?
synonym for Negro and Portuguese and Spanish to identify the same group of people that, the Reconquistadors, right? Or the Reconquest, the Portugal and Spain. They're
Mm-hmm.
the
Yeah.
ones that it was through their scope and lens that the English speaking people started using black to be synonymous with Negro, meaning people of quote unquote African descent.
Wait. Well, okay. So let's focus on the words, the letters BLACK. When did white people call us BLACK?
Call us
Yeah.
um 15th,
Never.
16th century.
Okay. Can you produce that? Can you put something in the chat where
Oh, I
where
mean, easy, bro. You could go to etymology.
oh, no, no, no,
You go
no.
to
Not okay. Listen,
etymology,
listen. Listen.
look
Okay,
up
you didn't.
black,
No, you didn't hear.
and
You
then
didn't hear
look
me.
at the
No,
century
hey, brother, you didn't hear me,
where it started to be used for people of
brother.
African descent.
You didn't hear me. I'm not
All right.
saying negro, Niger. I'm not saying. I'm saying English letters BL, not an interpretation, not an etymology. I'm saying
Oh, come on,
BL.
man. So, black, I always saying black is an Americanized way. Okay. It ain't the old English way.
Okay, but you have to understand the
Now, you
question.
know that black in English became synonymous with Negro during the times of the transatlantic.
No, no, no,
What?
no. Yeah, what you
Oh,
gotta do for
man.
me, brother. Okay, now I
Oh,
don't know if you're
wow. Okay.
familiar.
Hold on.
Wait,
Okay.
hold
So,
on, hold
yeah,
on.
you going to make
Right.
me, hold on.
Yes. Because we got something
Because
called
I
source
mean,
up.
you
We
ain't
got, we
never
got, we
messed
got.
with etymology, bro.
Yes. Okay. You might not understand the question. I'm not sure. You just scripted, but and after you pull
When
your
it
link,
was used for our people, right?
yes, BLACK, not some other language. English.
What you mean some other language?
That a chat. I'm telling you, he's not listening. I already knew it. Brother, listen to my words. I'm not saying negro, Niger. I'm saying black. Say black. Say it. Yeah, say it. Say black. Say it. When did white people call us black? BLACK. Like the black man is God. When did they call us black?
uh, at the earliest 15th,
Go
16th
get that.
century.
Okay, go get that. Go get that link.
At the very earliest.
Go get that link. Get that link.
Okay, I'm finna go to the etymology of black real quick.
He says etymology. Hey, chat. He's not listening, man. And this is the problem when people are
What
scripted,
what
man.
what are you saying? So
Okay.
okay, hold on. You
Okay,
want when they use the term as a synonym for negro in Spanish and Portuguese to be a
brother.
term as a social construct for
Listen.
people of quote unquote African descent and of a darker hue. Are we on the same page?
Yeah, but hold on one sec. James Brown said, "I'm black and I'm
I'm
proud." Right?
black and I'm proud.
So, and when he said, "I'm black and I'm proud," he was referring to himself, and he was using black as an identifier, correct?
Yes.
So he
In a
said the word black,
positive way.
right? And he said black. He didn't say another word. He said black, English.
Right. And there was a
He
lot
lies.
of people who disagreed with him and felt like that was a negative word
Yeah,
in his
I can
age bracket.
look, you and I can understand why, right now.
Yes.
But
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not shit the Black Plague. So I'm
Okay.
not even so I'm not even like so I'm not that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not going too far. We can understand why, and to some point I might agree. Like that might not have been the best word of choices to identify yourself as at that time. Okay, then you got Black Wall. You know, you got the
Black
you
Wall
got,
Street,
no
right?
no 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 not that's later. You got Black Friday
Oh,
and
before then, right?
yeah,
Right.
and also yeah, Black. I didn't mean to say Black Wall Street. So I want to say Black Friday. That got something to do with the stock market collapsing, right? So it was
Well,
negative things.
no, it got to do with the red and the black, right?
What?
Like numbers. When the business is in the red, it's negative. When it's in the black, it's up, right? More profits than expenses.
Well, as
So
far as
Black
Black,
Friday, all
no,
the
but Black,
businesses went up because people going out shopping and stuff
no, I mean, well, maybe I don't
after the
know.
holiday.
Okay, maybe you might be right. I'm just saying,
That's
like,
what made it Black Friday because all the
okay,
businesses going to the black, and then it later on developed other, connotative implications.
you might be right. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, when I thought Black Friday, I thought Black Friday had something to do with the stock market crashing.
But I think it did crash on the Black Friday.
But anyway, it was nothing good. It was nothing good. That's my
Yeah, I
point.
think it did crash on the Black Friday before though, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken. But again,
yeah.
I ain't even searching it up. I ain't got my laptop
No,
or my
it's all
pad
good.
in front of me just to
Yeah,
have a
and
genuine
guess what?
conversation.
I'm outside enjoying this beautiful weather. It's like 80 degrees over here with nice little wind. So I'm not near a computer either. So
Must
anyway,
be
but my
nice.
oh no, it's beautiful, bro. It's been like this like a whole whole month. All right. So I'm not in Jersey right now. I'm from Jersey. I'm in the South right now, and it's just weather is like like I said, 80 degrees every day with a wind
Oh,
chill,
yeah, I was just shocked
wind and
thinking it
chill.
was like that in Jersey. You should have just saw the look on my face. I'm looking at you like, dang, is that hot in Jersey right
Nah,
now?
it's like 50 degrees out there.
Right.
It sucks for them. All right. Anyway, you did, but from what I'm told, our summer started. Right.
Interesting.
So, yeah, that's what I'm told. Our summer started. It's my first. I'm not. I never. My first. I've been for a few months, and I'm told this is the summer. This is like the like the May part in like Jersey, like the May
Mm-hmm.
where it's like just not getting warm. Well, that's what they
Mm-hmm.
say this is. This is the early part of New Jersey's May. But
Man,
anyway, but anyway, yeah. So you won't have me argue with you too much about black
good.
and its origins and things like that. You know, I did follow up on that. There's a lot of truth to that. So what I would do is this. I would say colloquially, right? The name, the not the denotations, right? The connotations of black by usage, right? Usage and implications. It kind of it made a negative word kind of like positive, right? Can you think that's true or
Yes, I think that it's a backhand compliment. It's true. It's like true to a fault. It's the truth of a fault. We've gotten so used to it and we're so comfortable with it that it feels good to us. Not only feels good, but we feel offended. It's so tattooed into our psychological and sociological identity that we feel offended as if disrespect to the term is disrespect to our people, even when it's our people disrespect to the term. To me, that's only a stronger indictment of the sickness. Your name, Toby.
okay, so anyway, like I won't argue too much about black, but I will say, you know, connotations, is the way language evolves, right? If a large body of people use a certain word a certain way, it has a new definition, right? So
Very true.
the first definition no longer apply, even though that's the origin, that's the etymology, right? The beginning, the
To
origin
certain
of the word.
extents. because
Like,
you and I will agree that we still got a lot of plantation shit going on hundreds of years later. Like they're not sticking together, even the best and brightest of us. Most intelligent, most talented and everything, still can't stick together. Still got some sentiment over rationale.
Listen, that's
in my feelings BS going on.
Right. That's every
looking
last
for a
one
handout, looking for Uncle Sam Titty to suck on, feeling entitled. The list goes on and on.
Right, but a lot of us try to fight against it, right? When we acknowledge it's there, we make a conscious
while still
effort.
Loving the identity and the pseudo history that just has us in an enslaved history instead of the full story.
No, that part. Okay. Do you believe ethnogenesis is a real thing?
Ethnogenesis, that there's just one beginning to all of us, our ethnicity?
No. So, well, a new beginning, not going back to like the
a new beginning for us.
Right. Like, for example,
do I believe in it? Heck yeah.
But you have to. Right. Okay. So Jamaicans are called Jamaicans based on the ethnogenesis. Haitians are called Haitians based on the ethnogenesis. Now watch this. Eritreans are Eritreans based on the ethnogenesis. They were just Ethiopian. All right. The Mexicans are Mexicans based off their ethnogenesis. So you got black people in this country. So basically, Jamaicans are mixed with Taínos. They're mixed with the British. They're mixed with
Maroons.
Yeah, Maroons. Right. But
don't take the Maroons out, man.
But like they're the same person. They're the same person. They just fought. Like they were more fierce. They actually fought. But and they established their own.
They kind of like dude them in Black Panther. That was like ooga ooga ooga.
Yeah.
They like them.
So what people don't know, I didn't know. So I know a lot of people don't know that, like, they had natives there before they got there. Like we have Native Americans here, they had Taínos. Because when I thought of Taíno, I thought of just, Hispanics, Puerto Ricans. I didn't know that Jamaican, so Taínos over there, and they mixed with the Taínos, the West African, the British, and that's the Jamaican, pretty much. So if they do an American and me, they're going to have some Taíno there, the British, and West African, right?
I mean, we got a similar mix ourselves over here, for one. For two, like you said, there's more Jamaicans over here than over there. So it's been profuse miscegenation as well, generational miscegenation that also stirs the pot even more, right? And then you still leaving out. So in my opinion, that I stand on, chattel slavery and the Negro Act and everything institutionally lumped a whole lot of people up of the same range of phenotype and hue. Ones that were brought over here, ones that were free over here, ones that were already over here, all got lumped up together like y'all Negroes now.
Brother, the same thing happened with the Nigerians. The Igbo, the Yoruba, all those guys, the Ghanaian people, all of y'all are
the Fula Hausa came through?
No, the British. He said all of y'all Nigerians now, all right? Because they had their differences, right? They had their differences, and in politics and like dominance, whatever. The white man said, yo, I don't give a damn about that. Y'all gonna come together and help me out with this damn oil. Okay? So hell with this Igbo, Fulani, Yoruba stuff. Y'all all Nigerians. And I need this damn oil, so get busy, right? That's what they did. And they're called Nigerians exactly because of that. 1801, I believe they became not Nigerians, right? I studied the Nigerian history.
You're right, though. That's the same thing. Generic, sweeping social construct.
Right. Now, the difference is
amalgamated one as well.
So they're Nigerians just by terminology, right? Because they have something in common. They were oppressed by the British, but they're not Nigerian because they were mixed with other people. They're still 90% their people, right? They didn't have much mixing with the British or somebody else. So like they're pretty much, matter of fact, most people in Africa, in their country, their region, they're 90% whatever they are. If you're from Ghana, most likely you're 90% Ghana. If you're from Zimbabwe, you're 90%, you're 90% that. What makes
Can I ask you something though?
Yeah, sure.
Why would the literal Negro Act that
I'm not
institutionalized
familiar
chattel
with the Negro
slavery.
Act. I'm not familiar with the Negro Act.
The Negro Act is the document that literally institutionalized chattel slavery over it.
Okay.
Because you got indentured servitude that's for a period that's not your lifetime. Then you have slavery that's for the lifetime but not your descendants. And then chattel slavery is for your lifetime and your descendants' lifetime, right? Institutionalizing the Negro Act, there's a part of it where it says that the term Negro and all that's included in it is only for the captured inhabitants of Africa, not to the free inhabitants of Africa, such as the Moors, the Egyptians, and the Lascars. Why would it be a differentiation between people of the same hue and look alike in the actual document that institutionalized chattel slavery and us all being Negroes and all that? And people make it seem like it's just some stuff Noble Drew Ali came up with.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, check out the Negro Act. Matter of fact, with your screen, let me see. You might be able to pull it off if you do the Negro Act, the free and then quote unquote the free inhabitants of Africa. That might pull up the section. And then the Gray Coat South Carolina Confederates end up using the Negro Act again, because this, the Negro Act predates the Declaration of Independence and all that. It was grandfathered in, right? The Gray Coats for the Confederate Army used it to stand on seceding from the Union and everything. So it's like they stood on this document later on that was saying that, oh, we just talking about the cat, and it's the killer pod too. They make us think that all Berbers look like modern day Arabs. But it said when it was talking about the enslaved, captured Africans, they called them enslaved Berbers. And that who the Negro and the Negro Act was pertaining to, not free inhabitants of Africa. So the constitutional qualifications of America is if you're free from over there, then you're free over here. You're a slave from over there, then you're a slave over here.
Okay. So let me ask you this: Are you a person who's opposed to ancestry and me and things like that?
Nah, not at all, because I already know that it's a mixture.
Have you done it?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So
a couple years ago.
So are you able to like
a mixture, right?
Are you able to like kind of recall if I ask you about certain like are you able to recall certain percentages of certain regions?
I don't tell too much, but I will say that the majority of mine is Fulani house.
Now hold on, but that majority is like 20% though, right?
The Fulani Hausa?
Yeah.
No, sir. 37.
What percentage?
37.
Okay, my fault. Okay, what I meant to say is below 50%. Okay, so now watch this. What I'm saying, what I'm saying is exactly, brother. Look, I believe you are. I believe you're telling the truth. Okay.
I ain't get outstanding with it, did I?
Nah, yeah,
I kept it with 50, the number, man. 37.
You said 56%. I'll say, brother, you gotta show me. I think you're lying. Okay, so my thing is, bro, the Fulanis themselves, if they did the same test, they're gonna be 80 to 90% Fulani. Like they're not gonna be 37%. So therefore, if
we
you
a different type of melting pot.
Right, exactly. So if you went there with those results, trying to be part of the Fulani group, they'll turn you around so fast and call you a white man. All right. So now, what's the largest percent of European? What country? The largest European you got in you, and what percentage?
I mean, are you Eastern and Western, or just Western?
Yeah, but it's usually the way they do it. They do it in like percentages. So like it'll be Fulani 37%. Then after that, everything would be smaller. It'd be something Nigeria maybe like 20%. Okay, but when it came to the European countries, what was the highest percentage you had? What was the country? if you can recall.
Scottish Irish.
Okay. Oh, just like Yvette Carter. Okay, what percentage? Was it like 15?
16 and a half.
Damn, I'm close. Yeah, I am good. I am good. Okay. So you're white. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Hey, you know what I feel like? I possess 90+% of the human genome, giving me the potential and propensity to awaken combinations that mankind ain't seen before. And that's what I feel about this special mix over here across these waters. We have the vast majority of the genome within whatever 3 generations of our family. So that give us potential that all them over there, that's 80% of this and 90% of that,
Yeah.
they DNA ain't never gonna do.
Right.
I think that's special.
Yeah, we think so too. That's why we have we believe in a unique ethnic identifier. That's why I really never really disagree with the Moors' sense of terminology, right? The sense that when they decided, hey, we want to be known as this, away from everything else. I kind of like understood that. I can't say I 100% agree with everything, but I definitely understood that, and I was never in their way of that. Like I have no videos like my videos are talking about the driving out license shit. Okay,
well, I'm glad I ain't got to beat black up with you, because it's
nah.
people who, even when I be like, okay, look, I don't think I'm black. I know I ain't black. I know you ain't black, but if you think you black, that's cool, right? I ain't gonna beat up black on you. And they'll still have an issue because I don't think they black too. And then, you know, the killer part, what they'll say, more just another term for black. So if more just another term for black, and you claim to be black,
Right.
how are you not a Moor? Oh, no. How?
Right. How you
If Moor is
Negro?
just another term for black.
How you Negro but not Moor?
Then what's wrong with saying we all Moors if it's a term for the same people?
Yeah.
But, you know, I think that people just be, you know, what Nas said, fear what they don't understand, hate what they can't conquer. Guess it was the theory of man became a monster. People like keeping things in quote unquote black and white instead of transcending the dualities that we've been placed in, being played ping pong on. That's going to go over a lot of people's head. But those who are supposed to hit, they're going to receive it.
So where's that hater? So there's a hater in the chat. He left. All right, you
Who?
familiar
Which
with the
one?
guy?
What's his name?
American Dream.
Dang. Man, any other haters, man, say their name so I can say something about them without looking up.
No, I want to be fair. I don't want you to blindly, you know.
Now, you can be fair by saying something that somebody says and I respond to it.
Yeah. Let him represent himself. I don't want to misrepresent him.
Okay, I ain't gonna do him like that.
And
mercy.
Because hey, I'm saying hater, but you guys might agree on more things than I.
Who knows,
might be the opposite.
right?
I might say, yeah, I'm not gonna misrepresent him. I'm gonna let him speak on himself. All right. So anyway,
that would be a hilarious outcome.
I was speaking about, but I know he's not going to agree with the Morris thing.
That's cool.
Okay,
I'm used to it.
I'm not trying to give you an op, right? Let him represent himself. Let him speak on himself.
I'm a Morris Garveyite, man. A real MST of A member. A real UNIA member. Right, very delicate experience and blend. All about my people. You feel me?
So now so you brought it up. So let's give you the benefit of doubt, right? Because I'm unbiased. I do that. I can argue or entertain both sides. So let's say if Marcus Garvey, unbeknownst to him, signed on to something that he did not own, and he marketed, right? Because he does a lot of public, he's great at public advertisements, right? So let's consider that. Let's consider this was something unbeknownst to him. Okay. Because this happens with companies. You got a lot of inside trading. You got a lot of accountants who steal the money. But guess what? The CEO get locked up.
It's a long ass question.
No, it wasn't a question. I was giving examples. I was saying like,
Oh,
just because you're not in the know
right.
doesn't mean you don't get locked up with the people in the know. So I was sharing something with you. I said when your accountant steals the money, this happens, bro. I watch American Greed like a mother. Okay,
Like Wesley
okay,
Snipes still
yeah,
had to pay them taxes.
yeah. So you
Shout
get
out to
locked up.
Wesley Snipes too.
So I was saying if Marcus Garvey got people undermining him in his
Right.
organization, that still falls on him.
Of course.
Okay. So now when people say like myself, hey, he's a scammer, considering what you said,
You're wrong.
right, no, hold on. Considering what you said, let's say if he is not the scammer, right?
Right.
Personally, I didn't do it, but my organization did it, and I'm the
Right.
leader of the organization.
Right.
Therefore, it falls on me, even though
Yes.
technically I didn't do it.
Yes. All of that is true, and it still
Okay.
does not denigrate his personal character unless he was engaging in them type of activities. And if it was, it would have been a whole lot more that the feds
No,
would have got
I'm
him
giving
on,
you. Look, I'm giving
except
you
for
the.
that one
Listen,
thing right there.
listen, brother, you missed it.
That's the
I'm.
only thing they got him on and gave
Well,
him all
listen.
that time.
Well, hold on, you're missing it. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. I'm saying, no. The time was legit because even though
Man,
I listen, let's just hear me out. I could give you like cases where it happened. If your accountant steals and don't pay taxes and take the money, and that's your business, it falls on you.
so look, I'm not taking nothing away from that at all. Yes, I understand that, right?
Yeah,
Again, I understand what they use to pop them with. I
right.
can see the legitimacy of what they used, even though how far was stretched to use it. And I can also speak on other things that's true as well, that being the only thing they could use,
Wait, okay,
right?
hold on. So
Them
wait.
using it to the letter of the law is legit, even though it was some entrapment involved,
Wait, hold on.
tampering with
Oh shit.
witnesses,
Before now,
tampering
look,
with
wait. So
seek
hold on. Just
confidential
see,
informants.
you're going too far, brother. What I'm trying to tell you is this: I understand the trial. I'm publicly recorded saying they did him dirty
Okay, thank you then, man.
in the trial. Okay, but it's public
Now I'm
record.
still saying, yeah, fall
Yeah,
on him.
yeah. I admit he did not get a fair trial.
But he wasn't on no crook type stuff.
Well,
That's
that's in
all I'm
question.
saying.
That's in question. But what I'm saying is that he definitely did not get a fair trial. Okay, so I
Not at
said that on
all.
record. Zero.
But you holding up that one thing they was able to nail him on. Like, yeah, he did. They did get him on that one.
No, but
So
I'm
okay,
giving
I agree
you.
with you. Yes, they
Wait.
did get him on that one.
But I'm giving you the other side of the possibility. Because what you said earlier makes sense. Okay, I'm saying that hey, it's possible that people negotiated on his behalf. That can really happen. You know,
But
you
that's
send
why I'm
some.
saying, that's why I'm giving you in exchange. I'm giving you, yeah, it falls on him, and they popped him over it, right?
Right.
If things would have been, that's why he say if one thing he would have, post deportation in like Halifax, Nova Scotia, right? Something he wrote. He said if he could do it all over, he wouldn't have trusted so many people.
Brother. What
I can
I'm saying
relate
is
to
this.
that. I feel
I'm
like that
saying,
at 40
all right,
years old.
stop. I got it. But I'm saying that you gotta relax because you're from Chicago. I'm from Jersey. We're more
So
down
you
to
can
earth.
relate to that too.
Right, but we're more down to earth than y'all out there. Okay, you're part of the worst city in America, my boy, not me.
Wow.
All
Now
right,
you finna try to
okay.
go. Hey, but guess what? Y'all still got the dirtiest state. Boy, the dirtiest states. Boy, y'all dirtier
Hey,
than
brother,
small Illinois.
we are the only state in the country that don't pump our own gas.
Man, only thing good for y'all is seafood and swap meets. Y'all got
So
seafood and
now,
swap meets on lock.
hey, now
Like what we
look,
call flea markets.
Hey, brother, I did visit Chicago because I was a member of the Nation of Islam, and it was
Oh
when
yeah,
it's when Farrakhan did the little run with Russell Simmons. They had like a jog they did. Okay, so I went to
interesting.
Chicago for that. Yeah, I went to Chicago. Hi, I went to Chicago for
Were
that.
they meeting? Were they meeting up on 37th and King Drive?
I don't remember. I was so long ago. I do that. I
Okay,
was probably 20 years ago. I don't remember at all.
okay.
Okay, but I do remember that Chicago reminded me of a clean Newark. That's all I remember. It was
I
a
love
clean
my
Newark.
city, man.
This was a clean. Now I'm gonna be honest. I did not know Chicago was wild. I didn't know. I thought this shit was easy. I thought some piece of cake. Cause I'm from Jersey. I'm like, I ain't
It's
see
like a
Chicago. That
movie.
shit. Yeah, I'm thinking that shit whack. I didn't understand the history. I didn't know my boy El Rukins. I learned that later. I didn't know about
Oh,
the history. Yeah, I'm thinking Chicago was sweet when I was out there.
but you paid attention to the speed of things quite quickly, I guess.
No, because it was. Yeah, I didn't see nobody. I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know where I was. I could reach out to the sisters. I went with, but bro, I ain't really see nobody. Now we did go somewhere downtown. We were like under like railroad tracks. It was a bridge above us, not road, a bridge. We were like,
Lake Street. Oh, okay.
okay,
It was some L's. One of the L's.
okay, that's where we
Elevated
were.
trains up over.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We were doing some shopping over there, but I really didn't see a lot of people like interacting. Like in Jersey and Newark, bro. Let me tell you, man. In Newark, you're gonna see hundreds of people all the time passing you.
Yeah.
So this is great
Man,
for this
it
is
was
great for
like that in
business.
Newark. It was a flea market type swap meet in Newark. I want to say like 6 years ago.
Hmm.
And it was like every ethnicity known to man all had
Oh
high
yeah,
quality
that's definitely Newark is very diverse.
material. I'm talking about literally everything. Like it was like 12 different Africans, about 9 different Afro Caribbean, about 5 different Latin Americans, South American. I'm talking about all type
Oh
of
yeah,
everything you could think of to buy. I was
yeah,
like, man, this is amazing.
yeah. So when I was in Chicago, I thought it was. I didn't know what I know now. I thought it was sweet. I'm out there like because there's nothing to do. I'm out there getting dressed. I'm like walking around like shit sweet.
La 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 la.
I didn't know y'all had the whole. Now it might be I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I heard about the hat shit on one side, on the right side, left side. I ain't know nothing about that. I'm out there feeling like Chicago sweet, Jersey. Screw y'all.
Yeah, there used to be much more of a thing than it is now.
Okay.
The youngins really go by their own rules,
Okay,
how they
I got
see fit.
it. These wild niggas, ninjas.
But
I'm
yeah,
sorry, I got it.
it definitely meant something when I was growing up and before me. Yeah, it definitely meant something back then. Plus, like I be telling people though, it's parts of Chicago where it ain't nothing going on.
Okay,
Like
that's
even
probably
in
where I was.
places where it's a lot of activity, it's at least one block every like 7 or 8 blocks that's full of retirees that had jobs and stuff that own their property. You know,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
it's always like a couple blocks where it ain't really popping like that,
yeah,
and there's other stuff, regular stuff going on, and then it's little
yeah,
hoods where it's like little contentious blocks where it's lightweight and stuff not going on. Now, yeah, it
yeah.
could be some unlucky circumstances that emerge,
Right.
but for the most part, it's places where it's a bunch of places in Chicago you could go. It'd be like 99% nothing gonna happen to you.
Okay, yeah. The Chicago's a lot safer than Newark then. Okay, I don't know any safe, clean areas in Newark, bro. I don't. I never seen one where this is safe. Yeah. This is you good over here. I don't know. And now maybe 2025 because it's being gentrified, but 10 to
Right,
15 years ago and back, I don't know one area in Newark. Now I'm not from Newark, so a Newark person can educate me. And don't say North Newark. Don't say North Newark. No, no, that doesn't count. That's Spanish Newark. I'm talking about Newark. Okay, give me a Newark area that's safe. Okay, I didn't come across one. I felt safe. Like I'm out of the hood. I'm out of the danger zone. I'm safe. I haven't seen one area in Newark like that.
But yeah,
So
though,
so
good
so so
breakdown
so
though.
so basically you can have one area that's good, but across the street from it is the hood. It's like the projects, some low income housing. So I didn't see a district where this is nice and this is just nice over here. I haven't seen that in Newark.
Yeah,
And,
well,
and
we
I've been
got
all
like
up and down Newark.
Beverly, Illinois is nice like that. Right on the south side, for instance. But
Yeah,
yeah,
so you'll say North Newark, but that doesn't count because North Newark, like when people say Newark, they don't consider North Newark at all. That's like Spanish Newark. They don't. We say Newark, we talking about where Black people reside, not Hispanics. Okay, so North
yeah.
Newark is Hispanics. I'm sure it's probably dangerous then, but it's not dangerous like how we believe danger is. Like the like
Well, yeah, I mean, there's some places
yeah.
in Jersey that get live for sure.
Yeah, I felt a lot safer in Spanish North. They got goons, but look. They had a bodega with 10 Spanish folks out there. I went to the store anyway. In Newark, I would never do that. I would never go in a bodega with 10 niggas outside. But
But
in
hey,
Spanish
you the
North, I
guy
did that.
that keep this off rooting for Che Edgar Hoover, man. I'm telling you, I wish I remember dude's name on
Oh,
Friday,
we
man. Be
gotta
like,
we gotta
please stay
lock them
off
up.
my freaking grass.
Oh no, I'm 100% law and order.
Dang, what's his
Boy,
name?
lock up these damn criminals. Let's make Black America great again. Because when we were at our greatest, these criminals did not exist. Okay, these criminals are created. They're a byproduct of white supremacy to undermine Black progression, lock their ass up. Period. Big meat, stay in prison. We're not celebrating. You come home.
Okay, so you still got the Joe Biden 94 crime bill method, right?
All right, now listen. Now
Hillary
I'm gonna be fair
Clinton
to you.
propagated
Now,
method. Has it
I'm gonna
worked
be
in 30 years?
yes,
Has it
yes it
made the
did.
streets safer?
Yes it did. Yes it did. Yes it
How?
did.
And it's more crime
Okay.
now than it was in 94.
Okay. All right. So now you said crime, right? Right? You said crime, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The 94 crime bill, brother, that's a nickname. Do you know the original name of the 94 crime bill?
I used to, man. I don't remember it word
Okay.
for word. I know that's a nickname,
Okay.
man.
All right.
Regardless,
All
though,
right.
has it worked?
Well, hold on.
Like
Yes, it
what you
did.
just said about lock them
No,
up.
no,
That's
yes, it
exactly
did.
what they were saying.
Yes, it did.
Lock
So
them
that
up, lock them up. That's what you
no,
had
no, hey, no, it did work.
industrialization,
No, it did work.
privatization of prisons,
Hey, brother, listen. What you're doing is you're
over
mixing up,
policing.
brother. You're mixing up things in it, right? There's
Like
context.
what?
Okay, I'll tell you.
What did I
Now,
mix up in the
all right.
94 crime bill in reference
So
to over
listen.
policing
All right, listen.
and the privatization of
I
the
got you.
prison industrial complex?
I got you. I'm going to explain. Right. So I'm freestyling, right? Because I researched this stuff like top and bottom. And you can even throw in stop and frisk. I got you with that too. Okay. So the 94 crime bill, brother, was not a crime bill for all crimes. It's a crime bill for violent crimes, domestic violence, criminal violence. It's a violent crime bill. The nickname is the 94 Biden crime bill, but the original name is most crime bills are reactions to violence, not drug selling. So what happened, but I'll just skip to the end. What happens is they abused it. They extended it to selling to non-violent crimes like selling drugs. They abused it. But the inception was
That
to
was gonna
address.
happen anyway. That was just their way of getting the foot in the door.
And yeah, and look, you might be right, but I'm not gonna argue that. But what I'm saying is the introduction was violence, so it addressed domestic violence because at one point you'll beat your girl ass and the cops would come and do nothing. So this put
You was
more.
agreeing with Hillary Clinton when she was calling them super predators. You was like,
Okay,
"Yeah, you right,
yes,
girl."
yes, I was because she made it clear who she was talking about. See, it was blackologists who said every black person. No, she made it very clear who the super predators were. the most violent people in Black America, those dusty ass Californians doing drive-bys, killing everybody. Okay, so she was very clear on who she was talking about. She was not talking about Black America. And matter of fact, I showed a comparison of Black leaders. So if you remember Bone Thugs and Harmony, the beginning of the song was, "We're not against rap, but we're all against those thugs." Okay, so it was very clear who everybody was against. They were against the thugs in Black society,
yeah, but
not
they
Black
were
society.
against the thugs that they hired with the black market that they created, though.
Wait, hold on. So let's start from the beginning.
Oliver North, Iran Contra.
I got it. I mean, of course, that's drugs. Okay, I'm talking about the violent bill, which is called the '94 crime bill. Okay, so it did address crime and it solved it. So yes. Okay,
it solved it?
Yes, because in
30
California,
years later, what did it solve?
No. We're talking about at the time it was because you got different presidencies that came through and made Obama. Hey, brother, listen. Warning: this is something I looked into in depth. Obama came. Okay,
You should
Obama
know
came
by the angles that I'm trying to get you in.
So Obama came through and made amendments. So I can even say about the crack cocaine, 85 to 15. I can tell you all that shit, bro. The cocaine crack
Don't
disparity.
skip the Obama, man. And we in the Clinton years, though.
No,
you can't do that.
No. Obama, listen. I'm gonna advise people: don't speak on Obama if you don't know. Okay? Because I'm gonna cook you. You need
the drone president.
Yeah, don't listen to people. I'm not saying
president. What you got to say about ones calling him the drone president?
Brother, I'm not saying he's a clean guy. I'm
okay.
saying there's some things he did that was beneficial for Black society. All right. Okay,
like what?
So he.
Well, no, we ain't gonna go there. I don't want you to get the glaze in Obama right now.
No,
it's pluses and minuses that come along with him, just like everybody else.
Obama made it fair that Black people can clean their credit today. White supremacists had it where it was impossible to clean your credit once it went negative. Obama passed the Credit Card Act. Okay,
that's so Obama.
Yeah, exactly. Because I clean my credit.
I know exactly what you're talking about. It was a nuclear bomb. Once could wipe their stuff. Yeah, for sure.
Because my shit was like 520. You dig? Until Obama passed that shit, and I got my shit to 750. Okay, so white supremacists had it where systemic racism had it where once your credit go bad, you're locked out of. You're done.
Loan forgiveness for college people and stuff, right?
Right. Yeah. So trust me,
I fell under that. I was with Westwood College, and the government shut them down when I had two classes left to get my associates in information technology. Okay. I had just finished my last two Cisco classes and everything, right? Like I was finna go into that field. And they shut it down on us. I'm like, dang, like,
yeah,
it was crazy. But because of that, because it was shut down before I could finish my degree, I ended up getting loan forgiveness for all that.
Okay, see, so brother, listen, don't throw spitballs at me and see what sticks. I did a lot of reading.
But I'm gonna keep it 100 about the good stuff, though.
I did a lot of reading.
I'm an equal opportunity critic, man. I give compliments and criticism equally.
So listen, chat. In America, I did a lot of, y'all can throw spitballs, but I did a lot of reading.
The chat rolling with me?
Well, of course, because they hate Obama, of course. They hate Kamala. But even Kamala, even Kamala truly shit.
Look, do you agree with Edward Snowden in reference to the Obama administration?
You gotta know. I don't even know what happened. You gotta. I'm dark.
What? Get out of here, man! You remember Edward Snowden?
I might have forgot. I mean, the name sounds familiar.
He was the intelligence guy with the glasses that went to Russia. The one that exposed that they were spying on us 5 times more than they were spying on Russia and China combined.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah.
Like they had 1,000. Like 1,200 surveillance devices in Russia. They had 800 in China. And then they had 4,300.
Oh yeah. Here. Okay. Yeah, with that, yes, I'm familiar with that. Right. And yeah, of course, we got domestic terrorists. We got the white supremacists.
Julian Assange, WikiLeaks. Under the Obama administration, right?
Yeah, bro. We got listen. I'm somebody. Let me let you know. I study. I'm a nerd. I studied the history of American immigration. I studied the Civil War back and forth. Now, one thing I gotta get up on is the Revolutionary War. I haven't really studied that, but
Let
the
me ask
Civil
you
War,
something.
yeah.
Who made BRICS great more than the Obama Biden administration and Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State granting them eminent domain for 1.2 trillion that to this day we still owe over 800 million in principal for.
I'm unfamiliar with BRICS, to be honest. That's something
So
new I came across.
BRICS, right? So in order to compete with the International
No,
Monetary
I know
Fund,
what it is. No, I know what it is, but
what I'm
I'm
saying
like
though,
new
they've
to
been
it.
using, look, right, like the interest that we've been paying on the bailout money to China
Yeah.
is what they use to do these loans around the world.
Okay.
In Africa and Asia, they've been using that bread since then, right? And guess what? If
Mm-hmm.
we default on that, they have eminent domain.
Who say they? In Chinese?
China, yeah, that's the deal between us
No,
them. If
but
we ever
eminent
default,
domain. But eminent domain on what specifically? The entire
eminent
country?
domain on America
Nah.
making good on the amount dollar for dollar that's been defaulted for. They could
So
literally
what?
like take California dollar for dollar for that
Nah, I don't
800
believe
billion.
that. I don't believe that.
Now look up eminent domain and
No,
look
I know
up
what no,
Hillary
I know
Clinton.
no,
Look
I know
up
what
Hillary
eminent.
Clinton
I know
giving
what
them
that means.
eminent domain in the event of the default.
Yeah,
They the
that
only
sounds like
people
some
I know
old
got us
fake
like that
news.
with eminent domain.
Okay,
If you know
so okay.
anything about eminent domain, you
Now
know
I know a
how
lot
big of
about
a gun
I know a
that is
lot
to the
about
head of
listen,
America.
brother. I know a lot about eminent domain. I know a lot about. I researched that
That's
recently.
crazy, ain't it?
Did debate somebody. Nah, it always been what. No. Well, listen, eminent
China
domain.
said they wasn't giving it to us unless we got eminent domain, and Hillary Clinton gave it to them.
Now that right there, you got to source up on that. I got to see that for myself.
I
That sounds
got
like
you.
fake news. That sounds like some Russian shit.
I got you.
But eminent domain that's been something that's been clear
Matter
in
of
this
fact,
country.
go Google search it, man. Google search Hillary Clinton grants China eminent domain for bank bailout,
Hey, but let me ask you this: what
and
about the
watch what
rumors?
happens.
Look, let me ask you this: you talking about China?
See,
Man, fuck them,
go to CNN might have reported on it, for Christ's
man.
sake.
China are a bunch of cowards. Okay, look, the Chinese are a bunch of cowards. What about them talking about invading Taiwan? You heard about those rumors? It's predicted to happen like
You think that's
2026.
cowardly?
They are a bunch of Asian
See, I
cowards.
ain't even finna do it to you, man. They full of.
Okay, no. Listen,
Okay, so you clicked up with the people who had Chairman Mao and them starving in the Gobi Desert.
no. See,
Yes, yes,
you keep giving me
yes. The
stuff, and that's
regime in
fine.
Taiwan comes
No.
from the
Hey, brother,
American-led.
just ask me my position. Listen, I'm about self-preservation.
Yeah,
Okay, right. So if any country can do something out, outside of us, I can do something to us that can affect my outward living, F them. And I hope they nuke the shit out of them. Now, when it comes to Taiwan, what I've been following up on is our Navy improvements and the lack of their improvements, right? These guys got these big, goofy Navy ships that you can hear from miles away. We got, because of Elon Musk and other innovators, we got some submarines that they can't hear at all. They can't detect nothing. Once these goofies go try to invade Taiwan, we're going to blow them out to sea. That's a fact. That's a fact. They know it. We know it. Is nothing like hidden. Like it's no hidden history. They know their Navy can't compare, can rock with ours. Period. So again, my position is I'm American. I want my lifestyle and opportunities to continue. If any foreign country can affect my lifestyle, blow them off the planet. That's my position. Now, some of y'all black nationalists, you want America to fall so you can live like a damn caveman. Not me.
Feel you on that.
Not me. It's self-preservation. Whatever it takes. Make sure I got these aspirations that can come true. Once I feel like there's nothing to live for, what's to live for? You dig?
This is what I say. That extends, right? The same way you have a family of organs, communities of tissues, and a whole world of cells.
Okay.
We're also organs to our family, tissues to our communities, and cells in our collective consciousness.
I'm listening.
What you say?
No, I'm listening.
No, that was it. It extends. Right. It's a range of individuality.
Yeah, so I'm not
from
hoping
the cells
China
to the species to the planet.
So I'm not saying root for China so we could be destroyed and China can have troops over here. No,
but you're keeping it real. That's cool because I feel that way about Russia in many ways, and I wouldn't want none of us. I want us to win all the time. Better than some other people coming over. We think we think it's some oppression.
We know the white man. We don't know them.
Hey,
we know the white man. We don't know them. And guess what? They don't know us.
Their favorite fruit's gonna be grapes on a whole other level. They gonna be grapes at every supermarket. Let some Chinese or Russia come over and take some land.
Yeah, I'm good with them. Like
they gonna make police brutality say like a massage parlor. You know what? We ain't seen war.
Nah.
Because we usually doing it elsewhere. We ain't seen it over here.
Nah. And I don't plan on it.
It'll make police brutality look, and I ain't with none of that period. You feel me? But it'll make police brutality look like a massage parlor. For some foreign people on some soil that took some land.
Yeah, now I'm good, man. I don't see any soul in those folks in China. I'm sorry, man. They're gonna be like Hitler, Nazi Germany 2.0.
They are forced to be reckoned with, bro. And the thing about it is, it's a lot of compromised Americans that's been getting money with them.
I know, but guess what? They can't beat us. That's the
problem.
But here's the thing: is them more Russians can't beat us.
It depends on how many compromised Americans. The only ones can beat us is us, and that's why this is so dangerous.
Yeah, but just assuming the regular, they or Russia can't beat us, but they can destroy us. So the only way they can beat us is to destroy themselves. That's the only way. Because we can't stop their nuclear arms, they can't stop ours. We can't stop Russia. Russia can't stop ours. That's why we're going to stop Iran, and we're going to blow them off the earth if they try to continue with their nuclear arms. Okay, we're not going to allow them to get nuclear arms. Trust me, that's not going to happen. We're going to blow them up.
No comment on Iran. I just hope they don't put us in World War III.
Man, listen, World War IX, I don't give it.
Because if it do, I'm saying you don't think that it's a plausible scenario where us blowing Iran up will lead to either Russia or China letting some off themselves?
No, they can't because
Taiwan getting smashed, bro. If anything happened to one of they allies in a significant way,
but listen what I'm
Taiwan
saying,
getting smashed, bro.
I got it, but listen what I'm saying though. They can't beat us. They can only destroy us. But by destroying us, they destroy themselves because they can't stop our nuclear arms either. So we'll be 3 nuked countries.
And that's a lose scenario.
Yeah, but do you think they want to die? No, but we're going to. Hey, yo, listen, brother. One thing's for sure.
That's why it's more of an economic war.
Right.
That's why China said we're willing to wage whatever type of war.
Right, of course.
It's a cyber and financial war.
All of that. But listen, what I'm trying to say. One thing that's not going to happen is that we're not going to allow Iran to get a nuclear. We're not going to allow that. Okay, we're going to blow them off the earth before they get that far because
but doing that could kick off some nuclear stuff though.
They're not. No. They're not going to kill their entire country because of Iran. The Russian people, the Chinese people, are like, hey man, that's them.
I'm saying they could set off a chain of events though. Is what I'm saying, and the dominoes fall and wheel. Because Taiwan getting smacked, South Korea getting smacked.
One thing that cannot happen is Iran getting nuclear arms. That's one thing.
One thing that can't happen
Yeah,
Is
it
our
cannot happen.
military being spread out all across the
No,
world?
it doesn't matter because we got that button, and then we got allies, and we got
Man,
that button, so it doesn't matter. But I'm 100% confident that, and Iran knows better, and that's why they're going to compromise and they're going to bow down to President Trump demands. Okay, they can talk that tough shit all they want.
overextension is
Yeah, they
like
can talk.
Alzheimer's to an empire, bro.
Hey, bro, they can talk that toughness all they want. I guarantee you, chat, that they don't end up with a mass weapon. I guarantee that their nuclear arms, but bullshit they doing energy. I guarantee you, they
What make you
find
think
something
they
else.
ain't got them already, though?
Now they don't, because we have a way. Okay, a little bit, and I know a little bit about chemistry, and we have a way to track uranium and those things that nobody can hide this shit. Like the world can, if you got the technology, the world can see uranium, right? There's no way to hide it. Underground, above ground, you can't hide this stuff. It's very
I get
energetic.
you on that.
Okay, you can't hide it. That's why we know who got shit and who don't, and they know in Russia and China know who. You can't hide it. You just know it can't make it invisible. So that's why we
But
can easily detect where
it's
it's
levels of
moving,
the
where it's
water
going.
that you can hide it, though.
Huh?
It's levels of the water submarines can hide it.
Nah, right. But at some point they got to come up out of, because remember, you got to put it to motion. Like it has to be nuclear energy
True.
first, right? It got to be
But
nuclear
you
energy.
know, it's some levels low down there.
But
Well, you can't. They can't
we got the
detect
greatest
the
navy in the
vibrational
brother,
resonance that you're referring to.
brother. We got the greatest. Yeah, listen, man. I've been so
Shell breaking
up,
vibrations.
brother. I've been so up to date. Yo, we got ships that's drones. We got navy ships, family, that's drones.
True.
Nobody's aboard that shit. They don't have nothing like that. We got
You don't know
stealth
that.
fighters. No, they don't. No. That's one thing. No.
AI is the new arms race.
No.
You don't know
Hey,
what they got, man.
brother. Hey, chat.
Better
Listen.
quit playing with them people like that. Like they ain't
Chat.
got
Hey,
technology
chat.
too in 2025.
Hey, chat. Screw what he's saying. I'm telling you that we have the best innovators working with us. They don't. And guess what? It's not a secret. They know what we have, and we know what they don't have. Bro, it's not a secret. Like they know what we have, the drones and everything, and
Man,
they know they don't have it.
chat,
And
this
then wait.
guy's forgetting that people been selling out the country for the past
Hey,
20,
bro,
30 years to
listen. I
China,
got
though.
it, and vice versa.
He ain't taking that into
And
consideration,
no,
y'all.
and vice versa. We got the reason why we know. Okay, the reason why they know what we got because of sellouts. The reason why we know what they don't got because they're sellouts. So that happens. That's part of it all. Okay, everybody got informants. Everybody got coons and sellouts, and we got ours too. And they are
So this
sure
the thing. It's not
you
just
guys are
them.
cowards,
It's not just Russia. It's not
bro.
just
Russia
North
is
Korea.
done.
Not just India.
Nah. North Korea ain't got
It's
shit.
not just Burkina
Yeah, their
Faso
ballistic
and
missiles can't even
Mali.
leave North Korea. Like
Listen
those
to what I'm
guys are a bunch of
saying.
clowns. North Korea's a
Hear
bunch
what
of
I'm
clowns.
saying, though.
Yeah.
It's not just Burkina Faso and Mali and
Bro,
Nigeria.
we got France, we got Britain. Yo,
It's not just South Africa.
hey, bro,
Okay, France.
we got
France been
allies
wanting to
too, man.
rain on Burkina Faso all of
No,
the Biden
no.
administration, and
Hey,
they
chat.
still ain't been able to pull it.
Hey,
They
chat.
don't tell you something?
This is that Pan African shit where they act
There ain't
like
no Pan African nothing.
they
This
act
is
like NATO is so
geopolitics.
weak. And no, listen,
Man, ain't
we
no
are.
African nation been able to be this defiant against the
We
colonial
Hey,
powers
bro,
like
listen,
Burkina Faso, Mali, and Nigeria.
man, they ain't doing shit over
That
there.
that
Hey,
cool try. What? You
nah,
crazy, man?
nah.
You crazy, man. See, you
They
ain't
are
even hip
not.
to it. Okay, chat.
They
Tell
are.
this
Yeah.
man to
Hey,
get his news
hey,
up.
yeah.
He don't know nothing about them
Listen,
taking the
yo,
plutonium back, taking the
The
gold
stuff
back.
Elon Musk.
He don't know nothing
Yo,
about them starving
one.
friends.
Hey, I don't care. The one thing about us and these white folks over here that they are natural born killers, right?
Man, where you think the Wagner group at right now?
Nah, brother. Listen, man. Hey, chat.
Friends don't want none of the Wagner
Hey,
group
chat.
out there.
One day, hey, chat. I'm gonna do a
White
live.
boy on white boy combat. Boy, them Russians gonna blam them other
Hey,
white boys.
yeah,
Play with it.
they getting destroyed by weaker, inferior people over there as far as resources. As a matter of fact, how about the drones over there that's destroying those Russian tanks, bro? See, this is what I'm up on. I watch this stuff like for fun. Okay, what Elon Musk and other innovators are doing with these drones, we are destroying Russia just off the Ukrainians are destroying Russians just off drones. They're blowing their tanks up. They can't get anything done. And matter of fact, that's why they talking peace treaties. You got the president talking about Putin talking about, well, yeah, I consider That's an L, bro. How you a superpower? And by the way, Russia's a
It's
bunch of
not an
cowards.
L. No, the L would be to allow a losing proxy war in Ukraine to lead us to nuclear mutual
Hey,
destruction.
bro, how
That's
did
the
Russia?
L.
Hey, yo, how did
That's
Russia
the
lose?
L. Ain't no taking no L. Bringing
I
peace
got
to
you.
something that
I
we
got you.
shouldn't have got in the
Look,
first place.
I'm gonna take you to. I'm gonna bring you to the time machine. Russia is the only European nation to lose to an Asian nation. They are a bunch of buffoons, bro.
Man,
Japan
come
beat
on,
their ass.
man. All this propaganda is
Yeah,
unnecessary.
they're a bunch of clowns. That's why we don't respect them. We did the Cold War. They're a bunch of clowns. We got Ukraine. We over here funding Ukraine
Man,
now. And listen, now we dare a country to fund our ops. Oh, you funding them? We dare somebody to fund when we did the whole Iraq thing. Who was funding Iraq? We
us
dare somebody to we dare a foreign country, Russia
spent a
or
whole lot of money on
China
that
to go
too.
ahead, to go ahead and fund. Okay, but it was necessary. We got them up out of there. That's what, and you know
Man,
their leader was an
now that's a
embarrassment of
whole
the
nother
world.
subject matter, man.
Yeah,
You tripping, man.
nah, I'm
You
100% American,
borderline.
my
It's
boy.
crazy. Like how in the world do you pull off being front-eye people and having some Uncle Ruckus in you at the same time? I
Nah,
don't get
nah,
it.
yeah, you don't get it
Like how
because you
can
don't.
Uncle
Yeah,
Ruckus?
aren't you Moorish American?
Yes, I am.
All right, then stay there.
Hey, I'm always be here. I'm also engaging in tolerance and unity. I'm always be here. I'm Republican
Okay.
and everything. Been a
All
red
right.
wave surfer.
All right.
Don't get
Well,
it
then,
twisted.
okay, then understand this is your country and we got to
What
win.
you mean? I'm America first. I'm a
All
true
right.
American citizen.
So why are you caping for these damn gooks?
Ooh, I ain't caping for
You.
nobody. When you talking about you know what that's similar to? That's similar to the Olympics. If the Chinese team is whooping America's ass, then the Chinese team is whooping America's ass. I'm not finna, but none of that stuff. Hey, whoever winning. Man, I'm a merit-based type of guy, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't care about how I feel about
How does
people or none of
China,
that. If
I
they
got
doing
you.
it, they doing it. If they not doing it, they not doing it. You feel me?
I got a question for you. How is China's FIBA team doing against America?
China's what team?
Basketball FIBA team doing against America.
Oh, in basketball, nothing at all. But they ping pong team,
Oh nigga,
they
nah,
ping
yeah.
pong team get it cracking.
Oh no, they the truth in ping pong.
Hey, they the truth in ping pong,
Yeah,
man.
they the truth
That
in
should
ping
be a
pong.
beauty to watch.
Yeah, they took that to another level, bro. Some Star Wars shit. Yeah, that should discourage me from ever wanting to learn how to play. Yeah. If I can't play like that, I'm good.
Will
I'm
they
not
be
even doing that
12,
simple stuff.
13 feet away from that joint?
Yeah, nah, they took that another level.
I'm talking about smacking with all they might, accurate every time. 13, 14 feet away from
Yeah, that's crazy. That like some Star Wars stuff going on with that ball going back and forth.
oh, the real.
Yeah, nah, they took that another level. But bro,
Hey, what the chat talking about, man?
they having their own internal fights, man. They arguing amongst themselves, man.
Oh, okay, that
They they
sound
they they,
cool.
they debating some other stuff. Let me read. Let me read. So you got what
Yeah.
did American Dream say? He says so. This guy hasn't been muted not once. Now look, this dude is hating on you, bro. Now listen. Now again, don't make judgment because this is just one sided. You haven't heard his side. But I'm just gonna
Oh,
but I'm gonna give you just one side. Now I don't because he got to speak for himself because he gonna have a different, it's two sides of a coin.
hey, it's
But
all
he,
well, man. You see what I did? I laughed at it. This stuff, it's entertainment, man. Let
hey,
the good
bro,
times roll.
yeah, he said this. He said this about you. He said you have not been muted once. Now, brother, I'm gonna tell you the difference between you and him. Even though I disagree with you and him, the
Right,
difference between you and him is that you actually presented an argument in plural.
right,
You actually presented arguments for me to challenge. You
right,
actually listened to what I said. You responded. You might have been long with it. You might have talked over me, but you actually spoke to the topic. What I'm mad at him about is that he has nothing to talk about. He has no argument. He has nothing he disagrees with, nothing he agrees with. Like, it's nothing for me to like, rebut. And then I'm like, okay, you got nothing to say. Let me talk then. Then he started talking over me, so I mute him. So, bro, I don't mute Kwame like that either. Kwame, I disagree with him, but he goes in because he actually has an argument. Mega Dream, learn how to present an argument. Okay, he said he want to talk about brain drain, right? And he knew nothing about it. He tried to compare American state-to-state brain drain with countries, country to American brain drain. So he made that argument one day. The next day, I did more research. He said, "Oh, you did more research? Yes, you're done. R.I.P. you in your argument." So I cooked him. And then he started to talk over me more. It's like, dude, can you respond to what I said? Can you respond how I said brain drain between states in America and countries is apples and oranges, right? Can you respond to that? He doesn't. So yeah, I got to mute you because you didn't come here to
for sure,
have a discussion, an honest discussion.
People be scared to say, "Oh, I didn't know that. Let me adjust according to this new information I have," because their egos be in the way when that's one of the most important part of the learning experiences.
You asked me several things. I said, "Yo, I don't know. Tell me." And you said, "Hey, you got to know." Then at one point I said, "Oh yeah, I remember, the surveillance, that one thing." But other things you said, the Negro Act, I'm not familiar with that, bro. Go ahead, break it down. Explain it.
Yeah.
Something to look into later on.
Cold piece. But prime example. I agree. That's why I said we were starting to get to a Rogerian argument, which is catered towards both sides hearing each other out and focusing on the commonalities more than the differences.
So now look what he said. He said, this is what his thing is. He said, where is it at? He said, Uncle Ruckus wants reparations. So now I asked you, I said, bro, what's your position on reparations? I didn't give you one. I heard you out, right? You shouted out in Cobra. You said this and that, and you said, hey, I don't agree with everything they say. You said I got my own way of doing it, right? I asked you about, is it possible you can get it under Moorish, right? I'm asking you questions, right? And you're giving answers, whether I agree with or not. You're giving answers. You're not guessing. You're not winging it. You have these thoughts preconceived, right? And then what did I say? I said, well, the fact that you're for reparations, I won't even argue with you. It's like, all right, let's move on.
Yeah.
Next topic. Now, had you been anti-reparations, I would have kept it going.
Right.
But the fact you're for reparations,
you was focusing on what we was agreeing upon, instead of just trying to find differences.
Yes, that's okay. We agree with that.
A lot of people don't understand that conversations can go from night to day like that.
Yeah, I mean, like, you seem like somebody who's respectful. You might be a little passionate. You might be a little talkative. But you seem like somebody who believes in what he says. Like, I don't see you as trolling, undermining like I do that fool. But that's just my opinion on it. Okay, and that's why it went this way. But it got hostile in here. I started to flex.
You ain't mute him one time. Man, you're not like me, that's what 50 said. Not me, dude, you're not like me.
Right, dude. I even said, hey, man, some things he's talking about is like over my pay grade. Let me involve Laura Abba and try to figure this shit out. But that's just being honest. Like, yo, some of the stuff he's saying, I can't really respond to because I don't know much about. I don't know if he's being truthful or I don't know. So let me get another person.
But you were fair though and reasonable.
Right. Dude mad that we're not yelling at each other. Like, dude mad that we disagree on some things, but it's not a pissing test. I'm not calling you names. Like, even when you went to business, like you threw a little shot. You was like, we doing this and not like what you're doing, right? I didn't fall for that. I didn't say, man, F you, and start getting all emotional because, people look for an emotional way out.
Yeah.
That punch was swung. I rolled with it and I continue with things that I wanted to talk about. Okay. And like I said, I even came back to be unbiased. I even came back and consider the other options of Marcus Garvey. What if there were people, unbeknownst to him, negotiating in bad faith, right? And making him believe that he owned something he did not own and now he's advertising it, and they don't own it. Okay, and he gets the right. He gets. So I even entertained that aspect of it. I said, okay, let's go with that.
Yeah.
Okay. So I didn't make it
and in
one way.
response, when you came at me, right, and that's why when you came at me, like, even though, let's say that happened, if he didn't have nothing to do with that part, to still fall on him being the leader, what I tell you, yes. I ain't playing around with it like, yeah, but, yeah, if, yeah, and, no, yes.
Right, because for me to be unbiased, I got to entertain both sides.
Truths coexist.
Right.
Truths coexist, regardless of what side of the coin we prefer.
Yeah, bro, and like it's less stressful to like not argue than it is to argue. So it's like, hey, man, sometimes I could disagree, but I could totally understand where you're coming from. Wherefore,
and when it's like that, it's fruitful for everybody.
Right, because I see you're sincere, even though I might disagree. I see you're not trolling. Because one thing I'm trying to find out if you're trolling. Okay, I'm like, okay.
That's why you want us to come live and talk.
Right, yeah, because that separates you from that Pan guy. That's the guy who I really wanted. I know he's dumb as hell. I know he is.
Oh, I got these hands though when it comes to Garvey, so he like, well, I'm gonna let you go have it.
No. I want him to have his own hands. God bless the child to have his own. I need him to represent himself. Like, you can't represent him. He's running his mouth in the chat, nigga. You come up, you pull up. And sister didn't pull up either. And I ain't having really a problem with her, but she kind of lined me up with Abo, so I wanted to like really talk to her now. Like, hey, honey, you pull up too.
You drop the link again. Drop the link to her.
Yeah,
if she ain't busy, she'll show up.
All right, because you turn out to be cool. I ain't got nothing with you.
Shout out to her too, man. Don't harm no foul.
Nah. She ain't say nothing crazy, but the fact that she almost aligned me with a position I didn't even establish, I found that.
What position was that?
An Abo, like with Dan Calloway, whatever. Okay, so yeah, I didn't like that because she had nothing to go off. It's like, yeah, what are you going off that you can like give me a position like that? So I want her.
So you sound like a Callowayite comment.
Yeah. So I'm like, hey, if you want to like really know what I'm about, like pull up. Okay. Hold on, let me put that in the chat. Let me tag her and that Pan guy. Because I know he's not coming. I know he's not, bro. I've been doing this. I'm 47, bro. I'm 46. I've probably been on YouTube longer than most people, bro. I've been on YouTube for over 15 years, man. Like, I got actually videos on YouTube over 15 years. So most people have not
right.
Even like, are not well experienced. Again, like any circle you talk about, Team Osiris, they know who I am. Like, I'm like the most famous person. Lord Abba, Dr. You got Dr. Inky, you got Divine Prospect, you got the Israelites who know I am, Sinetta TV, Brother Reggie, just Chief X, they all.
Divine Prospect, a good brother too, man.
Yeah, pseudo killers, bro. I met him in person. Sinetta met in person. Garfield, all these guys, Sean, Mossy Warwick, like all these guys know exactly who I am, bro.
Yeah.
So I put the link. Yo, JJ is funny as hell, bro.
What JJ talking about, man? Shout out to JJ, man.
Yeah, he in there.
I'm rocking with him, man. Agree and disagree.
Yeah, he in there trolling somebody.
We don't agree on everything, but I'm rocking with him, man. Rocking with the den.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, so JJ, he was supposed to debate the sister, right, honey?
Oh, you talking about taking that debate. Now, this the thing, man. That JJ,
but what was the topic, though?
It was something, should the Black community accept or what now? Support. Yeah, should the black community support the LGBTQ agenda or something
but
like
she
that?
said
Right?
that was never her. She said you can't give her a topic that she didn't agree to.
Right. So that's
Yeah,
part of the controversy, right? It was talking in discussion, one took something, ran with it. And to date, especially to my knowledge, to date, she ain't never agree or stand on that or try to defend it or nothing. No, all I'd have heard
yeah,
her ever say, well, that's not mine, even back then. To my knowledge. She like, I ain't never agreed to that. So
yeah.
I don't know.
So I agree with her when she said, "Hey, you can't pick a favorable topic that's you
Mm-hmm.
believe that favors you, and then make me hold a position." Yeah, I agree with that. It's like no, like it has to be a topic where we both feel like we have a chance of winning, right? It can't be something that
Yeah,
I'm the
he did
underdog.
me like that, low key. Judah did me like that, man. Back in the days. He had what's
What
better for
topic?
the black community, the Satanic Bible or the Holy Bible? Took a picture of me from 2015. I'm talking about made the whole thing, right? And I got a Halloween costume on. You feel me? He done put that's when I was going to Westwood College and shit. Came up there, for the Halloween party.
Yeah.
He took that picture. I'm talking about man, Satanic Bible versus the Holy Bible. What's better for the black community? To the point where I got a bunch of people, dozens of people saying I'm scared if I don't do it.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, this is some bullshit. But I did it anyway. Got mad at the end. I think they trashed the footage
Okay.
because ain't no way in the world he could ever say he won
Right.
if anybody see the footage. So it's been missing for like
Yeah.
4 years.
Yeah. It was probably like a bad look for the brand,
Definitely was.
Yeah. So because
It definitely was.
sometimes you could debate, but it could go so left that it doesn't promote, it doesn't do what it's supposed to do for the brand. So you say, okay, it's
But I
better
was
not
trying
even
to
to put
tell
this
them,
out.
like, I'm not a member of the Church of Satan or none of that, though, right? I agree with concepts and principles in reference to humanism, individualism. It's a whole lot of great tenets in there that ain't got nothing to do with the character in the Bible. You see what I'm saying? Like they're a bunch of atheists, and ones just wanted to keep on conflating the two, theistic and atheistic, for one, and then for two, it's stuff in there about not harming nobody unless they try to harm you and your family. Be truthful and honest and stand up for what you believe in. These the real tenets. Not no steal,
Okay.
kill, destroy type shit. You feel me?
Yeah.
So that was another like out of ignorance that people ain't expect. They thinking it's gonna be some double toil and trouble type shit.
Yeah. No, I'm familiar with some of that stuff. I'm familiar with
That
some of
shit,
that stuff.
that shit was funny though, man. Like
Some of
Denise
that
said
stuff,
though, man.
some of that stuff is close to some of the 5% doctrine. Yeah, from the little bit of research I did,
I'm
just
listening to you while I'm looking for Denise real quick.
yeah. So I told them to pull up. They're over there arguing, and see the thing about what I don't do is argue in chats because most likely if they don't listen to me in real life, they're not going to read what I just said. Okay, so all right, so Black Man's Fair. He said, "I'm not mixed, nor is my family. I'm sure there's some mixed somewhere, but primarily my whole family is straight up dark skinned Negroes. So they got their own little thing going on in the chat.
The
Ask some
thing
questions.
going on.
Yeah, you are not. Yeah, so they doing some thing in the chat. In the chat. Oh, by the way, the channel that I had, bro, um, it's been suspended, right, for 3 years, right? So hear me clear. This channel I'm using right now, it's been suspended for 3 years. A miss, a mix, a false violation, basically. Okay, so most people will give up in 3 years about their channel, not me. I had some content on there. I had the Team Osiris. I had Wujawu. I had a lot of Garfield. A lot of stuff there. A lot of memorable moments. And I just refused to hold that L. So YouTube wrote me an apology 3 years later, in October, about how they messed up. They apologized. The channel's never been deleted. So now, of course, all of the momentum I had is gone. So it's basically like a shell channel. So I had to like start from the mud. So I started to like use it again, and then it grew again. It was litty, right? Way litty than it is now. 270 live viewers, 150, anywhere from 270 to 80 live viewers on a given day. And then at the end of February, I got suspended again for 3 weeks. And again, this time, no reason, no apology, nothing. I appealed it. The appeal supposed to take 2 business days. It took 3 weeks. And when they freed my channel and it reinstated it, nothing, no apology, no reason, nothing. It just like nothing happened. So I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. So I got to kind of walk on eggshells, I guess. But I don't even know what eggshells to walk on because I don't know what I'm saying that's causing it to be suspended because they're not telling me. The first time for 3 years, they said I violated nothing. This time they're saying I violated something, but then they give me back the channel and don't say why I got it back. So I'm like, so what did I violate? I don't know. So that's where we are today. All right. So it depends, So some days.
Right.
So anyway, that 3-week suspension, bro, it killed my momentum. Like I said, bro, the most live viewers I had in this channel was 270, and that was like around like November, January, or maybe even February. But the fact is, when they suspended me but don't keep in mind, the channel just came back up and running in October. So that means whoever was subscribed to it for 3 years forgot all about it. And then I changed the name. The name is FBA Defensive Unit. So whatever it was before, they didn't even know what this new name is. Like, what the hell is that? So then when I got a large momentum, only for like 3 months, November, December, January, 4 months, I'm back running, and they suspended for 3 weeks. So of course I lost a lot of momentum. Like this dude, I had everybody come over here because I was rocking. I was everybody live feed, people's pulling up. Brother Reggie joined, everybody was joining. Chaotic Truth, people joined like crazy. And then that suspension for 3 weeks had killed that. And I think I'm like shadow banned. I'm not part of like in nobody's live feed anymore. So I'm just slowly trying to build it back up. And like I said, I'm recently out here in the South, so I don't trust these barbers.
As long as you stay consistent.
Oh yeah, now I've been live every day, but I got some game plans. I'm a chess player. I'm a chess teacher, so like nothing catches me really off guard. I'm always tactical, strategical.
To checkmate you too on chess.com though, for real.
Oh yeah, you sure?
Yeah. Yeah, I was using the French defense on you all day. Okay?
That's my defense.
With a queen side.
I don't do the queen. I mean, you can do a queen side, but I haven't done that. But the French defense, that's what I teach. I teach the French defense. What opening you use for white? I use the King's Gambit. What you use?
Queen side gambit.
Oh, the Queen's Gambit. Okay.
Yeah, I like using the Queen's Gambit over there.
Yeah, no, that's very safe. It's really hard to like really sack that. So it's gonna be more like tactical. It's gonna be more like who makes the first mistake. But here is the key thing. What time frame do you use?
You say what?
When you go on chess.com, do you play 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 15? What time do you use?
5 minutes.
I use 1 minute. So I only play on 1 minute. So if you're gonna play me, 1 minute. Yeah.
Oh no, man. You just going for the speed.
Yeah, I only play one. That's I know what I'm doing. I don't need much
keep
time.
You sharp though.
Yeah. Well, I play 1 minute because I've been playing chess for like gazillion of years. So I know exactly what I'm doing. So like you play the French, I play the French. And I know exactly I don't need much time to respond to your move. So the 5 minute thing, it makes me bored and I start to second guess my first thought.
And
You dig?
slip
So
up.
yeah, I have a game plan, right? What I want to do.
Right.
But because you're taking so long to me, that 5 minutes so long, because you're taking so long to move, I start to second guess my game plan. And I come up with a
Right.
better idea, which is not really better. It's actually worse. And then I disregard my first plan, go with the second plan. So with 1 minute, my brother Greg, I don't have time to second guess. I got to go with my first thought,
Right.
right? So that's why I like 1 minute. I don't have that second guess there. It's first
Dang.
plan, first thought, go with it. So I don't get
Yeah,
to
I could
undermine
definitely
myself.
some mental muscle memory going on with that.
Yeah, because hey, Greg, I used to play 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes or no time with folks, and I will win and I will lose, and they will brag. I'm like, bro, but I actually compromised to play you. Like I played with where you're most convenient. Why don't you play 1 minute? And they be like, no, 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 no. Like, all right, then. So you know what I mean? Like if I play your time, you gotta play my time. But
Yeah,
you
I
know,
played 1 minute for money on the
people don't see
south
it that way.
side. It was like
Okay.
$5 a game. A lot of people with on clock.
Yeah, I don't
I
like to
won
play for
two and
money.
then had to get up out of there.
Yeah, I don't like to play for money because in everything I do, sometimes I'm good with money on the line, sometimes I'm horrible with money on the line. You dig? And chess is not one of
Right.
those things I'm good with money on the line. Like it actually works against me because I think about the money more than I think
Yeah.
about
Well,
winning.
you smart then.
Hmm?
Don't do it.
Yeah, yeah,
Then
but
don't do
but
it then. I get where you coming from.
but when it comes to bowling and basketball, if we're shooting jump shots, 3 pointers, or we're bowling, I'll put
Mm-hmm.
money all day on myself.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I bowled I bowled 300s and I bowled a 299. So like I'm very confident in my bowling skills. And I just showed a video yesterday where I made 12 3 pointers in a row. So I'm way more confident in basketball and bowling than I am chess.
Mm-hmm.
So I bet on myself shooting the basketball and I will bet on myself bowling. So I got a video right now that I can show you guys where I bowled a 267 like easily. So basically I was in it should have been 300. I had 2 10 pins I had to knock down. So that means I hit the pocket, 9 pins fell, and the 10 pin stood up one time. And bro, for a right-hander, the worst pin that could stand up is a 10 pinner. For a left-hander, the worst pin to stand up is a 7 pinner. It's the hardest pin for a left-hander to get is a 7 pin on the left side. And for a right-hander bowler, the hardest pin to get is a 10 pin on the right side. It's in the corner. So twice I
Right.
had to knock down a 10 pin and I bowled a 267,
Right.
which should have been a 300. Because I was in the pocket every last ball.
Yeah, I grew up in a bowling family.
All right.
I just couldn't do it.
Yeah, yeah. Bowling, bro. Anybody can be good. Anybody can be good in bowling. It's different than chess. Chess is all on you. You got to put the time in. You got to like study or play. But bowling, anybody who bowls for a long time period, it's like almost inevitable. You will be good in bowling.
Yeah,
That's one thing.
beautiful
That's one thing I can.
pastime.
That's one thing I can guarantee y'all. If y'all join a bowling league, it don't matter how bad you are. If you bowl for about 7 years, I guarantee you'll be pretty good that seventh year. Because it's just trial and tribulations, and people are showing you tips. Chess, that's not happening, right? When you home and nobody helping you out, you on chess.com, nobody giving you no tip. So
Mm.
so bowling, yeah, you will be great in bowling if you just keep up at it and meet people there that's better than you. They will give you tips. You will be good. I've been bowling for a long time, bro. I've seen people who suck end up being on my level, if not better. So I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've seen trash people become my level or better because they stuck with it.
Is it smart to start off the wrist brace
Wait, say
on
that
the
again?
jump? Would that preserve your wrist longer?
Oh yeah, yeah. So it depends, right? So yes, because I did that because I was focused on a hook, and so bowling will ruin your wrist when you focus on a hook. So because I'm a typist too, like I did a lot of office work. So typing and bowling kind of gave me like carpal tunnel. So yes, I end up having to change my whole bowling style because I could no longer bend my wrist like that bowling. You dig? So I had to wear that wrist thing, and it was hard. But if you start off bowling with a wrist thing, it won't be hard. I had to change from curling my wrist to straightening my wrist. So it was hard, bro. I sucked for a while. But because I'm I'm very competitive, I had adjust to it and figure things out. But I was way better with my old style. I was more consistent. Yes. So the wrist thing is for people with wrist injuries. If you don't have a wrist injury, then you shouldn't use that because it's way harder to bowl like that. It is.
For sure.
It's going to take way longer to get
But
good.
yeah, man, I'm about to have to get back to work in a minute.
Oh yeah, man. You've been on for a minute, man. Look, yo, we went from Umar and look, I thought you did kind of good with Umar. I ain't gonna lie. You defended Umar.
Good.
I think that's why I said, all right, let me get him off Umar. Get him more to
I started getting comfortable with the Umar subject.
Yeah, I said, okay, this guy, you know, yeah, yes, and plus it's like I can't really get on Umar because his chapter did not end. Yes. Okay.
Right.
Yes, it's kind of like hard to draw a conclusion because what you're saying was kind of valid. It's like, well, he really didn't fail just yet. His chapter is still going. I said, okay. But listen, what I did not do is this, because like I said, I'm a tactician. I'm very strategical. What I did not do was bring up Garvey first. I let you bring it up. I said, okay, yeah, okay, let's talk about Garvey. Because I knew somewhere you was going to mention something.
And it happened while I was looking at the screen. I kept looking at Garvey while I was talking and just segued into it. But he, that's one of my guys, man. And I get
to sum it
that
up,
it's different angles.
Right. To sum it up, so let's assume he was innocent for the scamming. Let's just assume for the sake of argument. Let's take that position. Right. Let's take the positive position. Let's assume he had nothing to do with that. People undermining him. Okay, let's go away. So let's leave that alone. I would still have a problem with any idea of back to Africa. Okay.
The idea of what?
Back to Africa on any level, any resettlement to Africa. I would still have a problem with that because I feel like from what I researched, our leaders wasn't talking about that. They were talking about living in America and it's that. So before we unite with the black people of the world, they were feeling like, hey, we don't want black immigration over here. We don't want white immigration or Hispanic immigration. We're trying to get something for ourselves. Anybody coming over here would just undermine what we're trying to do. We're trying to get protected civil rights. Okay, so when I said the two talking points of the civil rights movement, it was racial discrimination, discrimination, right? Those are two major talking points that we were trying to fight against and get rid of, dissolve. So we were trying to get rid of racial segregation. So again, people could say integration all they want, but that was not part of a talking point. Our talking point was racial segregation. That means that's why you had the Freedom Riders. The Freedom Riders, something what Kwame Ture was doing. Freedom Riders were saying, hey, we got the right to ride in any neighborhood we want. It's unconstitutional to say we can't come to this area because it's white, right? So the Freedom Riders were challenging that part of the Constitution. Okay, but the integration part, that's something I think was added in later as a talking point, but it was racial discrimination and racial segregation. So we have the right to go to this supermarket. We have the right to go. We don't have to. We could stay in a black community, but you're not going to tell us, like you said earlier, remember you said the Whole Foods? You're not going to tell us that we have to stay in Poppy Land with the bodega. You dig? While you take advantage of the Whole Foods, you dig, or Walmart. No, we're going to go to Walmart too. You know why? Because it's unconstitutional to say we can't shop at Walmart. You can't say we can't come here based on race, gender, and things like that. So So if you call that integration, then that's what you call it. But that's not what we call it. We're saying we have the right to these resources just like you do. And guess what? You locked us out of the resources for 100 years. We're the only people in this country, to this day, we're the only people to ever literally get it from the mud, tie our own bootstraps and go get it. Everybody else, every immigrant, every Jamaican, Haitian, white person Hispanic person, all of them got some type of government assistance, every last one of them.
Yeah.
And that's why I said earlier, I told you my background in contracting and housing. I know for a fact. Because a lot of immigrants come over here as asylum seekers and refugees, and they get government assistance first dibs. They become
Red
ahead of the
carpet
line.
treatment.
Right. They get welfare. They get things that they say they can't get. They get. Okay. I see
Red
it in
carpet
real life.
treatment, for real.
Yep. But that's only as asylum seekers and refugees. Now, people who get a lottery visa, no, they don't really get federal assistance, but they do get state and local assistance. Okay, but asylum
seeker
seekers,
refugee stuff was a
100%.
prerequisite that led to the Biden years.
Right. So when Myra Gaines lie and say his people came over here, and you're lying, bro. Your mother and your dad, they were poor, because Sudanese are the poorest immigrant group in this country, but they were 100% on welfare. That means they had public housing immediately, and they had cash assistance. My boy, stop lying. You had TANF, you had food stamps. Okay, now by the way, brother, let me say with this. With welfare, we're the only race in this country who don't get welfare. So I know we were called the welfare queen, but bro, we're the only race who don't get welfare collectively. Even though we're the face of it, we don't get it. We get SNAP and we get other government assistance, local. We don't get welfare at all. We don't qualify because they made the rules so strict for a citizen, a black citizen, that we don't get it. But white women and Latinos, for the most part, benefit from welfare than anybody else in this country. Latinos and white women. Black folks don't get welfare at all.
Not even close.
Nope. I know firsthand.
You won't find no argument out of me on that either, though. That's just factual.
I know firsthand, brother. I'm in South Carolina. I work in housing, and I deal with every last tenant. And I have to know all of their business because they're in low income housing. So I have to know all of you, what you make, your baby mama, your baby daddies. I got to know everything. Okay. And I have to know what welfare programs that's assisting them, brother. 98% of these low income, poor black single parent moms with 5 baby daddies, you dig, with no income, get out of that. That don't work. None of them are on welfare. So I'm thinking to myself, like, what the fuck? So I asked him, I said, so why you not on welfare? They said they don't qualify. You don't work. How do you don't qualify? You don't work. And they told me I don't qualify. I'm like, wow, but that was interesting to see that 98% of these low income, poor single parent moms, none of them are on welfare. So I looked more into it, like, wow, black folks are not on welfare, like they lie and say we are. Yeah, Latinos and white women, they are on welfare. Black folks are on other assistance programs, but we're not on welfare for sure. So when I asked you earlier about the reasons why we're doing bad, like I was kind of like trying to line you up for that right there and say, brother, like we are doing bad because the assistance that's out there is not assisting us because the qualifications are beyond what we can qualify for. So, for example, when welfare first was instituted, well, for us, well, now you could say welfare, right? The Social Security Act, that's what welfare came through, right? So it was called the ADC and then morphed to the ADFC, and largely for white women. Okay. So when we started to like try to get up on that in the 1950s, 1960s, they had the Man in the House Act, the man in the house rule for us only. White women can have their man living in the house. He just can't be the breadwinner. So she got to be the breadwinner. But as long as he make less than her, they could be on welfare as a family, as a nuclear family. Okay, but when it came to us, the rules said, hey, no Man in the House Act. So they would actually send welfare agents or whoever to come check our homes to make sure there's no sign of a man living there. So when I was telling you earlier, like, hey, what's the problem? You know what I mean? So we were, so the men had to abandon their families so that they can get assistance. Okay, and by the way, welfare don't consider, and the Social Security Act to get Social Security, the Veterans Act, and to qualify for like the Veterans Act, right? All that stuff with them. They didn't consider domestic agricultural work. Bruh, 90% of us did agriculture and domestic work. So it literally just picked something that we did and said, you can't qualify. So black veterans couldn't qualify for those home loans and those home ownership benefits. And also they was given assistance for veterans to be enrolled in prestigious schools, Ivy League schools. And because we did agricultural work and domestic work, our black veterans didn't qualify for those prestigious schools enrollments and the housing ownership programs. And housing ownership, home ownership.
Unfortunately.
Home ownership is the single-handed way to have generational wealth in this country. Okay? The white middle class today is here because of the HOLC program in 1933, right? Okay, the home ownership loan, whatever they did at that, where they discriminated against us. So it was always about not giving, you could say Moorish Americans, you could say Black Americans, how you want to call us. It was all about denying us home ownership because that was a way to generate generational wealth. And without that, there is no generational wealth. Without home ownership, it wasn't that. So we were faced with housing overcrowding. That's something else to go into. But I'm just freestyling. I'm just throwing shit at you like just randomly because you about to get off. But this is stuff, bro, that we're faced with. So when people say, "Hey, is this, is that?" It's like, "Hey, it's a lot into that." The FHA, you got the FHA Act, right? You got the before the second one in 1968. There was one in 1934. The Federal Housing Administration, okay, that gave also incentives and loans to white people, not black people. So we were locked out of wealth for.
You still there, bro? I wish I could see who in the chat. So anybody that says something goofy, I could be roasted right now. See, he wants some mercy on. That's why he ain't want to read that. Any of y'all that know me know I'm a heavyweight champion though. Wish I knew what the haters was saying. Whoever ain't the haters, shout out to them chat. But yeah, them other ones though, y'all saying the link. Ones could drop down if they wanted to.
My fault, fam. If there's no sound, it's because the headset pretty much died. Okay, the headset died, so I got to call in from my phone. So what I was saying was, I thank Brother Greg for calling in. If you got to go, brother, I understand. you're free to go, and you're free to always come back and join us. Let me give you a link of the, because he don't know the brother Greg doesn't know the link, the chat. So brother Greg, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. That is the channel right there. Click that, and you can you can follow up. Always come back, pass the link, the phone number, whatever, and contribute to whatever the topic is. I hope y'all can hear me now. Golden Brown said, this is for Ron. When you go down to Norfolk, VA, all the black girls come running to the shipyard when the boats pull into to get a husband, to get the benefits to buy. Yeah, listen, man. It's a mess. So I agree with Greg about it's a mess in black culture, black society. I disagree on how he wants to solve it. I got my own ways how I need to be addressed. And I think my way is the official way. I think it's being ignored, and it's something we need to talk about in our communities, in our households. It's serious. So if you guys know about Anthony Edwards, the basketball player, the star NBA star player for the Minnesota Timberwolves, right? He was reckless, irresponsible. He got hella kids out there, hella baby mothers, and I guess the last baby mom, she brought the kid to terms, or she planned on to, and so he wanted to just pay his child support 18 years in advance. That's going to work out to like $1.2 million. It did, and he got a lot of, that became very controversial. So that's something to talk about. It's very touchy. I kind of don't like to touch on touchy topics because it undermines the goal, which we agree to, that Greg might disagree with. We agree that self-identifying as FBA ADOS or freedmen is important, nothing else, not even Morris. And we are united under that principle. So I feel like if we talk about touchy, controversial topics like Anthony Edwards, I feel like it'll cause a gender divide. And brothers might not come back.
Definitely could.
Forget about the ultimate goal. Sisters might not come back and forget about the ultimate goal, right? Which is all about signal boosting what we believe, right? Self-identifying and delineating. So this is some of the reasons why I don't talk about controversial things, because I don't think like we're at that level to like be able to deal with that, disagree to agree, and keep on code afterwards. I feel like we talk about controversial things, we get mad at each other, and we say, screw on code, I hate you, I'm out. So that's why I kind of like avoid, so it's hella topics out there. I kind of dodge them because I feel like a lot of you guys are not ready to talk about those things and still stay on code afterwards. Even though we disagree, to like put that to the side and stay on code afterwards.
Yeah, you got to be selective.
Yeah. So the brother stood on business. He he's battle tested. So just different strategies and things like that. Right, let me try to call in.
Appreciate you though, man. Appreciate it. First but not the last.
This audio right here sounds
Thanks
terrible.
for the welcoming.
Through this goofy computer.
Thanks for the welcome.
iPad. But
welcome and
log off anyway.
Questionnaire. I should say a welcoming questionnaire. That was what's up.
Yeah.
I definitely like how we engage.
Went out. That's all. That's why I sound like a damn robot right now. I hate using this audio right here.
Yeah.
Let me just catch up with you.
But it's good that we demonstrated having differences of opinion and standing up for what we believe in.
Said, Black
also,
man, is it fair
coming with rebuttals.
This is new age of delineation.
Coming with rebuttals and everything else. That was cool though to be able to do that and come to and
Hey, Golden,
goes,
you can't say tether.
focus
You
on
can say you're
commonalities,
a
keep it
new black. All
civil.
right, that's a term I like to use. So, because tether just means a tether is different than non-FBA. A tether is somebody who is worse than a non-FBA. A tether, well, not a non-FBA is not worse at all. A tether is somebody who's trying to deliberately undermine us in any way, fashion, form, shape, form, fashion. That's a tether. You could be non-FBA and you're not trying to
Oh, he
undermine
don't hear
FBA.
me.
So I wouldn't say they're tether if they're not FBA. I would say they're just non-FBA. That's it. You know, we need to know their mindset then. That's when we ask questions like, hey, how you feel about reparations for FBAs only? So those type of questions usually let you know whether they're a tether or not. All right. So let's read some more. The tether is going to be. So black man is fair says my rhetoric as a tether is going to be very strange but cool. So I don't know. I don't know black man's fair's background. Star now said that's on you if you believe you're online. That's what it. Golden Brown said he has no paperwork. If he did, he had produced it. He has some messed up charges, and you know that's why I
Bro,
called the question, ask for the vote. If you have, he said after tether, if you have a foreign, wait, non-American accent, you're not black, you're a nice name. So why would we leave a country that is okay? So yeah, I don't know the side argument, but I would love to be caught up on the argument with black men. I don't know. So I can't even like give you anything. Cause I'm like late and I'm reading and I'm probably like in the middle. And for the record, voted for his own removal. If you mix, you not foundational black American. My tether tell he said, if you mix, you not foundational black American. Black man is fair. I don't know what that means. When you say if you mix, you not, because he could be sarcastic. I'm not sure what he's saying. He it sounds like he's being sarcastic. So according to what we agree on, according to ADOS and FBA main talking points, all you need is one relative to trace back to 1870 census or somewhere around there, and you are FBA. All right, just one relative. You don't need two. Just like a haplogroup, you only need one relative to trace back to somewhere, unless you know you have ancestry in that particular location. Right. Anyway, yeah, so y'all had like your own little personal conversation. I'm late to Carlos Magnus, not a single immigrant gets a birth certificate from the government. This is how you catch tethers. Yeah, that's true. If they're first generation, they don't have a birth certificate. They have a birth date though, which is January 1st, like American Dream, like Kwame and like JD and like KB. Their birth date is January 1st. Okay. When they don't have a birth certificate, that stops the trail. Yeah. B1 Remnant says B1 Black FBA Revolution Sovereignty. That's saved as a statistic. In my opinion, the Yates have it must be expelled. Yeah, that's when the audio went out. These programs that support immigrants is giving them pointers on how to get citizenship. One suggestion is to marry an American citizen. This was for Haitians and Hispanics specifically. I could agree with that. Start now says many censuses I've seen show women having husbands after slavery and at some point had become head of household to this day. You need me to come up. I think I've been pro-black and proud as ever as Black Man is fair. Ron, we took a vote on rather or not. What was it? Yeah. Y'all can't take a vote and leave me out. I gotta see the conversation. Because listen, y'all gotta keep in mind this. Y'all keep in mind this. There's 43 million of us. Okay. What does that mean? That means some of us will be Republican, Democrat, Greenhouse, neither, none of the above. Some of us will be hardcore or cold. Some of us will be willing to compromise like Candace Owens. Okay. But that doesn't mean she's not FBA because she's mixed. She got a a grandparent who's FBA. She got a grandparent who's from the correct Caribbean. So according to that, she's FBA. All right. So that doesn't mean you have to agree. Okay, so let me say this. So black man is fair. Let's assume he's FBA. That doesn't mean that his ideology going forward is correct. You can still be opposed to his ideologies on life. But just because you oppose his ideologies, that doesn't mean he's not FBA. What makes him not FBA if he cannot trace a parent to 1870 consensus. Census, not consensus, census. So he says he can do that. Okay. He says he can do that. So now, I wouldn't call for paperwork today. I think that's too early to put that burden on a lot of us. A lot of us are really trying to find, our paperwork. A lot of us are right now actively trying to trace, our lineage to 1870 census. So some of us really are trying. Like it's not, we're talking to relatives and we're trying to get there. So I would say this ain't the day and age where we're like making people produce paperwork. So if they're lying, it just on them because they're is very closely. It's going to come to where it becomes very easy for all of us to get our paperwork. Now mine, I got mine. I've been had mine. Easy. I'll cook anybody trying to challenge me. Okay, easy. My last name's on both sides of the family, strict American. So, you know what I mean? And then the marriage names are American. And we go back beyond 1870. It's easy for me. I could talk that confident. It's easy. Okay, so anybody want to challenge me, put your bread up. Okay, so, but we're not, I don't believe we're at that stage right now. I believe we're at the stage where we're relying on merit and honesty and integrity. Okay, so most, from my experiences, right, most non-FBAs will not think like the FBA. Okay, if they do, it's a sad thing, right? That's just sad. It's just sad. It is very sad. But right now, I feel like we're at the stage where we're relying on merit, honesty, and integrity. And we're like, listen, if you're lying, that's just on you. Because we're going to get, at some point, it's going to come to everybody. There's no excuse. It's very easy for everybody to show and prove. And trust me. So if they are lying, let them lie. They will be exposed very shortly. Okay, so it's no way out. There's no benefit to lying because in order to get reparations, any benefit for ADOS, FBA, American freedmen, you got to produce paperwork. So there's really no benefit other than being allowed in our spaces. So right now, the only benefit to lying about your FBA dies, American freedmen, we allow you to our spaces. You're not really getting anything tangible. Anything tangible, you got to produce paperwork. So, yeah. So I would say let them say what they say, and we'll see. It'll come. It'll come. Yeah, so that's what I would say to that. Moon Eyes Star says start now. Say understood. Jaquan, you're right. They don't have birth certificate. Not first generation. Second, Mike. So Moon Eyes World says they have imaginary grannies, grandpas. Yeah, exactly. So that's on them. That's on them. If anybody want to lie about, their FBA, that's a lie you gotta live with. And like they know they're cosplaying when they are amongst us. So they're never secure. Even though right now we're not asking for paperwork. Again, we're just looking for merit, honesty, and integrity. But they know they know that they don't feel comfortable in our settings as a cosplayer, right? And believe me, technology is growing, and it's going to get to the point where it's very, very super easy just to show your genealogy, your family tree. So right now they had leniency, give them a break. They said the FBA, let's just take them by their word until they like show some clear proof that they're not. But again, just because they're FBA doesn't mean afterwards they're going to agree with you. They might be a Cowboy fan, you might be a New York Giants fan. They might be a Yankee fan, you might be a Boston Red fan. You dig? They might be Republican, you're a Democrat. So just because they're FBA doesn't mean their ideologies automatically line up with yours. They might be against reparations and be on some Pan Africanist shit, you know, altogether. So it looks like Greg, who was our guest, Greg is Pan-Africanist, but he agrees with reparations. So he's not, who we would go after. We're against Pan-Africanists who goes against reparations. So whether Marcus Garvey is a scammer or not, that's just fun for conversation. But our ideologies, our talking points have nothing to do with Marcus Garvey and the UNIA. Zero. That's just for fun, sport, sword fighting, exchanging, ideas, information. That's all it is. That has nothing to do with the FBA, what we got going on. Zero. Like I said, just fun for conversation. It's fun for information and that. But what I would disagree with is any form of resettlement of Africa. I'm not changing from that. So just off that, I will never agree with Marcus Garvey. And most FBAs at that time did not think about resettling in Liberia. Everybody was content on living in America, the country we built. We didn't build Liberia, we built America, okay? Or we had a hand in building America. We didn't do it by ourselves, other folks helped out, but we had our hand was mighty. We're 50%, you did, owners of America. We're either 50-50 or 30-30 or 33-33, 30-30, you know what I mean? We're even owners of America. So whoever claimed they were involved in the infrastructure and the foundation, I don't give a damn. All I know is that we're even partners with whoever. Okay? That's my position. We're even partners with whoever. Ain't nobody telling us shit. Our vote is just as strong as anybody else's in this country as a collective. And Marcus Garvey was musty. He wore no deodorant. Should definitely holler at Tariq with that root work. Okay, but Marcus Garvey, whether a scammer or not, right? My position is his ideology was outdated. That was some ACS bullshit, and he came here with some, foreigner bullshit. He's not foundational Black American. So he's not going to have a solution for us when he came over here while his country is still colonized. He came over here so he didn't even solve his problem. See, these are the red flags. Like, how do you leave a problem, but you're going to solve our problem and you're not even like domestic to? It's foreign to you. Like, you haven't, like, how can you solve? Like, you don't know anything about our problem. How are you solving it? That's just arrogant and that's disrespectful. That's why I would never look at Marcus Garvey as an honorable man, anybody worthy of my respect. He's disrespectful. And because of that, he undermined us, by definition, if you undermine us and you're a foreign Black, if you're a new Black, you're a tether. So Marcus Garvey is beyond a shadow of doubt a tether in my mind. He's going to undermine us with some resettlement bullshit in Africa and don't even align it up correctly. And then meet with the Klan, the worst people to ever meet with in the history of this country, and we justify that. I don't. I feel like my ancestors Garvey Must Go campaign. I'm 100% supportive of the Garvey Must Go campaign. And that's why I introduced to you guys Philip Randolph, one of the most thorough Black FBA people in this country to ever have existed. The dude was fierce as hell, told Garvey to his face, "You're a charlatan, you're a scammer, and you're misleading my people. Go take your ass back to Jamaica doing that shit." He told him to his face. I respect that. Mm. Mm. Okay, so not, but we don't have to. That's the thing that people will say. People will say we got to do half, and I'm gonna give Greg some pushback on that. Greg Phillips L. I'm gonna give some pushback. We don't got to do what Marcus Garvey did because, brother, it's so easy for you to collect people money and do something. Right now, if all of y'all, there's 27 people in this chat, including Greg. If all y'all gave me $10,000, if all of y'all gave me $10,000, I'm going to be greater than all of y'all. That's 27 times 10,000. I'm going to be able to buy businesses, fund shit. Yes, I'm getting money. I didn't earn none of it. The difference, Greg, you're failing is that Marcus Garvey did not come here with, he talked about self-reliance, self-determination, but he didn't do that. He relied on donations. When you talk about the early Pan Africanists, they didn't rely on donations, bro. They just did it. Paul Cuff was successful. He had his own money. He funded his own fleet of ships. He funded his own Back to Africa movement, dude. That's it. I don't respect people like Garvey who rely solely on fundings and then try to buy other shit with the funding money, like grocery stores and cleaners, and talk about, I'm an entrepreneur. No, you're not. What did you ever do to accumulate money on your own merit? Nothing. You just took donations. You offered stocks you didn't own, whether you knew or not, doesn't matter. You got the money in a fraudulent way, bro. Hey, Greg. Greg, you can't do that with the chat because I gave you a wrench, but you cannot come at the chat because I got to de-wrench you and they're going to time your ass out. So you cannot do that. That's one thing you can't do. My chat are dedicated. They show support. They support me when I go live with good topics, with boring topics. They show up one way or another. So you cannot do that. If you do that, I got to take your wrench. Okay, it's parody over here. You didn't earn your way, they did. So if you talk like that to Moon Eyes or whatever, I gotta take your wrench and they're gonna time your ass out. All right. You cannot do that. She ain't say nothing about you. She said Marcus Garvey. You got your emotions, you talked about her directly. You cannot do that. I gotta take your wrench and they're gonna time your ass out. Okay, so yeah. So she said Marcus Garvey smelled musty. He looked like he was musty. He definitely did. The dude was out of shape. He did not fit at all, like our leaders, W. Du Bois, A. Philip Randolph, all these folks were fit. Martin Garrett came over here pudgy as hell, looking like Dr. Umar with this crazy ass idea that failed. Okay, and people come behind him trying to pursue it, and it still failed. And the school idea fell from Umar, and the J. Morrison, Tulsa, Oklahoma fund failed. All this buy the block back shit failed. Okay, all this superficial blackology shit failed. Right. The only thing moving right now that's successful is FBA DOS. You dig? That's the only thing gaining success, momentum. And you heard Raven Simone. Let me play Raven Simone again. For you doubters. Let's play Raven. Can I play Raven Simone? Y'all mind, right? Y'all don't mind, right? What did Raven Simone have to say about ethnogenesis and a unique identifier? Raven. Yes. Okay. So hopefully this isn't the one, because it seems like they kind of scrubbed the internet. God damn.
American, I'm an American. I am a Black American. I am definitely Black. And yes, my ancestors come from Africa. How long does a bloodline have to live in one land before they are considered a pure species of that land? Meaning, how long did my people have to be in America to say, hey, no, we're American, compared to some people who are English American, who are Irish American, who are German American from their ancestors, but they get to call themselves American. There's nothing wrong with being African American, but a true African American is someone that is from Africa and moved here, either first generation or second generation, and has a tie to that country that I do not have. When you build a country, when you fight for freedom, make money and pay taxes, and generationally live in a country, you have the privilege to call yourself pure American. I am not an African American, I'm an American. I am a Black American, I am definitely Black, and yes, my ancestors come from Africa.
Do you guys agree with that? Hey, man. So I did mention in the chat to Greg about Baba James Small. I didn't talk about it on the live stream. Yeah, he's an immigrant anchor. Raven kind of right. Her answers are from various ethnic backgrounds. That's FBA freedom. Exactly. Maybe now we can delve into. Yeah. I mean, I won't go too deep because I can't say I follow everything he's into, but just a few, maybe 3 questions about Baba James. That's it. Because some of the questions you had already answered. You said you basically said this. If I'm wrong, let me know. You basically said like he's more respected in a sense than Umar Johnson in the Pan Africanist, you could say movement or circles. Let me know if that's what you kind of were implicating. Daddy. Yes. I say that. Good. A Black man, if you want to, because I see people are on your head, if you want to, you can call in and set the record straight. Because Robinson did the same thing. Robinson was getting some, they were on him in the chat. So Robinson called in and he was able to like set the record straight. Okay, so a Black man, if you want to, just let me know. I can give you the phone number in the chat. If you have something, if you want to set the record straight about what you are and what you're about, let me know. I could send the phone number. You could call in and just stop. You could call in and you could just set the record straight. But that's optional. You don't have to. That's optional. Okay, I thought you was alluding to that. Okay, yes, you put your hand in his mouth. Don't bite. Yeah, don't do that. Don't put your hand in his mouth. Dogs bite when you put hands in their mouth. Yeah, he got big teeth to bite you with. He got a big nose to smell you and big ears to hear you and big eyes to see you. Okay? So don't put your arm in his mouth. Okay. All right. Anyway, yeah, so Black man, if you want to, you don't have to, you don't have to, it's not recommended, it's not, but if you want to clear the record, ask for the phone number and you shall receive. Okay, so Oh, so let me play. So I wanted to do this for sure. I wanted to finish playing this for sure. Because I was playing this yesterday and I didn't finish because I got real sleepy because it was real late. Went live late yesterday. So let me just finish this real fast, if y'all don't mind. Now,
All right. And then
before I do, let me log in from my iPad so my audio isn't janky. I know my audio is terrible. So let me log in real quick. My iPad. Give me one hot second, you dig? And let's get this crack-a-lacking, as they say. 11. Yo, where the hell has my boy been? SMH. Yo, who kidnapped SMH? I hope he ain't locked up. They won't let him out. No. Mm-hmm.
What's the sound?
There's no sound.
Doggy.
You wanna ride your bike?
You ready?
Oh, you can't. I gotta call it that. Not yet. Okay, yeah, we're gonna ride your bike. Okay, in a second. All right, so I'm charging the phone. I'm gonna let him ride his bike. I'm gonna talk while okay, so let me play some of this real quick. Let me finish up on this.
after, right, the civil rights era.
Okay, that's not gonna work. Hold on. That's not gonna work. Okay, so now it's gonna work.
Etc. We actually saw the degradation, and then after, right, the civil rights era, etc. We actually saw the degradation of the black community because of the lack of a father. That's what I said, and that's all fact. So how am I wrong again?
He proved you wrong on that.
How did he prove me wrong on that?
All right, so y'all don't mind. Let me start from the beginning, right? Because I'm only 6 minutes in, so let me start from the beginning. Right, because I definitely want to clip some stuff, and I believe I clipped some stuff yesterday. So let me just look at what I clipped yesterday, so I ain't got to clip it again today and have this over clipping thing. So let me just look what I clipped at yesterday. So, hey, Greg Phillips, yo, listen, you're my brother. I appreciate you hopping on, staying long as you did. But brother, I want to let you know, I am a true researcher. It's all I do, brother. I sacrifice all my free time. You know, I do my daddy time, but all of my free time, my boy, I'm either online or researching. I do unbiased research. Whatever the truth is, that's the truth. I don't hide it. I don't amend it. So, okay, so I didn't really clip much from Myron. Yeah, but brother, I want you to know that like my research is top tier, and I don't have an agenda, right? Or I don't have a nefarious or weak agenda. I have an agenda, but it ain't weak. Okay, I do have an agenda, but my agenda is full disclosure, right? Delineate, self-identify, reparations. That's my agenda. Okay, and that's why I gave it to you to like pick it apart, but we kind of agreed on some of the stuff. So you know, but that's why I voluntarily just put myself on a chopping block and mention reparations, mention FBA talking points. But your stance on reparations, you were not too far from us. So that's why I didn't even like, you know, even do it too much. Okay, so indigenous black man just sent me an attachment. This clown, indigenous black man, he's a clown. IBM, he's a clown. Because I just seen him in Sanetta's chat yesterday. So I just seen him in Sanetta's chat yesterday, and he tried to flex on me. Oh, no, I don't rock with you. But now this troll, that's all he is. He got one picture on the net. Y'all gotta be careful. Y'all gotta be careful of these guys with the one picture. and the next. These are possibly government agents. You know, this is one picture. You guys have seen me live, my face. You guys have seen my Facebook, or if not, you could go to my old videos. You could see me. I'm a real person, and I know real people in real life who come on my panel. Okay, people at IBM, be careful, man. Like these guys, nobody know anything about. And they got all this mouth. Okay, dude. I'm gonna try to get somebody live. They in this chat going crazy. This JJ chat, they going crazy, but nobody wants to actually come live. The idea went live. Nobody cared. Nobody. This guy can't. So I'm trying to get people to hop on the live in this chat. Just going crazy. All right, so let's see if they hop on. All right. Hold on. So they said drop the link. Let's see if they actually hop on. Okay, so these are sisters. They let's see if they hop on. Let's see. I have no idea what they're talking about, but let's see if they hop on. You did. Let's see. Let's see. Green, Tartarians, Anuki, that's the top people outside and inside this planet. Hey, peace, green. Africans aren't even from the planet. Yo, Green said African. Hey, yo, Green said Africans aren't even from this planet. I dropped the link, American Dream. Hopefully you got something to talk about. A topic that you actually know about, because you just randomly just talk. You don't really have like talking points. You don't stick to a topic. You just wing it.
You haven't shown me that you're like educated on a topic. Okay, I was out here with Greg Phillip on hella topics, and both of us clearly shown that we know about different topics. Okay, I asked him about things he spoke about. He mentioned things I spoke about. Okay, so we clearly demonstrated that we're like well researched. So American Dream, click the link and let's talk about something that you know about, because obviously you know nothing about Jamaica, right? When I asked you about Jamaica, you knew nothing, right? So that's okay though. But I want to know, what do you know about? Let's talk about that. I believe whatever you know, I know more than you. No. Click the link. No, don't ask for the link and run. Okay. So we have Black Man is Fair. All right, hey, Black Man, I'll mute yourself. No. Hey, I want you. Yo, Twan Green said. Yo, wait. Yo, Twan Green, wait. What did he say again? He said Africans. Let me find what Twan Green said. He said something funny as hell, yeah. He said, let me find what he said, yeah. I wish I could highlight, comments. I don't really got link. Hold on. Let me find his Twan Green. Yeah, I'm gonna screenshot this right here. Hey, Black Man is Fair. Peace, man. Hey,
Peace, what's going on, fam? You can hear me?
Yes, sir. Please give me a second to screenshot this guy's comment. This guy, Twan Green. This dude is crazy, yo. Hold on, let me just screenshot his comment. Right. I got it. Okay, go ahead, brother. You can go in.
Peace, what's going on, man? Yeah, man, I'm a foundation American as long as
I know you are, brother. Listen, I know you are. All right. But I know you are. But go ahead.
yeah, man. So I don't know. You got these people in chat talking Tether this, and you ain't this, and your math ain't adding up, and all this type of stuff. I'm like, damn, y'all sound like the feds and agents. I'm like, who is y'all?
Yeah. No, okay. So that's why I gave them some straightening, right? Because they believe. I'm assuming. I'm not speaking for them. What I say is, brother, listen, Black Man is Fair. What I say is, there's 43 million of us, brother. We're going to disagree on a lot of stuff, right? And just because we disagree, that does not mean you're not foundational Black American. Okay, so we're going to disagree on politics. We're going to disagree on activism. You dig? We're going to disagree on holidays. But that does not mean you're a non-foundational Black.
Cool enough on what we disagree on. Where are the commonalities? What do we agree on? What is an actual shared truth amongst FBA?
All right, brother. All right, so just real quick, can you see? Yeah, you're right. Like the things we agree on. But okay, so we agree on this. We agree on that we must delineate, right? And all that means, brother. Listen, I'm gonna make it real simple. Delineation, brother. DE. Lin, that's line. So when we say delineate, that just literally means a line. We're drawing a line. Brother, we're doing something different than no other people on this planet. The Italians, they carved this spot out. Let's say the whole world is a square, a rectangle. The whole world is a rectangle. The Italians, they carved out a spot in the rectangle for themselves. They said, this location, this right here, this area, this is for the Italians. Okay? Chinese people, they also delineated. They said, we're going to carve out something too in this rectangle. This part right here, these are Chinese people. Jewish people carve something out. We're Jewish. Ethiopians, Eritreans, Native Americans, everybody, my brother, carved out something for themselves except for the Black in the Black Americans in this country, we are the only people who have never carved out something. Okay, go. We are the only.
Say that again. You said the Black American.
Right. So people who have slave lineage in this country.
Mm-hmm.
We are the only people who have never carved out something exclusively just for us and nobody else and said this is ours. That's the reason for ADOS in Cobra and FBA. Okay? Because when the reparations conversation sparked, white people asked a logical question. Who do we pay? Do we pay every Black person coming into the country? Because
I don't, not to cut you off, bro. I don't even get into the reparations and what we are Black for because we want to check anything. I just want to know who my people are just for the hell of it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Right. Like, I'm not worried about a check or somebody cutting a check or anything. I'm not worried about whose family.
Now, of course, but what I'm saying is no, I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying the fact that the Europeans or white people, I'm not gonna call them Europeans.
I get what you're saying. They carved out something we didn't carve out. I understand world history, where we're at as a people, and all of that stuff. Like I'm not, I understand where we're at. And so you're saying that FBA, because my next question was going to be where does Afro-American, Negro, and African-American in connection to ADOS, FBA?
What about it? You cut out
what connection? Where does they? Because it seemed like you just went from ADOS and FBA. Okay. Do these two things have two different definitions? That's one question. My second question is, where are they in connection to what was already previous known as African American, Afro American, and Negro?
Got it. That's a great question, and for me, that's easy. So before I do that, let me just share. I'm sharing my screen. Twan Green, he's funny as hell. He said African. Twan Green said Africans are even from this planet. Yo, that dude, Twan Green, whoever you are, bro, you are hilarious, bro. He said Africans are from this planet. All right, so brother, to answer your question, that's easy. So when we were brought over here from West Africa, Central Africa, right? Africa, period, the continent. All right. We were brought over here for a purpose of enslavement, right? In the 1600s, some say a little late 1500s. I'm not gonna argue. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not gonna argue that. I'm not gonna argue it, right? I'm unbiased, so I'm willing to consider anything. Right? I even consider Garvey not being a scammer. I'm willing to consider anything, right? Just to have a great conversation. I'm not going to lean one way. I can lean both ways. So they were brought over here to be enslaved, right? In the 1600s, early 1600s, and maybe even late 1500s. No problem. People say Sir John Hawkins, no problem. The fact is, brother, that 200-something years later, you had the Emancipation Proclamation. So 200, 300 years later, these same descendants of Africa have 200, 300 years later, they have zero connection with Africa. They don't see themselves as Africa because they have zero connections. They don't speak the language. They don't practice the culture. Any voodoo, any African spirituality, they are far removed from that. 300 years is a long goddamn time. Okay, so they are American, right? Even though they're American under white colonization, they're still American. That's all they know. All they know is white colonization. That's all they know. They are literally American. Whether you disagree or agree, doesn't matter. They are American. Now, they don't have American citizenship, and they're fighting for that. They understand that they are vulnerable without it. They could be deported, mishandled, resettled back in Liberia, not back, but in Liberia, El Salvador, whatever. So our intellectuals knew, hey, we need citizenship. We need something to protect us where these, you could say devils, that's a fitting term, You could say devils can't just mishandle us and justify it. So we're gonna fight for civil rights. You had a black free enslaved people, but they were not protected, like Dred Scott, right? That's why his case flopped, because he did not have citizenship. So they justify not respecting him in the court of law because he doesn't have citizenship. So that was case law for us, for Frederick Douglass and all of our intellectuals, Cuff and Martin Robinson Delaney, all these folks, Alexander Cromwell, say, hey, we need citizenship. Yes, what do you want? Okay, let me come over there. So that was case law for them, case study law for them. Okay, so all right, we get it. So we need to. So they, that's nasty. So they were interested in citizenship, right? Because under citizenship, you are protected. Well, on record, on paper, you are an American citizen, and you're protected from any disrespect or any deportation. Okay, that's what they thought, which was semi-true. Okay, so the story has been told. They fought in the Civil War, even the early Pan Africanists. I was explaining to Greg Phillips. Even the early Pan Africanists, once they realized citizenship was on the table, they dropped that Pan Africanist bullshit, because all they really wanted was citizenship in America. They really didn't want to go to Africa. They only wanted to go because they felt like something got to be better than this. But they didn't understand how colonized. Remember, they left Africa in the 15th, 16th century. So they don't know how colonized Africa is right now in the early 1800s. They don't know that. They don't know white supremacy took over Africa. They're thinking that Africa got to be better than America. They have no understanding Africa is actually worse. Just ask the Nigerians, right? That was dealing with Shell PB. You dig? So they didn't understand it. Go ahead. I can't hear you.
Right?
Nah, you are breaking up. Go ahead. Brother, can you try it again? You were breaking up. Yeah, your audio is not cooperating right now.
Hello.
You sound like a robot, but I hear you better. Okay, I can't. If you're talking right now, I cannot hear you. No, your audio is horrible.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I hear you now. I hear you now.
Hello, can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, yes, now I can.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, I hear everything that you're saying, and what I'm saying is that don't we know that the British and they went over into Africa and started colonizing,
Yes, we know.
started splitting it up and all of that type of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, not just the British, the French and other white people.
Yeah, everybody's been
The Soviet Union came late, so
Right.
now the Soviet Union they came at the end of it. It's too late. They were done. Yes, but most of the European powerful nations, yes, they carved up Africa for themselves and they undermined it. Yes, that's true.
Okay. So I mean, we're aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, to tie in everything, I mean, it's just like, I mean, because you're talking about our intellectuals.
Yes.
And so when I'm talking about FBA, I'm talking about a science to it, not just the intellectuals or the poor, or the in between. I'm just talking about the people in itself, not the leaders. It's going beyond all of the specialities.
So just be careful. When you say science, I'm a guy who's a science advocate. I studied, I did some study on chemistry. So science is chemistry, physics, and biology. So if you're saying something else, then say that. But when you say science, I automatically think which one? Chemistry, physics, or biology. So when you say science, you probably don't really mean science, but science is physics, chemistry, and biology. So you probably meant something else, right?
Right. So, okay, how can I break this down? That because it's getting too complicated. You know
Nah,
what I'm saying?
not for me. No, I don't understand. Not for me. It's just simple as hell for me. But go ahead.
Okay. So I got a story, right? I was
Yeah.
born in a time, right? I got a family. I got a mother and father, right? They have a mother and father
Right.
on both sides, right?
Yep.
Now I would call them my grandparents, right? And then they have parents.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what I know, because I know my grandparents, and I know they came up and around they from South Carolina, North Carolina. They came up in around late 40s, early 50s
Okay.
to New York. Had my parents
So they came to New York from South Carolina.
from South Carolina and North Carolina.
That's the Great Migration. So most likely, like almost 100%, your FBA. Right. So that's
I know.
the
Let me tell you
migration.
something, brother. I know who I am, and I know I'm just trying to get the census of how everybody else looks at things. Because your whole chat or some people in the chat was like doubting me, or like like I got some odd off-ball, story or something. I'm like, oh, let me just tell you the story first of all, and then see where we connect that. Because you talk about the Great Migration. This is things that I know that my peoples went through, and
but
I come in the 70s.
Hey, bro, that's what but what I'm saying is I'm adding clarity for you. I'm telling the chat, if your parents went from South Carolina, North Carolina to the New York, that's the Great Migration. So I'm saying most likely almost 100% FBA, because non-FBAs were not in the South, and definitely not South Carolina like that, and North Carolina. So yes, so most likely for those who are doubting you, if that's your history, almost 100% your FBA. But continue.
Yes, brother. So I'm dark skinned. I'm not mixed with no island, no Haiti, no Trinidad, no Jamaica.
Okay, so I already gave you the benefit out from the door.
No doubt. I'm clearing it up more for you. Yeah, this is not between me and you. This was more for the chat and things like that. I already know who I am. Now I was questioning your chat. That's who's on the trial here. I'm not on trial. I'm the top of the top, brother. I'm a black leader in this goddamn planet. Ain't nothing higher than me. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm loud and proud about that. So now I'm questioning other people. You know what I'm saying? This is type of stance I take. You know what I'm saying? Who the hell is these other people?
Right. Well, their personalities, right? So now.
No. But now, what's their lineage and what's their whole? Because everybody wants to see paperwork and you know what I'm saying. Where's their story and paperwork?
I already defended you with that.
No, it's no problem. I never. Yeah, no problem.
Nah. But you already heard me loud and clear. I said, brother, the paperwork argument today in 2025, that's not necessary. Like right now, we're just going off merit, integrity, and just honesty. Because most people, believe it or not, most people are not going to lie and say they are FBA. Okay, most people are going to say where they're from, but they're not going to lie to the FBA, because eventually the truth is going to come out. And they will never be secure in FBA circles with this lie that's going to be exposed, anytime now. It's a ticking time bomb with these tethers who are pretending, right? So
exactly,
right. So what I'm saying is, brother, it's okay. It's just a chat. Now I'm gonna defend the chat as well. I'm gonna defend them because because they might be jumping too far on you. I'm gonna defend them by that there are a lot of $5 tethers. Okay, so now I'm not saying you are, obviously, but I'm just saying that there are. So now their antennas are raised, right? And it could be wrong. So I'm saying don't give too much stock there. Like if you know who you are, you don't have to, go.
Absolutely, brother. I'm a grown man. I'm playing back and forth with the chat. I'm getting into it. But this is, it's just more
but you don't have to if you know who you are. Like for me, bro, I had FBAs come on my panel and challenge me. Like, hey, brother, you FBA? Totally disrespect, bro. And look, they are FBAs too, but totally just disrespect. Mm-hmm. Yo, you FBA? And I had to just deal with that. Like, you know what? You're a clown. Let me remove you, but whatever. You know what I mean? You're a clown. Like my last name is Harrison. Like, listen, brother, I told them I'm so transparent. You guys can just
My name is Ron Harrison. Ron is my nickname. I'm Ron Dale Harrison. Harrison. You can't get more FBA than Harrison. Okay. Now, that's my mother's side. My father's side is worse. I ain't give you my father's side last name. That's worse. That's way more FBA. You did. But I know for a fact I have my shit. I can trace myself beyond 1870. So when a clown FBA person challenged me, you know, I just scoff. I just laugh. Like, okay, whatever. I don't even like entertain the back and forth because I know 100% I'm FBA and I know I got the proof. So I don't even go as far as you did.
I'm the living proof. Like it don't get no more reality, no more realer. Like, you know what I'm saying?
But all I'm saying is that the chat, it just like their defensive guards are up, and I'm saying you have to understand that. That's why even the brothers that challenged my FBA-ness, at some point I was mad, I was offended, but at some point I kind of got it a little bit, like, whatever. Like, you know what I mean? I kind of like got it, like, okay, like that's a fair question. You know, if I'm FBA, I mean, he's not entirely wrong for asking me that. You know, I felt offended, but he's not really entirely wrong for asking me that.
Right.
But I did feel offended. I ain't gonna lie. I felt disrespected 100%.
Yeah, that's how I be feeling. I'm like, because of the way I feel, my confidence, I'm the top of the top when you're talking about black. You know what I'm saying? And what my people is from and everything. Like, I'm it. Like, what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? So when I get, discredited, or it's like I'm not even alive, you know what I'm saying? I'm not in the skin I'm in. I'm not here. It's a little disrespectful. So, I take that stance too, because I get disrespected. I'm like, hold on, like I'm at the top of it. It can't get no, you know what I'm saying? It's, where are we going? Who are you?
Yeah, but again, it goes back to, brother. Listen, real simple. It's like, what can I do? So for the FBA brother to hop on my platform, the panel, like you did just now, and question my FBA-ness. All I could do is show proof at that point. But I felt like
that's what I did.
Yeah, but I felt like I don't have to. It's like, dude, like I know I got my shit, right? But you ain't gonna be the vessel to make me, you know what I mean, pull my paperwork. Not you, you fucking clown. You're not gonna be the vessel for me to. When I show my stuff, it's gonna be voluntarily, pure transparent. Yeah. It ain't gonna be no goddamn clown telling me what I got to do. Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is,
like, I can't be questioned. I'm not showing nobody. I'm asking. See, in my world, I dictate who's black and who's not. I hand out the black cards and I take them away.
But you can't say that though. Like,
that's how I feel, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm standing on.
No, but that's going too far, because then
right. I'm very extreme. It's all good. It's all good.
But then you can't get mad at. Okay, but you can't get mad at them for feeling the same way.
No, but let's go. Let's go story for story. Let's do it.
But okay, what happens if you're able to show your paperwork and so are they? Now what?
Where's the story? Forget the paperwork. I'm a living proof, right? I got a mother, a father.
Okay, but they are living proof.
Let's go right from reality.
Well, wait, slow down. But they are living proofs as well. So
what is their living proof? From what birth date, what area, what people, what language, let's go. Let's go.
Hold on.
Culture. Let's go.
I got you. Hold on. So I'm saying, for the sake of argument, hypothetically, you're able to show what you need to show. And so do they. Now what? Like now what?
Where is it at? Put it on the line. I just showed you mine. I'm born in the 70s. I'm born in this date. My parents were this. We came from that.
But brother, you're not listening to me. What if they're able to equally do the same? Now what?
Others, then we've got some type of connection.
All right, and that's where I'm speaking from. I'm assuming that all of y'all are FBA. So it's like, bro, you're not wrong, and they're not wrong either. And the brother who questioned me, he's not wrong. Like, there is a lot of $5 tethers.
Yeah, I'm definitely not it. I'm at the top.
Right. So the brother, it took me a while to realize the brother, he really ain't out, even though I'm still offended, but he's really not wrong because there are $5 tethers. So he really ain't wrong to question me, about my lineage. So I felt offended, but I felt like, he's not really wrong. He had a bad faith argument. Okay. Because
it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, we got to straighten each other. We got to get on some common ground together. So it's good for men to come together and work all that out. Like, I have no problem with that. I just, like I said before, we get to who, like, I just want to know who is who. Okay, you got the same story as me. Your parents broke up in the 70s. They broke up in the crack epidemic too, and everybody had to stay at their grandparents' house. And you know what I'm saying? We all from the I'm black and I'm proud, you know what I'm saying? Understanding what are our commonalities of how we grew up and how we know each other to be African American? What are our stories and our connections?
All right, that's okay. That's why I came back with this. I'm saying to you, I'm saying to the chat. Chat, listen, trust me. Nothing changes, right? So whatever we thought we were 20 years ago, we still have problems internally. So now,
is that a separate conversation or separate topic?
Same. Because what we thought we were 30, 40 years ago,
okay,
we still had internal conflicts. So what I'm saying is today, 30, 40 years later, we don't think we know what we are now, but we still have internal conflicts. So just
we can work them out. I'm willing to get to.
Of course. So now that's why I don't have a problem with the chat scrutinizing you, and I don't have a problem with you defending yourself. That's why I didn't really intervene, right? You
knew who I was. I've been on your panel before.
Right. And that's why I said just call in and represent, your shit, because I know your FBA. Okay.
Right.
So now they do, right? But that don't mean they have to agree with your your ideologies going forward. Now they might
ideology. What ideology? Because I said a story. I don't have an ideology. I have a living, breathing testimony, not an ideology, not a make up and believe, or we came from this and that. I have a lineage to a mother and a grandmother.
So this is what I mean. Anthony Edwards, you familiar with him? Anthony Edwards, the basketball player from the Timberwolves.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you familiar with what he's in trouble for right now? Like the hot seat he's in?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so it's a couple of things. So for one, he said he don't want to be the face of the NBA. You familiar with that?
Yes.
Now, okay, so what's your opinion on that comment from him?
It's it's messed up. I mean, because to be the face of something and represent for that for black people in that position would be a great thing. But if he doesn't want to take that mantle or take that, you know what I mean? You don't want to force anything on him, but it's unfortunate. I would just have to say.
Okay, now, brother. Okay, brother. Do you know the perks that come with being a face of the NBA?
It's unfortunate, brother. It's unfortunate.
I got it. But I'm okay.
I'm aware of all of that. That's why I said it's unfortunate. Everything that could come with that position, and for him to deny it, it's unfortunate.
So look, I'm speaking to you directly, but I'm also speaking through you to the chat. So just keep it in mind.
No doubt.
So chat. To be the face of the NBA, we're talking about Michael Jordan. We're talking about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. We're talking about Kobe Bryant, LeBron James. Okay, so for an individual to say, I don't want to share the same limelight as Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, LeBron James, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, you are a sick person. Only perks come from that. That means endorsements, that means fame, money, all type of respect on your name, whatever a human being, not just FBA, whatever a human being could dream of. Anthony Edwards is in that position. He's saying, I don't want it. So when you say that to me and to the chat, I'm sure, you are probably a piece of shit individual. Okay, and then for him to come out later saying, hey, for him to come out later saying, hey, I want to pay for child support in advance, right? That's like the confirmation, like, okay, we get it. You dig? Like, just listen, rather than just lying, saying, because of course he wants to be the face, but just be honest. Just say, hey, man, I got a lot going on. I can't be the face. I got a lot of dirty shit going on. I can't, like, be more honest. Say, I would love to be the face, but I got to decline because I got like a lot of dirty laundry to clean up. Say that.
That's not bad. That's not good PR. That's not good marketing. He did it the right.
He did not. He did not.
No, you don't throw yourself under the bus.
No, you have to. You have to. Okay, see, brother. See, the thing is, it's about being transparent, bro. We're in 2025.
Not in that he's in a business and the branding and like all that stuff that's going on in social media. Right? People can play around with that if they want. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, bro, but
he's not supposed to take himself under.
Hey, bro, no, you are, because it came. Okay,
that's not good business.
Okay, brother, it's still bad business. He's a fucking clown right now in America. He's a clown.
I'm not going to double or triple the whammy.
Okay, so America looks at him like a clown right now. This dude try to buy himself out of child. That was, I'd rather just pay the money. He's a clown. Like, he's trending. He's a clown right now. Okay, so
when we get on the court, we watch him play. We're not going to be discussing that.
See, no, we do, because, brother, I watch basketball. I play basketball, and everybody, the huge criticism of him as far as his play. Okay, let me ask you this: you watch basketball? I don't know if you do, but what is the huge criticism about his play right now on the court? Do you know?
No, tell me.
He takes too many fucking 3-pointers. He don't drive and take the easier shot.
The whole league is like that. So
no. Wait, stop. Yeah, the whole league. That's why they suck. That's why the NBA is losing views, because they're like that. They're not. Wait. Okay, listen.
These are more arguments and these are more topics and arguments.
No, wait. Just listen for a second.
Okay.
The entire league is like that, and that's why the league is failing. They're not good at it. So you got Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and a few others who are actually good at it. Majority of the league, they suck at it. So Edwards is one of those people. He suck at shooting 3-pointers. He suck. So the people like Kawhi Leonard and SGA and Jokic, bro, and Luka Doncic and Kevin Durant, and Kyrie, they're great because they don't live by that shot. They get an easier shot. Okay, so that's why they are who they are, and they're champions. Okay, this guy would never be a champion because he's not good at that shot. It's a horrible selection for him. Just like the baby mama, that's a horrible selection. Nigga, we're protection, you know what I mean? Or get some plan B shit. So his whole life, his career has been it's been like a underachiever. Familyhood. Go ahead.
Do you think he's the only one?
It doesn't matter. He is great, right, in the sport. So when you're not great, you're irrelevant. So nobody cared about Skip to My Lou when he was playing, having 10 baby mothers. Nobody cared about the people who are irrelevant in the sport. People care about the people who are relevant in the sport and what they got going on. Nobody care about, let's say, Grimes from the Sixers. Nobody care about his personal life. He's irrelevant. He's an irrelevant basketball player in the sport of basketball. People only care about, right? People only care about the stars, right? And what they got going on. Nobody cares. Now, by the way, do you know Jones from the dunker? Jones, who he played for now?
Jones.
Say that again.
Fred Jones.
No, Jones, the dunker with the Braves. He plays for a playoff team, right? Daniel Jones, I think it is. Bro. He have a great marriage right now. His wife, bro, know about all this. She was questioned during like a halftime moment about his like stats and stuff. She knew everything about this guy. Okay, but he's not a star, so nobody really cares. Okay, but his wife, like, they have a real legitimate marriage. It's not based on like gold digging or that type of stuff. They have a real love affair. She knows everything about this guy, his career. She loves him. It ain't the money. She loves him. So what I'm saying is, but nobody cares because he's not a star. So we're only concerned with stars and what they got going on.
And it has to be something negative. It can't be stars and love, right? Or
Well,
it has
look,
to be.
well, it depends. It depends because LeBron, everybody loved his story. Everybody loved LeBron's story. You know, him and his wife don't have no controversy, no scandals, nothing. So, like, you know, he and Curry. What about Curry and Aisha? Curry, like people love that narrative. You know what I mean? They love that. They have no drama going on. So it's not always drama filled. But what I'm trying to point out is that stars, it matters more because you represent the entire league. Hey, stop. You represent the entire league. So I'm saying is for a guy to reach that type of height in basketball, that type of stardom, first team, and to be that reckless in bed and family, that's like an anomaly, bro. It's like, bro, you don't care about your like, dude, you're like it's like he don't appreciate his position in life. Like, dude, you are pretty much in the position of Michael Jordan, but your background is in the position of Pookie from the projects. It's like a contradiction. Like, yo, this is unheard of. For God to have your type of stardom and skill set and to behave like Pookie, like that's like unheard of in any culture, not just black. So for him to like cower out to be the face of NBA, we were bamboo, like we were shocked. We were like, yo, why? And now we're seeing why. You got 20,000 baby mothers. And you're not raising like no kid. So now we see why you don't want to be the face of the NBA. We get it now. It makes sense. But it did not make sense before we knew that. If you can follow. So he was lying about why he didn't want to be the face, rather than just being honest. Like, hey man, I got a lot going on in the background. So right now, just take the time. Maybe, you know, a couple years I get myself together and, you know, present a better image of myself. But he was dishonest. And now it comes out, this dude is a deadbeat dad. He's just recklessly having sex, impregnating tens of hundreds of women on some Will Chamberlain shit. You know what I mean? So it's like, nah, like, dude, come on, stop. Like, you would love to be the face of the NBA. You just know you effed your life up with this baby mama drama stuff. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, yeah, and I understand why he would want to bow out. Like, nah, I don't want that. I don't want that pressure on me.
Yeah, but be honest though. Like, stop lying and saying, "Hey, man, I don't want to be it because of some other dumbass reason that nobody believed." By the way, nobody believed him when he said it. Shannon Sharp, everybody, Shaquille, and everybody great said, "What?" Cameron, like, what? Like, it don't make any sense. Now we get it though. Now it's coming out. We're like, oh, that's why he said that. He's a deadbeat dad. We get it.
So now, how does this? Because I think you wanted to make a bigger point of how this ties into FBA or people from the South, or
no, right? If I had that connection, I lost it. But
okay, so good.
if I had that connection, I'm far removed from that.
I was like, we going off into other arguments and topics, but okay, no problem.
Yeah. So now he leaves the conversation back to, like, you know, Tatum and SGA, and I think SGA probably is going to be the face. Like, even though Tatum could easily be it, but Tatum gameplay is inconsistent, so it looks like SGA might be the face of the NBA. But I don't know his background. No, he's from Canada. So okay, so brother, that's even more important. The reason why they asked him, because brother, they know the face of the NBA. They have to be American, white or black or Hispanic. They knew they have to be American. Shea Alexander is Canadian. That's why they didn't ask him. He's clearly like the best in the NBA. Like, him and Jokic and Giannis are like the best in the NBA with Tatum. So if it ain't Edwards, it's Tatum, because they're American born. They know that it has to be an American star, white or black. LeBron, Michael Jordan, Kobe, all American. Like, there's no foreigner facing the NBA. I don't think that would ever happen. Okay, so they asked an American born player. Now, Cooper Flag maybe in the future can be in that consideration, but a white guy. But right now, they're looking at black Americans, and Edward dropped the ball. And Tatum is too relaxed, but he's a champion. So hopefully Tatum or Cade Cunningham, I believe Cade Cunningham is that guy, but hopefully somebody like that can sit in that position to say, hey, okay, I'm ready to be the face, and I guarantee you, when that camera and that spotlight come to Cade Cunningham, he ain't gonna do what that deadbeat dad did. He gonna say, yeah, give it to me.
Yeah. It's good that he getting his game together now to represent that too.
Yeah. So whatever question I had earlier, I lost, right?
It's all good. We still on foundational Black American. What makes him what makes you that? What are the commonalities? And and then we also talked about the things within the diaspora, whereas where we have issues with the intellectual versus the Pookies and Ray Rays, all this type of stuff.
Yeah, man. Hey, bro, I was shocked. I was devastated when somebody hit me up and said, "Yo, that dude got 6 baby mothers, bro."
No, he's reckless, he's caught up in the game. He got the money, he got the fame, and he's doing him. He's just one of those. Like we said, it's a lot of other guys, but we focus on the star.
Bro, 6 baby mothers, bro.
Yeah, he been out there having fun. He been reckless and he been getting caught up. I mean, it happens.
Nah, that doesn't happen like that.
Then he don't necessarily. He just want to pay for everything to go away, and
yeah, but
do damage control and clean it up. Okay.
But you know what happens now?
Mm-hmm.
He's not gonna get those deals. Okay, LeBron right now. Do you know LeBron's a billionaire? Hey, chat. Google LeBron's net worth. He's a billionaire. He's a billionaire basketball player. Edwards will never get there as a result. He will never get the endorsements as a deadbeat dad like LeBron got, like Michael Jordan, like Kobe Bryant.
He's gonna be paying out too much child support.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but even with that, he won't even be offered these deals because he's a deadbeat. Like his image is destroyed. So he won't even be offered these things, these movie roles, this and that Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan and LeBron was already. He ain't even gonna sniff that.
Commercials.
Right. So now when you retire, my boy, what money are you gonna have to replace your NBA money? So now this is where I listen to ex-stars, ex Cam Newtons, the Gilbert Arenas, the Carmelo Anthony's, all these guys talk about all the stress they had when they realized, Shannon Sharp, when they realized once they retire, what income they're gonna be able to generate that can come remotely close to their contracts. It's really nothing. That's why a lot of them go into podcasting, things like that. Very few of them, like Jerry Rice, very few of them can be under, out of the media, social media stuff and generate money. Like very few of them are that successful. Like Larry Holmes was able to do that under the radar. Very rare. Like Mayweather is one of them that's not doing. Hey, stop. Go in there. No, you don't do that. Go in there. Go in there. Yeah. So you got those guys that don't. I think Muhammad Ali didn't go into that type of stuff. That still, that could generate money by other means, right? But the Anthony Edwards, like he is really playing with poverty after his career. Because think about it, he's making $30 to $40 million a year right now. When he retired, bro, what will he do to still own that home and this and that, his lifestyle? Nothing. And that's why 80% of NFL players go broke, and like 60% of NBA basketball players go broke because they don't have income lined up after their career to keep their lifestyle going.
Right. It's great. I mean, it's you living fast. You got all this money, and you kind of, it's just a moment in time a lot of time.
Okay, so now they want me to ask you a question. I just looked at the chat. Just be honest, right? We're grown men. We're talking. Like you around my age, if not same age. They want to know, and again, this is just your opinion. This is your life experience. They want to know, why are you against reparations, if you are?
I'm not against reparations. First of all, I want everything for African American people of color, and my people. So I want them to have everything. I understand, nobody's gonna give it to them just like that, or it may be red tape and all of that type of stuff. But I'm not here for the money. I'm here for my people, for our loves. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here for the money and the checks and who's getting what. You know what I mean? That's whatever. But it's more about the love and who my people are in general. I'm not about nobody not getting anything. I'm give everything to everybody. Give everything to who it's owed to. Jamaicans, Haitians, the whole black diaspora. I don't care. I'm not stopping nobody's checks or trying to block anything from anybody. And I want my people to have. So if you got that idea about me, you got me all wrong.
So as Shot Legacy said, he's talking about Anthony Edwards. He said, I believe he did it because he's more in love with access to the reckless behavior. He's enjoying more than the love of the game and the responsibility that comes with it, being the face of the next generation. I agree 100% with Shot Legacy. So does other folks in the chat. Okay. So now, a question from the chat was, do you have a birth certificate?
Of course.
Okay, moving on. So MC Facts said, unbiased, off topic, not sure if you already did it, but in the future, can you please give your thoughts on the Cory Booker 24-hour filibuster? Thanks. Okay, back to so I watched the Black Authority yet last night. That's why I went late. That's why I went live so late, basically. Cause his live was very interesting. He tackled the Cory Booker thing. So I agree with TBA 100% on that. Okay, it was a waste of time. The dude said literally nothing. I agree with TBA's assessment on the 24, 25, 26 hour filibuster is what it's called now. The nothing burger. So I agree with TBA. Okay, so Jay, I asked that question. He said he's for reparations for whoever deserves it. Okay, yeah, LeBron. So Munaz Googled it. LeBron is worth $1.2 billion. I didn't know that shit. I didn't know he was a billionaire as a basketball player. No wonder he ain't tripping about nothing. Okay. Right. MC Fact, I agree. MC Fact said no one in professional sports should have money problems after retirement. Hey, brother, I agree. I'm gonna talk to you. I agree. These entitled sports entertainers, even the rappers, we're asking for reparations, right? Specifically, exclusively to America. We don't know what's going on in Jamaica or Africa. We just know what's going on here. And we're asking for compensation, financial compensation, whether land and cash payment, right, for us. Okay. These entitled entertainers, right, and rappers, they are getting the money we want. Okay, we just want a one-time payout. 3 million, 4 million, 10 million. These guys are getting that thing annually. And these guys are retiring broke. So I agree with the chat. MC Fact. These guys are getting what we want for one time in a lifetime. 10 million, we will all, even you, brother, we will all be happy with a one-time $10 million payment and tied in with some land allocation. We'll be fine with that. If the government said, hey, stop your reparation bullshit. Here's $10 million in some land. Leave me alone. We'll all be like, okay, done deal. These guys are getting that annually and more, and they're retiring broke. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask, how do you feel about people like Umar and certain people say don't give these Negroes no money, they just gonna spend it on cars and da 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 da. You know what I'm saying? How do you feel about Fat Joe's, Busta Rhymes, and all these people who speak against African American culture and claim their own culture? They don't claim African.
I don't think Busta Rhymes and Fat Joe speak against our culture. I think they over exaggerate their people participation in hip hop, but outside of hip hop, I don't believe they undermine us at all. Okay.
Let me ask you something. Yeah. Do you know that people who are half African American, have certain views in mind about African Americans. Like they don't always
No,
talk about. They keep it in their mind. They keep it under their breath. They keep it. You know what I'm saying?
no, I agree 100%. 'Cause I can't be absolute. I can't say all, but the tiny bit people who happen to be half FBA and half Caribbean or half African, the tiny bit of people who I was exposed to, they definitely seem to be anti-FBA. Okay.
And that we can see on YouTube and in front of our face and listen to what they say.
Yeah. But again,
we can only hear them hating or like I have disdain for these people.
Yeah, no, I agree. But again, the sample size is so small. It'd be unfair for me to say a large portion. 3, 5, 10 people I heard of, right? That's like half FBA, half Caribbean or African. You know, it's only 10 people. Like I can't say
if you're half, you're gonna go with your other half. You don't claim the African American half. Only when it's time to use it for money, business,
we
or
can't
some
even
type of prestige, some type of
for me, I'm different. I can't conclude that. I can't claim to be unbiased, and I can't claim to be a journalist, right? A YouTube journalist, and make that assessment, because I can only base it off a tiny sample size. I only know about like 5 people who are actually mixed with FBA and like some black foreign country, right? So I can't even like pin that to the masses. The masses probably don't even feel like that. All I can do is speak to the tiny bit of people who I came across who's FBA and black immigrant who do share the thoughts of what you just said. But it'd be unfair and it wouldn't be unbiased for me to say that's how the majority of half FBAs and half, black immigrants feel. I couldn't make that point.
How we deal with that? We make them, or they gotta claim the other side. You know what I'm saying? If we have to now assume that if they mix, they claim the other side until they come out and denounce or claim.
You know what, brother? They don't have to do that. That's why I keep.
Right.
That's why
as the wars close in on us, we have all these loopholes for everybody. We don't want to get tight, and that's what I focus on.
No, what I'm saying is, and this is my opinion, you might be, listen, let me consider this. You might be 100% correct. I'm just giving you how I feel today. I don't believe that's necessary. I believe that, they're FBA, right? According to the standard, right? The FBA. And I believe that FBAs, we're 43 million deep. We're going to say a lot of crazy shit. You heard the dude earlier say Africans not even part of this planet, right? We're going to say some crazy stuff, but there's
I'm an elder, bro. I'm an elder. I could, cut through all the bull crap of everybody. I'm an elder.
Yeah, but here's the problem with being an elder. Elders a lot of times be stuck in their ways, and they refuse to modernize.
I'm new generation enough and old school generation enough. I don't even play with the elders. Like I sweep the canes from underneath their feet too.
Yeah. So that's what I do, and bro, that's why people that's like yourself. Like you called in because you kind of like respect me to a certain level. Like you think I'm somewhat fair, right? That's why you even called in. You wouldn't have called in if you thought I was like completely closed-minded. So people rock with me because they believe I'm like unbiased, like my name, and I am. Okay, right. So with that being said,
I got a wrench in your chat, for heaven's sake.
Yeah, but again, man, it's the chat. Like they have a right to their opinion as well, and I'm part
of the wrench.
Oh, yeah, right. And guess what?
I'm like, how we all not brothers? How am I getting questioned? But it's all good though. I'm not mad.
Brother, I just gave an example. No, brother. I just gave an example. I'm actually the host, right? It's my channel, and I was questioned on my channel. You dig? So that's more disrespectful than what happened to you. All right, and I was able to look past that because I understand that I'm not above reproach either. Like I gotta also show and prove. So that's why at the time I was upset, I was offended, I threw his ass off. But as the weeks went by, I realized, I said, yo, I'm no different than the chat. I'm not above question. Like people can have a question about me. As a matter of fact, people after that question me, and I think it's all in bad faith, but it's fair. It's fair. Like everybody's up for question.
Absolutely. This is how we get tighter. Hey, this is my story. Where were your people at 1970? Where were your people at 1980, 1990? What were y'all doing? Where were y'all at? What was going on?
Right.
Who's who? What's what? That's fair.
I could tell you where that they were in their damn country failing, trying to flee over here with a lottery visa or some H-1B1 bullshit. Okay, or some asylum seeker or some refugee shit. And this is why I'm unapologetic with my stance. Like, listen, I support my supporters, right? Our supporters. So if they're white, listen, I'm real. We're gonna have white supporters. We have never done anything in this country by ourselves. We always have supporters. Let's stop the cap. Okay, so we need supporters. Okay, so we need legitimate, authentic supporters. We need Hispanic, we need white, we need Caribbean, we need African, we need Asian, right? We need support. That's just smart. That's just smart. You need as many people to ride with you. Because you know why? The white feminists, they accepted all support. They didn't discriminate. But I recall Margaret Sanger coming to the Black community. I don't recall her saying, "Nah, I ain't going over there." So yes, people want all support. The Asian community, they want Black support. Okay, so let's not be stupid and try to do it by ourselves. That's never going to work. Look, America don't rock with China. They don't rock with Soviet Union, but they got some type of deals right with them, right? Yeah, exactly.
He does business. If there's something to sell, if there's something to buy, I understand business. You know what I mean?
Right. And that's my disagreement with the brother earlier, Greg Phillips. It's like, dude, stop. Like, you talking about this white man stuff, that's blackology. That's stupid. Like, dude, stop. We're not gonna be at a handicap where everybody is all inclusive but us. We're gonna just limit it only for Black people. No, we're not. We're gonna whoever can help us out, thank you. But you're not gonna be in any leadership role. You won't be that influential. You're gonna get in line and follow our lead, but you're gonna bring your resources or influence with you.
There you go.
Okay, so that's what we're doing. But we're not gonna be like my man earlier. Oh, these blackologists, these black nationalist clowns. We're gonna do it from the mud. No, we're not. Nobody in this country did it from the mud except for us, and we still got undermined. So no, we're gonna get assistance like everybody else. Everybody get bank loans but us. And we still make shit pop. Well, guess what? We want bank loans too, right? We ain't trying to start from the ground zero. We trying to do what everybody else is doing. That's the definition of equality. How you got started? Bank loan? We want a bank loan too. We can do it from the mud, but we don't want to. We want to do it the same way you did. Okay, that's equality. You got a bank loan? We want a bank loan.
Well, now, right, I totally agree. But now you gotta demand that. You gotta get it. You gotta go to somebody, ask for it, or get it from somebody.
Yeah, but guess what? We're doing that because everything had to be documented. The reason why the civil rights march was so successful is because, brother, people like Russia, chat, listen to me closely. People like Russia who hates the United States, they did a campaign smear in Russia. They were showing how hypocritical the United States government was to claim they are the authors or the police of morality, but they were being immoral towards Black people in this country. So yes, in the Russian newspapers, they were showing white Americans being hypocritical, preaching one thing, but being disrespectful and violent towards us. That's Russian newspapers. Right. So there was a lot of European propaganda demonizing Americans in this country, and that helped our civil rights movement to get shit done. So yeah, so that's what happened. Matter of fact, I know more about the Jews in Germany and why America ended up paying, for the reparations shit for the Jews. Chat. I did research. I know why America felt compelled to start paying money to the Jews. Most people talk about it, but they don't know why. Okay, with me, I know why. Right, that's like a different discussion. But now I know why America felt compelled to start paying reparations to the Jewish people. I know what happened. And it makes sense. All right, just say that. It makes sense. I know what happened. Now, that don't excuse them for not paying us, but I know why they justified paying them. And it does make sense because they did have a hand involved in the Holocaust. Spoiler. America had a hand in the Holocaust. And that's some of the main reasons why they felt compelled to start paying. They could have helped prevent it. They turned a blind eye and they allowed it to happen. And they were called on it by other people across the world in their propaganda, right? Newspapers. They were called on it. Okay. They were shamed. And they try to make right restitution. Okay. So yeah, I'm that guy. But anyway, yeah, brother. So propaganda was used to demonize these filthy racists in this country to go along with certain things to save face. Now, what they did was
it's a business.
What they did, sure, and what they did was they end up acknowledging and passing an act, which is known as the 1964 Civil Rights Act. But then they undermined it the next year with the Immigration Act, right? And then I learned from the video from yesterday that there's a 1990 Immigration Act that Bush signed that further undermined us. It's wild, man. It's wild. So like this country
keep undermining us because we not fighting for nothing. We not in no major plays of nothing. Like
now, but hold up. But there's a reason. Okay, brother, you're right. But it's not because we are docile.
Like, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I'm looking at the facts. I'm looking at history.
But we gotta look at the facts. We gotta address the elephant in the room. So a lot of our actions we're doing right now, they are destructive, but it is a systemic nothing burger that's causing us to do everything we're doing, bro. And I hate to say that like that, because people like Myron Gaines hate to hear that, right? But white people are great at playing chess. They're great. They're the Bobby Fischer of chess. And the way we're behaving today was foreseen 100 years in advance.
Right, everything was foreseen. Like we not okay. If we're the real blacks, like we're more forward in time. We know everything.
No, we don't, because we're human. And there were
the history.
Got it. But there were traps. Okay, what we keep doing, which is dangerous. Okay, in chess, chat, I teach chess. In chess, it's taught never what's the proper term? I'm trying to remember. Never in chess pretty much play down your opponent. We don't. So, for example, let's say if I told you, hey, man, I've been playing chess for 20 years, which is true. And you said, hey, I learned yesterday, how to play chess. So human nature, I'm hearing you play yesterday. For the first time you learned how to play yesterday, human nature to take it easy on you. In chess, it's taught, don't take it easy on nobody. Annihilate your opponent. Mm-hmm. Okay? Don't forget what they're talking about. Annihilate them. Okay? So that's what's going on here. White supremacists, they're chess players, and they're taught to not believe, hey, I just found out. No, they're trained and taught to annihilate competition. Don't even make room for competition. So that's why I say, brother, the chessboard played out for us. We think we're doing things and we're just figuring out everything was pre-planned in advance, exactly where we will be. And there's a counter for any counterintelligence we got. They plan for that. They plan for Malcolm X's. They plan for, A. Philip Randolph. They plan for, Frederick Douglass's. They plan for Tariq Nasheed. They knew these people were inevitable. They're going to come. J. Edgar Hoover said it best, the Black Messiah. They know that when you have this much oppression on the people, it's going to spawn somebody that's a great thinker, the Yvette Carnell, the Dr. Clark Andersons, and whoever else you can name. they know that these people are inevitable. They're going to spring up. They just got to be prepared to undermine them. Okay. And white people have been great at that, preparing to undermine the inevitable thinker, the black thinker to come about. Okay. They're never caught off guard. The FBA, the Adolfs, the Freedmen, the Moors, none of this stuff caught them off guard. They expected this stuff to come. And they have greater counterintelligence to neutralize it to a large degree. This FBA, this Adolf's movement and Cobra movement should have been as influential as African American from Jesse Jackson, as affluent and influenced as the Black Man is God from Elijah Muhammad and James Brown, I'm Black and I'm Proud. There's a reason that this FBA Adolf Freedman thing ain't blow up like that. Because they knew that I'm Black and I'm Proud, the Black Man's God was a nothing burger. They knew African American was a nothing burger. And that's why it was allowed to just go crazy. But this FBA, this American Freedman, this exclusive terminology, they got counterintelligence that's like saying, hey, man, these guys are scammers. Tariq Nasheed, he's an ex-pimp, and Yvette Cornell, she's with the LGBT. Like, all of this stuff, bro. Put that back. All this stuff.
In the chat.
Say that again?
They tried to run it on me in the chat.
Well, that's a little different because I believe they were more genuine. Like maybe you said something that you didn't. Okay, sorry about that. So maybe you said something that they misunderstood and they took it as something else. Like that's possible. But I'm saying the white man, they're not misunderstanding anything. They already know what can come about based upon the conditions they set. They are that far. Like these guys created the atomic bomb. They're not dumb. They got nuclear energy. They're above the world, bro. They're light years above the world. Like they own 99% of the wealth of America. We own less than 1%. So they're not dumb. They're very smart. They got Albert Einstein. They got these geniuses here. They're very smart. They're not dumb. We're dumb thinking they're dumb. Okay, they're very
smart, and the smartest of us are very, very smart on their levels of intelligence, and we know about these biblical times. We know about things being set up. We know all. We watch the history. We know the sellouts. We know how they use and like you know what I'm saying. We've seen it all play out. So we are very smart here. We are very smart on their levels. We may not have all the resources and everything, but we are very smart as far as the intelligence of knowing the play and knowing where the results of the next play.
Yeah, of course. So what we're doing is we're playing tennis, right? You got Andre Agassi, you got all these great tennis players, Venus, and we're out there hitting the ball back to them. So tennis, right? So a lot of tennis is you're hitting the ball as a setup for a misdirection, right? You're hitting the ball where it's completely what's the term? It's completely telegraphic. Right. So I'm not trying to get you now. I'm setting you up for later. I'm gonna give you a misdirection. Same thing with baseball. I throw you a fast pitch, then change up. Right. So that's what we're doing. We're playing tennis. We're both of us. We're hitting the ball, very telegraphic. Right. And now eventually we're gonna hit it somewhere like a misdirection to catch you off guard, spike it or hit it soft. Right. But we're both doing that with each other. Right. So it's a game of chess. It's a game of tennis. It's a game. To speak lightly of it, but that's what's going on. We're trying to figure out when to strike. They're trying to figure out when to strike. Right? They're testing us. We're testing them to see where we're both at. All right. So now the FBA thing, although they prepared for it, they didn't prepare for it to be as influential as it is today. So I believe that's what caught them off guard. Like they prepared. They knew what happened. But I don't believe they believe it will be as influential as it is right now. Right. And to keep going because it's just been going on for 6 years minimum. And it's getting more crazy. You got Simone, you got what was the brother I played earlier? The singer, I can't remember. I played a singer who talked about being American. So the Simone, they didn't anticipate celebrities or former celebrities or people influenced hopping on this, they thought it'd be a grass movement only. That's my opinion. So I think it caught them off guard, and now they're trying to catch up. Okay, how the hell can we stop this? because this went somewhere where we didn't really anticipate. So how can we stop this? Because, you know, I think they just undermined how easy the FBA ADOS, free American freedmen ideology would be pitched to other in our lineage. I think they undermine how easily we can communicate it with each other, where it's like that much, because it ain't much. You see, Simone, she like clearly just, she's not influenced by Tariq or Yvette or the American Freedmen Society, but she was able to communicate it exactly like how we said it. Mm-hmm. And then like there's an artist, singer, chat. Who was that artist that I played that said the same thing? It was I think Quincy Jones, was it? That said the same thing. So like they didn't anticipate that. They didn't anticipate people who are like of notoriety coming out saying the same thing without the influence of the grassroots. Come up with the same conclusions. Like that's something I don't believe they anticipated. So now Tariq and Yvette said it a certain way, and it was like, y'all just trolling, you guys are just haters of the Caribbean and diaspora war. But now Simone is saying it. It's like, well, what is her agenda?
Exactly. I question everybody. I'm like, all these clowns and all these people.
Right. I'm not speaking about you. I'm saying white supremacy. Nah. The chess players they are, and also like the haters. They're saying, okay, Tariq, like they could justify Tariq saying it. They could justify Yvette or Dr. Claude Anderson saying it. They can't justify Simone saying it. It's like, okay, that caught them off guard that she's saying it out of nowhere. She's not influenced by Tariq or Yvette. So they're like, yo, damn, that caught us off guard. We didn't expect somebody like her to say it. Huh?
She knows who they are.
Brother, she's little, the way she explained it was not the way we explained it. She put it in her own words. And when you put it in your own words, that's showing that you were influenced by other things. This is something you came up with yourself. This is not something you read off the internet from Tariq or Yvette, because she would have said foundational Black Americans or American descendant slaves. That's a fact. Had she been influenced by them, she didn't put it in either terminology. She came up with her own unique way, just like the singer I'm gonna think of in a second that said the same thing. But they put it in their own ways, and they said, "I'm American." Then she added Black American, but she didn't say foundational. She didn't say slickers, that type of stuff. She didn't do that at all. So she put it in her own words, and we know that she was not influenced by Tariq or Yvette. I'm 100% sure she was not influenced by that, because the way she put it, it was unique in her own words.
Being foundational Black American, but not saying FBA.
She didn't say foundational Black American, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. She didn't say that.
Right, but she is though.
Yeah, but she did not say foundational. She did not say American descendants of slaves. She put it in her own words. And brother, I'm smart enough to know when you put it in your own words, that means that you were influenced by these people.
Oh, right. Okay. Right, absolutely. To start to define it and understand it for who you are.
Right. So what I'm saying is white supremacy, I believe they planned for a ADOS advocacy. They planned for an FBA you could say movement, for lack of better words. They planned for that. I don't believe they planned for people who are in influential positions, who still got all to gain and all to lose, to sit there and say, hey, I'm American, I'm not African. For no reason she said that. Mm-hmm. She didn't have no political, she didn't have no reparations agenda. She said this shit literally out of nowhere. She had nothing to gain, all to lose by saying this. And she's not tied to Tariq or Yvette or anybody remotely close. And at first, she got a lot of, because the majority of Black people don't even know about FBA ADOS. So they were like, what are you saying? But it made more sense. And I'm glad she did that, because now it's that much easier for us in the chat, yourself and the brother who just hopped off, Greg Phillips. She made it more easier for us to communicate it. But you know why? Because she made the conversation back litty. When the conversation was getting dull, She made it back litty. Now we're back talking about it. Now we're back explaining to people what this means. Hey, you know what she said? There's a term for that. ADOS, FBA, American Freedmen. What's that? Exactly what she said, but she ain't said. So let me explain. You did? And we just go ahead and explain that, hey, we're foundational. We're the backbone of this country, slavery. We did rice, sugar cane. We did tobacco. We did cotton. And then we worked in steel mines, we worked in the coal mines. We did the pianist system, convict leasing. We literally was the sole economy of certain states, especially of Alabama. We made 70% of Alabama economy, and they illegally used our labor force. So based on all of that, we are foundational. We literally are co-owners in the building of this country. So no white American patriot can say they did something without us. We are literally tied to everything that's meaningful in this country, going back to the labor union rights and the child labor rights. We work with the Italians. Everything that means a lot in this country, we are literally part of that.
And because of that, we want to check. So
not just a check, acknowledgement, which is respect. Put some respect on our goddamn name. Check. We want land, and we want the world, not just us, to know. We want the world to recognize our contributions that were hidden, that were previously hidden before the world. We want white people to know in this country, acknowledge it. This is what it is. So because they could pay us a check, and guess what? And nobody know why we're rich. We got money. They like, hey, why they got money? And nobody knows that. No, we don't want that to happen. We want niggas to, I'm sorry, not N-word. We want the public to know exactly why we're getting paid. So don't make it a secret. No, make this shit public. Public announcement.
Right. And we got names and numbers on the check, and they all getting mailed out to the people.
Right. But it's yeah, that you kind of simplified it. Yeah, but that and much more. Again, it's about the check and respect. Put some respect on our name. We want the world to know what we did for this country. And this country will be nothing without us. Because these, I'm going to say devils, I'm in my feelings. These devils tried on their own, and they all failed. They literally ate each other. So when Tariq Nasheed was talking to these white supremacists, he said, hey, they ate each other. He said it in a comical way, but I'm telling you, these white folks literally ate each other.
We know about, right, North versus South, right, in the United States, right? The North versus the South,
yeah.
The Civil Wars, the Hatfields versus the McCoys, and all these things. So we know they got their own inner fights, but we also know on their amendments and in their constitutions they say we 3/5, and they still have.
No, that's false. It's false, brother.
I'm just saying. Well, is that really? Oh, so you're saying that doesn't exist?
No, I'm saying the way you said it doesn't exist. Like your interpretation of it doesn't exist. So let me help you out. I did this for American Dream and some other tethers that came on. Okay, that misrepresent us, which undermines us, which makes them tethers. Okay, so the 3/5 compromise, bro, that's what it's actually called, brother. It's called the 3/5 compromise. That came about because they were voting, right, for positions in politics, the South and the North, right? They were voting, the South trying to push their constituents. Okay, good job. So then the North trying to push for their constituents. So the South said, all right, well, listen, we're going to count each enslaved person as a one-man vote. The North said, no, the hell you not. Because you guys don't even see them as equals. So, we're not going to allow you to count every enslaved person as a one-man, one vote. So hence the 3/5 compromise. They had a compromise. So the North compromised and said, okay, every 3 enslaved people out of 5, we will consider as a vote for the South, brother. That's the literal explanation of the 3/5 compromise. Okay, 3 enslaved people were counted as 1. 3 out of 5 were counted as 1 for the South. Okay, so that's what that was about, right?
Yeah.
So
No
go
doubt.
ahead.
So just tying everything in, no doubt. Thank
Yeah.
you for explaining that.
Oh yeah, sure.
My thing is, okay, you call them devils. Like, you can't
Yeah.
expect devils to aid gods or aid the, you know what I'm saying,
Brother,
to be like,
brother, it's deeper than that. Okay, I'm saying devils because I'm emotional right now. But what I'm saying is, hey, stop doing that.
right on. I'm like, yeah, I got you. I agree.
Okay.
I understand. Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is, stop doing that. So what I'm saying is that, brother, this is the weird part about these white people in this country. As heinous as they can be, sometimes these guys agree to their own rules. So Black people were able to buy themselves out of slavery. White people actually agreed to that. Dred Scott was able to go to court a couple times, and he was heard. He was actually granted in favor of the courts. It got reversed. But what I'm saying is that we're as oddly as can be, white people literally like allowed us to have a fair shot in court sometimes. So Dred Scott was actually awarded freedom at one point. So I know it's more complex than what it is, man. So sometimes they agree to their own rules, and there's loopholes in their rules. So a lot of these HOLC programs, Black folks have found loopholes, and these white people actually acknowledged it and gave some Black folks the HOLC grants. So that's what I'm trying to say. It's more complex, but this is something we have to just see and read for ourselves. And that's what I try to do. I try to show you guys for yourselves this stuff, because that's the weird thing. You would think that a white people who can hang you and do this and do that and say, we have no respect for any Black male, but they will have respect for a Black male in law. It's like, so it's like they're night and day. They're night and day. Sometimes they'll consider your court case and rule fairly, and sometimes they won't.
And what that makes it seem like, this is a special Negro over here. It's not a mass thing for everybody. And we know about sellouts. We know about white people using people. We know they do things to their benefit. You know what I'm saying? No matter how it looks, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be to their benefit, some shape, form, or fashion. So we know all the little games they play. So I mean, we should also know what we need to do going forward as well. One of the main things is we don't have a Black Ku Klux Klan. We don't have whatever they're able to do to us. We don't have an opposite to enable to affect them. So they could kill 100 million of us, and if one of them even cries, you know what I'm saying, all laws are changed, everything will switch up and be to our detriment. So we can't affect them like they can affect us. So that's one thing. That's just a flat out nature thing. You know what I mean?
So should we have a Black Ku Klux Klan?
Every people, every insect, every living thing has a warrior class that protects their being.
Okay. So now the brother earlier who hopped on, Greg Phillips, right? I respect him, but I don't believe he's as educated as much as he talked about. You know, some things he was. But when he said the Deacons for Defense, the chat knows where I'm at with that. I know he was bluffing. Okay, so brother, we had the Deacons for Defense, brother. We had Black Wall Street. We had guns, bro. We always had guns. So when the Black Panthers was parading their guns in California, that's why I don't take them serious. Like, dude, when did we always had guns?
We don't always make a killing. We don't always this thing called kill.
Hold on. Wait,
hold on. Can I get it? All right, I'm gonna let you go and then give me my time when you.
Yeah, sure. Because I'm trying to respond to what you're saying. Okay, because right now you got to go somewhere different. Your
argument. I'm about
to go. But you got to stick what you first said though. See, I'm great at listening and responding.
Warrior defense team. I talked about an insect. I said warrior defense team, and I'm going towards killing. But go ahead.
Good. Yeah, but brother, when you defend, you can also kill. So
I wasn't gonna get too semantic with it. I just,
I'm not being semantic either, brother. I'm just listening to what you're saying and I'm responding, brother. We had defense, right? We had defense. We had defense, and before defense for the vehicles, we had defense in Black Wall Street. We were armed. I'm trying to go there with you, brother. We were always armed. So when the Black Panthers with Huey P. Newton, and somebody can educate me more, but you better know more than me. When they was parading the Second Amendment, it's like, dude, what are you doing? We always had guns. So that's why I look at the
Is
black
there defense and offense? Can we point to where we strung up some white people and this happened? So we going to get one of theirs, and you know what I'm saying, or a group of theirs.
Well, listen, that would still be defense though.
I'm talking about effectiveness, brother.
Okay.
So then my next thing will be efficiency and
Okay,
effectiveness.
yeah, but still, brother, again, don't forget. Okay, I got you, but you got to listen to what you're saying though. Like
Nah, I know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? What are you trying to tell me is more of a.
I don't know if you know what you're saying. All right, but I'm gonna remind you.
Hold on, brother. I'm an elder, brother, and I do not like to be taken down to the confines of a child, or like I don't know what I'm talking about. So let's not do that with each other because we respect each other. So now tell me just how you feel or where you going with what you're saying. Okay.
Okay, what I'm saying is this, brother.
Okay.
That's your projection on yourself as a child.
No problem.
Okay, what I'm saying is that we're human. So above an elder, you're a human being, and human beings like myself can be wrong. So when I spoke to Greg Phillips, I was saying things, and I was considering the opposite position that I might be wrong. That's why I'm unbiased sports, nobody else is. I said, brother, so let's go with the angle that I might be wrong, and that what you're saying is actually true. Let's go with that angle. So I also argue from the angle that I'm wrong and he's right, and I still made my point clear. Okay, so we're human. We're human. That means that unbiased sports can be wrong. Black people are smart. You, Greg Phillips, Moon Eyes, and the chat, we're smart. So when we talk to each other, sometimes I can be right. You're black too. So sometimes you can be right. You dig? So I don't expect it to win an argument hands down, like every point. I expect for you guys to cook me too. Okay, so I'm going to be right.
Is everything a debate?
Yeah, everything is literally a debate, right? Because civilized people debate.
I think black is well beyond debates, man. I think we so far beyond talking debates.
But everything, even the brother Greg Phillips pointed out that the Garvey flag and the UNIA movement was debated. It was debated. It wasn't. He pointed out that it wasn't as authoritarian as I said it was. He said a lot of things were debated. So yes, black people debate. That's what civilized people do. Dictators don't debate. My rules, I said so. That's white supremacy. I said so, so it's true. But civilized people, they talk about it, they debate it, and that's how it comes to the forefront. That's what civilized people do. We debate. Debate means that one side presents an argument, a compelling argument, and the other side listens to that compelling argument, and then they provide a counter argument. That's called being civilized. That means I'm not right and I say so. Hear what I got to say. What do you say about that? So debating is very much civilized. That's why you do it in court. They do it everywhere. Debating is natural. That's what you do. Okay, there's nothing wrong with debating. See, now here's the thing. In Black society, the people who don't debate, they are the most aggressive. And Tariq points this out, which is just true. The people who don't debate are the most aggressive because they cannot articulate their thoughts, so they'd rather punch you in the face. Okay, but the intellectuals amongst ourselves, the W. Du Bois, the A. Philip Randolphs, okay, the Paul Cuffs, Alexander Crummell, the Frederick Douglasses, they are known, the Minister Louis Farrakhan, they are known as great orators. Former President John F. Kennedy, great orators. Barack Obama, great orator. It's more important to be a great orator. And as a great orator, they know how to debate. Obama kicked ass debating. Okay, so debating is part of everything that's considered educational. They have debate classes, things in college. So I'm not going to undermine and diminish debating. You have to debate. That's important. Now, going further, matter of fact, most of my life on jobs in school, I had to debate my position, and I won most of the goddamn time. I debated on the job. And even with unemployment, chat, unemployment is very subjective. So people can deny you because they feel like, nah, that's not good enough reason. So guess what you got to do, brother? You got to debate. Hey, hold on, I appealed that shit. I debate. Okay, why you debate? I mean, why you appeal it? A, B, or C. I just said my channel was deleted for 3 years. I debated and eventually won after 3 years. So debating is something educated people do. We don't expect the uncivilized to debate. They like to kill and to shoot guns. Okay, but anyway, the educated class, they debate. That's important. So yes, it's all about debating. Debating is that's the highest form of communication you can do. One side is forced to listen and respond to what you said. So I wish most of us debate and not just argue and fuss and shoot because we disagree. So anyway, from that point going forward, okay, hey, stop. So from there going forward, just in a nutshell, we are intelligent. We are intelligent. Humans are intelligent. We have different opinions, different ideas. Some shit is radical, some shit is not seen as radical or extreme. So we bring these ideas to the forefront. This is what human beings always done. I went over Japanese history where they became a superpower in 40 years. They had to debate, brother. The youth had to tell the older goofies how, hey, we need to modernize and adopt this Western civilization and get out of this primitive shogun samurai shit we into. It led to a civil war and the youth won. Okay, because the youth is pretty much Fred Hampton, Malcolm X, that's the youth. Okay, hardly elders led anything we did in this country. It was the youth. It was the youth. Our history is the youth leading us, not the elders, not the other way around. Dr. King was the youth, by the way. So yeah, so everything is about education and debating and debating, just articulating or expressing your ideas in an articulative way, where there's no confusion. This is what it is. Like I'm doing right now. Okay. That's what you're supposed to do. But the people who run from the base are these people on social media platforms like Instagram or Facebook. They talk like they're smart. Okay. And then the dude, Greg Phillips, can attest to it. I invited him on. It wasn't even for him. So I respect him because it was for a woman and a dude. It wasn't even for him. He hopped on in place of them, but it was for them to hop on. These cowards did not hop on. Okay, so it wasn't even for him.
I understand that. It's just my thing is with black folks. We've seen these plays. We know the sellouts. We know about these days and times of self-gratification. Everybody, I'm the Godfather, King Kong consciousness. It's all about me, 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 me. We know and see everything. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm just a leader and an outspoken person. I'll call anybody out. I'm not an idol worshiper of man. You know what I'm saying? And we go as a people, not one. And you know what I'm saying? Or not everybody give all their money to this one. There's no leaders. We are all a group now. You know what I'm saying? It's now just for our numbers to go.
So you disagree with the Marcus Garvey talking about give me all your money. I'm gonna resell you guys back in Liberia. You disagree with that?
What is the results? Are we not been living and watching and are we not alive no more? Like, what are the results of what all these people are doing? We know people are about themselves. Nobody really cares about nobody else. Let's be honest about that. Nobody gives a goddamn about the next person. These political plays and to use the black plight and all of these things are just for people to come up for themselves, and they're gonna use the people. So somebody's got to be on guard for that.
Yeah, I think you might be a little extreme on that assessment.
You failed me.
I think you might be a little extreme on that assessment.
What are the results? What has these people done? What is the next people gonna do if not the same thing?
Okay, so brother, are you aware of something called systemic racism?
Absolutely.
Did it end or is it still going?
It'll never end. It's an inside job.
Right. Hold on. It can end, but is it like so systemic racism is pretty much like a white think tank, right?
It's a social thing. This is what Dr. Martin Luther King was talking about. Leading my people until I burn the building. It's a social thing. You can't control anybody's socialism of, oh, no, I'm excluding them or I'm doing something to them.
Right, but I
It
wasn't
has to happen whenever they want. So the thing is to stay amongst your people and to stay, you know what I'm saying? To keep the love and everything tight amongst your people and move as a force always, move as a family, always throughout the days and times. Because all these other people got businesses and things they're going to use against you. Nobody's for you.
Right. But I'm just responding to what you said, brother. So I asked about systemic racism. Is that a real thing? And is it ever evolving? And is there a white think tank attached to it? The answer is yes. It's rhetorical. The answer is yes. Right. So they're forever always undermining. So when you say, hey man, what did we build? Whatever it is, I'm responding to that. There's something called systemic racism and a white undermining think tank that's sitting there undermining us as we try to get things together. It hasn't gone nowhere. It's power, bro. It locked us out of wealth for 100 goddamn years. It's strong today. That's why we can't get wealthy. And it discriminates. It sets the rules. It sets the wave. It sets the trend. And it gets foreigners on board as well, my brother.
I'm aware of all of these things, bro. I'm well aware of all the games.
Cool. So when you ask a question like a generic, hey, go ahead. You ask, put your shoes on. You can go outside. So when you ask a question, just like a generic question, like what are we doing? I'm explaining why we're not getting anything done. There's a powerful force that exists that people like Myron Gaines and some other texts like to deny, like chaotic truth. White systemic racism is a real thing that never stopped. Like AI agrees it's still going on. All right, so you can just Google any AI any AI company. It's going to say it's still here. It never left, and it's ever undermining all of our efforts. And guess what? It's systematic. So we're operating as individuals because I get you a shirt because we're individuals first. Okay, so now we have something called ADOS, FBA, where we're starting to counter for the first time successfully these undermining, tactics. But what you cannot do is downplay, not you, but what we cannot do is undermine the strength of these tactics to undermine them. Like these things are powerful, they're well thought of in advance, and they're playing out perfectly. Okay,
so what is our lesson in all that? Let's not have one Martin Luther. Let's have 100. Let's not have one Malcolm X.
And that's why Tariq Nasheed said he's not the leader. Exactly. We are all leaders. We are all representatives.
I know damn well he ain't no leader. I'm the leader. You know what I'm saying? I know damn well he ain't no goddamn leader.
Listen. All of us, every 43rd million of us, are all leaders.
If we choose to be and step up and show that.
Mr. Louis Farrakhan said, even in our ignorance, we're leaders. He pointed out how the Bloods and Crips are leaders in the rappers. Matter of fact, rappers. He said rappers are leaders in their ignorance. They leave the goddamn world. The whole world follow rappers around and emulate them. So even in our ignorance, we're leaders. Here.
That's deeper. They present a alpha masculinity, you know what I'm saying, that we all present to, you know what I'm saying, all want to present and maintain as men, especially.
Yeah, so even in our ignorance, we're leaders, bro. We're all, but the point is we're all leaders, whether we know it or don't know it. We're leading the world. The world is following behind what we got going on. That was the point.
No doubt.
Okay, even in our filth, they're following after us, right? We're saying the N-word recklessly. Now Fat Joe's saying the N-word recklessly. So they're following us even in our filth. So I'm just saying, you're a leader. Big deal. We're all leaders. We're all leaders. Like nobody's the leader. So that goes back to what you were saying. I'm just saying, like Tariq already established that there are no leaders. Now watch this, chat. ADOS, they're not leaders. ADOS has a ADOS advocacy, right? So ADOS is a lineage, no different than FBA or American Freedmen. It's a lineage. They're speaking about us. So everybody who calls themselves FBA or American Freedmen, ADOS is representing you. Okay, now wait, stop. So outside of that, there is something called the ADOS advocacy. That's what NCOBRA is. It's an organization that advocates on behalf of these people that's due reparations. So ADOS advocacy is not the leader. ADOS is not an organization. There's an organization representing ADOS, who's also called FBA, who's also called American Freedmen. So ADOS advocacy, they're representing the lineage the same way Cobra is trying to do. They claim they're representing the lineage, but Cobra itself is not the lineage. ADOS advocacy in itself is not the lineage. In the lineage, ADOS is the lineage, FBA is the lineage, and so is American Freedmen. So guys, be careful what you regurgitate. Okay, so I'm responding to you though. So we have advocacy, we have advocates that represent on behalf of us, right? The ones who are in politics, the ones who are lawyers like Tone and Yvette and Tariq. Tariq has a lot of influence. Those people who are pivotal, they are advocates of reparations, but they're not the leader. They're just in positions of influence or power. But they're not the leader. There's nobody, you just said it yourself, bro. All of us are the leaders. So ain't nobody telling me nothing. I'm telling you right now, bro. Ain't none of y'all telling me nothing. Ain't none of y'all my leader. Y'all ain't telling me shit.
No, because the common thing is we all have something to do together. We all want a same thing. That's a common.
Let me add this though. None of y'all my leader. You, Tariq, Yvette, none of y'all. But if y'all make sense on something, if Moon Eyes makes sense on something, I'm not going to ignore it. I'm going to say, hey, that shit makes sense. I'm going to adopt that. Yeah, Moon Eyes, you're right. I rock with that. If you make sense on something, I like that, brother. I'm going to borrow that in my lifestyle, my livelihood. You ain't my leader. So that's how it is. None of y'all are my leader. But if y'all make sense to me, I'm going to borrow it and incorporate it in my life and use it. You make it, I'm going to use it. I'm gonna put it into practice, but that don't mean you're my leader. You dig? You're part of the family. You had a great idea, and I agree with it. And that's all.
Absolutely. I mean,
that's all Yvette did. That's all Dr. Claude did. That's all Tariq did. They just had a great idea, and some of us said, "Yeah, that's great," and we adapted it and we made it practical in our livelihood. That does not make these folks our leaders, because there's white people who did the same shit. They came up with something, we agreed to it, we adopted it, and they're not our leader. You dig? It's just that simple.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we're all leaders. I mean, I look at myself as a leader. I have what's best in mind for Black people as a whole, not just one.
No, but you sold out though.
Yeah, well, whatever. But
I'm joking. I
know. You know what I'm saying? It's all good, bro. I know. I'm just speaking for myself. I know who I am. And I know what I'm about. I know, you know what I'm saying? And I can proudly just display that to anybody. It's easy. So my thing is, in watching there's a pattern, you know what I'm saying, to people, to things, to how things, there's nothing new. Everything's on repeat. You know what I'm saying? So there's no new player coming. It's just no new play, just a new player. So we have to guard on we're here to change the world, not keep the same old construct going.
All right. So American Dream in the chat, he asked for the link about an hour ago, brother. Way before you clicked the link, right? Matter of fact, when you clicked the link, it was for him. So this is the Tether trick. So he asked for the link because he thought I wouldn't give it to him. So I gave the link and you clicked it. I thought you were American Dream, by the way. So this is the Tether issue we have. He asked for the link. I sent it. He never clicked it. And guess what? He don't like to call in. I actually sent the link. You clicked the link. You didn't call in. He never clicked the link. This is the tethers I hate. Okay, you clicked the link. He didn't, and the link was for him. Okay, he's a piece of shit. Okay, so I just want to establish that he never clicked the link. He ran like a goddamn. They're used to fleeing, so he fled the conversation.
Man, absolutely, because these people just here to disrupt the conversation, man. These people don't want to see us shine, don't want to see us come up. It's the world's playing against us. You know what I'm saying? Every time it's time for the Black man to come up and do something, it gets destroyed, it gets knocked down, it gets infiltrated. We know all the games, seen them all play out time and time again. No, we done with all of that. Now we ready to, we damn ready to cop our own country, do a whole bunch of big things. You know what I'm saying? But we have all these other people trying to get in the conversation and disrupt us. We have to stop that too. We got to be on guard.
I'm gonna put the link again in. It is for anybody. It's not just for Tether. This is for anybody. FBAs, ADOS, supporters, white supremacists, anybody. Here's the phone number again. I'm gonna put the access code in there. Call in. Okay. And also the link is there, so you can click the link. This is for anybody. This is for the family as well. It's not just for the bigs. Click. There go the phone number and the access code. Click the link and chop it up with your brothers, man. Chop it up. Like, let me meet you guys. Like, call the link. You ain't gotta stay long, but just stay strong. You dig?
Click the link. If we a black think tank. If we the leaders, if we got these powerful things to say, we are one. We all, you know what I'm saying? We all on the same program. So that would just, the osmosis, the nature of it would just bring, together. And whoever ain't about that would just be out the back door. You know what I'm saying? It's just now, we can now tell who's really for us and about us, or who's trying to just do entertainment, get their paycheck up, get their notoriety and status up. Sell out. We could see all the plays. Like it's actually easier now.
Yeah, I'll say right now. I'll say right now, I ain't worried about none of those guys. Okay, because I know what we got going on. It's authentic, it's genuine, and it's easily, you can see through it. Because at some point, you have to tap in, right? So what I'm doing right now, at some point, as I grow because of you guys. Hold on, I'm about to switch to my phone. Okay, hold on one second.
Yeah, no
Can you hear
problem.
Me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, as this channel grows and grows, at some point, I have to tap in with Dr. Claude, Tariq, who else? Yvette, Carnell, Tone, and other folks who are in this space, TBA, Professor Truth. At some point, I'm forced to tap in. If I don't tap in, people can see, okay, there's something up with him. Because how did he grow to this level and he's not tapping in with the other folks on that same level? Okay, he got something to hide. Because Tariq and those guys, like, they can research the shit out of you. Okay? That's one thing that's great. There's one thing Tariq is great at.
They want to roast and toast. You want to do something serious. So
No.
The thing is, why don't they tap in with you?
I'm saying, no, hold on, stop. I'm saying this, bro. Tariq is very great at exposing people who are full of shit. Okay? Mm-hmm. Great. He's great. Like matter of fact, there's so many police officers that did some dirty stuff towards us, right? And then their names were withheld from the public. Tariq and his, sources, they were able to find those police officers' names, bro. And Tariq was the first person in America to make those names public. Also, like people who did black people dirty and didn't apologize, Tariq was able to contact them with a large, support following afterwards and get those guys to release black people who were like locked up. So that's right. The stuff that I'm saying, like that's how far his influence goes. So I'm saying at some point we can see through even the people who claim to be genuine, because at some point you have to tap in. When you grow a certain audience, you have to tap in. You gotta contact Yvette, Tone, Tariq, Dr. Claude. You have to tap in, TBA, and you better be authentic because they're going to background check your ass. They're going to know your name, they're going to know where you're from, and they're going to do a background check. And if you ain't what you said you were, you're done. Okay? So now I don't have that problem. I don't have that problem.
I'm like, okay, that should be the criteria. I mean, everybody should be fact checked and back. Like everything should be stripped down to the bare naked. You know what I'm saying? So we know what was, and it could be clearly seen through and invisible. Like that's just that's so that the cream could rise to the top. The truth can rise to the top.
Yeah, that would be my issue. You do a background check on me, you're gonna get nothing but that dude's suspicious. Everything he says online, his personality, everything he's about, good, bad, and ugly. Everything I represent on my podcast, I'm claiming to be unbiased. You're gonna get nothing but people who say, yeah, no, that's a fact. He's exactly how he's presenting himself online. That's exactly who he is.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, you can, yeah. I mean, if we on the same page, we on the same page. If not, then not. You know what I mean? But I believe in background checks, fact checks, and everything on who a person is, just like I would do on them. Like, who the hell are you? Everybody need to know who's who. I don't like when people try to, there's a certain thing of trying to discredit and stuff too. Like, you know what I'm saying? Why aren't we just brothers on the same page? Why is it? Why are you looking to discredit me?
But that's why I explained that. I already explained it.
As a top leader, as the top of the top, and who I am personally, I feel
you gotta expect that. You said you're a leader, so you gotta expect. Okay, brother, you said you're a leader, right? You said in your own mouth, so you gotta expect that type of opposition, bro. All of the black leaders had that opposition, bro. All of them were challenged. Right now, W. Du Bois is in. Huh?
We ready to come together. We beyond all the bullshit.
No. We're not beyond that. That's a lie.
Only thing Tariq is doing is making entertainment out of going back and forth with Tethers.
Nah. Well, now watch this.
That's a big part. That's a big part of the shtick.
Wait.
The power.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. You said something, so now I'm going to challenge it because this is what I don't like. I don't like this. I don't like when people say something, like they draw a conclusion and they really follow up with research. Bro, do you watch this content?
No, absolutely not.
All right, so
I've seen it before, but I'm not paying attention to that or that. Nah, I don't know.
Okay. All right, so then don't, bro, it's not wise to make an absolute conclusion or something you don't really know about. Hello? It's not wise. Okay, so one thing about me, bro, is that I won't speak on something I didn't do thorough research on. So I'm saying that for you. I'm saying like don't say what somebody's about, and because now that's when they say that's when they're justified to say, hey, he's an agent, he's a tether, because you're responding like a tether would do.
Right. I don't really care.
Listen, wait. I'm beyond all these.
I'm beyond all these. Me personally, bro.
I got it. We heard you out.
Okay.
Okay, just listen, bro. Listen. So in life, there's something called patterns. Some of us are great at patterns, right? And patterns can draw a story that could be false. The FBI relies on patterns to catch, the FBI profile a cycle. They use patterns of that type of cycle. So the first thing they're gonna do is they're gonna try to find out, is this person more likely a psychopath, sociopath, or this and that and that. And based upon one of them, they're going to have patterns for that particular identification that they're able to do. Because a sociopath they have different patterns than a psychopath. Okay, so now once they identify this person as a psychopath opposed to a sociopath, they know that psychopaths behave like this, so they look for these patterns and flags. Got it? So what I'm saying now with tethers, they have patterns and flags. Okay? Now, is it always 100% accurate? No, but it's more accurate than it ain't not. It isn't. So tethers, they have a pattern. So one of the tethers' patterns is they draw a conclusion without doing thorough research. That's what tethers do. They'll make an absolute claim without doing proper research. So I was saying, bro, like that. So when the chat see that pattern from you or whoever, and they say, "Hey, who is this guy on bias? Yo, who this guy?" You're at fault for that. You just admitted that you drew a conclusion about Tariq that you're not even like sure. Like you
You're not sure.
I've heard, whoa. I'm not pulling stuff out the clouds. Like, I've heard him do this.
Okay, all right, brother. That's why I asked you. Listen, man. So I call that a part-time researcher, right? Somebody who don't really research, who read headlines and draw a conclusion. That's not wise. And you can't be a leader. That's not leadership. Okay, leadership is responsible, right? They're responsible for what they say, and they can prove it and back it up. You don't just say random shit based upon a conversation you heard half of. Now, brother, let me educate you. Those conversations, my boy, what was the subject? So when he was entertaining those talking points, right? What was the subject? You know?
What is FBA? Who is FBA?
No, that, brother, that was not the goddamn subject. Tariq can talk about Raymond Simone. No, okay, I got you. So listen to somebody who watched 99% of his content, my boy. Listen to somebody who watched 99% of his content. Most of his talking points is about us, not FBA, not always FBA. He could talk about Kendrick Lamar. He could talk about Trump policies, and with that, Tethers call in starting fights.
I understand.
They call in. I mean, okay. So listen. I got it. Now, but get me. So what you're now referring to a title that had nothing to do with the part you're tuning into. So now you're tuning into the rah-rah shit. You're tuning into the joking. That's what you did. I didn't do that. I watched the whole thing. You tuned into the joking. I watched the whole thing for its merit. You tuned in for the rah-rah. I didn't. I tuned in for the subject, which had nothing to do with the rah-rah. So Tethers call in and undermine his subjects all the goddamn time. And they be Tethers under Hispanics, Asian, you name it. It ain't just black. Irish, you name it. So Tethers they call in from all different type of backgrounds to undermine what he's presenting, because they feel like he's like that powerful that they got to undermine his talking points. So now they start to roast, they start to undermine, and he's a way. He never said I'm a politician. He never said I'm a leader. He acknowledged that he's funny, he's witty, and he's an influencer. He understands he's funny. Exactly. He also he's also an entertainer.
Exactly.
He raps. He sings. Right. Oh wait, what you mean exactly? You ain't saying shit. Wait, bro.
I'm saying
listen,
what
you're
we
not.
both
You're
know
saying
the
exactly.
same thing. We both know the same thing about this man. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So what you said made no sense then. So he's not coming off like I'm coming off. I'm not coming off as an entertainer. I'm not coming off as a comedian. I'm not coming off as somebody who goes low. Tariq, he makes it public. He's petty. He made puppets. Okay, we're talking about an individual who's completely transparent. He's saying, yo, I'm not a leader. I'm too petty. The same way we talked about Anthony Edwards before. Remember Anthony Edwards say, hey, I'm not the face of the NBA. I got too much shit going on in my background. But Tariq made the same disclaimer. I'm not your leader because I got too much shit going in the background. I'm not going to give up. So he made the same disclaimer Anthony Edwards made. Hold on. So he said, I'm not your leader. I'm too petty to be a leader. I got too much stuff I won't give up to be a leader. So, hey, I'm not your leader. Go find that guy or find that woman, but that's not me. But I am going to do what I do, though. And I'm going to be great at what I do. And he's great at what he does. Okay, so that was his disclosure. He didn't hide that. He put it in the public the same way Anthony Edwards didn't hide it. He put it in the public. Hey, don't put me as the face of the NBA because I'm not ready for that. You know what I mean? That's what he said. So Tariq made the same disclosed statement, basically disclosed statement as Anthony Edwards. Don't put me as that. That's not what I do. That's not what I am. They both did that. So no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to make Anthony Edwards the head of the leader of the movement when he said he's not. So we're not going to make Tariq the head of the movement when he said he's not either. So same energy both ways. So now, but back to what you said, which is disingenuous. You're coming in halfway of a discussion of something he's talking about prior. his headlines ain't about tethering or about FBA. His headline be like half in substance. He talks about current events. Okay, and that's why I watch him, because I watch him for current events, like what's going on today. That's what he talks about on his show. He talks about what's going on. Okay, and inside of that, he takes call in, and the tether class normally changes his direction to something entertaining, goofy. They do that, not him. So I just had to correct you real fast on that. So again, as a leader that you should not make absolute conclusions on something you know little about. You should actually investigate on what's going on. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, I watch them in all this shit. So I know how the conversation evolves into some goofy shit. It's the tethers who call in fucking with him. And he's going to entertain it and roast him because he does. He don't apologize for that. He don't hide it. He doesn't hide it. He's not shameful. And his supporters call in and always say, hey, Tariq, you should go into comedy. They always give him like that, hey, man, you're funny as hell. You should go into comedy. And he doesn't say, hey, I'm not a comedian. He's like, yeah, man, that's right. What I do. So he owns the comedy part of his podcast. Hey, okay, go away. That way. Car dangerous. Hey, back over here. This way. Look at it. I'm long-winded. Look at it.
Yeah, so my stance is right. He's not a leader. I'm a leader. I'm serious about the Black community,
Okay.
Black issues,
Great.
things of this nature, and I'm very serious about them. So it's not of right for all the attributes you just named about him being petty and comedian, entertaining, and all that things, and you're not that, right? Or maybe there's an aspect to you, but at the same time, right? At the same time, I mean, it's only right.
I almost got class clown in high school. I was second. I was second for class clown. So that's in me. That's not my route. But I can definitely cook.
Right. So yeah, my thing is what's Parnell? What's the other one? The other lawyer dude, Tony Anton, whatever his name is. Like, yeah, Tone Talks. Like, right. These people, like, they're not having panels or bringing people together and saying what we're gonna do as a people or anything like that. You know, it's more. Here's my feelings, my thoughts and opinions, and that which is fine.
Okay, brother, you listen. You gotta stop doing it, bro. Okay, you gotta stop doing that. Yes, they are. Yo, do you know the ADOS advocacy? Like, they have one out here where I'm at right now in the South. They have different chapters across the damn United States to join the chapters and represent, to train you up. See, brother, you gotta stop doing that. You gotta stop guessing and do what I did and read I read in Cobra website. I read ADOS. I read Tariq Nasheed. I'm not gonna blindly just say some goofy shit and act like it's true. Okay, so they do actually do that. They do actually on their website promote people to join different chapters in a relative state. Okay, they encourage you to be an activist with the movement, the organization. So you got to stop doing that, bro. I don't like that because, again, that's like, I know you're not. I think you're not, but that's some tether shit to draw a conclusion and be wrong.
You have some type of, like, you confused on if I'm a tether or not?
But it got nothing to do with you a tether or not. It's that you're borrowing their talking points. Like, for example, a tether is not a white supremacist, but a tether borrows the talking points of white supremacists. Do you get that?
A tether has in their mind white supremacy things because it's against Black American.
Okay, but did you understand my question? I said a tether is not a white supremacist, but they borrow the talking points of white supremacists, but they're still not a white supremacist. So what I'm saying is, brother, even though you're probably not a tether, you're borrowing the talking points of tethers. You're drawing conclusions about Tone, Tariq, and you know nothing about them to draw the conclusion. You have not done enough research to draw that conclusion, is what I'm saying. Stop being lazy and read the website.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
From Negro to African American, Afro.
Careful.
ADOS, what we got? ADOS now, FBA.
Yep. American Freedmen, go ahead.
American Freedmen.
Moors.
What else?
Moorish Americans. Okay. What's your point?
Okay, right. So, but we don't, all that stuff don't go on the application. What go on the application is, as a classification for Black, is African American, right? There's no
Black African American, right? What's your point?
Correct me if I'm wrong. If they got Haitian, if they got Jamaican, if they get into the denomination,
No, it's Black African American. Okay, hey, slow down. Slow down. It's Black. Hey, slow down. It's African American. What's your point?
So I'm
Black
looking
African American. What's your point?
So I'm looking, because I don't count Moors and all that. I'm looking at, I named specifically.
Turn, stop. This fucking guy. This guy.
It's all good.
Slow down like this.
So I want to be more specific and say the name that would appear on an application.
But what's your point? It says Black African American. What's your point?
I want to go through the years. I want to go through the years and the leaders of these. So my point is, what I'm seeing as a pattern is, every generation or amount of time, right? They rename Black, or they want to rename Black.
For what reason?
For what? Right?
Okay.
Exactly. For what reasons?
No, I'm asking you. I know the reason. I'm asking you. For what reason?
Right. It seems to be political reasons. So now today's reason is for a check.
Okay. Wait. Stop. You're lying. Let me correct you real fast. Okay. So you said Negro. Who called us Negro?
People call us Negro.
You said white. Okay. Was that something they considered with us? Did they ask us, is this appropriate term, or they just called us that out of disrespect? Which one?
Oh, no, they didn't. They didn't ask us.
So they did it out of disrespect, right? It wasn't the elevators. Wait, slow down. So it wasn't the elevators. It was the undermine and disrespect us, correct?
It's to identify.
But out of undermining and disrespect, right?
Identification.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Yes, identify, bro. You can call somebody a fool, you still identify them, but it's disrespectful to call somebody a fool. So I'm saying, when they use those terms you just said, Negro, was that to elevate us and respect us, or was that term to undermine and disrespect us? Which one?
I mean, I clearly you want to go with that came with it, but I also know it's for identification that I'm a white man and that there over there is that thing over there.
All right, so what is a Negro? Wait, first of all, they were not a white man, that's why they were American. Oh, wait. Hey, hold on, bro. There's no such thing as a white man, bro. You get the facts straight. At that time, there's no such thing as a white man. These were British subjects, and they were pledging to call themselves Americans. So let's be accurate. Okay, so when they call us Negro, what does that mean to them and to us? What does that mean?
That means that it's like white and black. It means I'm.
No. It meant property, my boy. It meant I own you, my slave. That's what that means. You're my Negro slave. I own you. So the word Negro means property. Okay, we own you. You're property. You're not free. You're not a citizen. Okay. They also call us colored. Now, what does that mean to us? Was that something out of respect, out of disrespect to call us colored? This is not being honest.
Sound like identification again. That thing over there is colored, and I'm not.
Okay, but I got it. I got it. I heard you. So now I'm asking for a little more clarity. Was it out of respect for us or disrespect for us?
Out of disrespect.
Okay. And so was Negro, right?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. I mean, how the fuck you even deny that? All right, so that's why the chat look at you sideways, because of your just denial of truth and history. Okay, cool. So now let's go further.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Okay. So now, Frederick Douglass, did he agree with the term Negro or colored, or did he recognize something else?
I'm not sure.
Yes. Okay. Listen and learn. He called himself American like most people at that time. Okay. Most people knew that these terms were disrespectful and it was subservient. So they rather the term American. They knew that other terms were deportable. Listen to me carefully. They knew that other terms were deportable. They understood Negroes don't get citizenship and neither do colored people. Americans get citizenship. Okay? So they wanted to be called and acknowledged as American because what they did for the country America. So they're saying like, hey, we're more American than anybody. If you guys are Americans, we're sure Americans. So they looked at Negro and color disrespect. So I'm going into your finer point. So from there, you said Afro-American. Nobody recalls themselves that. Okay, let me quickly right there. The populace, I already told you in my chat. You should have been listening. Majority of the public call themselves Negro and colored. Nobody really used the term African or Afro-American. Those were unpopular terms ever in this country, bro, my boy. So in the 60s or earlier, okay, go. So in the 60s or earlier, Elijah Muhammad made it cool to call ourselves black alone. Not black American, just black. And then James Brown came with the 80s and reinforced that and said, I'm black and I'm proud. So it had nothing to do with black American, it had all to do with I'm just black. Okay? And then from there, Jesse Jackson came in the 80s and 90s and said African Americans. Let me correct you correctly. Let me correct you appropriately. So now, these were not terms that we necessarily agreed with. We never agreed with African American. That's why we rather call ourselves black. That's why on the application is black/African American. And they had to honor that we don't prefer the term African American over black. Okay? So when somebody does something or something great or bad, we say it's a black man. We don't say it's an African American man. Okay? So get that straight. So black was always more popular than African American, even to this day. We don't call ourselves African American. We say we're black American. So okay. So now let me bring up the speed where we at now. So we feel like African American, black American is no longer exclusive to just us in this country. So we could trace our lineage from wait. Okay. So we felt like the term black has been diluted. It no longer applies just to us because this massive influx of immigrants are also called blacks, also categorized blacks, especially the second generation. Okay, the first generation are immigrants. The second generation, they're black. They're American also, and they're black American, and they're African American. Second generation for sure got birth certificates. So you guys clown about the dads. Yeah, they ain't got birth certificates, but that damn offspring do. That second, third, fourth generation, they got birth certificates. And that just says black American or African American. Hey, brother, just help you out a little bit. We know they're immigrants. We don't care about second, third, fourth. We know they're Jamaican, Nigerian, Sudanese. They're not black like us. They have no lineage back to slavery. They have not experienced our experience. So we know they're different. They know they're different. So we don't want to be called something that's also exclusive of them when we know we're not them. By the way, they're also Jamaican. They're also Nigerian. So they're not only black American, African American, and black. They're also Nigerian. They're also Jamaican. So they get to play. They say, hey, I'm African today when it benefits them. I'm African American today and black over here when it benefits them. So we're stuck as the generic black. We're stuck as the generic African. So we're smart today to say, hey, that game is over. You're going to hold your own neck for whatever you are. You don't give a damn where you come from. If you say you're black American, African American, cool. That's what the fuck you are. But we're more than that. We're FBA. We're foundational black Americans, or we're African American. We're American descendant slaves or American freedmen. So y'all can call yourselves where the fuck y'all want. Which I can't call ourselves foundational, and I can't see that descendant of slaves, so we're good. That's what we did, bro. We don't care what they call themselves. We knew they couldn't call themselves American freedmen. We knew they couldn't call themselves descendant slaves.
You breaking up, bro.
So we self-identify the same way the Jamaicans did when they called for independence. The Eritreans, when they called for independence, they all self-identify, saying, we're different from those ninjas. The Ethiopians are Eritreans. They differ politically. But that was enough to say, hey, we're not them. So hear me good. The Eritreans, they are the Ethiopians. But they disagree politically. And that was enough for them to say, hey, we're not them. You ain't gonna tell me we're stuck with the generic bullshit. So no. So we're smart enough to say, hey, guess what? We're not you either. We're foundational, and we're descendants of slaves in America. You're not. So I hope that you got some straightness from that. That's why we did that. It wasn't the same thing that you thought. But go ahead.
No, because I'm tracing all these things through the years, and I stopped my identification at African American. Like I'm African for the bloodline because this melanin, this black thing stems from Africa. You know what I'm saying? So I want that tie, and I identify myself with that African tie.
Great. Okay. As an individual, you got that right. As an individual, you can do that. As an individual, you can do that. Okay. What's the problem?
I'm a dark-skinned black man as well.
Okay. I mean, yeah, but as an individual, you can, if you want to, you can embrace your African ancestry. What's the problem? Like who's saying you can't do that?
Right. So as FBA denouncing generations, denouncing family members, denouncing lineage of their, to box themselves in to something that now African American or ADOS or everything else before it is not.
The Jamaicans. Do Jamaicans, okay, when they say they're Jamaican, where's the word African?
Right, they don't identify. They say I'm Jamaican.
Haitians, where's the word African?
Not there. They don't identify. I'm Haitian.
And anybody, okay, hold on. Anybody from diaspora, do they tie in the word African to their ethnic identifier?
Not by identification, no. That's what makes African Americans because we identify with Africa.
Yeah, but that's stupid. Because there's nothing about us that identifies with Africa. Listen to what you're saying. We don't speak an African dialect. We don't practice an African spirituality. We don't speak African food, and we don't even know Africans.
Aren't some of the things
stupid?
And aren't the things that black people know, like about Egypt and how they tie a lot of things into Christianity?
That's a lie. It's a lie. The things we claim about Egypt, hey bro, the things we claim about Egypt, we're blackwashing. We're lying.
Right. So all these
we're black. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They're lying. Okay, bro. I just told you they're blackwashing. You got something called whitewashing. The white supremacists did. What we did was took their position, started blackwashing. We start calling Bart Simpson black, Santa Claus black. We start to blackwash everybody. So we start to take on some of the colonial tactics of our oppressors. We start to blackwash it, bro. You're lying. So we're not trying to lie in 2025. We're being honest. Okay, we're FBA. We're not African. No which way. Nothing about us. As a matter of fact, when they come over here, they don't interact with us. They don't involve us in their businesses. Nothing. Their gas stations. They own hella gas stations in New Jersey. We're not employed. It's just Africans employed there. There's no sign want hiring. There's no By the way, in Jersey, bro. Wait, hold on. Stop. Okay, stop. In Jersey, there are actually, I posted on my Facebook wall a bunch of times, and I did it even also on YouTube on the post. In Jersey, you have Latinos advertising jobs in complete Spanish. Okay, so where are the African jobs that's saying African Americans apply? So Spanish folks, listen, chat. There's job promotions in New Jersey that's completely in Spanish, or they're asking for bilingual people, which eliminates us. We're not bilingual. Okay, so the Africans,
when they employ, because they got hella business out in New Jersey, and Haitians do too. Where are their job postings that's doing what the Spanish folks do? Or the Chinese, because also the Indians, when they want to hire a receptionist, they say you got to speak that fucking English, the Indian language. Where are the Haitian job postings in Newark? Where are the African job postings in Newark for gas stations that saying, hey, Black African Americans, since we're African, hey, apply. We're hiring. That shit doesn't exist, man. They see themselves as different because they're 90% Haitian, they're 90% the country African they're in. We're only 10%, 15%. They don't see us as one of them. That's why we can't put African in anything we identify ourselves with because we're 10% African, bro. My boy, we're more European than we are African. Yvette Carnell, 37% Irish. The brother who was on the phone earlier say he's 20 or something percent Irish. We're more Irish than we are African. So how the hell can we skip past the Irish and say we're African? That's goofy. That's lying. That's being disingenuous. You're lying to yourself. We're not. The fact is, we're not African or Irish. We're a mixture of both of them. And that mixture, we call it American, foundational, or whatever else we want to call it. We gave that mixture a name. But we'll be lying saying we're Irish. We'll be lying saying we're African. We're neither one of them. We're both. And other shit on top of that. Native American, whatever else in the pot. You get that?
Right. So it's like, okay, the whole globe, right?
Yeah. That's it.
Black
global
people.
Illuminati talk you about to do.
Because no, okay, I'm gonna be real quick. Because like Ireland or Irish people, don't they tie into black somewhere down the line?
Hey, brother, listen. No. Okay.
Okay. So
Europeans are European.
Okay, no problem. Going past that, so European, you got Irish, you got all these different names, and so I'm gonna skip past all of that. So, land of the dark-skinned people, melanated people. Where would this?
I don't even know what the hell that means, bro.
I
don't even see that. That's looking at blackology bullshit.
Let me be clear.
Kings and queens. Yeah.
Let me be clear. Melanated people, dark skin, very dark skinned in melanin and skin color.
Okay, listen. I gotta stop you, bro. Okay. I gotta stop.
Okay.
This is the problem with y'all fallacies. There are white people. There are people that we will call white today without a J. Edgar Hoover, to the guy who hung up earlier, J. Edgar Hoover have black origins. His father was African. But you can't base it off skin tone, bro. Some people have white fathers, but they mix with black people from then on forth, ever since then, and now they're dark like you. But their father is white. So when they do a haplogroup,
if I have a 1%,
no, it's not. It's not 1%. Listen to me, man. Listen. It's not 1%. If we did the whole haplogroup marker bullshit, that shit, as dark as they are, as dark as you are, that shit going back to Europe. It ain't going to Africa because that parent was fucking European. That's what we can't do how you look today. It's how you looked 100 years, 200 years ago.
And we can go further than that. That's why I said I asked a specific question. I said, "What is the land of the?"
But bro, the haplogroups, all that shit with your marker, it don't matter if it's 1,000 years ago. It's gonna line you up with the father. And bro, the fact is, there's a lot of white people who are white, but they go back to Africa. There's a lot of people dark as hell, but they should go back to Europe.
Is there a white people or European or any type of? Is there a pure blood where they're 100% this and no percent that?
No, nobody got that.
So the oldest people, and because we go back to origins and things like that, right? Everything we basically.
You are not me, but you are.
Right. So fast forward through, right? So you're saying that these people have these percentages, right? So nobody's pure this, but everything stems back to Africa or stems back to
Americans, Americans, and I ain't talking about everybody. I'm saying Americans. What makes us different is that we're a mixture of everybody, nobody else. Okay, Jamaicans, what makes them unique is that they're a mixture of everybody, nobody else. What I'm saying is that a lot of Europeans in Europe, they don't have that problem, and Africans in the continent, they don't have that problem. They're not a mixture of nothing. They're high to 80 to 90% of what they are. So if you're Yoruba, if they do a DNA test, they're 80 to 90% Yoruba. If they're Spanish, it's from Spain, most likely they're 80 to 90% Spain, right? Spain.
The majority, I get all that.
Only the people.
Are the majority of those people do they have dark skin tone, or do they have a tone to their skin?
Ooh, I don't know. It doesn't matter, man. You got people. Yvette Carnell is light as shit, bro. It doesn't matter. Fucking Blake Griffin look like a goddamn albino. It doesn't matter, bro. You're caught up on color. That's goofy. You don't look at people, and like I said, J. Edgar Hoover is white as shit, but he could be called black. He could be called African.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's why you don't do that. That's not responsible. You don't do that. And you can't be a leader. You can't call yourself a leader doing. We call that lookership, by the way. We call that looker, SHIP. Like scholarship, we call that lookership. Your lying eyes will lie to you. You'll look at somebody and say they're black and they're not, and you look at somebody and say they're white and they're not. That's called lookership. Real leaders don't do that. We do more investigation behind that.
Right. So I know these people have percentages of other things in them, right? But they'll claim, listen, a white man will claim Indian if he can, for some land to get something to get out of that.
Yeah, we're not doing with claim. I'm giving you DNA. I'm giving you haplogroups. I'm giving you ancestry. I'm not talking about
that. You said everybody has some type of African, or you know what I mean. There's some claim to Africa, or there's some.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. It depends on who you're debating.
He just said J. Edgar Hoover could be African. He could be called African, or it could be American, right? Because he has this percentage in him.
All right. So relax. Let me say I have a conversation. I named a few guys. I never said everybody. You said everybody from Africa. I never said that.
That's why I made it split. I said, are there people that can be 100% pure of this and not nothing?
Nobody.
So then you're saying that everybody has some.
Not me. Science is saying, not me. I have my argument. I'm a great researcher.
So let's be on the same page, right? And that all goes back to what? Africa, right?
Yeah, but you're on page 112. I'm on page 2. You got to stay in the early pages. What is your point? Because I'm lost. Like where you're going. You took me everywhere.
It's good to go. You know, it's good to go. It's a large galaxy and system out here. So,
but let's talk about something without running to different ideas. I'm starting to get lost.
It's no problem. I'm trying to distinguish within the human race and people. Are there distinguishes? Like I'm trying to establish, can one thing be purely this and not that at all, or is everything mixed?
Hey, brother, I from the research I did, everything, nobody's 100% nothing. And if you got an example of somebody being 100% something, brother, produce
I'm going past that. So then now it's about identification. So now it's identification. Even though you could be dark skinned, you could claim something. You could claim, I'm identifying as this, or you can be light skinned and claim and identify as that.
So you got white people or white looking people who say I'm Dominican or Puerto Rican.
Right.
And you got dark people saying I'm Dominican and Puerto Rican. What is your point?
Well, okay, so for the dark skin, right? When it comes to Spanish and certain, so a ghetto, right? Around the world is typically where the dark skin of those people are at, right? Poor, the dark skin. Right, they're in those ghettos. Now, the family ties of those people, the light skin may be up front and out front, and you know what I'm saying, having political ties, or you know what I'm saying, out within seeming power. But their families and some of their deeper, darkest ties are back in the bushes or in the ghettos of that region, right?
Okay. Wait, repeat that. You kind of talk fast.
So other people, right? Usually ethnic people that have a color, they have a dark-skinned people to them, right? Or whether it be Latinos, whether it be Mexicans, all these, different.
I did this blackology shit you trying to push. I'm not sure, but I'm listening.
Okay, so typically all over the world, where there's a ghetto to the people who have a dark skinned people, right? There's a ghetto where those people typically live. They're typically downplayed. You know, have you ever heard of a caste system? So,
Yeah.
right, okay, so right with the people of the world, right, and
How
so
did
you
it get
typically,
dark? Wait, but how did it get dark?
typically their roots are from Africa.
Brother,
My
how
with
about
with
intermixing?
my knowledge and
Okay,
understanding, I could be wrong,
wait,
but
wait, slow down, slow down.
mhm.
How about intermixing? Is it possible these people were never originally black? They were light, and they intermixed with Africans, and as a result, the offsprings became black, and they intermixed with black people, black people, black people. Is there a possibility to that?
No, we know mixing has gone on all throughout the years and centuries, and that. So,
You
but
kind
when
of
we
ignore what
say,
I said. Okay, so but you kind of ignore what I said just now. I said because you on this black shit. I said, is it possible that these people were never originally black, but they intermixed with black people when they came in contact with them, and they had offspring obviously darker than themselves. But then that offspring pretty much intermixed with each other, and all this is a darker offspring than what they were, but they were not originally black. Is that possible?
yes, absolutely,
Right, and that's what happened a lot. That's why you
right.
got black this and black that and white this and like that, because that same non-black, non-white people, they also intermix with white people. Okay, and so now their offspring became darker as a result of intermixing with Africans or dark people, and their offspring became white after intermixing with white. But before intermixing with either one of them, they were not black or not white.
So
You got
for
it?
all time, yeah. So for all times on this planet, was everybody everywhere? The whole planet was populated,
Um,
or is there a beginning? Is there origin to
no,
anything? I mean,
I don't believe the whole I don't believe the whole planet was populated. I believe people start to immigrate and populate things like that. I think people start to explore and start to see what's out there, and
coming from
that's
by
how the
coming
Native Americans end up in America, right?
right,
Because
right,
they're Asian, so they originate somebody. But go ahead.
right. So going all the way back to some type of root or some type of year
Yeah,
one.
we were from 1900 to goddamn year 4000 and Moses. But go ahead.
Right. So, I'm just trying to trace this melanin, you know what I mean, back, but I don't even want to go there. I'm just, I was just trying to get an origin or a sense of
Oh, that sounds
people.
like blackology.
Yeah, it's just the human race, people, how things derive. We know mixing is going on, but I'm trying to find an original place where these typical people would be found at, as opposed to this side of the world, or I'm trying to make some distinguishes, but it's all good.
All right. So how's that tied back into FBA, ADOS, and what we got going on today? Because you just took me to the Flintstone ages. So how does that tie back in today,
Right.
2025?
So today you're saying everybody's mixed, but this particular group, FBA, wants to see themselves not, what I'm saying, not mix
Brother,
on.
that's not what that's not what I said. Okay. So let me correct you. See, the art of a conversation, and this is why you don't debate. You admit it, you don't debate. I can tell you don't debate because you're not a good listener. Okay, you asked me, was anybody 100% something? I said no. I said at best they're 80 to 90% of what they are. Okay, so that's not 100%. Does that mean they're mixed like us, brother? No, that's goofy to even suggest that. Okay, we are mixed. So a Nigerian who's 90% Nigerian, I wouldn't technically call him mixed. I just wouldn't call him 100% pure. But he wouldn't be technically mixed in my mind because he's 80 to 90% of what he is. Okay, and that means the far majority of what you are, you're that. So that's close to 100%, but nobody's 100%. I answered the question, but just because they're not 100% doesn't mean they're quote unquote mixed. Mixed means you have at least 50% of no dominant something in you. That's mixed. So, for example, if your father is black and your mother is white, you're literally 50% mixed. So you're not dominantly that. You're not dominantly that either. You're mixed. So you got to be
Right.
50% or less. Wait, hold
Right.
on, stop. Trying to help you out. So for me, when I say mixed, you got to be 50% or less of something. You can't be over 50% because you could be considered probably predominantly as something. You got to be 50% or less to be mixed. That's why when mixed parents come together, they have a child that's 50% both. They're not 100% or more. They're not one over the other. So if you're Irish and Arab, bro, you're not Irish or Arab. You're 50% both. That's what I'm saying. All right. So now you mix that up. I'm saying with FBA, bro. With us, we're mixed with African, Native
But you don't want to
American,
claim African,
and
but
white.
African out the picture.
Say that again?
But you also want African that tie out the picture.
But I have no idea what you're talking about.
So talk about
And it's mainly
FBA.
because you're not a good.
You don't want the African. You said we're mixed with African, but you don't want that tie to the you don't want to be the name African. You don't want that associated.
Okay, so chat, this guy is a horrible listener. Like most people are when they talk to me. All right. This is why I'm him and you guys are not. You're not listening, my boy. Stop trying to win and listen to be correct. You make yourself look goofy right now. Okay. When we say we're not African, we're saying we're not nothing solely. We're mixed with three different things. Native American, and we're not that. We're mixed with white, we're not that. We're mixed with African, we're not that. With all of those things combined.
Gotcha.
And that's what makes us American. That's our ethnogenesis. Listen again. Mexicans, okay? They're mixed with Native Americans, they're mixed with Spaniards, and maybe something else. And that's what makes them Mexican. Jamaicans, they're mixed with Taino Indians, they're mixed with Europeans, and they're mixed with, they're African. They're mixed with Africans. That's what makes them different as well. Okay, so those mixes is enough to separate them from the rest of the world. Nobody is mixed like a Jamaican. Nobody's mixed like an FBA. And nobody's mixed like a Mexican. That's what makes us unique. And that's why we have these unique identifiers like Mexican, Jamaican, FBA. There's no African that's mixed with Taino or Native American, my boy, or even white.
Are there any dark skin of those people? Are there any dark skin of those
people? If they're mixed with anything, huh?
Are there any dark skin Taino or are there any of those people? Are there dark skin of those people?
Is a Taino person and an African, are they the same person or are they different?
No, they're different. Culturally, definitely.
Okay. No. I'm talking about DNA wise. Are they the same people or are they different?
So for me to answer that, do the Taino people have dark skinned people?
Hey, bro, listen. I will answer for you. Shut up on that. You don't know. Stop. That's that. You don't know. I don't know what you teach, what type of leader you are, but you're bad. Whatever you are, you're bad at it. Okay, you need to humble yourself and get some more information. Bro, a Taino is a real people that's different than a fucking African from West Africa, Central Africa, North or South. They're different. They're a different person. They're 1,000 years removed from niggas. They're different. I don't know what type of bullshit you into, but it's false. All right, whatever type of stuff you into is garbage. Okay, Taino is different than a goddamn African and a European person and whoever else. They're different. That's why they call Tahinos. They're not called Native Americans, bro. Native Americans are different from Tahinos.
Mm-hmm.
They're different people.
Are they both
like
Indians?
You got this weird.
Are they both Indians?
Bro, Indian, bro. What the hell's the Indian? What's the Indian?
Well, a Native
you don't
American.
know. Shut up. You're saying dumb shit. You know. Indians are made a white supremacy word that undermine indigenous people, bro. Come on, Indian means savage, man. Like there's such thing as a fucking Indian.
So not to
that's made it. Hey,
say Native American. Are they both Native of the Taino and of Indian, both Native American?
Hey, bro. Look. I'm moving on because you need to learn some shit about these people. All right, so moving on. What does a you did see we were out here outside already playing. We got to go in because mosquitoes biting the hell out of us. Okay, so bro, so you don't know. You need to catch up on that type of stuff. Okay. Africans, they are mainly 80, 90% what they are for that reason. We are not. Haitians are not. No, not Haitians. Yeah, Haitians too. But I'm gonna focus Haitians too. Like, no, don't push. Hey, don't push them. Hey, don't push them. So Native Americans, I'm sorry, let me confused. Don't push him. Let him ride. He don't need help. Hey, let him go. He can ride. Let him go. Let him ride. Goddamn kids, man. All right. Wild ass aggressive kids. Bro. You're all, let me just say this before I start counting your shit. You're all over the place, my boy. And that's why the chat was saying, hey, man, what is he? Now, you can be 100% FBA, but you're all over the place like a tether. Because you're not staying somewhere. You're not making a point. You're not bringing some new information or educating us. You're just saying a bunch of shit, and most of it is incorrect. Okay, slow down. This way. Up, okay, go that way. These mosquitoes biting us, man. Look at my arms. Yeah, they you don't know it, but they're biting you. Look right here. That's a mosquito. You know, go in the house. Mosquitoes, they biting us. Look right here. Okay, well, they're going to bite you up, and don't say anything. All right, bro, go ahead. Well, I'll listen to you, because can you talk about something you know about? Like, stop guessing and saying stuff you don't really know about.
Right. So I'm not trying to guess. I mean, you asking me a lot of questions. So, but
No, I'm not asking nothing. I'm saying, talk about what. Listen, I'm not asking anything. Talk about what you want to talk about, bro. It's on you. But talk about things you actually know about that you read and studied, and you're like, well, that shit lame.
No problem. So I know about myself, right? Know about my mother and know about my grandparents. Right. So and I know about this great migration that you was talking about and these different things that went on with African. Saying this is
what about the great migration? Wait, what you know about the great migration?
So you asking me more questions, or you want me to talk about?
You said you know
about. So where I'm going ultimately is I'm just looking for people with the same story as me. That's all.
Brother, the story you got, you're the only person with that story. What story do you have?
Right. So the Great Migration, the crack era epidemic, everybody splitting up.
Okay, I asked you about it. Look. You said the Great Migration, that's 1900, and you said the crack, that's 1980, 1990. Bro, what about the Great Migration? How does that tie to the crack era?
So this is part of a lineage of where our people, right, what they came from, off the slave ships into all these.
Yeah, but how does the Great Migration tie to the crack epidemic?
So at a certain point in time, right, my grandparents were the silent generation, right? My parents are the baby boomers, right?
Yeah, I don't see the connection. All right, look, I'm gonna save your time. There's no connection between the Great Migration and the crack epidemic.
Okay,
there's no connection. They're far in between. They're like 80 years apart from each other.
So me and my people don't exist. We just the only people with that story.
Brother, what does the Great Migration and the crack era got to do with each other, bro? That's a simple question. Please make that connection.
I'm just connecting through time, or where these certain people from off the
slave ships. You skip past a whole bunch of shit.
I'm not trying to, it's just a thing. It's just something that I could connect to, or that I know about, and that my people went through. It's just a thing to connect to. That's it. That's all.
All right. So how do you self-identify?
African American, Black, Negro, nigger.
All right, stop. No, stop. You can't be all those shit in one. They all contradict. What do you classify yourself as? African American? If you do, that's okay.
African, African American, all those things. Whatever black is, whatever
Right.
melanin is,
So,
that's what I'm
so,
asking.
so what does the, right. So when you say you're African American, what does the African, how does that apply to you, the African part? Okay, first of all, let me ask you this. Have you ever lived in Africa?
No.
Okay, what country, there's 54 countries in Africa, which one do you associate with in Africa? Because you just can't say Africa. And Nigeria's going to tell you Nigeria. Look, listen. You just can't throw out the word Africa. You have to be part of a country in Africa. Nigeria is out a country. He was from Ghana, go say Ghana. Say Zimbabwe.
Right. So I don't
Brother,
get into
what
all that.
country? What? No, you have, brother. Yeah, Africa's a continent. Listen what I'm saying.
I claim the
Brother,
whole
listen,
thing.
brother,
The whole thing.
listen. Slow down. You sound crazy. Africa's a continent of 54 countries, brother. Okay, I got you. Africa's a continent of 54 countries. Which country are you from? Africa.
Claiming it all.
So you're the only African who claims the entire continent, right?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Ask some people what they claim.
Well, okay. So that means you're claiming Zimbabwe, you're claiming South Africa, you're claiming
Don't
Egypt.
get specific. The whole thing. Don't get specific. The whole thing.
Hey, bro, you know that's like the dumbest talking point you can actually come with today. Do you understand how dumb that is? No, I'm dead ass. How can some person from Venezuela say I'm all the countries in South America? Who the hell says I'm all the countries in a continent? That is one of the dumbest talking points you can have today, bro. They all disagree. They got different phenotypes. Ethiopians look different than sub-Saharan Africans look different than North Africans. They look different than Central Africans. They got different phenotypes. They're darker, they're lighter. The hair texture is different. How do you sit here and represent all of Africa knowing how different Africans look?
Maybe you to understand, or you don't. But what it is with this world is you gotta.
It ain't the world, bro. It's you.
Right, it has to be civilized.
You,
right?
bro, I don't know what you're smoking
about wars and things, right? You saying all you.
I don't know what mushrooms you taking today, bro. But yo, you are definitely influenced by some type of narcotic. To sit here and claim every country, they speak different dialects, they got different religions, they look different, they speak different languages. Everything about them is different, and you're the only African to say I'm all of the fucking countries.
Absolutely, without a doubt.
Yeah, bro, you're sick.
Sick. We all need healing, bro. We all need healing.
That is you. You asked me some. It was? Wow, he's fast. You went on it, really? Did you fall off? Did you fall off the motorcycle? Nah. Hey. Really? You did a wheelie and you was on him? Yeah, because you got no helmet doing a wheelie with the driver of the motorcycle. That's crazy. Yeah, you gotta be careful. Did you have? No, but don't have your head's so tiny. What helmet you have for you? Hell yeah. All right, brother. Listen, man. I know you're trying to be unique with some goofy ass new argument. Y'all fell flat, man. Like, really, listen. Stop trying to be different on some pseudo religious bullshit and just stick with who you are, man. There's nothing new under the sun, bro. There's nothing you're going to say or do today that's going to be different. You claim to be a leader, and I understand what you mean now. Like, you're trying to be some new age leader with some new crazy ass ideas for the world, bro. That shit is struck down. We have AI. We have ChatGPT. All that bullshit is done. All these cult leaders, that shit. Your ChatGPT ruined the future cult leaders. Y'all can no longer lie about history. You can just type that shit up and it comes up. ChatGPT is greater than Google. All right, slow down. Okay, that shit great. So all this pseudo shit you talking about, is garbage. Like a 9-year-old got access to Chat GPT and they know how to use it. Okay? Yes. You seen Bucks in the house. So, okay, they're going to bite. Bucks and white bite. Look, bite me right here. Okay. All right. You didn't grind too long. Come over here in the grass, sucker. He was still with this. Your brother, this bullshit you're spewing, our youth has access to AI. Okay, let me read that. I'm going to car real fast. But our youth have access to AI, my boy. All this dumb shit you're talking about, you're going to be embarrassed by an 8-year-old who's going to not believe you. They're going to look it up on the spot and say, hey, elder, that's wrong. That ain't what it is. It's this. Anyway, like, the one thing we don't want to be is wrong in front of our youth. Unnecessarily, man. You're saying the most wild shit possible. You're saying the most wild shit possible. But how about just stick to correct information, man? Stop trying to be unique. Stop trying to be distinctive. Stop trying to be a leader of black people and just be a leader of yourself with correct information, man. Bye-bye. Correct information. Stop this bullshit, man. It's embarrassing. Not a good look. So I don't believe he's a tether. I just believe he's whacked the fuck out with these crazy ass ideas. That's what I think. I think he just a quack. He's been saying the most wild shit today on his phone call. And he took us to the damn year 4000. We started from 1900s, and now we're in 4000 with the first human being and shit. We were talking about Moses. Like, bro, you just took me all over the place, man. You misrepresented Tariq. You misrepresented Tone. You misrepresented people who advocate for FBA just to come back and say you're African American, which means absolutely nothing. It's a nothing burger, bro. I asked what part of Africa he's from. He said all the countries, which is like at that point I got to say that's the fucking stupidest shit I ever heard. When you ask somebody from Africa, they'll tell you what region they're from or which country they're from, and that's it. They'll never claim the whole damn continent. This guy is so lost, he claimed the whole continent. They all look at, and then he want to be, he's so concerned about dark skin. Well, bro, newsflash, the North Africans are lighter than the fucking sub-Saharan Africans. So you're claiming the darker people and the lighter people, but you're so fixated on dark skin. The Ethiopians are not that damn dark, okay? And if they are, the phenotypes are closer to the white man than they are the African phenotype, the broad nose and the thick lips and knotty hair. Go. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Bro, listen, man. Do me a favor. Elder, humble yourself. Learn correct information. Stop making up shit. Stop reading Dr. Malachi York books and Brother Jabari, and go ahead and just like read or learn real history. Do what I did. Accept just what's out there. Okay, just accept the information what's out there. There's a lot of history. I'm like, damn, man, I hated that it's real, but it's real. I wanted it to be a utopia where black folks are just great. We made no mistakes in life, but that's false. We made hella mistakes. So I came to terms where I accepted the good with the bad. I just said it is what it is, man. And that's how I am in 2025. That's how I'm able to cope. It is what it is. It is what it is. And we're at reparations. So, brother, what's your stance on reparations?
Like I said earlier, give everybody what they're owed and what they're due.
I'm not asking for everybody, bro, boy. I'm not asking for everybody. I'm asking about your fellow African Americans. What's your stand on reparations?
African Americans, give them their reparations. African Americans, give them their reparations. African Americans, give them their reparations.
Okay. In your mind, who are the African Americans?
They are the people who came off those slave ships.
Well, everybody came off places, my boy. Everybody from the diaspora came off with places. You got Jamaicans, you got Haitians, you got Brazilians. So they all came. Everybody in the diaspora came off places. But it's more specific. Who are the African Americans in your mind?
So the African Americans have the American culture. They're the people who are right underneath whites.
Okay, cool. Now watch this. I got it. You said the American culture. So American Dream, right? He was here earlier tethering. He's Jamaican, right? He was dropped off in Jamaica from the boats, his ancestors. He is not African American according to definition, but he is because he came over here as a second gen, third gen anchor baby, and now he's African American. Okay, so now is he deserving of reparations in America?
Explain the story one more time.
That's cool. I'll say it slow. Talk fast. Okay, American Dream. He's a Jamaican tether. Okay. He came off a slave ship that landed in Jamaica. His ancestry line is in Jamaica, but he's a second, third generation anchor baby in America. All right. So he's literally African American. So is reparations due to him?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. You might be a tether.
I don't know.
You might want to check your answer.
I don't know. You said he was two things at one time, and you said he's anchored here in America, so that would make him African, make him American. But now,
brother, either
I don't know. You said I'm wrong, so
brother, either you're a tether or you don't understand the case of reparations. One of those is true. You're either lying about your background in this country or you don't understand the case of reparations in America. So you said he's qualified, he's eligible for reparations in America, but he's also Jamaican, right? So CARICOM is a reparation case for the Caribbean. You're telling me that he's eligible for American reparations and the Caribbean reparations?
No. If he's got Caribbean, no. Okay, so then I was wrong. Then the understanding is okay. So you don't have to come right off the slave ship from Africa. Stay in America the whole time. Your family in America the whole time.
All right. So let me just tell you, Lance. So no more trivial questions. Let me tell you how this shit works. Right? So if your lineage goes back to Jamaica in like around the 1830s, like 1830s and 40s, you're Jamaican. You are eligible for a CARICOM claim. Okay, so that's the representative of the Caribbean as a whole for reparations for the British and whoever else strangers, whoever took to the part in their oppression and colonization in America. For us, reparations is owed by the American government who
used our slave labor, used our labor.
Yeah, but hold on, listen and learn. Our American government backed the ACS, resettling free blacks into Liberia. Our government backed and stood and not just backed, but stood silent to Reconstruction, right? The KKK and the Jim Crow South, peonies, sharecropping, Jim Crow period, and also slavery, cattle slavery countries. Okay. So those people who were enslaved in America, they had kids, and their kids were born in slavery, and some of their kids were born free, like some people who were born free. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter because they were not citizens. Therefore, they had no right that a white man is bound to respect via or e.g. the Dred Scott case. Okay, They were treated like shit even though they were free. All right? Because they had no citizenship. They had no rights in a sense. Even though they were free, they had no rights. Those people had kids. And their kids most likely grew up in Jim Crow. Because most of all of the blacks in the country, a small percentage of New York and New Jersey and Manhattan and whatever, not Manhattan, but Massachusetts, but largely the bulk of us was in the South. Where we experienced mandated Jim Crow. Yeah. Okay, come this way again. So mandated Jim Crow. So they went through chattel slavery, backed by the American government, because the American government had slaves in the North, in New York, right? They also backed Jim Crow. They didn't step. They backed it by not stepping in. They let the South have their way with us, violating our constitutional rights. They did absolutely. They did absolutely nothing to discourage that behavior, right? They gave us no protection, even though we fought with them to end the Civil War, right? They disrespected us by not fighting with us and let the South take their loss, be emotional about their loss. They took it out on us. They took calories to take it out on the North. They just got their ass kicked with us involved. So that history we're tied to. Exclusive to anybody else. They're back. There's no side. They're back. Look. Back. There's no side. You're going to bite. Come. Yes. Yes. Okay, look at the back. Look at the back. You see? Look right here. Look right here. See the back? See the back? There's too many. You got to go inside. Well, yeah, I don't give a damn what you're talking about. We go inside. Whatever. All right, so bro, that's the difference. Okay, so now American Dream, that Tether, his ancestry. Look at the back. His ancestry didn't experience that. Okay, they experienced something exclusive in Jamaica.
Right.
Okay, so, but in spite of his line, okay, go over here. In spite of his line not experiencing that, he is still today anchored in as an African American. Look at that. Look. Yeah, whatever. Come in here. So, get in there. See what he's talking about. Get it, go. Look like what's that city in Europe for Batman? Hey, that's how I look over there, all you damn bats. Okay, whatever.
Gotham?
Yeah. No. It was something with a B or T. Trans something like that. Some scary ass name for like vampires, huh?
Transylvania?
Yeah, that's it. That's how I look like over here. Like Transylvania, all these damn bats. He talking about now, yeah, all right. But anyway, brother. So what I'm saying to you is American Dream, that's Tether. Because he was anchored in here, that means that his immigrant parents had a baby here. Had a baby on American shores. He's, according to some people's interpretation, they are considered Americans under the 14th Amendment, right? Some folks' interpretation, which Donald Trump is challenging, or at least questioned. And a lot of conservatives are questioning that extension, right? So anyway, what I'm trying to say to you is that because they were born here from the immigrant parents, they are now reclassified from immigrants to African Americans. And according to you, based upon that new classification, even though their line has not experienced anything I just said, they are called African Americans. And according to you, they are now thrown into the pot of reparations.
No, I was wrong. I was wrong. I wanted the way you explained it, I thought it was a tie-in, but you're saying specifically from chattel slavery, like those people from there and the South.
Bro, not just chattel slavery. How about black codes. How about Jim Crow?
Jim Crow, right? More up to date, right?
No, brother. Jim Crow was instituted. You know?
What you say? You breaking up?
Jim Crow. All right, hold on. I'm back in the house, so let me use my iPad again. Hold on. It's right here. Hold on. I'm gonna hang up.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can. Okay, brother. Jim Crow. Did these folks experience Jim Crow?
No, they did not.
Okay, listen. Let me explain Jim Crow to you. I know you don't know.
Jim Crow was the period in time of racism where we were separated, where the water fountains, all these things were separated. It was a period in time that we had to fight for civil rights.
Let me help you out. What was Jim Crow the same in every state?
I'm not too sure. I would think so, but it's more of a southern thing. But I would think.
So you're a liar. It wasn't the same. Okay. Jim Crow.
I'm not a historian on that, so you could just fill me in.
So don't guess. Just say I don't know. There's nothing wrong with that. Why give an answer when you don't know?
Right. I'm not sure. I don't know.
So you got Jim Crow. So Jim Crow was through America, but it wasn't mandated. You know what that means? It wasn't mandated.
Right, by the state, by the government.
But do you know what that means when I say it wasn't mandated?
Mandatory.
That means enforced.
Enforced, right. It's mandatory. It has to be. They're going to make it. Right. They're going to make it so.
Enforced law. So when you see that sign, you just lied about the water fountain sign. That means up north, you could drink from a water fountain that says whites only and nothing happens to you. It's not mandated. In the South, the deep rural South, that means something had to happen to you. You broke the state law. You had to be held responsible.
Right.
That was different from other places in America. It was not mandated in other places. But in the rural deep South, it was mandated. They were trying to lead with example. The North and other states were more lenient, and they even though Jim Crow was there, they wasn't as hardcore or as extreme and religious to it as the rural Southern states that were like had slave legacies. Okay, so it's different. Okay, cool. Right. So a lot of these tethers, they go to Florida, they go to New York, they go to Massachusetts. Let me explain Florida. They go to South Florida, by the way. Now, South Florida, it was also different because, yes, okay, they had large enclaves of Cubans. So pretty much they was by themselves. Like they have a lot of white folks, police, and a lot of police, like in Mississippi, things like that. There was no burning of Mississippi like that amongst each other's. Now, if anything, if something happened to them, bro, if something happened to them, it's because they were mistook as one of us. You agree?
Right.
That means it wasn't really for them. It was for us. And matter of fact, a lot of them tried to use their culture and language to differentiate. Now, how about this part? Chat. I'm talking to you. Do you guys were aware that a lot of these Caribbean people and Spanish people would use their accent to try to sway the racists from attacking them? Were y'all aware of that? To basically say I'm not a Negro. Basically say, hey, I'm not them.
Right.
Okay.
Makes sense. They're trying to spare their life. They're trying to anything they can say or do.
Okay, so stop. Okay, so they got to stop lying by saying they were treated no different than a Negro when they were trying their best to be treated not like a Negro. Now, we can't change our goddamn language. We can't change our accent. There's nothing to hide us from being who we are. So you had Jewish people who could rely on their whiteness. You had poor whites. Hey, I'm white. You had Irish people. Hey, yeah, I might be Irish, but I'm not that. So other people can like hide to a certain degree. Hey, we're not them. We were the only people who had no way out. We couldn't talk in some patois or some Creole to get us out of this. You know, we were just FBA, the sitting ducks, the target, public enemy number one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So where are we now?
So those people are who is FBA. Strictly that targeted people.
FBA, yes. Absolutely are, man. So, brother, you're saying you're African. I don't believe you know what that means because I asked you which country, you don't know, and you claim the whole continent. I don't know. So you're not African because Africans don't claim the whole continent. They claim their region, they claim their tribe, or they claim their country. So I don't know what type of African you are, but whatever one you are,
No. I'm purely born an American. I'm just saying that in connection. It's not, and because I'm dark skinned.
But bro, so are Cubans. They're dark skinned, and they're not claiming African.
Right, you have Afro-Cuban, you got Afro this, you got everything ties back to Africa at some point in time.
Listen. You're stuck on this African booty scratcher shit. And what I'm telling you is, bro, just because you're
I'm
dark,
not stuck, bro. I listen to everything you say. I'm not stuck. What are you talking about? I'm not stuck.
It seems like it. All right, listen, bro. You can't just say you're generically African because people who claim the continent, they're not generic African. They'll tell you exactly where.
Exactly, I know that. I understand that. I don't have that. I don't have that connection that deep to claim strictly Nigeria. Click strictly.
Slow down. You're butting in. Slow down. So what I'm saying is, to say you're African, that's not saying shit because you're making a claim that the people of the continent doesn't make. So if you are African, you're a different African than them because they don't claim the whole goddamn continent. So if you're an African, you're a special one that's different from those Africans because they'll say I'm Nigerian African, I'm Zimbabwean African, I'm this African. You're the only African who's saying I'm just African. Okay, so even with that, you're a different African. You're seen as special. So, brother, do you have some African ancestry? Yes, you do. Have you done your family tree or American 23andMe?
No, I haven't.
Right, okay. Yeah, we weren't. Okay, sit down. I'm gonna get you on spaghetti. So, brother, do that before you claim some African shit, man. Do that because you're gonna see how little African you really are. All right, that's gonna be your myth buster. You're gonna realize how little African you actually are. So a lot of y'all, I'm black and I'm proud, African booty scratchers. When y'all actually do y'all DNA shit, you're gonna see how little African you actually are. And this is why no African country will claim you. Because, bro, you're gonna have a small percentage of them, brother. They're gonna have a large percentage. So let me give you a simplistic example. When it comes to dogs, you got purebreds, right? You have to have a certain percentage of this type of canine in you to be considered a German Shepherd or, this type of dog, that type of collie, whatever. Anything less than that percentage, you're not considered that type of purebred. You're considered a mixed breed. You got me?
Right.
Okay. So those Africans you're trying to tie yourself into, brother, they have a certain percentage of African in them that you don't, which is 80 to 90%. And based on that percentage, they're saying I'm this. And they're saying anything lower, you're not this, but you're a mixture of what we are, but you're not purebred. You get me?
Right.
You're talking all this African shit. When you take your ass over there with your DNA results, they're going to tell you, bro, you're not one of us. Okay, you're 15% one of us. We're 80 to 90% one of us. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
And bro, that's everywhere in the continent. Wherever you take your wherever you take your DNA results in the whole entire continent, bro, you're going to be 15 20% or lower to every goddamn country. So nobody's going to claim you as one of theirs. They're going to say, yo, you don't have enough percentage of you.
Right. It's all good. I mean, you know.
But it's not all good because you're claiming the whole continent and everybody in the continent saying you're not one of us.
Right. So just don't, forget the African part and just say FBA.
Brother, listen, there's a reason why your ancestors, my boy, in this country, in the early 1800s, none of them said they were African. They realized what I'm telling you right now. They realized they're not African. A lot of their slave masters, or a lot of their parents were fucking slave masters. So they realized, hey, I look like this because I'm not it don't matter if they're a dark skin, bro. Maurice Chestnut is dark skin, but he don't have big lips and a broad nose. So just because you're dark skinned, what does that mean? Like, okay, you're dark skinned, but you got a thin nose and a goddamn thin lips and a fucking wavy hair. That ain't African. So like you're caught up on, like I said, looker shit. You're not caught up on science. You're not caught up on like what's going on in this world. You're caught up on shit that doesn't matter. You're caught up on shit that doesn't like feel good shit. Bro, when it comes to politics and DNA, again, you take your ass to Nigeria with that little 15% Nigerian, talk about, hey guys, I want free scholarship. I want to be a part of this tech shit y'all got going on over here.
I would never do that. I would never disrespect or try to come in as I would never do that.
Why not?
I would just say, because I'm not, like, that's not my place.
Exactly.
That's not,
Which makes you
I'm just
American.
a part of. I'm just a part.
You're not. You're part of.
There's a lineage throughout the human race.
No, bro, you're part of. Listen, this is what I'm saying to you, bro. You're not the same way you can't take your goofy ass to Africa, so you're African. You also can't claim the European part of you and say, hey, I'm Irish or Scottish or Italian, bro. You don't have enough in you because also in your DNA findings, bro, I don't give a how black you are. You're not blacker than a goddamn Haitian or African. They're darker than you, my man.
I know how dark gets.
Right. So stop capping with me, my boy. I know better. So
what are you talking about? I'm not lying, or what I'm saying.
But you were lying earlier because you were trying to act like how black you are. I know you're not. Us over here, bro. No matter how dark we are not darker than them. And there's nothing wrong with being dark. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that they're not mixed with European like that. That's why they're so dark. And dark is beautiful, but let's just be real. You're not that dark. Okay? And they could see you. So you're dark to maybe me. I'm lighter than you, but you're darker than me. So I would say you're dark skin, right? And you will feel like you are until you go into their damn tribe. You're gonna be called light skinned and white boy more than you ever did in your life.
I understand all these things, bro. Like that don't scare me, fear me, or like I'm not concerned about all of that, about fitting in. You know what I'm saying? You asked me what I identify as,
bro. But it's a lie. Like you have to be more realistic.
That was you. Right. That's your. So you tell me what I am then. So that could be the truth.
Well, okay. I'm gonna tell you what you are.
Okay.
If what you're saying is true about yourself, if you can, if one of your parents' lineages connect you back to the 1870 census at minimum, then bro, you're not African in no way, shape, form, other than some genetics buried in you. Okay. But you're also European based on that same finding. You're also European because your genetics is going to show European as well, and you might have some Native American as well. You're not none of them. You're not none of them.
I'm a perfect mixture of all of it.
And which is we call American.
All
right. You're American. All right. And because your ancestors were responsible of laying the foundation, you are a foundational Black American. So you're not like American Dream because he's also considered Black and American, but his ancestry laid foundation in Jamaica. So he's a foundational Jamaican, right? He's not a foundational Black American. You are.
Right. Better get some respect around here.
Okay, so now. Yeah. You are a shout out, yeah. So you might I got some shirts drawn up. You dig? You might want to put an order in.
Right.
Yeah,
advertise, branding, marketing, advertising.
And now look, I made the shirt just for me, by the way, because my podcast, like, once I get, listen, hey chat, once I get my hair cut, because I haven't had a haircut since October. If I had my camera on, I had hats on. I'm tired of wearing my damn hat. Okay, but chat, once I get my hair cut, I found a spot that I trust a little bit. Walmart. It's funny. They cut hair in Walmart, and they gave me a specific barber to ask for because his haircut looked pretty good. So this plan, chat. This is the plan. I got some like customized shirts for myself, and I got a haircut coming. Okay, right. And then I'm gonna cut my camera on. I'm gonna be more visible than ever. Right. But the shirt was just for me. But a couple of people I showed this shirt to, I even showed it yesterday on the live. A couple of people I showed the shirt to, they thought it was fly and they wanted it themselves. I was like, all right, I seen the link, use the order. But I'm saying for you, you need it. Okay, you need the shirt. So the front of it has, let me look at it again. You need this shirt. Let me show the chat. This is what you need. Because again, it wasn't like I was like reselling this. This is for me, but this is for you now because you seem like you need some direction. Can you see my screen?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So there you go. The front says it got the American flag as FBA dials, Foundational Black American, Descendants of Slaves, and the back says American Freedom. Right? I couldn't get the word freedman. That's good enough. Okay, so it covers everybody. You need that. Okay, in Chicago, you need to rock that shirt and own it. All right. That's now again, I made that shirt for me, but a couple of my folks like, yo, that's kind of innovative, kind of clever. That's what you need. You need that. Okay, to remind you of who you are, so you don't get caught up in this African American shit ever again. Okay, so when you get your, when you feel like you got some extra something laid into the side, I'll give you that link. You can buy that shirt.
All right, appreciate you, brother.
Whatever size you need, you dig, and rock it with, you could go to the gym, whatever. You know what I mean? Cut the yard, whatever purposes you want to use it for. But it's go ahead.
No doubt, I hear you.
Yeah, so that's for that reason. But it was for me. Like I said, I made it for me, for me to wear out here because I want to signal boost the message. I know folks out here in this country they're backwards, right? They're not as for us in the North. Take shoes off. They're backwards. So I want them to ask me, like, what does that mean? And also, like, there's a lot of white Americans out here who wear all type of American shirts. So, like, they're definitely going to ask me. Because people who wear American apparel out here the most are white people. And they're, like, more conservative, you dig? They're more, like, Republicans. So I feel like I'm going to be questioned by them more than anybody. Because black people don't really wear, unless you're a veteran, black folks don't really wear American apparel out here. So I think when they see me wear, I believe people are going to ask questions. And when they see the FBA dots in there, they're gonna ask, what is that?
Right. Starts a conversation, starts to unite you.
And then it starts the education.
Right.
So, hey, which I already started doing. Because a lot of these folks out here are Gullah Geechee. And I was already conversing with them, like finding out, where their family line go to. And brother, 100% everyone I talked to, all of them said their family line goes to slavery. So all these tethers trying to claim Gullah Geechee, you're a piece of shit liar. So I had this tether on here who was trying to talk to me about Gullah Geechees He's trying to talk to me about them when I'm actually talking to them. It's a big difference. You're speculating. I'm getting the answers out. And by the way, brother, yes, I did. I recorded the conversation with these folks. Yes, I did. On the job, I don't give a fuck. I recorded the conversation.
That was great.
Yeah, breaking down. And I'm gonna find a way to put an internet, because there's some things that's like not, all the way right with how I did it. Right. So I gotta find a way to how I can introduce it to the public without compromising some shit.
Yeah.
Because they didn't know they were being recorded. So I gotta figure out a way where I can like introduce it without being in trouble. If you get what I mean.
Right.
Okay. So yeah. So the Tether is trying to tell me about Gullah Geechee people. I said, bro, do you know what state I live in? He was like, what state? I said, South Carolina, nigga. I'm with them. And like he got kind of humble a little bit. I said, bro, you done messed up. You're talking to the right guy. I live with them. I'm talking to them. I could put them on speakerphone, bro. You dig? Like I could put them on speakerphone. Like you're lying.
My grandfather's Gullah Geechee. All my peoples from South Carolina. That's who they are. That's what they connect to. That's
right. And they all, first of all, have most and all of them never lived outside of South Carolina. They all don't leave the country. They don't leave the state.
They all speak the same language. They all sound the same.
Yeah, and they all say that their lineage go to slavery. Bro, because they do sound Caribbean. They do talk fast, and they have a huge bit. Like to be honest, the way they sound. If a Caribbean person moved to the South for like 20 years, 50 years, that's how they sound. They sound like a Southern Caribbean person, like a Caribbean accent mixed with a Southern accent. That's how they sound. But when you talk to them, bro, they'll tell you both of their parents, because they're very. You say you're dark, bro. They're very dark. Okay, they're very dark. Almost all of them
come from. Yeah, that's my father, my grandfather, my people.
Right. So almost all of them are very dark, and they all say both sides of the family come from a plantation. None of them talk about some shit out overseas. Okay, so a Tether can't lie to me.
We know that lineage. We know that. Right.
Hey, don't do that. Don't do that. Let's put it down. Okay. Yeah. So I'm just making that clear to the chat. Like, don't let them lie. Don't let them lie to you and act like just because they speak some language that sounds like Caribbean, it's not. And none of them will claim that Caribbean bullshit. They all say they're American. They're Black American. Their family line goes to a plantation. All right. So don't believe no Tether claiming Gullah Geechee fucking lying. Are you familiar with the Louisiana?
Excuse me?
Are you familiar with the argument about Louisiana, about the Caribbean influence on Louisiana?
No, what are they saying about Louisiana?
Don't worry about it. They're lying too. Don't worry about it. Just know they're lying. just know that. But don't that say a lot? Don't that say a lot about them, that they gotta lie?
Yeah, man. Everybody alive in the right circumstances, and
No, bro. You keep doing that. We all the world bullshit. Like everybody, you got to stop doing that, my boy. Like you claim to be a leader. You got to stop. You got to stop bunching everybody up into the fuck. The criminal is the criminal, man. So if you catch a criminal sexually assaulting a woman, you can't say we all have done it before. Stop with that bullshit, man. Let's not do
that's extreme. That's extreme. If somebody's done a crime,
listen, you gotta stop. Okay, what you gotta stop doing is I'm sitting here pointing out people who are guilty of lying, and you're coming with this "we all the world" bullshit afterwards. Stop doing that, bro. Let's address.
Am I saying they're not lying? No, he was not lying. They're not lying. What are you like? No.
Good. So stop incorporating these phantom people along with them. Let's just acknowledge the liars. So what I said was this. I said you got a lot of Tethers lying about Gullah Geechee. That's a fact. Then you got a lot of tethers over exaggerating about Caribbean influence in Louisiana. They're lying. So stop trying to introduce everybody that has nothing to do with that lie. Stop saying, well, everybody lies. Stop doing that, bro. That's disingenuous. Let's
specifically those people.
They're lying, right? So let's just acknowledge the lie, right? Let's not acknowledge Santa Claus and other lies. Let's acknowledge this lie. Got it. So go that way. So let's just go that way. So let's just acknowledge this lie. This is a lie that's being told by a lot of tethers.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I expect them. Yeah, they're gonna lie. They will lie. They have lied.
Okay, but what is the motive behind the lie?
It's a good question. To cause argument?
No. They're trying to anchor themselves into what's owed to us, like reparations, my boy.
Getting that check. Everybody wants to get in on that check.
Right. A lot of these guys got a background of scamming. Right?
That's a fact. Right.
Right. So they're using those scamming tactics to anchor themselves into what's due to us exclusively. So they're trying to tie into Louisiana. They're trying to tie into South Carolina. It ain't gonna work. A lie. Yo, listen. One thing about this damn American white man, okay, that these tethers are undermining, because nobody know white people like we do. Nobody knows the white man like us, and nobody knows us like the white man. The white man is not going to pay the wrong person 100%. He's going to pay exactly who's owed. So y'all can do all this tethering stuff you want. That white man ain't going to sit here and pay the wrong people. Yeah, you can forget about that. And we're going to make sure he doesn't either, right? We're going to make sure he doesn't.
So they got a vested interest in the lie and trying to get to that check.
Right, they get paid. Right, so they're trying to double dip. They're trying to get paid from us and in their homeland through CARICOM. All right, because they have a third world mentality, my boy. Don't forget, they're not from a first world country.
Exactly.
From a third world country, so they bring that third world bullshit over here.
Exactly. Totally agree.
Okay. Nigeria. Did you know Nigeria is like the king of scamming throughout the world?
Yep, I heard about that.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. There are American companies that I actually work for that don't accept any business from a Nigerian company. Yeah, I mean, you could Google that. You could Google that. There's many American companies that do not do business with Nigerian companies at all. Zero. They don't take no chance. We're good.
Reputation bad.
Yeah, the whole country. Because Nigerians, they look at their scammers as intellectuals or good businessmen.
I mean, it's like white collar crime, right? Something like that.
Yeah, but it's culture though. But white collar crime, white folks know it's wrong. Like, they don't delude themselves to believe it's like this is good business. They know it's wrong. They know they're breaking the law. The Nigerians.
So the scammer from Nigeria don't know he's breaking the law. He think he's doing something right. He's in the right.
Brother,
he don't know he's doing wrong.
No, I just said it's part of the culture. I said they look at the scammers as good,
intelligent.
Yeah, good businessmen.
Mm-hmm.
It's promoted. It's not discouraged. It's promoted. But there's so many like news reports. People like, white folks crazy. They go to Nigeria and they actually caught the scammer. A couple of them. And Nigerians actually, they talked on camera. They don't give a fuck. Like, what they gonna do? What America gonna do? Right? Their government don't penalize them. So they spoke on camera. They talked about, yeah, we do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we do it. And what? What?
Right.
Right. Like, the American government can't penalize a Nigerian for scamming. Their government got to do it, and they're not.
Right. But if they come doing that stuff over here, and then they pay American penalties.
Yeah, then we'll deport them, whatever. And they do. But it's not just them, right? It's not just them. You got other folks also for different countries, scam, whatever. But it ain't just them. But they do it, but also other people, other countries do it as well. But I was just pointing out, in their country is part of their culture. It's not looked at like bad.
Right. I know what you're saying. Yeah. They allow it, they condone it, they see, yeah, do that.
Yeah, like that's like in our culture, like rolling dice. Rolling dice in our culture is not something looked at. It's illegal, but in our culture, we don't see it as something bad.
Right. It's gambling. We would take cards or anything and gamble it.
Right. It's not seen as bad or rolling dice. It's illegal, but we see it as, hey man, it is what it is. It's fun.
So if cops roll by and see you rolling dice, they're gonna arrest you?
It depends how petty the cops are, right? So in black neighborhoods,
because you cannot roll dice anywhere. You cannot. You roll dice, go take them to jail.
Well, it depends because it's not the rolling dice thing. They'll get you with soliciting. They'll get you with what's the other one? Loitering. So it's different things they'll get you with. So the dice because they can't. It's hard to prove you were. You can roll dice.
Right. You're right. You have to know the whole operation. Oh, you just traded him. You just gave him $10 for that last roll.
Right. Yeah, because I can roll dice. That don't mean I'm gambling. I can just be rolling dice.
Right.
So what they'll get you on is they'll get you on loitering. So something like that. Something like that.
Right.
Anyway, let me see. Somebody in the chat said something. It was somebody in the chat. Let me find that person. Somebody would know. Ohio said New York ended slavery on July 4th, 1827. So I think he's talking about. So I think some of that's true. They're talking about chattel slavery, right? Bringing Africans over here from West Africa. So he might be right. So that was ended. That ended in the early 1800s, but it was ending chattel slavery, right? Not slave work in America. They were ending the transportation of Africans to America. So that's what Ohio was speaking about. I believe he's talking about they ended that form of slavery, transportation slavery. You get me, brother?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so so that does anybody want the number to pull up? So Kwame is still running his mouth. Kwame said, what are you talking about? Yo, now this guy right here, I invited him on here, brother, like 7 times. And he kind of did what you did. Like, he will say something, I will challenge it. He will pretend I didn't challenge it, and he'll just talk about something else as though I never challenged what he last said. So I'm like, hey, bro, I challenged what you said. I said it was false, and I gave you what actually happened. Do you agree with what I said, or do you disagree? Like, let's talk about that. And he'll just change the topic over and over and over and over. He will not deal with what I said. He have no questions for me, and he just go on and just change the topic.
Gaslight you.
Huh?
Gaslight you.
Oh, that's all he does. And then he'll keep changing. And guess what? I'll ask him something directly. I'll say, like I asked you, I say, brother, in Jamaica, so-and-so, so forth. You know what he'll do? Yeah, well, instead of answering that question, he'll bring up what the Chinese people did or what the Japanese did or the Jewish people or the FBA. It's like, he won't even answer the question about Jamaicans. He will answer it in what the Chinese did.
Right. And is there a larger point that he's trying to make or that people try to make when they do that? Like, and compare, because that's like a comparison. Well, the whites did it, the Chinese did it, this did it.
But I'm not even asking about a comparison, brother. If I'm asking you this.
You want the answer straight up. Deal with my question first and answer me straight up, and then we're going to something else.
I have a question about something, right? Like you said, direct question. Hey, did the Jamaicans do this or not? Well, the Chinese did it too.
Yeah, that's not answering the question.
No. Let that go. So he Yeah, I'm like, okay, brother, I understand they did it too, but what they got to do with my question? I want to know about Jamaicans, or I might want to know about Americans, right? The Moorish people. I'm only asking about what I'm asking about. And bro, he has a history of bringing up somebody else, bro. I'm like,
if people do that, they gaslight you, they go off into the, but I think it's for a bigger purpose, so they're trying to make another argument or point, but it's not, you're not satisfying the first point, the first argument.
yeah, so it turned out, yeah, I don't know if y'all will agree, or I don't know if he would disagree with you. I don't know. But do you want to invite him more?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
But
That's up to you.
he might see some wild stuff. All right, look, Kwame.
Yeah, I ain't no problem.
Kwame, click the link. I'm not debating you, bro. I have no energy for you. So if damn.
Black man is fair.
Yeah, so if Black Man is fair want to challenge you, that's on him. Okay, I got nothing to do with that. So Kwame, click the link, man. It's your show. You could talk all this garbage you want. I'm exhausted. I don't have much fight in me, my boy. I'm not gaslighting Black Man is fair to debate you either. We'll just have a natural conversation. So go ahead and click the link, man. You out there trolling in the chat. Click the link and hop on. And all of the stuff you're talking about in the chat, just tell us in real time, bro. It'll save you time. It takes much more effort to type this stuff, right? Okay, he's in. He will pull up. I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. He ain't afraid to pull up. He ain't like American Dream and these other clowns that's in this other chat I was in. This clown named Pan can move, something like that. Straight clown. That's why I said I give Kwame. I even give American Dream some respect because they called in. Right. So I gotta respect people who actually call in over people who don't. Like there's a level of respect I gotta give to them.
Absolutely.
Right? Because there's so many people who talk trash who would never call in, and I just hate that.
Yeah, so that's weak. Like, be a man, come up, represent yourself.
Yeah. So the fact that Kwame, American Dream, and other folks are actually call in, I got a different level of respect for them.
Right.
That I will have for people who never call in.
Right. Trolling and all that other crap.
So Kwame, brother, listen, I'm telling you, bro, I'm gonna be less belligerent or combative with you than I ever will be tonight. Tonight, you got it. You win. Go in, bro. Go in. Say what you got to say. Ask what you got to say, but go in.
Hey, you can hear me?
Yeah, I don't have no fight in me, bro. So you're gonna win. Go ahead.
What's going on? Peace and black power.
Now,
Peace and black power.
Panel.
Now, hold on. Before you start, let me say this, man. I'm from Jersey. I got a lot of love for my Jamaican friends in Jersey, my Caribbean friends, period, and my Hispanic friends, and even my Indian friends, right? So I don't want to paint the narrative that I don't get along with people who are not FBA. I do. And I got tight friendships with people who are not FBA and even from the Caribbean. I don't have any good, I met one cool guy from Africa. That's it. But I don't have that same experience with Africans. But I will say I got a good friendship with Spanish people, not really white people, not really white or African, but Spanish people and Caribbean people, right? I actually got legitimate good friendships with people from those areas. So I don't want the chat to misunderstand me, to believe like there's no friendship or alliances there. I do have legitimate, genuine, sincere, good friendships with Hispanic people and Caribbean people. So with that being said, go ahead, brother.
Let me ask you one question. What exactly did you say that I lied about? Because I'm watching your channel from the chat. You keep like repeatedly say, "Oh, he was lying,"
All
or
right. So maybe
or
tomorrow I'll tell you, but I don't want to.
representing the facts.
All right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I said that tonight. All right, because I don't feel like debating you tonight. Like I said, you're going to win. I'm a cower out. So ask me that tomorrow. I'll tell you, and we can get there then. Where I have more energy to do that with you. But tonight, bro, I'm all cried out. I'm on some Whitney Houston shit. I'm all cried out.
All right. The brother has some questions for me or something.
Well, say something, and maybe he will, but we don't know. He don't know what you want. So
Hey,
talk about what you want. Talk about, and maybe he will have questions.
Hey, Peace King, do you disagree with Pan Africanism?
Peace, King. Nah, I don't necessarily agree. I mean, disagree. I just think it's been, I think it's been going on a long time. It tends to be a lot to do about nothing, or just maybe a romanticism or a fantasy type of thing, or a feel good type of thing itself. So, I would like to see Pan Africanism do more.
So, where would you say Pan Africanism started?
With Marcus Garvey.
Okay, so you started it with Marcus Garvey. Cool. So would you say what so I would say Pan Africanism started roughly about 100 years ago, give or take, right?
Okay, right.
So in those 100 years, would you say it's a failure? Like what exactly is your contentions of Pan Africanism?
Okay, so it's like, when Marcus Garvey talks about getting the boats and things and, doing all these big production moves and things like that, I totally agree. You know what I mean? But after a point where things aren't moving, it becomes a feel good or something that, blacks unite with, and their ideologies and things like that. Just like almost like religions.
Okay, so would you say Kwame Nkrumah and Patrice Lumumba are Pan Africanists?
I'm not too familiar.
Okay, both of those brothers are Pan African, and they both led their countries to independence under the guise of Pan Africanism.
And this is before Garvey?
No, this is after Garvey.
Okay.
This is the 1960s, like around the civil rights movement.
Got you.
Would you say that's an accomplishment?
How did Kwame Ture? Wait, what happened? What country?
Kwame Nkrumah.
What country he's from?
Ghana.
And Ghana had its independence when?
In the 1960s.
Okay, so before you give an opinion on that, Brain, is that just know that almost every black country in the world got their independence around the same time. Okay, now, brother, I find that interesting, and that's not a coincidence. They all got their independence around 1960. Chat. I find that interesting how all of these African countries.
You said all of them?
Almost all of them.
Almost is okay. Almost.
Yeah. So hear my words.
So what's the point? What's the point in saying that?
Okay. Do you believe that's a coincidence, or do you believe that was something that was just part of the plan?
It's ambiguous unless you have some type of conspiracy with evidence or something like. We just speculating at that point.
Okay, cool. So let me ask you, Brain. Do you believe that's a coincidence that almost all of the African countries got their independence at the same time from the white man?
Nah, I mean, it seems like a coincidence or influence of civil rights.
Anyway, let me go back on mute. All right, so I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish with your questions, brother.
Would you say that that's an accomplishment for Pan Africanism that two black leaders led their countries to independence under the guise of Pan Africanism?
Absolutely.
Wait, who's the other leader? You said Kwame. Who's the other leader?
Kwame Nkrumah and Patrice Lumumba.
Okay, all right. I'm going on mute.
Yeah, I would. I agree. Yes.
So what else? What else would I say? There's different aspects of Pan African that even the African Union, would you say that's a success too? That was inspired by Pan
That's a
Africanists?
that's a success, right? No, it's a success.
Um so I wonder what other black organization has accomplished some of the feat that I just named.
It's a good question. You have the Muslims. You have
No, that I'm talking about like specific for black people. I'm not talking like Muslim. They have a Umar for everybody. You could be an Arab Muslim. You could be a white Muslim, a Chinese Muslim. But you
right.
can't be a white man and be a Pan Africanist. You can't be an Arab man from Syria and be a Pan African. You can't be a Chinese man from Asia and be a Pan Africanist.
I got you. So it's an exclusive. It's an exclusive people.
Yeah, for black people.
Right. Got you. And they have made progressions, and you asked, okay, what other organizations? I mean, maybe not to those levels because of what they were dealing with, but here within, we know we have the Black Panther Party and
Right.
different organizations who have done things for blacks.
Let me get some pushback. Wait, the Marcus Garvey met with the Klan, right? To with this Pan Africanist bullshit. So it looks like the Klan were supporters of Pan Africanism.
I mean, if you have a separate ideology, of course you're gonna agree on certain things.
Right. So, but they were Pan Africanists because they agreed that blacks should. They supported it. They said, "Hey, yeah, good idea. Yeah, let's send these Negroes back to Africa."
I mean, the history, so that was one of the biggest contentions between Marcus Garvey and a lot of the leaders, because most of the leaders were
Why do you believe a
integrationists.
white man can't?
Huh?
Okay, let me ask you more directly. Why do you believe white people can't be Pan Africanists? Because it's more of an ideology. It's not like you got to be part of the race. It's more of like a concept, an idea. So why can't they believe Africa's for the Africans? Because that's what the Klan believe. They believe They believe black folks should go back to Africa.
A white person could definitely support Pan Africanism. A Jewish person, they just can't join it. You could definitely support it from the moral and financial support. That's
but that's a different claim. Okay, so you didn't say that earlier. You didn't say they can't join. You said they cannot be Pan Africans. I'm like, they can be Pan Africans, but if you say they can't join, I might agree with that.
I mean, moral support, financial support, but as far as joining ranks, and that's not an option.
So Pan African people have paperwork and certain identification saying I'm Pan African.
No, it's not a nationality. It's an ideology.
It's a religion.
Okay. Because when you say sign up or go through the ranks, it's just it's like how popular you become.
What you mean?
Okay, so the most popular Pan African that we know right now is the King of Consciousness, Umar, right?
Yeah, I would say Umar is probably the most popular right now.
Right, that you can see out there. So
yeah,
within the ranks, I mean, if somebody else comes up and becomes as popular or more, now he's high in the ranks.
Are you talking about as far as public's perception?
Right. As far as I'm Pan African, because there's nothing that Umar says that makes him Pan African. It's what he says, how charismatic he is, who he aligns with, and how visible that is to everybody else. He says he's Pan African, but you just said there's nothing on paper that says, I'm Pan African, or it's an ideology.
Yes, ideology. It's not a constructive religion. It's not a sorority or some type of society or something like that. It's ideology.
It comes off as a nothing burger.
That formulate businesses around the ideology, economic business, trading, even nation building. The countries that I named, most of these countries, they got RBG in their flag. They got red, black, and green, and they adhere to the tenets of Pan Africanism. So it's an ideology. It's an ideology. So yeah, it's no one leader of Pan African. It's no Pope or no Tariq Nasheed or
But there is.
like a figurehead.
There's a Marcus Garvey and there's a Umar. So there is.
And none of these people are African, right?
Who?
Marcus Garvey's not African. Umar's not African. All the people who represent it, maybe
When you say African, like what do you mean by they not African?
Okay, are you African or Jamaican?
Technically speaking, I'm West African descent.
No,
I descend from people from West Africa.
No, okay, okay. So let me help you out. So the West Indies Confederation, the West Indies Federation, you're familiar with that, right? I told you about it before, correct?
I'm familiar with CARICOM, yeah.
Okay, no, not CARICOM, the West Indies Federation. That's before.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so now that was about different islands coming together, correct?
Yeah.
Which one of the islands were called Africa?
Okay, your nation don't determine your ethnic group.
No, I'm trying to help you answer his question. So y'all came together as Trinidadians, Bahamians, Barbados. None of y'all came together as an African. That's what he was asking. All you guys identify as the island you came from.
As the nation that we sovereign nation that we represent. Yeah,
So that was his question about none of y'all were African. So none of y'all politically y'all don't come to the table as Africans. You come to the table as the nation that you're from. Jamaican, Trinidad.
No. We come to the table under the shared history, under the shared descendancy, not just because we in the Caribbean. Because we could do that with Puerto Ricans. We could do that with other Spanish-speaking islands, but that's not necessarily true.
I tell you, he does that. Brother, let's not go to Puerto Ricans or Germans. I'm just speaking about the Caribbean, okay? Just you guys. So what I'm saying is, when you guys come to the table politically, even under CARICOM, do you guys come under as African, or do you come under as Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Barbadians? Is that right?
We come to the table because we're African first.
Okay, brother, listen to me carefully. When you represent yourselves to CARICOM, right? Do you come to CARICOM in Jamaica as
No, you're gonna represent your sovereign nation first, yeah.
Okay, see the confusion? Okay, cool. Now, cool. So that's what he's saying. He's saying when you identify yourselves globally, you identify yourselves as Jamaican, not African. The Trinidadians identify themselves as Trinidadians. The Barbadians, the Guyanese people that's how they identify themselves. They don't say I'm African. They say I'm Guyanese. That's all he's saying, bro. Or anyway, right. Okay. Can I establish that, brother? Brain, ask him whatever else you need. But I answered that for him. Cool. I got him to do it. Cool.
Yeah, so would you disagree with anything I said so far?
No, I got you. I follow him.
So when I say I don't really understand when people say they disagree with Pan African, especially the plight that we live under now. Like it's good to represent each individual nation and your background where you come from. But in the plight that we living under, it's better to unite than to be a separate delineation group where people could isolate us off and pick us off one by one, like how they did in Africa.
I totally agree. Or we have so many denominations, from Pan Africanism to Moors to Aboriginals, so everybody kind of sticks to their sect. And it's the group mentality, it's the unite mentality, but it's still all separate. You know what I mean? So
the reason why I would say Pan African is probably the top dog out of everything you name, because Pan African, that's all inclusive. You could be a Christian and be a Pan African. You could be a Muslim and be a Pan African. You could be a person that practice voodoo, a person that practice whatever. As long as you're a black person and you adhere and you're with doing group economics and things of that nature, then you
So
can be Pan
I'm
African.
thinking he want to know some of y'all Pan African's accomplishments. I think that's what he asked. Like you name Kwame Ture, you name Patrice Lumumba, but he's asking like, what have you guys accomplished as a Pan Africanist body? Y'all was around here for 100 years. What can y'all hang your hat on, basically, and look back and say, hey, man, we made our mark in this world? Go ahead.
I could go off a few things that we accomplished. We accomplished a national holiday for all black people, which is Kwanzaa. We established the Association for Africa for Studies at Classical Africanist Civilization, which was started by John Henry Clark and a bunch of the scholars from America. The UNIA, of course, the African Continental Free Trade Area, which was influenced by Pan Africanism. Pan African Parliament, that's in Africa. Another thing, Pan African organization of African unity. Another thing, Pan African started. So I could these are some of the things that I could say, hey, we hang our hat on. We started countries. We started different African unions for the continent to develop trade and social grouping building. So I can hang my hat on that.
Okay.
Kwanzaa celebrated by over 100 million black people annually.
Okay, so you said John Henry Clark, right?
Yeah.
Okay, he's from what country?
From America.
Right. Okay. So that's okay. And you said that he did what? What would he do?
He started the association of for classical African civilization.
Okay, so what have you guys done, like tangibly, like something, like what laws that you guys were responsible for? What, something more tangible.
So is a country not tangible?
What country?
I just named two.
Who?
I just named two. I gave you two leaders that started countries under the guise of Pan Africa.
They didn't start a country. They were okay, brother. What country did Patrice Lumumba start?
He's the first president of the Congo.
Yeah, but he didn't start it. Okay, he's a president of the Congo, right? But now, what did
the Congo wasn't a nation prior to Patrice Lumumba. It wasn't no country called the Congo prior to that.
Okay. So, what did they accomplish? Okay, yeah.
So what was the Congo established for? What did they? Because there's a lot of resources that come out the Congo, right?
Yeah, would you agree that's an accomplishment starting a country?
Huh?
Would you agree that's an accomplishment starting a country?
It could be seen like that.
All right, so the nuance is irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. It's like, what did you do? Okay.
You asked me the accomplishment. I gave you one. Now you asking for the nuances, which is irrelevant. You asked me the accomplishment.
No. Okay, you can't do that. See what I'm saying? You can't do that. Hey, brother, it's like, for example, if I start a charity, that seems like a good thing. But if my charity is responsible for kidnapping and trafficking kids, that's a bad thing. Right. So I'm asking you, as a result of the country starting, don't do that. What impact globally did they provide? Like what impact did they?
I mean, he didn't get a chance to really. He didn't really get a chance to really put a foothold in the country because the American government sent CIA agents to the Congo to have him assassinated.
Okay, so
which is documented. It's not no conspiracy. Okay, that's documented.
No problem. So, brother, here's the problem with these Jesus figures, because once they get assassinated or they get dethroned, it should the brain works, the infrastructure, the intelligence should just keep going. Like, you shouldn't be able to stop something. Like Dr. King got assassinated and the Civil Rights March still went. Okay, so just because somebody get assassinated, or that doesn't mean the movement stops. And that happens a lot with amongst us, because we have these authoritarian figures that they're the brains, like Dr. Umar. He's the president. He's a gym teacher, the plumber. He's everything, right? So if he gets assassinated, no more school. It's gone. So, and that's the problem. We have these leaders, these Jesus figures, that once they get assassinated, it's over. That's why we're smart over here. Tariq's like, hey, don't make me the leader, because if something happened to me, then the movement ends, because you guys put all your faith in me. There's a leader. So if something happens to me, this thing just keeps rolling as it is right now. So you just confessed that Patrice was assassinated, and all of a sudden Congo ain't been shit ever since. So like that should not be the case. The case should be it goes on, even though the leadership is that individual is no longer here. The idea, the concept is supposed to still carry on to the people. The people still, the next person, next man up. Y'all heard the slogan, next man up. What happened with that?
Right. I mean, the country went through economic turmoil for a little while, but Patrice Lumumba left his legacy on the country, so that his name is forever
I'm past him.
cemented in history.
I'm past
So
him.
So regardless if there's not like a recent uprising that's pulling the tenets of Patrice Lumumba in the Congo right now, that don't wash away that the man started a country.
We're on different pages. I'm past the man. I'm focused on the country the man created, that you said. So I'm saying, okay, the man is gone. But if the man had a plan, it should hold up in his absence. Okay, Elijah Muhammad passed away or whatever. Matt Farrakhan took the torch. Okay, Microsoft and all these other companies, the guys, they died and it kept going. But when it comes to certain Black organizations where it's led by one man personality, like a Umar Johnson, when they go and Marcus Garvey, when they go, typically the organization goes along right with them, because the infrastructure, how it's set up, is set up for that one man to rule and no predecessor. So Patrice Lumumba get assassinated. What I'm saying, brother, is that what happened to the fundamental beliefs, the wants and beliefs, and the aims and goals and the purposes, those things should be carried with the next man up. Why did it fail? Because he is no longer here. So I'm saying, if the model was based on his personality and his charisma, it was a failure from the beginning.
I mean, if that's how you look at it, then I could acquiesce to your position, but I don't necessarily look at it like that.
Okay, so why did it? Okay, so when he got assassinated, did it overachieve or underachieve?
I would say underachieve.
Right. So
he didn't meet all his goals that he set out to meet. But
no, of course
he still achieved his initial goal to free in Congo from out of Belgium.
Brother, listen to me if I may. I'm not blaming him, brother. He's no longer here. He was assassinated by some beast, some pink hand beast, right? I'm not blaming him for being assassinated. I think he was a good man, okay, with great intentions. I'm not blaming him for devils to take him out, okay?
Right.
That's not what I'm saying. I actually rock with him. I'm saying next man up. Why wasn't there a next man up attitude? If what he did, if the people value what he did.
I mean, it just haven't happened. Economic turmoil, it happened. Political strife. When he got assassinated, it turned the country upside down, and they the U.S. government, they put in a puppet.
Okay, so do you see how brilliant the white man is? Okay, do you see how wickedly brilliant the white man is? The white man is aware of these guys with great personalities: Malcolm X, Tariq Nasheed, Patrice Lumumba. And they know once these guys take upon leadership, all I gotta do is eliminate him, and so goes the movement. So clever people like Tariq Nasheed says, listen, family, I'm not gonna put y'all in the same position that Patrice Lumumba left the Congolese people in. I'm gonna remove myself from a target, okay? Because what they're gonna do is they're gonna try to assassinate my character, maybe R. Kelly me, maybe Diddy me, maybe Patrice Lumumba me, right? And they're gonna eliminate me either way. And now you guys are left to defend the smear campaign that was placed on me, and it undermines the entire project. So FBA family, what I'm gonna do is remove myself from any thoughts of leadership. So therefore, they can't target me as a result to undermine what we got going on. Very clever. So now there's no head. There's all of us signal boosting, representing, and speaking up on behalf of the same core concepts that Tariq Nasheed had and Yvette and everybody else. So now, if they assassinate Tariq Nasheed or do a smear campaign, nothing changes. It still goes on. That's clever. But to take a role, hey, I'm the leader, it's my ideology, every fight out to me, all that gotta happen is a smear campaign or assassination, and everything goes down the drain like the Congo. So, brother, we are over here in America, we are core, we're hip to that. That's why we don't like the leader represents everybody, some monolith bullshit, because all they gotta do is remove that person, everything falls. If you gotta admit, all y'all on the phone right now gotta admit, if something happens, unfortunately, to Dr. Umar, can we all agree that school concept in his mind is done? Kwame?
I would disagree because there's a host of other people that's starting grassroots school.
Hey, Kwame, listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying Dr. Umar dreams, right? The dream he has for his school, that 14-year-old dream, right? I'm saying if something happens to him, unfortunately, God forbid, if something happens to him, can you agree that his dream is done? It goes with him.
Not necessarily. So people could pick up another person's dream and manifest it too.
Brother, I'm talking about the FD. What do you want? Okay, go. Yeah, I'm getting you more. I'm talking about the FDMG.
Black people would dream about freedom during slavery and they didn't accomplish it.
Kwame, I'm being very specific. I'm saying the FDMG dream. Because he has no predecessor, he has nobody in line next to him. No, he's the prince. He don't have a.
How do you know that though?
Okay,
are you a part of his organization? So, like, do you know the ranks file?
Okay, so how about this? I'll play your game. So what's made publicly, because he's a public figure, he talks about things publicly. Okay, so for what he made public, is there a predecessor in case something happens to him? Publicly. Did he publicly name somebody to take over if something happens to him?
No, not overtly.
Okay, I mean just not period. Okay, no problem. So
not overtly.
Okay, so like you said, I don't know what he got under closed doors. Or behind. I don't know what he got behind closed doors, but publicly he has not acknowledged a predecessor or somebody to take over his dream after him. So I'm saying, so based on that, based on what we can see and what's disclosed to us and what's made public, so based on what's made public to our knowledge, it appears that if he goes, so does the dream, right?
Yeah, you could acquiesce to that position. Yeah.
Okay, right. Got it. Okay. Anyway, you guys can continue.
Yeah. So as I named off the different the different aspects Pan Africanism influence and accomplish, what exactly would you say is a failure then?
What exactly would I say is a failure? I
Yeah.
think the movement, I think, accomplishments have been made. Everybody has made some type of steps and accomplishments and organizations and things like that, if just a little bit. But I think things get stagnant, you know what I mean? Like Mom was saying, like, it's just one person or it's never a group movement. And, we can all see publicly things are moving and this movement is moving and we're getting things done. So I just think it's more about stagnation, or maybe it just hopes at a talk and a feel good.
Not I would disagree, not necessarily. If you go down the timeline of Pan Africanism, then you would have to say that it's been
moving. Things have been done. Right. We
yeah,
acknowledge that.
big I wouldn't say little, I would say big advancements. Marcus Garvey hit the ground running in the 1910s. I'd say, but between the 1920s and 1950s, the movement has made great progress up until the 1960s when I talked about Kwame Nkrumah and the different people. Then after that, you had the Afrocentric scholars that came after those people, the John Henry Clark, the Yosef Benjo Cannon, the Asa Hilliards, the all of the great Afrocentric scholars that came out in the 60s, the 70s,
Wasn't
and
the
the 80s
movement?
that influenced the African Union, the Pan African parliaments, and the different organizations on the continent that I just discussed.
All right, so
So
brother, so when
so
you say movement, are you talking about? Are you talking
yeah,
about?
can I finish my point? Let me just finish my point real quick.
Yeah.
So from 1920 to the 1960s, the proto stages of Pan Africanism influenced different leaders to gain their independence in their African countries. Then it influenced the scholarly world, the different scholars, the John Henry Clarks, the Yosef Benjo Cannons, the Steve Coakleys, the Tony Martins, and the different scholars that are arise, and they started their own scholarly research society, which is ASCAC, which is the 1980s.
Yeah, I will credit those people for opening a lot of people's eyes to Africa.
That's all symbolic, bro. We want to know tangibly, like what hospitals, what chain restaurants, like what things they did that could make Black people independent of somebody else. What
So
job
education is not
Hold on,
tangible.
wait, I'm not done. Education, bro. You got to be more specific. You say education. Okay, so now what I'm saying is I'm being more specific. I'm saying you named a bunch of people who get on the microphone and just talk.
I name scholars.
Right, who get on the microphone and just talk.
I name scholars that at some at prestigious universities.
Right, that get on the microphone and just talk. We want to know about builders. We want to know about people who actually created things, created industries, so Black people can be employed to counter unemployment. We want to know about institutions. You talk about education. What colleges, what schools, what hospitals are being built as a result of this Pan Africanist movement? Right? We want to know tangibly what can we look at and say, wow, that wouldn't be here. We want to say, we want to say, what can we look at and say, wow, that thing we need today wouldn't be here without these
Right.
Pan-Africanists. But again, tangible institutions, nothing symbolic about this guy inspired that guy. We want to know all those inspirations, what was built from these inspirations, what institutions, what hospitals, what chain laundromats, what go.
I don't really understand the question because I named two countries and I forgot a third one. I named three countries.
Yeah, exactly.
I named a
good. You said
organization for free trade. I named another organization, the African Union. I named another organization the Pan African Parliament. So I don't understand what you mean tangible when I'm naming countries that's being built off the guidance of Pan Africanism.
I got you.
I named scholars. I named
let me be more
scholars in
specific.
university that influenced and basically started Africana studies.
Allow me to be more specific since you didn't get it.
All right.
Okay. You're saying countries. I'm saying cool. And you said you named one country, two country, and the third one you didn't remember. But I like the word third, because all you mentioned was third world countries that are failing. Okay, they got nothing popping, right? So, brother, we don't need another third world country. That's what we don't need. What you want? Yeah, let me get you spaghetti. So we don't need another third world. So there's no bragging rights about third world countries, bro. We want to know about what first world country that these guys produce. Now,
Ghana.
Huh?
I said Ghana is about to become a first world country.
About to be. Okay. Are you familiar with Japan's history that I went over the other day?
Nah, I probably wasn't on when you was talking about Japan.
Black man's minister. Are you familiar with Japan's history?
I think just a little bit.
Okay.
What you know.
Yeah, so brother, you're bragging about goofy shit and nothing is being done. Japan became a super world power in 40 years. Okay, right. so they went from a nothing burger to a superpower, and they defeated China. So their feats was this: they defeated China, they defeated Russia, all in that span, that 40-year span. And bro, they're also responsible for Mitsubishi and some other Japanese companies that we know today. That's what I mean by what are you producing? So they have produced an economy for Japanese people to work and be successful and have some money. So Mitsubishi came out of that 40-year span of them tapping into the world's wave at that time. That's what I mean. So you're mentioning that they became a first world country around 40 years. You're mentioning Ghana, who's been in existence for 1 million years, and they still about to be something, right? We don't want to hear about the about to be stuff. We want to know, where are they now? Japan was not about to become country. 40 years, bro. They just worked hard, stuck together, and they got on code, and they produced a superpower country where white folks respected them and even aligned with them. So like they joined, they joined Great Britain in World War I, and they joined Hitler in World War II. So like they joined one country, World War I. They joined the op in World War II. So like they were that respected for what they accomplished. So they're light years far from any country you're talking about. You're talking about third world countries who are just saying, hey, we're a country, but they're not being respected because they had no real goods, import, export. They don't contribute to the world at all. That's right. What I'm saying. So I want to know, like, what? So now Japan is known for Mitsubishi in that 40-year span, right? They're known for a large army that defeated China, that defeated Russia. They're known for their imports and their trade. What are these third world countries you're bragging about known for in comparison to Japan in that 40-year span? And these guys had light years to beat that.
Okay, you were talking about economics, right?
Brother, economics, warfare, industrialization. I said they produce Mitsubishi, a car company. They got Honda. They got a whole bunch of shit over there. Okay, in 40 years. So I just want to know, in 1,000 years, what have these African countries produced that you're bragging about?
Okay, the African Continental Free Trade Area is a free trade area encompassing most of Africa. It was established in 2018 by the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which has 43 parties and another 11 signatories, making it the largest free trade area by number of member states after the World Trade Organization. And it's the largest population and geographic size, spanning 1.3 billion people across the world's second largest continent. Hold on January 13th, 2022, AFCFTA take a major step forward in its objective with the establishment of Pan-African payment and settlement system, which allows payment among companies operating in Africa to be done in any local currency.
Okay, brother. And in my mind, you said absolutely nothing. I want to know what has they manufactured, what jobs they produce, what army they have that's respectable, and what type of real independence they have. And they're still already a first.
Wait. You went from asking me what's tangible. I gave you countries. I gave you different scholars
right. But that didn't respond. I got it. But that didn't respond.
And then you asked me about economics. I just gave you.
Listen. I said Japan produced Mitsubishi. Okay,
right.
This is one country. You're naming 1,000, right? You're naming 1,000 countries, and you're in the between them, brother.
But you said Africa. You said Africa and Pan Africanism. So you asked me what has Pan Africanism did influence.
I need you to do this. Give me one country out of the million that's in that Pan African bullshit. Give me one country that produced something like Mitsubishi, equivalent to Mitsubishi today. Give us one thing, one company that's equivalent to Mitsubishi. Go ahead.
Okay. Burkina Faso just started producing their own cars in Africa. They just started producing their own electric cars.
Oh my god, bro! Who's buying that bullshit? But like, where's this car?
You changing the goalpost. You asked me to name what African leaders producing something on the continent under Pan. I just named you a car manufacturer company.
Okay,
so how much? Like what? What you want, a diamond mine, a gold mine, or something?
Look, I'm not trying to be boggled down and argue about that. You made some bullshit up. Okay, brother. So as a result, are they a first world country or still a third world country? As a result of this car shit.
I mean, they just kicked France out of Africa.
Bro,
they just kicked France out of the Sahel country.
That did not answer my question. Are they, as a result, kicking France out in this new car bullshit? First of all, what country is this, by the way, that got this car?
Burkina Faso.
Oh, okay, hold on. Let me look this shit up because you be lying. Hold on, 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I know you. That boy will lie if you don't fact check him. Hold on.
Okay, it's called Either Way.
Wait, hold on. Oh, shit.
ITAOUA.
Wait. I'm not ready. Wait. I said wait. Let me get to my computer.
All right.
Damn, man. Put the drugs down. Wait. I made a mistake and I clicked off one of my search engines. So let me get that back. That's what I'm saying. Wait, let me get my search engine back. I clicked it off by mistake. I'm mad as hell. Let me find what I did with it. Annoying. I hate to start a new search engine. Oh, here we go. Okay, I got it. All right. Damn, this is annoying. Okay, I got it. Okay, here we are. All right. Spell it.
ITAOUA.
ITAOUN. And this is the country.
No, ITAOUA.
ITAOUN, right?
OUA.
Wait, OUA?
Yeah. ITAOUA.
Right. Oh, so there's no N. There's no N.
Nah, no N.
And this is the country.
Yeah. Burkina Faso.
Oh my God. And who's the president?
Ibrahim Traoré.
Okay, got it. What is okay? And what is it known for? And what has they produced? What is their GDP? And what?
Wait, did you look up the car brand?
Huh?
Did you look up the car manufacturer? Huh?
I don't need to because I'm asking AI, what do they produce? AI is going to tell me. So if they produce the car, AI will mention it. All right. So hold on. So what I don't do as a good researcher, I don't lead the research. I just ask, what do they produce? And I let the research be honest and tell me. I don't lead the research. I don't do what you do. So what is their GDP and what kind of...
Daddy, give me.
So what is their GDP? Oh, hold on. What is their GDP? And what is their unemployment? What is their unemployment rate? and what?
Yo, you see, it went from what did the country name one thing the country produce.
Bro,
I named your car manufacturer.
Brother,
now you asking about unemployment rate.
Kwame. When you research on AI, you get a limited of searches, my boy. So what I'm clever is I just get it all in one time. If I was
all right, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, I'm a smart man. That's why, my boy. So I'd rather get it all in now because I probably won't have too many chances to do something else. I'll be stuck on it. So now I'm smart to just get it. I might even ask about dinosaurs. I get it all in this one search. Okay, so relax, be secure. And what is their unemployment rate? And how strong is their army? Okay. Oh shit. Okay. Damn, this boy insecure as hell. All right, let me press play. All right. Okay, I got it. Wait. Hold on. Is this in Brazil?
Burkina Faso? No.
All right, brother. Listen. You said, hold on. I know I asked you like 10 times how to spell it. Brother, spell it slow.
Daddy, here.
Yes. Go ahead.
I'm gonna do one better. I'm gonna put the name of the other in the chat.
Yeah, let me look at the chat because you said some crazy shit just now. Okay. All right. Shit. Hey, bro, that's exactly what I typed in there. Okay, now do me a favor, just put a link for this shit, bro. That's exactly what I typed in there, and research didn't acknowledge that shit at all. It respelled it ITAQUA, and it acknowledged it in a place. It acknowledged. No, what are you doing with the water? Because I know you ain't drinking. What are you doing with this? Here. No. Where are you going? No, drink it. Where you going with
it? It's I don't know what you use because it's popping up on my AI.
Hey, brother, just do me a favor. Right. My mom just paid for it. You got some other shit. Hey, yo, put the link in the chat, this shit. Because my AI, I just paid for it, by the way. It's a monthly fee. I typed it in there. It don't have any idea what the hell this is. No. I'm not going to sit down. Where you going with that water? So the AI has no idea what this shit is. So do me a favor. You said your AI did, right? So put the link of your research. Matter of fact, let me give you a wrench because I don't believe you at all. That yo. Let me give you a wrench again. All right, go ahead, bro. Put the link in the chat of your research. I'll read your research and then I'll modify where I'm at. This is the first time, chat. This is the first time I ever put something in AI and nothing came back. This from his make-believe country. All right. This is the first time I ever put something in the AI and no information came back. Okay, so I'm gonna need you to justify that. So put the link in the chat of your research. on this make-believe place. Because earlier he talked about Ghana, the Congo, and now he got a fake-ass acronym. No, I'm not closing that door. No, Con, you wasting this water. I don't know what you're doing with that water. Because, I'm giving this guy Poland spring water, whatever he's doing. I could give you some faucet water if you're wasting it. You pour it in a dog bowl. Yeah, don't waste my dance. You know what I mean? My Poland spring water, give you some faucet water. He coming back too fast. I know you're not drinking this. Okay, brother. You got it in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Hold on. All right, brother.
You should actually pull up the second article.
Hey, okay. You gave me a pseudo ass goddamn website, and I'm not gonna click off. I see your first website ain't worth the damn. That shit pseudo as hell. So I'm gonna click this other brother. The thing about research, my boy, is that if it's real, I'm using AI, bro. If this shit existed, AI would have pulled it up. My AI came back, no results found.
My AI, I literally quoted AI verbatim and put it in the chat.
Okay. So now, dude, what are you talking? What AI are you using? What AI?
I'm on Google.
Bro, I'm using ChatGPT, a paid version. What are you talking about, man? Like, whatever you got, I'm gonna have it and more. I'm paying for my shit, and so it does deeper research. That's the point of paying for it. All right, so now here it says fact check: did Burkini fossil military ruler, brother? What does this have got to do with the name you gave me? I'm trying to type in the country name. You said IT. All right.
You said the country name?
Brother, listen. Okay. Why did you tell me about ITAOUIA or whatever OUA? What was that about?
That's the name of the starter company. The country is called Burkina Faso. You don't know Burkina Faso?
Listen, bro. Okay, chat. See what just happened right here? He gave me this name. Okay, so why did you give me this name?
That's the name of the startup company, the electric car company.
Brother, there are no results found for that shit. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is this, and I'm gonna share my screen to let you guys know that when I typed that bullshit in, it redirected me to Brazil. Okay, I'm gonna show my thing in a second. So now, brother,
so how about you type in Ibrahim Torre car manufacturer? Just type that in.
Okay, cool. No, I'm gonna type it back in. I'm gonna type it back to AI. All right. Okay, so watch this. Hold on. Wait. So I want to spell it correctly. Spell this for me. What's the new shit? Go ahead.
I put it in the chat.
Because I'm not clicking any of your links. I'm gonna trust my AI. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Because I believe I got you. We got a slogan. Pseudos die at their source. Okay. So now. It's AI, like AI beef with itself. Okay, explain manufacturer. Okay, so this is what I typed in my AI. I said, explain Ibrahim Traore car manufacturer, the truth from the myths. All right, so I'm gonna get straight into what's true and what's fake. Okay, I'm gonna say, explain both. Explain the truth and the myths. Okay, here we are. So now I'm gonna share my chat. I'm gonna share my screen. No, I'm not doing that. So I'm gonna share my screen from the original search. Okay. Oh, my boy, you're done. RIP to your boy on the phone. Let me share my screen. My God, y'all not my level at all, man. This is research shit. Yeah, you guys do feel good research, man. Okay, so before I share my information, let me make sure you know. Let me make sure your claims match up. So what is your claim that you're saying about this car company?
That Ibrahim Traore started a electric car company.
All right, okay. Got it. You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. And you agree? Would you consider yourself a good researcher?
I'd say I'm a decent researcher.
All right, okay. So, chat. I'm sharing my screen. Okay. And I'm pissed off. I'm trying to cook, and I want you to just listen to you and Brain go at it, but have a decent conversation. Okay, but you got me researching.
The topic of Ibrahim Traore, the young military leader and transitional president of Burkina Faso, allegedly launching or supporting a car manufacturing initiative, has been circulating online, but it contains a mix of truth, exaggeration, and myth, especially on social media. Let's break it down carefully. Who is Ibrahim Traore? Born in 1988, Traore became president of Burkina Faso in September 2022 after leading a military coup. He is known for his Pan-Africanist rhetoric, strong anti-imperialist stance, and pushing for economic independence from France and the West. He has received strong support from youth movements and anti-colonial activists, including online across Africa.
Online warrior.
The claim: Ibrahim Traore launches a Burkinabe car brand. The truth: 1. There is a Burkinabe car manufacturing initiative called LIMO, short for Limousine Ouaga, which has been promoted in Burkina Faso. The company is not owned or founded by Traore, but he and his government have shown interest in promoting local industry and manufacturing, including automotive projects.
You're done.
The cars are assembled locally, using a combination of imported and local parts, often in collaboration with engineers trained abroad, especially in Tunisia or Germany.
You're done.
There are also local innovation initiatives, including prototypes of electric vehicles and utility cars, tied to Burkina Faso's goal of economic self-sufficiency. 2. Ibrahim Traore supports national industries, and the promotion of a homegrown auto industry fits with his Pan-Africanist and sovereignty-focused agenda.
Bullshit.
He has highlighted national innovation, particularly among youth and engineers, which fuels the narrative of Burkina builds its own cars.
Here we go.
The myths and exaggerations. One myth: Burkina Faso is mass-producing cars under Traore's leadership. False. There is no large-scale car manufacturing plant in Burkina Faso currently producing vehicles at scale like Toyota, Hyundai, or even Nigeria's Innoson Motors. Most vehicles are assembled in small numbers, more as symbolic or pilot projects than a true car industry.
Oh my God.
2. Myth: Ibrahim Traore personally created a car company.
Myth.
False.
Bullshit.
He did not invent or personally launch a car brand. The narrative is mostly symbolic, used to emphasize his focus on national pride, anti-colonialism, and African potential. 3. Social media amplification. TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube videos often exaggerate claims like Burkina builds its own Tesla or Traore's electric car industry will rival the West. These are clickbait and often misinformation. Images and videos used to support the claim are often misattributed from other African or Asian projects.
Oh my God.
Burkina Faso's economic context. GDP 2023 est $20 billion USD. GDP per capita 800 with 1,000 USD.
That's for the whole year.
Unemployment rate officially low, 6 to 7%, but with very high informal employment. Most people work in agriculture or informal trade. Military strength. Burkina Faso has a medium-sized army, 15,000 to 20,000 active personnel, focused mainly on counterinsurgency against jihadist groups.
Oh my God.
Not considered regionally dominant like Nigeria, Algeria, or Egypt.
Weak as hell.
Conclusion: claim, true, or myth. Explanation against jihadist groups. Burkina Faso has a car project. True. Small local assembly initiatives exist. Ibrahim Traore founded a car brand. Myth: he supports industry, but did not launch it. Traore's government promotes industrial self-reliance, in line with his Pan-African and sovereignty agenda.
All talk.
Burkina Faso is mass-producing vehicles. Myth: no large-scale auto manufacturing currently. Would you like a comparison between Burkina Faso's car initiative?
No. Okay, brother. So go ahead, bro. It's on you now. Yeah, that's why I say, yo, these guys not ready. This guy's watching TikTok and goddamn YouTube and Instagram, and that's showing like prototypes of your Asian cars, and he think it's some yo, listen, these folks are known for scamming, bro. Your leader's a scammer.
I was misinformed. Can I ask you a question though?
Sure.
What in the conception of FBA, what has they produced so far?
Okay, before you ask that question, let me make sure my man Black Manosphere is there. You still there, Black Manosphere?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Didn't I say every time he get in trouble, he'll mention something else?
I literally admitted. I said I was misinformed.
Yeah, no,
I said I was misinformed.
I get it. But hold on. My point was, I told to Black Manosphere earlier, I said, bro, every time he get in trouble, he'll redirect the conversation to something else. Okay, brother. Listen, we all heard it. I knew it was bullshit as soon as you said it. And I was more confident. No, I'm not gonna sit down because you're doing something to water. I gotta watch it. And yeah, I was more confident, Black Manosphere, when the first research was a nothing burger. I knew. I said, this is AI. Look, I'm paying for mine. Yo, listen, my supporters are donating, and I'm paying for AI and other things as a result, right? Because they're supporting. Right. So now I know that my research is going to be more extensive than his because I'm actually paying for ChatGPT. I'm not doing free searches. Yeah. No, I'm not. Stop. I'm not doing that. You're putting the water somewhere, and I'm going to find out where you're putting it. Okay. So anyway, brother. So now,
right.
But I give him credit. He owned up to. So I'm not going to rag on him. I'm going to leave it alone. I'm not going to. I'm going to leave it at that. Right. Because he owned up. Now, had he not owned up to, I would have carried on, but he did. So I'm going to leave it at that. But when I'm saying what he does is he does that. Hey, but what about he and I said that to you earlier. He just did. Okay. So now, brother, listen.
But after I named countries, I named political leaders, I named scholars.
Okay. Which is all great.
You moved the goalposts. You said, "What? No. Give me some manufacturer. Give me this. Give me that."
Right.
I said,
now listen,
which is cool.
Got it. Now
I make a claim. You change the position. Okay. Well, name this then. Well, name this then. What's the poverty rate? Right, what's the GDP? What's this?
Relax, brother. I just said Black Manosphere. I did that because each search is counted as a search. So I got smart with ChatGPT, brother. I will ask everything I can. I will even ask about Christmas if I need to, but I will put it all in that one search. Because that counts, because brother, I don't have ChatGPT comes with 3 levels: free, $20, and $200. I don't have $200 for the unlimited searches. The chat ain't supporting like that. So I got the limited search thing, and brother, I didn't want to waste a lot of searches on something I don't really care about too much, right? But let me just say this: I don't hope Africa fails. By the way, I don't hope the Caribbean fail. I hope they be great. Why would I want Black people to fail but want white people to do great? No. I would rather Black people do great and white people fail. Okay, so I don't hope Africa fails. I don't hope the Caribbean fails or Haiti. Hope you guys garbage. Hope you guys do great. You dig? That's not my position. But what I'm not gonna allow us to do is over exaggerate and romanticize and get too carried away. It's one thing to have I don't mind his idea, as good, because everything starts from an idea. So I'm not like getting on him. He has an idea, great. It starts from there. He got people rallying behind him, great. And I don't expect him to change the world today, right? Hopefully people can stay with the ideology and who knows, 20, 30 years later, stuff get popping, like a car manufacturing thing. I hope that happens. That's bragging rights. Even though they don't see themselves great, even though they don't see themselves as us, in some degree, maybe they do, but we don't see it like that. But they're still Black. Okay. So I would rather brag, because whatever they do is pretty much a precursor to what we can do, and vice versa. Whatever we do, they can do. Right. So if they could start car companies, electricity, that's great. That's showing us what we can do. That's motivation. The Haitian rebellion, right? That showed us what we can do. So at your greatness shows us our greatness shows you your greatness, your possibility. So we don't hope black people fail. We hope they be successful in what they got to do. Okay, but so I just want to say that. So, but also I want to be correct, right, with history. Now, again, I understand everything starts from the idea. He has the idea, great, and then look, and he's not the one lying. He's not lying. It's people misrepresenting him. He's official. Okay, so he's not lying about what he's doing. He has aims, goals, and purposes, and he's trying to carry them out to the best of his ability. It's people misrepresenting him lying on his behalf. So he's not a scammer. He's not none of that stuff. It's people misrepresenting his goals and accomplishments, right? He's going to do what he got to do in a given time, and maybe the next person behind him, whatever it takes, basically. So I support his what he got going on, basically. Right. I hope it's successful. And so that's what I'm trying to say. I hope he's successful. I'm not rooting against him. I'm not laughing at him because, again, he didn't make these false claims. It's other people like yourself making these false claims on his behalf. He didn't do that. So I'm not going to blame him for you. So I support him and his goals and ambitions is what I'm saying in the longest way possible. And I want you to do better research than TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube videos. Okay. He on his website, he does not say he owns this shit or have. No, I'm not sitting down. I don't know what you're doing with that water. I'm gonna watch you. Okay, yeah, I'm not sitting down. You're 3. I'm not 3. I'm not falling for that. All right. Yeah. So I'm saying, brother, the reason why you believe that because you want to believe it, which is not wrong with that, but a lot of our wants and desires can lead us into a false sense of reality, right? Same thing with a woman. The guy shows all the negative, red flags possible. But because he look a certain way and talk a certain way, she wants to believe that he's this real, genuine, guy. And now she's caught up in some type of domestic, abuse relationship because she ignored all the signs.
I don't mean to cut you. I wouldn't say I did faulty research. It's coming from good sources. So I wouldn't say I just did faulty. Like I'm just taking things off TikTok. I actually tried to do some proper research. I wouldn't say I went to. So this is not something serious where you got to do extensive. You need extensive search.
Brother, my rule is if you do it in practice, you do it in the game. So always do it the right way. I don't know about half-ass research. I only try my best to do thorough research. Okay, so what I'm saying is something like that. So I'm saying, so I promote that. And that's why we say no pseudo, right? We say no pseudo because we believe anything less than thorough. No, don't close that. Anything less than thorough is pseudo. It's going to be half-ass research, and we're going to call it pseudo. So yeah. So check in with me from now on before you come up with some crazy shit conclusion. Unbiased. What you think about this? All right, I would like you to do that. And I will be honest. I will be honest with your ass. I'm gonna be honest and unbiased. Like, bro, that's bullshit. Drop it.
All right. Can you answer my question now?
Okay, go ahead. What's your question?
Since the inception of the FBA organization, what has they produced so far?
Okay, so I don't know what the FBI organization is. I do know FBA lineage. I do know 43 million Black people, and we have created and produced more than collectively. This one country, we did more than any Black people across the world collectively.
Is FBA LLC?
No, it's a lineage.
So Tariq don't own the name FBA under FBA LLC.
Okay, so now you said something different. So now let me answer it this way. ADOS is an acronym for American Descendants of Slaves. That's the lineage, right? The website. FBA is an acronym for a lineage. Okay, it represents a bunch of people in America that went through something unique. That's what it is. It's a lineage. Now, it's also words. So words, my boy, can be trademarked. Okay, and other things can be patented. Now, ADOS got the ADOS advocacy. And some people, as I explained earlier, some people, especially FBAs do too, they're guilty of this. Some people erroneously, some people erroneously say ADOS is a organization.
Right.
And you got a lot of FBAs that make that mistake. I say, no, it's not. It's a lineage. And so I'm gonna explain the same way. So basically, I'm gonna do it all together. I'm gonna do one rock and knock off all birds, right? So ADOS created an advocacy to help promote awareness for the reparations for that specific lineage of people. FBA, what Tariq did, Tariq kind of did something similar. Tariq took the name FBA because he created it, he founded it, just like ADOS was Yvette shit. So you best believe it's trademark because it's their intellectual property, right? If you don't trademark it and it's there to be trademarked, then guess who's going to do it? Somebody else. And by the way, we got word that the some black organization had copyrighted or trademarked the Proud Boys and sued the Proud Boys and got $1.5 million. Because I'm thinking they came behind and tried to use that themselves and they use it illegitimately because it was already owned. So yes, you have to protect your intellectual properties. Okay. The thing about us, bro, that we learn from, and Brain Manosphere can testify, is that in this country, we were bamboozled out of a lot of our patents because we didn't know, we had some great ideas, but we didn't know about patent. And the white man said, okay, let me listen. And he patented our ideas. Okay. So we were unprotected. Now we're smart enough today, right, to patent our ideas, to get our masters, right? A lot of artists today know how to negotiate for their masters and publishing deals. So, brother, we're not going to apologize for protecting our intellectual properties. We're smart enough now that that shit don't work anymore. We're not going to be left to be taking advantage of the predators. So yes, Tariq protected the name FBA, just like everybody protect. Well, first of all, Puerto Rico. I heard Puerto Rico is patent or trademark. So all these names, my boy, and there are people named Puerto Rican, right? There are people called that. It's a country. But I didn't fact check it, but I heard that Puerto Rico is also trademarked. So, Brett, it's common sense to protect it because culture vultures will come behind and trademark it and undermine it. They will now, since I trademarked it, I own the usage of merchandise or sales. I can now sell headphones and call it FBAs. So I could undermine your entire movement because you left it unprotected. So, brother, what you're saying is nothing. It's a nothing burger. They came by and they protected their intellectual properties so nobody can use that in a way to undermine or disrespect what we got going on. Because that would be a huge setback. Let's say if FBA is now used as the new identifier for Black Americans. Now, but we didn't trademark it. So now some white rednecks can come by and say they can name a cross, a burning cross, FBA. Right? Hey, look, they could burn a new cross and say, hey, that's FBA, that's the FBA cross. It's the foundational Black American cross and it's burning. Disrespectful. They can do that. So now our name, when you Google it, what will come up is a burning cross from some white supremacist or whatever, or a burning of whatever they want to do. Yes, bro, we're smart, bro. No, we're not gonna be unprotected. We on game. Tariq, Yvette, and other Black people smart. What are you doing, man? Get in there.
Is FBA a race or ethnic group? And is it recognized by the federal government or any of the classification? Like,
get in there. Okay,
but for example, American Indian, Alaska Native, Asian, Black or African American, Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander, or white.
Get in there. Okay, so Black Manosphere. This is what we got to do with, brother. The civil rights movement was not acknowledged by the FBA. Everybody you're saying, the civil rights movement was not acknowledged by those same people until 1964. Okay, so brother, for something to be acknowledged in this country, because no Black people fight like us in the world. Nobody fight like us. We know how to fight. And we know some fights takes 100 years, like the civil rights movement. Okay. Okay, so for it to get your respect on the name. So, bro, right now, currently, no, nothing. Everything is a fight. Okay, we are the only black minority in the country. All the other cowards. Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm not done answering. All the other black cowards are the majority, and they can't get shit done. We are the minority, and we get shit cooking. So no. So
Right.
FBA, because it's fairly new, it's only like 3 years old. No, but is gaining wide steam, wide momentum. And guess what, brother? This might not be the actual term when the smoke clears. It could easily be ADOS. It can easily be American Freedmen. It could be some shit I come up with, or something Black Manosphere come up with, or the other brother Greg Phillips. It could be Moorish American. Okay, so that's not the point. The point is for all of us, because even in chat, brother, some of us remixed it. Not everybody agreed with the acronym. Some of us said Freedmen Black Americans. That, bro, the chat remixed it so many times. Everybody got their we like it for now, but some of us like better terms that we think is more fitting for us, bro. So let me just put you on that. But for right now, we respect we respect the concept. The concept is that we need a self-identifier. It could be pancakes. Okay, it's the fact that we're all getting on court, and Raymond Simone, a celebrity, also put that out there. Hey, we need our own name. So, bro, it's gaining momentum and it's gaining steam. So it don't have to be FBA. It could be pancakes, right? It could be. Right. Oh wait! I gotta be exhausted. I'm done in 2 seconds. So it's the fact that we agree that we need to be called something exclusive from everybody else in the world. That is what we on code on. Go ahead.
All right, so you're basically associating a term that other people may or may not even agree to. Like
okay.
for instance, I could say Farrakhan is a Pan Africanist. I could say that Martin Luther King is a Pan African, even though they never identified themselves as, even though they probably disagree and say I'm not a Pan African.
I got it.
Oh, hold on. Just like, for example,
I got the example. You don't gotta keep going on. I got the example. So, brother, when the term African American was introduced by Jesse Jackson, did we all agree to it? Did 43 million people agree to African American when it was introduced, or was it forced on us?
The majority did.
And you a fucking piece of shit liar. Okay, this is a tether. Now, this is a Jamaican piece of shit, filthy tether. To sit here now, bro, what stats you got? What poll you got? You can show us that the majority of us agree, bro. We were calling ourselves black, you stupid banana boat nigga. We were saying we were black.
So show me the stats then.
Okay, yeah, dude, you're stupid. And you're Jamaican, bro. I don't need to. You're a Jamaican filthy tether, man. Your country is a piece of shit. And that's why you over here asking dumbass questions. Now let me ask you a question. What's the GDP per capita in Jamaica?
We went through that already.
No, I'm asking you right now.
I don't know off the top of my head.
$6,000. Are you proud of that?
Nah, we could do better.
Okay, so now, why was a sexual assault seriously addressed in 2011 in Jamaica, and not before then?
I don't know, brother. I'm a citizen. I'm a U.S. citizen. I don't know.
Right. No problem. No problem.
In Jamaica, as far as politics and law.
No problem. But guess what you did for us? See now, a Black Manosphere. He asked you about Africa, and you're not a citizen. So, brother, we could speak on different places about being citizens. You ask about Ghana and all type of shit, and we're not citizens. I just asked you, how do you feel about a country who finally seriously addressed sexual assault in 2011? So that means before then, they ignored all the claims and allegations. So Black Manosphere, Jamaica finally addressed women claims, and they took it serious for the first time, of sexual assault in 2011, brother. So that means all the claims from 2010 to their independence, bro, were being ignored.
Yeah, that's messed up. I mean, finally, but it's crazy.
Okay, now, their sex registry is private. Ours in America is public. So when they finally addressed it, bro, they protected the offenders, and they left open the victims. So the victims, when they made a claim, everybody knew who made the claim. So she was like the bad guy. But the offender who actually is accused of it, his business was made private. You had to have special permissions to find out what men is on that registry. So that means that this dude could be the pastor of a church. He can be your barber. He can be your best man. He can be watching over your daughter while she's doing gymnastics. And nobody knows. They protected the offender and they left the victim vulnerable to scrutiny.
I was going to say Jamaica's corrupt.
Right. So when I say it's a piece of shit, I'm just literally being honest. And that's why he's not there. Now, what I told him before was this, and he even said just now, he's proud to be American. And I'm saying, bro, that's the problem.
I never said I was proud to be American.
Okay, but you're over here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the problem. If you're over here, a black man's free. This is common sense. But if you have a house, right? You got a house. You got a, let's say, let's not use your personal life. So let's be make believe. Let's say you have a house, right? You have a woman. You have 2 kids. You have a son and a daughter, right? They're 9 and 10. Okay. So now the house, right? The kids are kind of like not doing well in school. You know, they come home with attitudes. Your wife is starting to be restless, right? With you because, you know, just common regular stuff, life just happening. But she's like kind of like huffing and puffing with you. Okay, bro. You decide to leave your home and live with me. Okay, so he left. Right? So you decide to leave your home. They always do that. So you decide to leave your home in Chicago and live with me, right in my basement. Okay, it's so hypothetical. I ain't even got a basement, but hypothetical in my basement because it's thoroughly furnished, right? So now you're in my basement and you're living a comfortable life. How is that helping your household back in Chicago?
It isn't. I just remove myself.
Right.
I'm not.
So now, is your household probably doing better or worse? The fact your income, your influence, and everything you brought is missing.
It's probably doing worse.
Right. Okay. So that's the picture of Jamaica. Everybody, bro, there's more Jamaicans okay, brother, listen to me clear. There are more Jamaicans in America than there is in Jamaica. Did you know that?
Yeah, you talked about that.
Right, brother. Listen, that type of action, you basically just abandoned your homeland. Said, fuck it.
Everything I hear about Jamaica is corrupt.
But listen, bro. Listen, it's worse than that. When you leave your homeland and you go to other countries to never to return, brother, you just said F it. Whoever wanted can have it, right or wrong.
Yeah, okay. Pretty much.
So that's the thing we have with them. It's like, bro, listen, Jamaica could be better if you just take your ass back. Yo, listen, I explained about Japan, right? How they became a first world power. Japan, they sent their best, their elites, to the Western countries to learn. This is how they got Mitsubishi. They were spying on America, car manufacturers. Bro, that's a fact. And like they got this intel, they was able to produce their own cars. They copyright the hell out of fuck their trademark, and they built their own cars. Mitsubishi, all this stuff is made as a result of stealing intel from our plants, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so but listen what they did, bro. They understood, even though you're going to look, Japan right now ain't doing well, ain't no work, we're still primitive, ain't no roads, no railroad tracks. You still there? Okay, so all right, so so there's no railroad tracks, right? There's no real infrastructure like that, no bridges. But everybody, just stay on codes. We're gonna go to America. We're gonna sneak some information. We're gonna bring it back here. We're gonna develop Japan. Okay. So when you go to America, don't fall in love with it because it's gonna look better than where we are. Don't fall in love. Just be patient, brother. That's what he did. So they did what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to go to a first world country, get their education on their dime, get the training on their dime, and bring it back to your country and build your shit up. You agree, right?
Absolutely.
You agree? Okay, so that's what you're supposed to do. And that's what they did. That's why they ended up being the first world country. So not just picking on Jamaica. I'm saying India, because the Indians have the same problem. So forget about black people. Indians and Chinese, right? I'm talking about Chinese people and Indians. They also complain about that very same thing that black countries are doing. They're complaining about their best minds and their most skilled are leaving their homelands and making America great while their countries suffer. So they're saying the VVEC should be in India, building up India rather than America. The Chinese people, they're complaining about their brightest minds and their most skilled labor coming over here, making America great while China suffers, bro. This is a real, I could Google it right now on the fly. This is a real problem countries are addressing. Okay. So Jamaica, brother, they're not going back. They're looking at the condition it's in. They're fleeing, running from it, and they're staying in United States, Canada, and the UK while their country just go to hell. Yes. Yeah, outside. Okay. So I will land my plane there. Black Man is fair. You can respond, and then let Kwame respond to that, and go on mute.
Yeah, I mean, I hear exactly what you're saying. These are the things that Jamaicans should be doing, the best and the brightest of Jamaica, going back to build up the land, but the people are leaving the land and just forgetting their people. So that's it's bad.
Yeah, I had Lord Servant, so I kind of had didn't hear a lot of what Bias was saying. But give me a quick synopsis of what you were just talking about as far as Jamaica.
He was saying basically that the best and the brightest aren't going back to Jamaica to build it up. They're leaving their people, and this is not what they. The thing is, like Japan, he was saying like they sent their best and their brightest to do intel and come back and then build up the land out. You got a Mitsubishi plant, things like that. So y'all just leaving the people and not building up Jamaica. So that's not good.
Yeah, I could agree with that. I could agree with that. But it's probably due to the population. Though. I can't really speak for the whole. I can't speak for a whole island.
Right. I mean, it's never good for people. You got to build up your own. So he was saying earlier, he wishes the best for everybody. But if that's the type of stuff you're gonna do, then what can be said? But FBA wants to just know who their people are, line up their people, and begin to build from there. So he's saying it's 3 years in, and it will be somewhere in due time.
I mean, the organization been started since 2019, so it hasn't been 3 years. Has actually been about double that. But I'm not land bashing Tariq, but I'm just saying if you're going to talk about what has Pan African did and point holes into what we accomplished, then you gotta at least show me something that you got on the table or something that you manifest that we could say, okay, well, this is a great accomplishment that everybody can be proud of and applaud.
Well, that's why he was bringing up our inventions and things that got taken by the white man and patented and things like that. And how we're smarter.
I'm talking about specifically FBA. I'm not talking about blacks that was in this country previously.
Say that again.
I said I'm talking about the term FBA. Like nobody. George Washington Carver wasn't talking about I'm an FBA. He was talking about he was a Negro or colored or using those terms. I'm talking about as far as
the lineage.
Right. Yeah.
And as far as like
this is the Tether.
People wasn't using Tether to like. I don't think.
Hold on. You don't know our history.
I don't think people would agree with the xenophobic or the delineating quote unquote.
No, actually, brother, stop. A. Philip Randolph was an immigration restriction. So stop lying, Tether. So that means that he didn't want no immigrants in this country. Matter of fact, bro, at Frederick Douglass also way back in the late 1800s, bro, they were against immigration because they understood.
You talking about A. Philip Randolph? A. Philip Randolph is a cool, bro.
Yeah, because he wanted y'all niggas out of here. I get it. Okay, I get it. Okay, because he want to get out of here. Now,
no, I'm talking about that. That's what his own people called him.
No, nobody called him that but you.
Nobody called him a coon?
Nah. Yeah, y'all afraid to say his name. Other guys here wouldn't say his name. Y'all won't even say his name. How you talking about he a coon? You won't even say his name. All right, I say his name. I make his name relevant today. Nobody will say his name. The guy earlier came over, Greg Phillips, a cool guy, but he named everybody but him. Then I said, hey, man, what about A. Phillips? Oh, yeah, I forgot about him. No, you didn't, bro. You purposely don't say him because he was the most thorough. He was the furthest.
So A. Philip Randolph was more important than Stokely Carmichael.
Yes. Now watch this.
Nobody would agree with you.
You know, they say what, brother? Watch this. Let's go tit for tat. What did Stokely Carmichael accomplish in this country? What was his greatest feat?
He coined the term Black Power.
Oh my fucking God! You hear this shit? Okay. A. Philip Randolph was responsible for. Wait, hold on. It's my turn. A. Philip Randolph was responsible for labor union rights. You go. Your turn.
You said say that over. Pardon me.
A. Philip Randolph was responsible for labor union rights, not just for Black people, but for Italians and all Americans. Your go.
Okay. That's good.
I know.
Stokely Carmichael, he didn't get a chance to accomplish a lot of things because J. Edgar Hoover was on his ass.
Yeah, he tapped out.
So hey, you see, when your names, when we bring up certain things, you'll say, "Oh well, black people in America been marginalized."
No, I didn't do that. Yo, don't give me an argument.
I was listening to you earlier when you were talking to the dude from Chicago.
Bro, we're talking. We're talking right now. Don't do that, we're having a good conversation. We went tit for tat. You bowed out, and now you're giving a straw man. Hey, bro, listen. J. Edgar Hoover was on everybody black bumper. Okay, the difference is he was looking for who was illegitimate and who was legitimate. The illegitimate people got harassed.
Let me ask you a question.
Wait.
Did A. Philip Randolph go to the FBI about Marcus Garvey?
Yes, you're supposed to do that. When somebody's scamming
so
you.
So he's a snitch.
Yeah, bro. We okay.
So you want to give credit to a man that went to the FBI to take down another black man in America?
Yes.
And you proud of that?
Okay, do you want yes, so let me respond. Brother, we don't come from a criminal culture like Jamaicans. We believe in law and order. We don't want a bando house. Yo, we were against crack dealers. We were against gangbangers, bro. That's not acceptable in our community. We're against that. Yes. So if we
can, Marcus Garvey ever get convicted of putting a black hand on A. Philip Randolph on the steps or whatever that he went to the FBI? Did he ever get convicted of that?
I don't know, bro. Listen. You're cutting me off, making a bigger point.
Fine. Go ahead.
Listen, this guy. He's talking about rah-rah stuff. Right? I'm talking about educational, national, world and changing stuff, impactful stuff. What I'm saying is, brother, yes, they did the responsible thing. They felt like Marcus Garvey was taking advantage of poor blacks. They felt like and I agree. They felt like Marcus Garvey had a nothing burger. He was coming with something in America that failed in Jamaica. So the thing about these leaders that get shit done, they realize if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander or the geese. So basically, if it works in Jamaica, it works in the United States and it works in Sierra Leone. So they understood Garvey ideology failing in Jamaica means that it's a failure concept. So he didn't drop it. So in finances, there's something called cut your losses quickly in finances. That's taught all throughout Finances 101. Marcus Garvey didn't cut his loss quickly. He took that L in Jamaica and he carried that scheme to America. Okay, so our leaders, by the way, listen, when he came to America, people like Booker T. Washington that he looked up to, he was not about the bullshit Marcus Garvey's into, right? He was about establishing something in America for Black Americans. He was about fighting for rights, right, and hoping racism ends and get federal protection from racists, right? Some stuff, some type of protection laws for us. That's what Booker T. Washington was about. That's what all of our leaders were about. We were all about civil rights and protection. Okay, law and order against the other criminals. Wait. Law and order against the other criminals, which is white folks. So not only did we want his ass up out of here, but if we could get a white man up out of here, we got them too. Yeah, so bro, civilized people that pay taxes, we expose the hypocrisy. So if law enforcement is there to be law enforcers, then we're going to call you on it. Hey, this guy's breaking the law. What are you going to do about it?
Right.
Okay, so you use law, like who doesn't call the cops? And right now, if your house is being broken into, you're going to just kill the guy? You didn't run him out there? What are you going to do?
I'm gonna exercise my constitutional right.
Get in there. Okay, now, brother, I got you. Now watch this. Which constitutional right is that?
The right to bear arms.
Which one?
I got a right to bear arms. I got to defend myself from a foreign or domestic.
Get in there.
Threat.
Listen to the question. The question is, which constitutional right is that?
I just told you I have the right to bear arms.
No. What
protect
number?
myself
No.
from
There are 10 constitutional rights. Which one is that? The right to bear arms. Which one?
Second Amendment.
Okay, brother. What state you in? What state?
I'm in New York.
Okay. Oh, brother, the fuck you talking about, man?
Okay.
The fuck you talking about?
You just said if somebody break into your house,
you can't.
You don't think you have the right to defend yourself?
Bro, give me a case in New York where a private citizen was able to bust his gun in New York and not get locked the fuck up.
Google Christopher King. I know a person personally that killed the person and he beat the case.
Okay. All right. Watch this. Now look.
You could type in Christopher King.
No, I'm not gonna do that. Watch this. I'm gonna show you that you don't know the Second Amendment the way you think you do. Okay. So if I'm in your home, right? Like you said, you're not gonna call the cops. You're gonna exercise your Second Amendment. Okay, watch this. Watch this dumbass Tether. If I'm in your home and I'm burglarizing, right? You wake up, you cut the lights on, okay? Now I got your possessions in my hand. I got some valuable stuff in my hand. You cut the lights on. I hear you running downstairs. I open the door and I'm outside running with my back turned. What can you do? What can you?
Bro, you asked me a personal question. Right, I'm taking law into my own hands. You asking me a personal question, so I'm telling you, I'm going to take law into my own hands.
I'm giving you a scenario. I want to see how much you know. Okay, so I got your possessions in my hand. Some things valuable and some things are just sentimental, right?
Yeah.
And by the time you come downstairs with your gun, I'm running. I'm out the door, my back turned. I'm running.
Well, you don't oppose yourself as a threat no more. So
wait, stop. Okay. So I get in the car. The license plate is visible to you. You can see the license plate. I get the doors open. I get inside and I leave. What do you do?
I can't really speak on what I do online. Like
no, I'm asking. So do I just get away? And okay, so basically, because you didn't catch me, I got it off. It's like, okay, fuck it. You hold the L, or do you call law enforcement because the license plate was like, let's say I was dumb enough to have license plate say Ace Law. It says Ace Law, so that's clearly Ace Law. So do you report that to law enforcement, or you just say, hey man, it's an L?
Oh no, I'm gonna find you. But we don't have to go.
Wait.
Okay, we don't have to go there. We're going off to another point. I want to stay on A. Philip Randall for a second, because you love to talk about A. Philip.
Yes, I do. I know a lot about him. Now, a black manosphere, did he just contradict himself? He said he's going to find me, brother. That's no longer a Second Amendment.
Yeah, absolutely. He took it to another. He took it to another offense.
Okay, brother. That's why I painted that scenario. So this is what happened with these fake ass tethers. They act like you don't call the cops. They become vigilantes, and now you're going to be a murderer. So that's no longer a Second Amendment. I knew I would get your stupid ass, and I got you with the scenario.
You asked it a loaded question.
No, it wasn't loaded. I gave you a scenario which was very successful. I knew you would act like you're a gangster, like you don't call the cops under any circumstances. So I use that against you. So I said, okay, what if I got your possessions, sentimental and valuable things, and when you come downstairs with your gun, I'm already outside with my back turned. So Black Manosphere, I clearly positioned it where the Second Amendment does not work for you. Okay, because I know the law. All right, so I got it where it's no longer self-defense, right? Your life is not in fear because my back is turned. I'm running away from you. I'm no longer aggressing you. I'm running away. Right.
It's another charge.
Wait, didn't I agree to that?
Yeah, but hold on. But then you said you'll find me, bro. That's no longer a Second Amendment if you'll find me, right?
It's premeditated.
I answered the question. First of all, you asked me. The first initial question was, what would you do if somebody broke into your house? Then you added more.
Yeah, of course, I added more. That's what smart people do. I realized it was vague. I said, okay, let me add more clarity to it. I realized I left it out there where it's up to interpretation, right? Because you said I got my Second Amendment right. So I said, okay, let me paint it out more better. Because again, I know your mindset. I know how tethers think. So I said, okay, because they want to be so gangster that they don't call. Because remember, he had a problem with FBA's calling law enforcement. Our taxes pay for law enforcement, right? They're supposed to establish law, enforce it. So it's something, hey brother, first of all, you tether, let me explain to Black Manosphere this. Black Manosphere, if we're homeowners, my boy, and there's unsolved crime, what happens to our property value in our school district?
It goes down.
Right. So it's in our best interest to call the cops and discourage crime. So if these law enforcers have a track record of solving crime, now it does not go down. Now people are not scared to move there, and our property value stays the same, if not better, because it shows that our law enforcers are active and they get shit done. So that'll encourage people to come to the neighborhood, if anything. Okay, so now when you don't call the cops, like civilized people, right, in first world countries, crime will be like it is in Kingston, and property value will go down like it is in Nigeria. So we are aware of that. So homeowners have an incentive, not renters, homeowners have an incentive to minimize crime. That's why homeowners, they use that crime watch more than anybody. You're not going to lower our property value or ruin our school district. You're not going to do that.
So was Marcus Garvey seen as coming into America trying to run a scam?
Wait. Let's stay on A. Philip Randolph for a second, right?
Okay.
So who was A. Philip Randolph protege?
His protege?
Yeah.
Who's his protege? I don't know. Who's his protege? Who do you believe it is?
Bayard Rustin.
Okay. What's your point?
So A. Philip Randolph was not only fighting for Black rights, Italian rights, he was also fighting for homosexual and lesbian rights. So if you're gonna hang your hat on, hold on for a second. If you're gonna hang,
I gotta meet you. Okay, so we're not gonna do that. So this is what these guys do, bro. They try to make us homophobic. They try to make us anti-Semitic, brother. We believe everybody should be treated right. Okay, if you want to date the same sex, I don't agree, but guess what? I don't believe you need to be violated. I don't believe you should be discriminated against. I don't believe you should be denied a loan because of your sexual preference. If you're a Jewish person, I don't believe you should be treated differently. I believe, and that's why I say I'm not even against immigration, illegal immigration. I'm against illegal immigration. right? And I do want the quotas back, but I'm not in immigration restrictions altogether, right? So he's painting the wrong picture. So no, yes, but I don't know. So first of all, he needs to put a link in the chat because he has been proven to do horrible research. So brother, we don't take your word. Whatever you're saying, let's just read up on it. Put the link in the chat. Now, we know the politics. Okay, so we knew that when we promote something, you gotta play politics, right? And that's why every bill that's passed by Republicans or Democrats, both of them got their agenda there. So in order like the 94 crime bill, by the way, most of the 94 crime bill, which you guys don't understand, most of the crime bill that affected Black people, that was from the Republicans. Even though it was a Democrat crime bill, for the Republicans to sign off to it, they are the ones that added in everything you hate today. The Democrats were more focused on domestic violence and other things like that. It was the Republicans who added in the 3 strikes you're out. It was the Republicans. Almost everything negative in that bill against Black folks, it was the Republicans who added that in there. So that's why I say, like, you guys not ready to talk to me on this level. So even though so what I'm saying is, to get something done, sometimes other stuff got to be added in. So if what he's saying is true, which who knows, because he does horrible research, we know that our ultimate goal is civil rights for us exclusively. So if there's another group out there that feel like they're being discriminated against, they're like, hey, we could back you up, or we got some money to do this. We like, all right, fuck it. Okay, throw it in there, whatever. Because we want what's due to us. So
A. Philip Randall didn't agree with you because he included homosexuals and other white people in the civil rights movement.
Hey, bro, first of all, you're lying. A. Philip Randolph, bro, put the link in the chat. Nobody, matter of fact, goodbye. Okay, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Okay, so okay, brother, you can't be grossly wrong with research and then act like that never happened and come back and try to give us some more revelations, bro. Stop. And yo, Black Manosphere, I didn't even rag on him when he was wrong. Right? I moved on. I could have easily trolled him.
Right.
I just moved on. I left it alone because I said I'm not in that spirit tonight. I'm not in that, that aggressive, stuff.
Right.
But he kept coming with that. So when he's wrong, admittedly, hey, what about you FBAs? That's all he ever does when he's wrong. Is back to like tit for tat. It's like, dude, all of Black people in the world, they can't compare to our accomplishments. This is why he didn't get what you try to explain to him. FBA, yo, do you know when we say FBA, FBA stands for Foundational Black American. So let's take the F out, bro. Let's take the F out. Black Americans, is that us? Okay. So do Black Americans go back to what you said to him earlier? Don't that go back to the inventions and patents? It's like, so why do you think because we put an F to the Black American, that's no longer us?
Right.
It's still us. We just added an F there, but you could take the F off. It's us. So we're responsible for all those patents, inventions, and innovations, bro. Nothing left. We're responsible for Black Wall Street in Tulsa, in Durham, North Carolina, Rosewood, and everywhere else. The Madam C.J. Walkers, the Maggie Walkers, A.G. Gaston, Reginald Lewis. We're still responsible for all these millionaires that you guys have, and all these African countries produce. Can't compare. And bro, we did this in 30 years after, bro. Listen to me, bro. We became millionaires 30 years after Emancipation Proclamation, bro. Bro, not just, but by the way, under Jim Crow.
Yeah, amazing.
Right. So it wasn't like we had like the law on our side. Bro, we did this shit under Jim Crow. Tulsa, Oklahoma is 1921. Jim Crow is alive and well and legal. Okay, and guess what we did? While America was getting bailouts because it kept failing, white people kept failing, so they kept building them out with home HOLCs and FHAs and Social Security Acts and welfare and ADC and AFDC. White Americans, when they talk about welfare, bro, all they ever known in this country was welfare.
Yeah,
they
I
had,
help them. I hand out. I help out.
Right. They have never done shit for themselves, bro. They've been failing. The American government bailed them out over and over and over. And we are the only people to come to this country. When I say only, literally only, the people to come to this country to have no assistance. Everything we ever did in this country, even now, we did it on our own dime.
That's a fact.
You look at the Jay-Z's, that's his own money, bro. That's him and Dame Dash. What loan they get? Look at the Diddy's. Everything we ever did, Russell Simmons, is on their own dime. No money left down, nothing. It's from zero to something. 50 Cent, all these guys, zero. Mayweather, zero. Okay, and became
our own genius.
Right, became billionaires and millionaires off from zero. No other people can say that because every goddamn immigrant come over here, they all get housing from the federal government or local government. All of them. Nobody come over here living in fucking bushes or under a bridge and become successful. They are all under here getting assistance from these immigration folks in this country, helping them out, setting them up with housing and jobs, and even the illegals got jobs, bro.
Yeah. That's why all this mass deportation and all this stuff is going on.
Yeah, so I can entertain with so much. I ain't gonna lie, I got a little headache, a little bit. So I'm a little like annoyed a little bit, and they keep lying, and he's not humble even after being grossly wrong earlier. That didn't even humble him, bro. I'll be embarrassed, to be honest. If I had some research and I stood on it and you Googled it and you said you show how wrong it was, I'd be a little humble. I want to still be proud. This dude a proud boy. He's still proud. What about this? Proud. What he just said, Stokely. This guy said Stokely Carmichael. You heard him. He tried to compare to A. Philip Randolph. I said, okay, let's go tit for tat. What did he do? He came up with the word Black Power. What? You lost, dude. What the fuck is that? What is Black Power, man?
He was trying.
Yeah, but there's no power in saying Black Power.
Right. Or, it's like it's a feel good. It gives you some type of confidence or self-esteem. That was a plus.
Yeah, all that do is get you unemployed on your job. Black Power. Yep, fire him. He's one of those Negroes, trollmakers. That's all that does, right? It gets you fired on your job. It gets your family mad at you. It causes friction. It doesn't do anything for you. There's no power behind saying Black Power. There's more Black Wall Street. Those folks didn't say Black Power, bro. They just did it. They lived Black Power.
Right.
Right. And Dr. King didn't say Black Power. He just did it. So we just do Black Power. We don't say it. We just live it.
Right.
So again, but I'm telling you, we are a unique people in this country that, and I'm telling you, there's a natural, not every last one of them, but there's a natural element of jealousy from other Black people, because I can make the argument that we alone accomplish more than all these countries combined together.
Right. Something to be proud of.
Right. We're our contribution to this country catapulted it to be a superpower. What did your works do for your country? Your third world country, my boy. Your intellectual property is your third world. All the so-called greatness y'all did is third world. And anything else that sounds too crazy is fake. It's fake news.
They gave us Bob Marley.
Yeah, I just Googled the African guy he bragged about. I Googled the GDP, bro, per capita. They make, the average person there, they make $800 per year.
Oh, damn. What?
Yes. And he's bragging about them doing something about a car, electric car. They make $800 per year.
Yeah, I'm sure they wish they could produce a car.
A lot of, 60% of Nigerians make $2 a day. 60%, $2 a day.
Damn, it's crazy.
Jamaicans GDP per capita is $6,200 a year. They make $6,000 for the entire year, and then they got a nerve to be talking about, hey, what about this Black guy? y'all guys just jealous, man. At that point, it's just hate and jealousy. Like, you are stupid to compare yourself to us. Like, I mean, that's suicide. Like, bro, are you serious? Like, we're not even showboating and gloating. We're living our best life, and we hope they do great too. They are the ones comparing themselves to us, and we're like, you're crazy.
Yeah, because we're that part of them. We're that other people that they have to compare themselves to or have to see. You know what I'm saying? Like they got to be in. You know, what I'm saying? They get checked like us. Like, okay, so then what about them over there? You know what I'm saying? What have they done? What are they doing? You know what I'm saying? And they're looking for fault in us.
Hey, bro, comparing themselves to us is as dumb as us comparing ourselves to white people that locked us out of wealth for 100 years. Hey, white folks own 99% and more of the wealth, national wealth. We own less than 1%. So comparing themselves to us is like us trying to compare ourselves to white people who locked us out of the wealth. Like, that's a stupid comparison.
But they try to come over here and say, "Oh, the lazy American," and you don't do this, you don't do that, you don't. You know, they always got all these complaints or all these ridicule.
Bro, listen, you know what's lazy? What's lazy is not building up your homeland, bro.
Right. I mean, right. We have these. We have these arguments back and forth. Right.
Right. That's lazy. All that hard work you do in this country, where's that shit in Jamaica?
Like, yeah, cut it out. They want to leave Jamaica. They want to get out of there and be American. You know what I mean? So it's.
You know what? This is what I'm saying though. You can't change the spots on leopard. So, like, for myself, like, I'm very active. I'm a real hard worker. So whatever you have me involved in, bro, whether it's research and something physical, you're gonna see my hard work there. So what I'm saying is, like, whatever you got me doing, bro, you're gonna see my hard work. So if you're a hard worker, we should have seen that shit in Jamaica.
No doubt, but that was never their game plan. It's a lot of corruption. Sometimes they get in on it too as well.
No. Don't say they get in onto it. Brother, if the brains of the people leave, you're leaving the country to degenerates.
This is no doubt.
Right. So it's not about getting in on it. It's about you're leaving the country to your underclass. So we have smart people in this country. We got people like Tyson of the Grass, all type of smart people in this country, right? If they left this country, all of our, prestigious graduates in Cornell West, if they left this country, bro, Tavis Smiley's, they will leave this country, and let's say they left it to a bunch of high school graduates and dropouts. What do you think would happen to this country if they left it to just the high school dropouts and the high school graduates? But all of the best minds left. Our society would be shit.
Right. I mean, this is what happens with a society.
Right.
So you can't afford. If you leave, you gotta get something and bring it back,
bro. So what I'm saying is, because it's hot, but what I'm saying is, there's a huge level from these folks is just pure jealousy. Okay. I said this to a Tether. I think it was American Dream. I said, bro, and Tariq said this a lot, why are we hating on you? Who the hell hates down?
Right. We were never taught that. We it's not in our households or not from, we don't hate on anybody. We just wanted our own. We wanted us to come up.
But most importantly, people don't hate down, they hate up. So right now with the rappers and look at our culture, the drug dealers and the rappers and the successful people, we hate up. Damn, if there's any hate in us, we are hating because that person is highly successful. We don't look at a bum and be like, man, fuck him, man, park that car, I'm gonna whoop his ass, I'm gonna rob him. We hate, the self-hatred in us is about the people who are successful.
Right. If anything, yeah. Right. The envy, the jealousy, the hate. Oh, I want to be in their position.
Right. See, exactly. So why are we looking overseas? First of all, we don't even look like we really don't see outside America, bro. And it could be arrogance, whatever you want to call it. I'm just giving you reality. We don't see.
We the top of the tops.
Right. So why would we look outside our country? So I tell these folks, I say, yo, we don't think about you. We don't even see you.
Right. You come in and do your thing and get your peoples up and going.
Bro, we have everything here: sports, entertainment, gambling, singing, everything. What are we going, like, why are we turning on TV to watch some Africans or Jamaicans or Russians? Like, bro, we don't, bro, everything we have is in this country. All the entertainment, all the excitement, all the drama, everything is here in our front yard, bro. Everything. Right. So why are we looking in your country and picking on you, bro? Yo, that's why, we know the most we know about Jamaica is from probably me and my recent research, right? What I did for Jamaica and Ghana and Sudan and Nigeria. This is recent, and Rwanda. What's that shit called? Rwanda and damn, there's another word to use over there. But before then, bro, we don't know about that shit over here. Right. People like myself who did extra research, I brought to you guys, what happened over Rwanda and Nigeria, and Jamaica, about the jacket and the sexual assault. We didn't know none of that shit, bro. And even right now, when you ask a brother, hey, how many jackets you got? He'll act like he don't know what that means, but that's a common phrase in Jamaica as how many unauthorized kids you got that you're raising. That's not yours, unbeknownst to you. That's a popular term in Jamaica, but they'll act like they don't get it because that's like an inside thing. Right. I actually got it from Jamaicans, right? I heard them go in and they, on their own podcast in Jamaica, they brought it up. So me as a researcher, I said, oh shit, what's this about? So I had looked into it, and it's true. Like they had to hire case of attorneys from.
Because it's a thing over it.
Is it what?
Because it's a common occurrence. It's a common thing to be in that situation.
Right. Yeah. But the bottom line is that we don't see. It's not about Africa. We don't see nobody outside of America. We don't look outside of America to look at nothing.
I know this about us. We're the best of the best. We're the tops, and we don't look outside of us. Right? Yeah. We don't.
Nobody influences us. So any influence we get from another people, that's because they came over here. But we don't look outside the world for influence. If you influence us, it's because you came over here and interacted with us.
Right.
But we are not looking overseas about what you guys doing, saying, wow, let's try that. We're not doing it. Bro, for the most part, bro, we don't cook your food. Like we like it's good. Right? Food is food. Food is food.
We have our own culture. We have our own thing that we've been doing for years and years. Yeah.
Right. So food is food. Some of us like Haitian food. Some of us like African food. Some of us like Jamaican food. But bro,
we like food.
Right. But bro, we're not trying to make the shit. and
we don't talk the dishes. We don't talk the language. We don't. We contain unit. We do our own thing.
Right. Like so, it's good, but it's not good enough to replace what we grew up on. Right. Like I asked Jamaicans for Thanksgiving, what are you making?
Same thing we always make.
No, I'm saying Jamaicans in America on Thanksgiving.
They probably make the same thing.
They're goofy ass making soul food. They making our plate. They're doing turkey, gravy, all the shit we would make, candy yams. They're doing a Black American dish for Thanksgiving. They're not doing oxtails and fucking jerk chicken.
Right. Okay. So I would think that they would continue. Okay, they're going to switch up on that day and do the American dish.
Like they look at Thanksgiving and they're adopting the cranberry sauce, like the American customs.
Right. Most people do. They take on the custom.
But you let them tell it they don't eat soul food at all. Nah, we don't eat soul food. I mean, straight line.
They don't eat it regularly, or that's not a dish that they prepare. Yeah.
So guess what? But a lot of us, like myself, don't eat that shit regularly either.
Right, we got our own culture. We know that. We proud of it. We do it. We dip and dab in other people's cultures and foods and dances and things. So but we don't look up to it.
Right. You give me a goddamn headache, man. Oh my god. This off line, bro. Oh my god, man. Give me a headache off this line, dude. Disingenuous.
Well, he is of a people, you know what I'm saying? Jamaican descent.
Yeah,
And he doesn't necessarily want his people to look bad or okay, well, what about y'all then?
yeah. It just at some point, it's like, dude, let's just try to be honest. Like you come in here with, hey, get your
Right, hey, listen, my people is a piece of shit. That's why I left. I'm over here trying to be new, trying to adopt Pan Africanism and different things.
yeah, so you just gonna say any old thing and you just hope you don't research it so that you can sound smart. Like, come on, man. Like let's be better than that, bro. Like assume
misinformed though. He was misinformed.
no, he wasn't misinformed, bro. He tried to misinform us. That's a big difference. Misinform is us telling him something that's not true. He's misinforming us. That's his research. And don't forget what I said first.
Off of TikTok, off of
right. But don't forget, I typed the name in first, right? I said, bro, spell it again. I said it's wrong. He gave me a whole nother thing to research, but I had him type the name out for me. So what he tried to do is he tried to type in the manufacturer name of the car, but it never existed.
Right. He was misinformed. He was taking on misinformation and spreading it.
But but that's not an excuse because I asked him earlier. I said, bro, as far as a researcher, are you good? He said, I'm pretty good. That's why I set him up like that. I said, okay, before I research this, as a researcher, because I want him to have any excuses. Get it out the way now. I said, are you a good researcher? I'm pretty good. Okay, no excuses now. You're not misinformed if you're good. If you're misinformed, you're not misinformed if you're a pretty good researcher.
Yeah.
Now, only if you're a bad researcher, you can say I'm misinformed. But he said he's pretty good.
Right.
Then.
So you held him to it, and
yeah.
Well, you're pretty good, and you know what you're doing. So
I knew before researching, I knew he was lying. But I was like, yo, Africa is doing what? Oh, yeah, you're lying. Because I know how backwards Africa is. Not because of their own fault. Of course, they're being undermined. But that's the fact. Like, they're so far behind. I know you're lying.
Right. Well, you just use some common sense and just use some, and proved it out to be right.
And he came back like, yeah, okay, I messed up. Like, dude, right.
I mean, right. It got proven right, in front of his face, like, oh, yeah, this is misinformation. I thought we was doing some big things.
Okay, well, listen, man. The disclaimer I give on my podcast: don't be wrong. That's all.
Right. I can see, you debate, you research well, you well read on history and things like so.
I got a high standard for research and information, man. Don't be wrong.
This is something of your character and nature, and you adamant about it, and you own it, and you can prove it. You show and prove. So the proof is in the pudding.
So he, but he came on a few times. He's always wrong, but sometimes he'll say some interesting things. He'll still be wrong, but he'll put you on a path of something worthwhile. You dig? He's wrong, but get up. He's wrong, but he got you at least on the right path towards something worthwhile. Sometimes, right?
Right.
But sometimes he'll surprise. Now he's never right because he don't do thorough research, but he'll say enough to like guide you correctly. He's like, okay, let me do the research, the real research, right?
Yeah, so let me sharpen this up and let me get some real facts or some things
exactly. Yeah, so that's what he'll sometimes do. Like he'll say something, be wrong, but you look into it and it was actually interesting, and you just hope he said it the right way, and to give him the full credit. But since he didn't, you can't give him the full credit.
Right. All right. That'll probably inspire him to do better research and know more about what he's talking about.
Yeah, hopefully, because that can only be true if he's actually embarrassed. Okay, if he's not embarrassed of what he did today, he's not going to do what you said. Okay, but if he has any shame of what happened tonight, he will do better research. So it's all about how shameful what did he feel.
Right.
And he should be shamed, man, because you said some wild shit and was called out immediately, and then you were wrong. I mean, that should have some type of like, okay, remorse. Like, all right, let me tighten up. Let me just stop saying anything. Let me tighten up before I start saying bullshit, right? So you will hope that he'll do that. He didn't do that. He right away, hey, Philip Randolph, hey, this, that, right away, bro. Just from my research, I'm 47 years old. I've been debating online for like 20 years. You dig? From my research, people like that, like they don't really change from where they are. Like they kind of just get worse. Because, and the reason I can say that, because some people be wrong. Like when I started out research, I was wrong a lot. Right? I was wrong more than I was right. But the difference is that I thought I was right. And once I was proven wrong, or once my research showed I was wrong, I adjusted. So I had this passion to be right. I wouldn't settle on a preconceived idea or an agenda. If it's wrong, I dropped it. It's real simple. Like we could debate basketball, right? And I might stand strong on a guy. But once you thoroughly prove me wrong, bro, I'm dropping that shit. I'm not standing on that anymore. I'm dropping it. I don't like being wrong.
But right. That's your thing about being right. Like you want to make sure that you're right.
Good. I don't like being wrong.
That leads you into more thorough research, more in-depth research, more making sure you're right.
And I got people like Malcolm X that inspire me. I got people like Malcolm X that inspire me to like not be wrong, right? Because when you look at his accomplishments and his when he talked to people and debated, and he was always challenged by white society, and he was very, very thorough. So
that's the main thing that everybody's seen from Malcolm X. Like, wow, he's talking to this white man. Like when you see the interviews and stuff, and he speaks so thorough and direct, and it was very inspirational, right?
Exactly. So that was my inspiration to be, because he was like pretty much sharp, and white folks didn't really, debunk him or say he was wrong or undermine. Like they really took the guy serious. They took his research serious. They felt like he was a real deal.
Right.
Right. So that was my inspiration to like him, and then later Dr. Khalid Muhammad and other people, right? That's in between, like kind of like helped mold me to want to do thorough research to the best of my ability, And that's all I could say. I could say I just was motivated by great people to do good research to the best of my ability. And if I come short, I can own it, but I would do better next time. Like I will reposition myself and drop that argument if it's weak, or just support it better, right? Just do better research.
Yeah, these are all good practices, all good techniques, and right, it's gonna make you great.
Yeah, and also, I also like to share that with the listening audience. Like, hey, man, like don't be like that guy. Like, that's why I warned them. Like, hey, you guys might have an idea about something, but don't fall in love with it. Like, be ready to drop it in 60 seconds if it's fake news.
Right.
Yeah, like right. Do not fall in love with information without it being thoroughly tested. And your emotions is not that type of measurement. Like that's not a good measurement stick of your emotions.
Right. Yeah, of course, I agree.
So I just say, hey, tap in, man. I wasn't joking with the guy. Hey, man, you get a weird idea, holla at me. I'll help you see if that shit is official or not. Okay, get out.
That's great. That's what's up.
Yeah.
So it don't have to exist just in your head alone. It can get fleshed out. It can get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do the same for the chat. You know what I mean? Like, hey, man, like, the chat, same thing. And the chat helps me out. Sometimes I'll research something or I'll be on something and I won't have all the information. The chat, I look at the chat, they put the answers in the chat.
Yeah, that's just iron sharpening iron and everybody, helping push each other forward.
Yeah. All right. So look, I ain't get a chance to look at the chat all that time. So let me see what the chat is talking about. But that was wild. That electric car, man, that shit was wild. All right. So he's in the chat still going, that dude don't have any remorse, man. And that's why we would say Tether, man. I'm sorry, you don't have to agree with it, and we understand it, but we gotta point it out. That's some Tether shit. Like this guy has no. It just, I'm gonna get you, sucker. Right? The movie, like that's his mentality. I'm gonna get you, sucker.
Right.
I can hold all these L's, but one day I'm gonna get you and I win. Get over here.
He got something. People be having something to prove to themselves. Like, nah, I gotta get him. He always be right.
Yeah, exactly. Lord Maul said, I'd be like, don't come on here, faking.
Well, you got to show and prove. You got to back it up. And then if you, like you said, if you just get all emotional or, you don't have anything to, substantiate what you're saying, and, it's just.
Yeah. This is what I'm going to do. Next time, maybe even tomorrow, if y'all free, y'all got to let me know. Or even next weekend, if y'all free. This is what I'm going to do, so I won't intervene. Because as long as I'm near and this guy, I got to step in. This is what I'm going to do. Next time y'all talk, I'm going to just leave like the whole house. So I can't hear anything he's saying. So I'm not tempted to step in. But y'all just can talk. But as long as I'm near and can hear what he's saying, I just can't. All right. So next time.
I've been.
Yeah. So next weekend, right? If not this week, if y'all available, or go here. Yeah. So yeah. So if I'm available, no, if y'all available, right?
Yeah.
What I'm gonna do is let y'all talk for a good hour or so. I'm just bounce. I'm gonna just leave and just do something. Oh, yeah. So I don't interfere with that. I don't step in. I just.
You ain't gotta do that. I know you're gonna be triggered by him, but it's good that you step in and kind of mediate and kind of get things on track or where you see fit.
Bro, well, he